The poetical works of Joseph Addison, Gay's Fables, and Somerville's Chase. With Memoirs and Critical Dissertations. By the Rev. George Gilfillan. M.DCCC.Lix. Addison's Poetical Works. Life of Joseph Addison, Poems on Several Occasions. To Mr. Dryden. A Poem to His Majesty, presented to the Lord Keeper. A translation of all Virgil's Fourth. Georgic, except the story of Aristeus. A Song for St. Cecilia's Day. An Ode for St. Cecilia's Day. An Account of the Greatest English Poets. A Letter from Italy. Milton's style imitated, in a translation of a story out of the Third Aeneid. The Campaign. Cowley's Epitaph on himself. Prologue to the Tender Husband. Epilogue to the British Enchanters. Prologue to Smith's Phaedra and Hippolytus. Horace Ode 3, Book 3. The Vestal. Ovid's Metamorphoses, Book 2. The Story of Phaeton. Phaeton's sisters transformed into trees. The transformation of Cyaeus into a swan. The story of Callisto. The story of Coronis, and birth of Aesculapius. Ocero transformed to a mare. The transformation of Battus to a touchstone. The story of Aglaurose, transformed into a statue. Europa's Rape. Book 3. The story of Cadmus. The transformation of Actaeon into a stag. The birth of Bacchus. The transformation of Tiresias. The transformation of Echo. The story of Narcissus. The story of Pentheus. The mariners transformed to dolphins. The death of Pentheus. Book 4. The story of Salmachus and Hermaphroditus. To Her Royal Highness the Princess of Wales, to Sir Godfrey Kneller, on his picture of the King, the Playhouse, on the Lady Manchester, an ode and hymn, paraphrase on Psalm 23. The Life of John Gay. Gay's Fables, Introduction. Part 1. The Shepherd and Philosopher. Fable I. The Lion, the Tiger, and the Traveler. Fable 2. The Spaniel and the Chameleon. Fable 3. The Mother, the Nurse, and the Fairy. Fable 4. The Eagle, and the Assembly of Animals. Fable V. The Wild Boar and the Ram. Fable 6. The Miser and Plutus. Fable 7. The Lion, the Fox, and the Geese. Fable 8. The Lady and the Wasp. Fable 9. The Bull and the Mastiff. Fable X. The Elephant and the Bookseller. Fable 11. The Peacock, the Turkey, and the Goose. Fable 12. Cupid, Hymen, and Plutus. Fable 13. The Tame Stag. Fable 14. The Monkey Who Had Seen the World. Fable 15. The Philosopher and the Pheasants. Fable 16. The Pin and the Needle. Fable 17. The Shepherd's Dog and the Wolf. Fable 18. The Painter Who Pleased Nobody and Everybody. Fable 19. The Lion and the Cub. Fable XX. The Old Hen and the Cock. Fable 21. The Rat-Catcher and Cats. Fable 22. The Goat Without a Beard. Fable 23. The Old Woman and Her Cats. Fable 24. The Butterfly and the Snail. Fable 25. The Scold and the Parrot. Fable 26. The Cur and the Mastiff. Fable 27. The Sick Man and the Angel. Fable 28. The Persian, the Sun, and the Cloud. Fable 29. The Fox at the Point of Death. Fable XXX. The Setting Dog and the Partridge. Fable 31. The Universal Apparition. Fable 32. The Two Owls and the Sparrow. Fable 33. The Courtier and Proteus. Fable 34. The Mastiffs. Fable 35. The Barley Mow and the Dunghill. Fable 36. Pythagoras and the Countryman. Fable 37. The Farmer's Wife and the Raven. Fable 38. The Turkey and the Ant. Fable 39. The Father and Jupiter. Fable XL. The Two Monkeys. Fables Lie. The Owl and the Farmer. Fable 42. The Jugglers. Fable 43. The Council of Horses. Fable 44. The Hound and the Huntsman. Fable XLV. The Poet and the Rose. Fable 46. The Cur, the Horse, and the Shepherd's Dog. Fable 47. The Court of Death. Fable 48. The Gardener and the Hog. Fable 49. The Man and the Flea. Fable L. The Hare and Many Friends. Part 2. Fable I. The Dog and the Fox. Fable 2. The Vulture, the Sparrow, and Other Birds. Fable 3. The Baboon and the Poultry. Fable 4. The Ant in Office. Fable V. The Bear in a Boat. Fable 6. The Squire and his Cur. Fable 7. The Countryman and Jupiter. Fable 8. The Man, the Cat, the Dog, and the Fly. Fable 9. The Jackal, Leopard, and Other Beasts. Fable X. The Degenerate Bees. Fable 11. The Pack Horse and the Carrier. Fable 12. Pan and Fortune. Fable 13. Plutus, Cupid, and Time. Fable 14. The Owl, the Swan, the Cock, the Spider, the Ass, and the Farmer. Fable 15. The Cookmaid, the Turnspit, and the Ox. Fable 16. The Ravens, the Sexton, and the Earthworm. Songs. Sweet William's Farewell to Black-Eyed Susan. A Ballad, from the What Do Ye Call It? Somerville's Chase. The Life of William Somerville. Somerville's Chase. Book I. Book 2. Book 3. Book 4. Life of Joseph Addison. Joseph Addison, the Spectator, the true founder of our periodical literature, the finest, if not the greatest writer in the English language, was born at Millston, Wiltshire, on the 1st of May 1672. A fanciful mind might trace a correspondence between the particular months when celebrated men have been born and the peculiar complexion of their genius. Milton, the austere and awful, was born in the silent and gloomy month of December. Shakespeare, the most versatile of all writers, was born in April, that month of changeful skies, of sudden sunshine, and sudden showers. Burns and Byron, those stormy spirits, both appeared in the fierce January, and of the former he himself says, "'Twas then a blast o' January wind blew welcome in on Robin." Scott, the broad sunny being, visited us in August, and in the same month the warm genius of Shelley came, as Hunt used to tell him, from the planet Mercury to our earth. Coleridge and Keats, with whose song a deep bar of sorrow was to mingle, like the music of falling leaves, or of winds wailing for the departure of summer, arrived in October, that month, the beauty of which is the child of blasting, and its glory the flush of decay. And it seems somehow fitting that Addison, the mild, the quietly joyous, the sanguine and serene, should come, with the daisy and the sweet summertide, on the 1st of May, which Buchanan thus hails: Salve fugacis gloria seculi, salve secunda digna dies nota, salve vetusti vitae imago, et specimen venientis evae. Hail, glory of the fleeting year! Hail, day, the fairest, happiest year! Image of time forever by, pledge of a bright eternity. Dr. Lancelot Addison, himself a man of no mean note, was the father of our poet. He was born in 1632, at Maltesmeyburn, in the parish of Corby Ravensworth, what a name of ill omen within ill omen, or as Dr. Johnson would say, in spissated gloom, in the county of Westmoreland. His father was a minister of the gospel, but in such humble circumstances, that Lancelot was received from the grammar school of Appleby into Queen's College, Oxford, in the capacity of a poor child. After passing his curriculum there, being chiefly distinguished for his violent high church and monarchical principles, for which he repeatedly smarted, he, at the Restoration, was appointed chaplain to the garrison of Dunkirk, and soon after he accepted a similar situation in Tangier, which had been ceded by Portugal to Britain. In this latter post he felt rather lonely and miserable, and was driven, in self-defense, to betake himself to the study of the manners and the literature of the Moors, Jews, and other Oriental nations. This led him afterwards to publish some works on Barbary, on Hebrew customs, and Mohammedanism, which shew a profound acquaintance with these subjects, and which, not without reason, are supposed to have colored the imagination of his son Joseph, who is seldom more felicitous than when reproducing the gorgeous superstitions and fantasies of the East. For 8 years, old Addison lingered in loathed Tangier, nor, when he returned to England on a visit, had he any purpose of permanently residing in his own country. But his appointment was hastily bestowed on another, and it was fortunate for him that a private friend stepped in and presented him with the living of Millston, near Ambrosebury, Wilts, worth £120 a year. This, which Miss Aikin calls a pittance, was probably equivalent to £250 now. At all events, on the strength of it, he married Jane, daughter of Dr. Goulstone, and sister to the Bishop of Bristol, who, in due time, became the mother of our poet. Lancelot was afterwards made prebendary of Salisbury Cathedral, and King's chaplain in ordinary, about the time, 1675, when he took the degree of D.D. Subsequently he became Archdeacon of Salisbury, and at last, in 1683, obtained the deanery of Lichfield. But for his suspected Jacobitism, he would probably have received the mitre. He died in 1703. Joseph had 2 brothers and 3 sisters. His third sister, Dorothy, survived the rest, and was twice married. Swift met her once, and with some awe, for he, like all bullies, had a little of the coward about him, describes her as a kind of wit, and very like her brother. The Spectator seems to have been a wild and wayward boy. He is said to have once acted as ringleader in a barring out, described by Johnson as a savage license by which the boys, when the periodical vacation drew near, used to take possession of the school, of which they barred the doors, and bade the master defiance from the windows. On another occasion, having committed some petty offense at a country school, terrified at the master's apprehended displeasure, he made his escape into the fields and woods, where for some days he fed on fruits and slept in a hollow tree till discovered and brought back to his parents. This last may seem the act of a timid boy, and inconsistent with the former, and yet is somehow congenial to our ideal of the character of our poet. It required perhaps more daring to front the perils of the woods than the frown of the master, and augured, besides, a certain romance in his disposition which found afterwards a vent in literature. After receiving instruction, first at Salisbury, and then at Lichfield, his connection with which place forms a link, uniting him in a manner to the great lexicographer, who was born there, he was removed to the Charterhouse, and there profited so much in Greek and Latin, that at 15 he was not only, says Macaulay, fit for the university, but carried thither a classical taste and a stock of learning which would have done honor to a master of arts. He had at the Charterhouse formed a friendship, destined to have important bearings on his after history, with Richard Steele, whose character may be summed up in a few sentences. Who has not heard of Sir Richard Steele? Wordsworth says of one of his characters, "She was known to every star, and every wind that blows." Poor Dick was known to every sponging house, and to every bailiff that, blowing in pursuit, walked the London streets. A fine-hearted, warm-blooded character, without an atom of prudence, self-control, reticence, or forethought, quite as destitute of malice or envy, perpetually sinning and perpetually repenting, never positively irreligious, even when drunk, and often excessively pious when recovering sobriety, Steele reeled his way through life, and died with the reputation of being an orthodox Christian and a nearly habitual drunkard, the most affectionate and most faithless of husbands, a brave soldier, and in many points an arrant fool, a violent politician, and the best-natured of men, a writer extremely lively, for this, among other reasons, that he wrote generally on his legs, flying or meditating flight from his creditors, and who embodied in himself the titles of his 3 principal works: The Christian Hero, The Tender Husband, and The Tatler, being a Christian hero, in intention, one of those intentions with which a certain place is paved, a tender husband, if not a true one, to his 2 ladies, and a Tatler to all persons, in all circumstances, and at all times. When Addison first knew this original, he was probably uncontaminated, and must have been, as he continued to the end to be, an irascible but joyous and genial being, and they became intimate at once, although circumstances severed them from each other for a long period. In 1687 Addison entered Queen's College, Oxford, but some time after, Macaulay says, Not many months. Johnson. A year. And Miss Aiken. 2 years. Dr. Lancaster, of Magdalene College, having accidentally seen some Latin verses from his pen, exerted himself to procure their author admission to the benefits of a foundation, then the wealthiest in Europe. Our poet was first elected Dimmy, then probationary fellow in 1697, and in the year following, actual fellow. During the 10 years he resided at Oxford, he was a general favorite, remarkable for his diligence in study, for the purity and tenderness of his feelings, for his bashful and retiring manners, for the excellence of his Latin compositions, and for his solitary walks, pursued in a path they still point out below the elms which skirt a meadow on the banks of the Charwell, a river, we need scarcely say, which there weds the Isis. It was in such lonely evening or Saturday strolls that he probably acquired the habit of pensive reverie to which we owe many of the finest of his speculations in after days, such as that in Spectator, No. 565, beginning, I was yesterday, about sunset, walking in the open fields, when insensibly the night fell upon me. And c. Prose English essays, however, were as yet strangers to his pen. His ambition was to be a poet, and while still under 22, he produced and printed some complimentary verses to Dryden, then declining in years, and fallen into comparative neglect. The old poet was pleased with the homage of the young aspirant, which was as graceful in expression as it was generous in purpose. For instance, alluding to Dryden's projected translation of Ovid, he says that Ovid, thus transformed, shall reveal a nobler change than he himself can tell. This, however, although happy, starts a different view of the subject. It suggests the idea that most translations are metamorphoses to the worse, like that of a living person into a dead tree, or at least of a superior into an inferior being. In Pope's Iliad, you have the metamorphosis of an eagle into a nightingale. In Dryden's Virgil, you have a stately war-horse transformed into a hard-trotting hackney. In Hoole's versions of the Italian poets, you have nymphs nailed up in timber, while, on the other hand, in Coleridge's Wallenstein, you have the nobler change, spoken of by Addison of, shall we say, a cold and stately holly tree turned into a murmuring and oracular oak. That, after thus introducing himself to Dryden, he met him occasionally seems certain, although the rumor circulated by Spence that he taught the old man to sit late and drink hard seems ridiculous. Dryden introduced him to Congreve, and through Congreve he made the valuable acquaintance of Charles Montague, then leader of the Whigs in the House of Commons, and Chancellor of the Exchequer. He afterwards published a translation of that part of the fourth book of the Georgics, referring to bees, on which Dryden, who had procured a preface to his own complete translation of the same poem from Addison, complimented him by saying, after his bees, my later swarm is scarcely worth hiving. He published, too, a poem on King William, and an account of the principal English poets, in which he ventures on a character of Spenser ere he had read his works. It thus is, as might have been expected, poor and non-appreciative, and speaks of Spenser as a poet pretty nearly forgotten. Some time after this, he collected a volume, entitled Musae Anglicanae, in which he inserted all his early Latin verses. Charles Montague, himself a poet of a certain small rank, and a man of great general talents, became, along with Somers, the patron of Addison. He diverted him from the church, to which his own tastes seemed to destine him, suggesting that civil employment had become very corrupt through want of men of liberal education and good principles, and should be redeemed from this reproach, and declaring that, though he had been called an enemy of the church, he would never do it any other injury than keeping Mr. Addison out of it. It is likely that the timid temperament of our poet concurred with these suggestions of Montague in determining his decision. His failure as a parliamentary orator subsequently seems to prove that the pulpit was not his vocation. After all, his Saturday papers in the Spectator are as fine as any sermons of that age, and he perhaps did more good serving as a volunteer than had he been a regular soldier in the army of the Christian faith. Somers and Montague wished to employ their protégé in public service abroad. There was, however, one drawback. Addison had plenty of English, Greek, and Latin, but he had little French. This he must be sent abroad to acquire, and for the purpose of defraying the expenses of his travels, a pension of £300 a year was conferred upon him. Paid thus, as few poets or writers of any kind are, in advance, and having his fellowship besides, Addison, like a young nobleman, instead of a parson's son, set out upon his tour. This was in the summer of 1699. He was 27 years of age, exactly 1 year younger than Byron, and 3 years younger than Milton, when they visited the same regions. He went first to Paris, and was received with great distinction by Montague's kinsman, the Earl of Manchester, and his beautiful lady. He traveled with his eyes quietly open, especially to the humorous aspects of things. In a letter to Montague he says that he had not seen a blush from his first landing at Calais, and gives a sarcastic description of the spurious devotion which the example of the old repentant roué, Louis XIV, had rendered fashionable among the literati of France. There is no book comes out at present that has not something in it of an air of devotion. Dacier has been forced to prove his Plato a very good Christian before he ventures upon his translation, and has so far complied with the taste of the age, that his whole book is overrun with texts of Scripture, and the notion of pre-existence, supposed to be stolen from 2 verses of the prophets. The sincere believer is usually the first to detect and be disgusted with the sham one, and Addison was always a sincere believer, but he had also that happy nature in which disgust is carried quickly and easily off through the safety valve of a smile. From Paris he went to Blois, the capital of Warrenshire, a small town about 110 miles southwest of Paris. Here he had 2 advantages. He found the French language spoken in its perfection, and as he had not a single countryman with whom to exchange a word, he was driven on his own resources. He remained there a year, and spent his time well, studying hard, rising early, having the best French masters, mingling in society, although subject, as in previous and after parts of his life, to fits of absence. His life was as pure as it was simple, his most intimate friend at Blois, the Abbé Philippos, saying, "He had no amour whilst here that I know of, and I think I should have known it if he had had any." During this time he sent home letters to his friends in England, to Montague, Colonel Froude, Congreve, and others, one, which contained sentences of exquisite humor. Thus, describing the famous gallery at Versailles, with the paintings of Louis's victories, he says, "The history of the present king till the 16th year of his reign is painted on the roof by Lebrun, so that his majesty has actions enough by him to furnish another gallery much longer than the first. He is represented with all the terror and majesty that you can imagine in every part of the picture, and see his young face as perfectly drawn in the roof as his present one in the side. The painter has represented his most Christian majesty under the figure of Jupiter throwing thunderbolts all about the ceiling, and striking terror into the Danube and Rhine, that lie astonished and blasted with lightning a little above the cornice. This is Addison all over, and quite as good as his picture of the general character of the French. 'Tis not in the power of want or slavery to make them miserable. There is nothing to be met with in the country but mirth and poverty. Every one sings, laughs, and starves. Their conversation is generally agreeable, for if they have any wit or sense, they are sure to shew it. Their women are perfect mistresses in the art of shewing themselves to the best advantage. They are always gay and sprightly, and set off the worst faces in Europe with the best airs. Every one knows how to give herself as charming a look and posture as Sir Godfrey Kneller could draw her in." From Blois he returned to Paris, and was now better qualified, from his knowledge of the language, to mingle with its philosophers, savants, and poets. He had some interesting talk with Malebranche and Boileau, the former of whom very much praised Mr. Newton's mathematics, shook his head at the name of Hobbes, and told me he thought him a pauvre esprit. Here follows a genuine Addisonianism. His book is now reprinted with many additions, among which he shewed me a very pretty hypothesis of colours, which is different from that of Cartesius or Newton, though they may all 3 be true. Boileau, now 64, deaf as a post, and full of the sweltered venom of ill-natured criticism, nevertheless received Addison kindly, and when presented by him with his Musæ Anglicani, is said from that time to have conceived an opinion of the English genius for poetry. Addison says that Boileau hated an ill poet. Unfortunately, however, for his judgment, it is notorious that he slighted Shakespeare, Milton, and Corneille, and that, next to Homer and Virgil, his great idols were Arnaud and Racine. In December 1700, tired of French manners, which had lost even their power of moving him to smiles, and it may be apprehensive of the war connected with the Spanish succession, which was about to inflame all Europe, Addison embarked from Marseilles for Italy. After a narrow escape from one of those sudden Mediterranean storms, in which poor Shelley perished, he landed at Savona, and proceeded, through wild mountain paths, to Genoa. He afterwards commemorated his deliverance in the pleasing lines published in The Spectator, beginning with, "How are thy servants blessed, O Lord!" one verse in which was wont to awaken the enthusiasm of the boy Burns. "What though in dreadful whirls we hung, high on the broken wave?" and c. The survivor of a shipwreck is, or should be, ever afterwards a sadder and a wiser man. And Addison continued long to feel subdued and thankful, and could hardly have been more so though he had outlived that shipwreck which bears now the relation to all recent wrecks which, the storm of November 1703, as we shall see, bore to all inferior tempests, the loss of the Royal Charter, the stately and gold-laden bark, which, on Wednesday the October 26, 1859, when on the verge of the haven which the passengers so much desired to see, was lifted up by the blast as by the hand of God, and dashed into 10,000 pieces, hundreds of men, women, and alas! Children, drowned, mutilated, crushed by falling machinery, and that, too, at a moment when they had just been assured that there was no immediate danger, and when hope was beginning to sparkle in the eyes that were sinking into despair, sovereigns, spray, and the mangled fragments of human bodies massed together as if in the anarchy of hell, and hurled upon the rocks. Addison, no more than one of the escaped from that saloon of horror and sea of death, could forget the special providence by which he was saved, and the hymn above referred to, and that other still finer, commencing, "When all thy mercies, O my God, my rising soul surveys," seem a pillar erected on the shore to him that had protected and redeemed him. From Genoa he went to Milan, and thence to Venice, where he saw a play on the subject of Cato enacted, and began himself to indite his celebrated tragedy, of which he completed 4 acts ere he quitted Italy. On his way to Rome, he visited the miniature mountain republic of San Marino, which he contemplated and described with much the same feeling of interest and amazement, as afterwards, in The Guardian, the little colony of ants immortalized there. Like Swift, whom Macaulay accuses of stealing from Addison's Latin poem on the Pygmies, some hints for his Lilliput, Addison had a finer eye for the little than for the vast. He enjoyed Marino, therefore, and must have chuckled over the description of it in the Geography, as much as if it had been a stroke of his own inventive pen. Besides the mountain on which the town stands, the Republic possesses 2 adjoining hills. At Rome he did not stay long at this time, but as if afraid of the attractions of the approaching Holy Week, that blaze of brilliant but false light in which so many moths have been consumed, he hurried to Naples and saw Vesuvius burning over its beautiful bay with less admiration than has been felt since by many inferior men. He returned to Rome and lived there unharmed during the sickly season. Thence he went to Florence, surveying with interest the glories of its art, and in fine he crossed the Alps by Mount Cenis to Geneva, composing on his way a poetical epistle to Montague, now Lord Halifax. The Alps do not seem to have much delighted his imagination. There are a few even still who look upon mountains as excrescences and deformities, and give to Glencoe only the homage of their unaffected fears, which is certainly better than the false raptures of others. But, in Addison's day, admiration for wild scenery was neither pretended nor felt. Our poet loved, indeed, the great silent starry night, and has whispered and stammered out some beautiful things in its praise. But he does this, so to speak, below his breath, while the white Alps, seeming the shrouded corpses of the fallen Titans, take that breath away, and he shudders all the road through them, and descends delightedly to the green pastures and the still waters of lower regions. At Geneva, where he arrived in December 1701, he remained some time, expecting from Lord Manchester the official appointment for which he was now qualified. But while waiting there, he heard the tidings of King William's death, which put an end to his hopes as well as to those of his party. His pension, too, was stopped, and he was obliged to become a tutor to a young Englishman of fortune. With him he visited many parts of Switzerland and Germany, and spent a portion of his leisure in writing, not only his travels, but his recondite dialogue on metals, a book of considerable research and great ingenuity, which was not published, however, till after his death. From Germany he passed to Holland, where he heard the sad intelligence that his father was no more. During his stay in Holland, he watched with keen, yet kindly eye, the manners of the inhabitants, and in his letters hits at their drinking habits with a mixture of severity and sympathy which is very characteristic. Toward the close of 1703 he returned home, and we doubt not, felt at first desolate enough. His father was dead, his pension withdrawn, his political patrons out of power, and his literary fame not yet fully established. But on the other hand, he was only 31. He had made some new and influential friends on the continent, particularly the eminent Edward Wortley Montagu, husband of the still more celebrated Mary Wortley Montagu, and he had in his portfolio a volume of travels, of some mark and likelihood, nearly ready for the press. Besides, the Whigs, low as they were now in political influence, were still true to their party, and they welcomed Addison, as one of their rising hopes, into the famous Kit Kat Club, an omnium garum of all whose talents, learning, accomplishments, wit, or wealth were thought useful to the Whig cause. Addison's arrival in England seems to have synchronized or preceded the great tempest of November 1703, to which we have already referred, and to which he afterwards alludes in his simile of the angel in The Campaign. Such as of late o'er pale Britannia passed. Our readers will find a sketch of this terrific tempest in the commencement of Ainsworth's Jack Sheppard. Macaulay says of it, "It was the only tempest which, in our latitude, has equaled the rage of a tropical hurricane. No other tempest was ever in this country the occasion of a parliamentary address, or of a national fast. Whole fleets had been cast away. Large mansions had been blown down. One prelate had been buried beneath the ruins of his palace. London and Bristol had presented the appearance of cities just sacked. Hundreds of families were thrown into mourning. The prostrate trunks of large trees, and the ruins of houses attested, in all the southern counties, the fury of the blast. How Addison felt or fared during this storm, we have no means of knowing. Perhaps his timid nature shrank from it in spite of its appeal to imagination, or perhaps the poetry that was in him triumphed over his fears, and as he felt what Zanga was afterwards to say, "I love this rocking of the battlements." The image of the angel, afterwards to be dilated into the vast form of wrath, described in the Campaign, rose on his vision, and remained there indelibly fixed till the time arrived when, used with artistic skill, it floated him into fame. Meanwhile, he spent this winter and spring of 1703-4 in a rather precarious manner, and like a true poet. He was lodging in an obscure garret in the Haymarket, up 3 stairs, when one day the Right Honourable Henry Boyle, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, called on him and communicated a project that had been concocted between Godolphin and Halifax. The Whigs were now again in the ascendant, and the Battle of Blenheim, fought on the August 13, 1704, had brought their triumph to a climax. Halifax and Godolphin were mortified at the bad poems in commemoration of it which poured from the press. Their feeling was sincerely that which Byron affected in reference to Wellington and Waterloo. "I wish your bards would sing it rather better." They bethought themselves of Addison, and sent Boyle to request him to write some verses on the subject. He readily undertook the task, and when he had half finished the Campaign, he shewed it to Godolphin, who was delighted, especially with the angel, and in gratitude, instantly appointed the lucky poet to a commissionership worth about £200 a year, and assured him that this was only a foretaste of greater favours to come. The poem soon after appeared. It was received with acclamation, and Addison felt that his fortune and his fame were both secured. Yet, in truth, The Campaign is not a great poem, nor, properly speaking, if we accept the angel, a poem at all. It is simply a gazette done into tolerable rhyme, and its chief inspiration comes from its zealous party feeling. Marlborough, though a first-rate marshal, was not a great man, not by any means so great as Wellington, far less as Napoleon, And how can a heroic poem be written without a hero? Yet the poem fell in with the humor of the times, and was cried up as though it had been another book of the Iliad. Shortly afterwards he published his Travels, which were thought rather cold and classical. To them succeeded the opera of Rosamund, which, being ill set to music, failed on the stage, but became, and is still, a favorite in the closet. It is in the lightest and easiest style of Dryden, that in which he wrote Alexander's Feast, and some other of his lyrics, but is sustained for some 1,500 lines with an energy and a grace which we doubt if even Dryden could have equaled. Its verses not only move but dance. The spirit is genial and sunny, and above the mazy motions shines the light of genuine poetry. Johnson truly says that if Addison had cultivated this style he would have excelled. From the date of the campaign, Addison's life became an ascending scale of promotion. We find him first in Hanover with Lord Halifax, then appointed Under-Secretary to Sir Charles Hodges, and in a few months after to the Earl of Sunderland. In 1708 he was elected member for Malmesbury, and the next year he accompanied Thomas, Earl of Wharton, Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, to that country as his secretary, and became Keeper of the Records in Birmingham's Tower, a nominal office worth £300 a year. His secretary's salary was £2,000 per annum. Previous to this he had resumed his intimacy with Steele, to whom he lent money, and on one occasion is said to have recovered it by sending a bailiff to his house. This has been called heartless conduct, but the probability is that Addison was provoked by the extravagant use made of the loan by his reckless friend. In Parliament it is well known Addison never spoke, but he surrounded himself in private life with a Parliament of his own, and, like Cato, gave his little Senate laws. That Senate consisted of Steele, Ambrose, Phillips, the wretched Eustace Budgell, who afterwards drowned himself, sometimes Swift and Pope, and ultimately Tickell, who became his most confidential friend and the depositor of his literary remains. In mixed societies he was silent, but with a few select spirits around him, and especially after the good wine did the good office of banishing his bashfulness and taciturnity, he became the most delightful and fascinating of conversers. The staple of his conversation was quiet, sly humor, but there was fine sentiment, touches of pathos, and now and then imagination peeped over like an Alp above meaner hills. Swift alone, we suspect, was his match, but his power lay rather in severe and pungent sarcasm, in broad, coarse, though unsmiling wit, and at times in the fierce and terrible sallies of misanthropic rage and despair. Addison, on leaving England, had, by his modesty, geniality, and amiable manners, become the most popular man in the country, so much so that, says Swift, he might be king and he had a mind. In Ireland, although he sat as member for Cavan, and appears in Parliament to have got beyond his famous I conceive, having, as the wag observed, conceived 3 times and brought forth nothing, and spoken sometimes, if not often, he did not feel himself at home. He must have loathed the licentious and corrupt Wharton, and felt besides a longing for the society of London, the Nox Coenoec Deum he had left behind him. It was in Ireland, however, that his real literary career began. Steele, in the spring of 1709, had commenced the Tatler, a thrice-a-week miscellany of foreign news, town gossip, short sharp papers de omnibus rebus et gibusdum aliis, with a sprinkling of moral and literary criticism. When Addison heard of this scheme, he readily lent his aid to it, and then, as honest Richard admits, I fared like a distressed prince who calls in a powerful neighbor to his aid. I was undone by my auxiliary. To the Tatler Addison contributed a number of papers, which, if slighter than his better ones in the Spectator, were nevertheless highly characteristic of his singular powers of observation, character painting, humor, and invention. In November 1709, he returned to England, and not long after he shared in the downfall of his party, and lost his secretaryship. This also is thought to have injured him in a tender point. He had already conceived an affection for the Countess Dowager of Warwick, who had been disposed to encourage the addresses of the secretary, but looked coldly on those of the mere man and scribbler Joseph Addison, who, to crown his misfortunes at this time, had resigned his fellowship, suffered some severe pecuniary losses of a kind, and from a quarter which are both obscure, and was trembling lest he should be deprived of his small Irish office too. Yet, although reduced and well-nigh beggared, never did his mind approve itself more rich. Besides writing a great deal in the Tatler, he published a political journal, called the Whig Examiner, in which, although the wit, we think, is not so fine as in his Freeholder, there is a vigor and masculine energy which he has seldom equalled elsewhere. When it expired, Swift exulted over its death in terms which sufficiently proved that he was annoyed and oppressed by its life. He might well, says Johnson, rejoice at the death of that which he could not have killed. On the 2d of January 1711, the last Tatler came forth, and on the 1st of the following March appeared the Spectator, which is now the main pillar of Addison's fame, and the fullest revelation of his exquisite genius. Without being as a whole a great, or in any part of it a profound work, there are few productions which, if lost, would be more missed in literature. One reclines on its pages as on pillows. The sweetness of the spirit, the trembling beauty of the sentences, like that of a twilight wave just touched by the west wind's balmy breath, the nice strokes of humor, so gentle, yet so overpowering, the feminine delicacy and refinement of the allusions, the art which so dexterously conceals itself, the mild enthusiasm for the works of man and God which glows in all its serious effusions, the good nature of its satire, the geniality of its criticism, the everlasting April of the style, so soft and vivid, the purity and healthiness of the moral tone, and the childlike religion which breathes in the Saturday papers, one or two of which, such as the Vision of Mirza, are almost scriptural in spirit and beautiful simplicity, combine to throw a charm around the Spectator which works of far loftier pretensions, if they need not, certainly do not possess. Macaulay, whom we love for his love of Addison and Bunyan more than for aught else about his works, truly observes that few writers have discovered so much variety and inventiveness as Addison, who, in the papers of a single week, sometimes traverses the whole gamut of literature, supplying keen sarcasm, rich portraiture of character, the epistle, the tale, the allegory, the apologue, the moral essay, and the religious meditation, all first-rate in quality, and all suggesting the idea that his resources are boundless, and that the half has not been told. His criticisms have been ridiculed as shallow, but while his lucubrations on Milton were useful in their day as plain finger-posts, quietly pointing up to the stupendous sublimities of the theme, his essays on wit are subtle, and his papers on the pleasures of imagination throw on the beautiful topic a light like that of a red evening west, giving and receiving glory from the autumnal landscape. In the end of 1712 the Spectator, which had circulated at one time to the extent of 4,000 copies a day, was discontinued, and in a few weeks the Guardian supplied its place. It was 2 months ere Addison began to write, and during that time it was flippantly dull, but when he appeared its character changed, and his contributions to the new periodical were quite as good as the best of his Spectators. In April 1713 his Cato was acted with immense success, and in circumstances so well known that they need not be detailed at length. Pope wrote the prologue, Booth enacted the hero, Steele packed the house, peers, both Tory and Whig, crowded the boxes, claps of applause were echoed back from high churchmen to the members of the Kit Kat Club. Bolingbroke sent 50 guineas, during the progress of the play, to Booth for defending the cause of liberty against a perpetual dictator, Marlborough winky face, and with the exception of growling Dennis, everybody was in raptures. The play has long found its level. It has passages of power and thoughts of beauty, but it has one radical fault: formality. Mandeville described Addison as a parson in a tie-wig. Cato is a parson without the tie-wig, an intolerable mixture of the patriot and the pedant. Few would now give one of the Spectator's little papers about Sir Roger de Coverley for a century of Cato's. In September 1713 the Guardian stopped, but in June 1714 Addison, now separated from Steele, who was carrying on a political paper called The Englishman, added an 8th volume to the Spectator. Its contents are more uniformly serious than those of the first 7 volumes, and it contains, besides Addison's matchless papers, some only inferior to these, especially 4 by Mr. Grove, a dissenting minister in Taunton. It is recorded in Boswell, that Baretti having, on the continent, met with Grove's paper on novelty. It quickened his curiosity to visit Britain, for he thought, if such were the lighter periodical essays of our authors, their productions on more weighty occasions must be wonderful indeed. When George I succeeded to the throne, Addison's fortunes began to improve. A council having been appointed to manage matters till the king arrived, Addison was chosen their secretary, and afterwards he went over again to Ireland in his old capacity, Sunderland being now Lord Lieutenant. Here, much as he differed from Swift in politics, he resumed his intimacy with him, an intimacy, considering the dispositions of the two men, singular, as though a lamb and a flayed bear were to form an alliance. In 1715 our poet returned to England, and obtained a seat at the Board of Trade. Early in the year he brought out, anonymously, on the stage his comedy of the Drummer, which was coldly received. And towards the close of it, he commenced a very clever periodical called The Freeholder. We only met with this series a few years ago, but can assure our readers that some of the most delectable bits of Addison are to be found in it. There is a Tory fox hunter yet riding along there, whom we would advise you to join if you would enjoy one of the richest treats of humor, and there is a Jacobite army still on its way to Preston, the only danger connected with approaching which is lest you be killed with laughter. Shortly after occurred his famous quarrel with Pope, to which we have already referred in our life of that poet, and do not intend to recur. Next year Addison's long courtship came to a successful close. He wedded the Dowager Warwick, went to reside at Holland House, and became miserable for life. She was a proud, imperious woman, who, instead of seeking to wean Addison from his convivial habits, if such habits in any excessive measure were his, drove him deeper into the slough by her bitter words and haughty carriage. The tavern, which had formerly been his occasional resort, became now his nightly refuge. In 1717 he received his highest civil honor, being made Secretary of State under Lord Sunderland. But, as usual, the slaves soon appeared in the chariot. His health began to break down, and asthma soon obliged him to resign his office, on receiving a retiring pension of £1,500 a year. Next Steele and he, having taken opposite sides in politics, got engaged in a paper war, Steele in the plebeian, and Addison in the old Whig, and personalities of a disagreeable kind passed between the two friends. In the meantime Addison was dying fast. Dropsy had supervened on asthma, and the help of physicians was vain. He prepared himself, like a man and a Christian, to meet the last stern foe. He sent for Gay and asked his forgiveness for some act of unkindness he had done him. Gay granted it, although utterly ignorant of what the offense had been. He had probably, on account of his Toryism, been deprived, through Addison's means, of some preferment. He entrusted his works to the care of Tickell, and dedicated them to Craggs, his successor in the secretaryship, in a touching and beautiful letter, written a few days before his death. He called, it is said, the young Earl of Warwick, his wife's son, a very dissipated young man, and of unsettled religious principles, to his bedside, and said, I have sent for you that you may see how a Christian can die. He breathed his last on the June 17, 1709, 47 years old, and leaving one child, a daughter, who died, at an advanced age, at Bilton, Warwickshire, in 1797. His funeral took place, at dead of night, in Westminster Abbey, Bishop Atterbury meeting the procession and reading the service by torchlight. He was laid beside his friend Montague, and in a few months his successor, Craggs, was laid beside him. Nearly a century elapsed ere the present monument was erected over his dust. Tickell wrote a fine poem to his memory, and a splendid edition of his works was published by subscription in 1721. Addison was cut off in the prime of life, and interrupted in some literary undertakings and projects of great pith and moment. He had written a portion of a treatise on the Evidences of Christianity, and was meditating some works, such as a metrical version of the Psalms, and a tragedy on the history of Socrates, still more suitable to his cast of mind. We have already indicated our opinion alike of Addison's character and genius, but must be permitted a few closing remarks. Both partook of the feminine type. He was an amiable and highly gifted, rather than a strong or great man. His shrinking timidity of temperament, his singular modesty of manners, his quiet, sly power of humorous yet kindly observation, his minute style of criticism, even the peculiar cast of his piety, all served to stamp the lady man. In taciturnity alone he bore the sex no resemblance. And hence it is that Campbell in poetry, and Addison in prose are, or were, the great favorites of female readers. He had many weaknesses, but, as in the character of woman, they appeared beautiful, and cognate to his gentle nature. His fear of giving offense was one of the most prominent of these. In his writings and in his life, he seems always treading on thin ice. Pope said truly of him, "He hints a fault, and hesitates dislike." But this was not owing to malice, but to the bashful good nature which distinguished him. It is true, too, that he hints a beauty, and hesitates in his expressions of love. He says himself the finest things, and then blushes as if detected in a crime, or he praises an obvious and colossal merit in another, and then starts at the sound himself had made. His encomiums resemble the evening talk of lovers, being low, sweet, and trembling. Were we to speak of Addison phrenologically, we should say that, next to veneration, wit, and ideality, his principal faculties were caution and secretiveness. He was cautious to the brink of cowardice. We fancy him in a considerable fright in the storm on the Ligurian Gulf, amidst the exhalations of the unhealthy Campagna, and while the avalanches of the Alps, the thunderbolts of snow, were falling around him. We know that he walked about behind the scenes perspiring with agitation while the fate of Cato was still undecided. Had it failed, Addison never could, as Dr. Johnson, when asked how he felt after Irene was damned, have replied, "Like the monument." We know, too, that he sought to soothe the fury and stroke down the angry bristles of John Dennis. To call the author of the campaign a coward were going too far, but he felt, we believe, more of a martial glow while writing it in his Haymarket garret than had he mingled in the fray. And as to his secretiveness, his still, deep, scarce rippling stream of humor, his habit, commemorated by Swift, when he found any man invincibly wrong, of flattering his opinions by acquiescence, and sinking him yet deeper in absurdity, even the fact that no word is found more frequently in his writings than secret joy, secret satisfaction, secret solace, are phrases constantly occurring, prove that, whatever else he had possessed of the female character, the title of the play, "A Wonder, a Woman Keeps a Secret," had been no paradox in reference to him. Having his lips in general barred by the double bolts of caution and secretiveness, one ceases to wonder that the invisible spirit of wine was welcomed by him as a key to open occasionally the rich treasures of his mind, but that he was a habitual drunkard is one calumny, that he wrote his best spectators when too much excited with wine is another, and that he died drunk is a third, and the most atrocious of all, propagated though it has been by Walpole and Byron. His habits, however, were undoubtedly too careless and convivial, and there used to be a floating tradition in Holland House, that, when meditating his writings there, he was wont to walk along a gallery, at each end of which stood a separate bottle, out of both of which he never failed, and passant, to sip. This, after all, however, may be only a mythical fable. While, as an author, the favorite of ladies, of the young, and of Catholic-minded critics generally, Addison has had, and has still, severe and able detractors, who are wont to speak of him in such a manner as this: "He is a highly cultivated artist, but not one thought of any vivid novelty did he put out in all his many books. You become placid reading him, but think of Ossian and Shakespeare, and be silent. He is a lapidary polishing pebbles, a pretty art, but not vested with the glories of sculpture, nor the mathematical magnitude of architecture. He does not walk a demigod, but a stiff anglicized imitator of French paces. He is a symmetrical, but a small invisible personage at rapier practice." Now, clever as this is, it only proves that Addison is not a Shakespeare or Milton. He does not pretend to be either. He is no demigod, but he is a man, a lady man if you will, but the lovelier on that account. Besides, he was cut off in his prime, and when he might have girt himself up to achieve greater things than he has done. And although the French taste of his age somewhat affected and chilled his genius, yet he knew of other models than Racine and Boileau. He drank of Siloa's brook. He admired and imitated the poetry of the Bible. He loves not, indeed, its wilder and higher strains. He gets giddy on the top of Lebanon. The valley of dry bones he treads with timid steps, and his look up to the terrible crystal is more of fright than of exultation. But the lovelier, softer, simpler, and more pensive parts of the Bible are very dear to the gentle spectator, and are finely, if faintly, reproduced in his writings. Indeed, the principle which would derogate from Addison's works would lead to the depreciation of portions of the Scriptures too. Ruth is not so grand as the Revelation. The Song of Solomon is not so sublime as the Song of Songs, which is Isaiah's. And the story of Joseph has not the mystic grandeur or rushing fire of Ezekiel's prophecy. But there they are in the same book of God, and are even dearer to many hearts than the loftier portions. And so with Addison's papers beside the works of Bacon, Milton, and Coleridge. His poetry is now in our readers' hands, and should be read with a candid spirit. They will admire the elegance and gracefully used learning of the Epistle to Halifax. They will not be astonished at the campaign, but they will regard it with interest as the lever which first lifted Addison into his true place in society and letters. They will find much to please them in his verses to Dryden, Somers, King William, and his odes on St. Cecilia's Day, and they will pause with peculiar fondness over those delightful hymns, some of which they have sung or repeated from infancy, which they will find again able to beat the heavenward flame, and start the tender and pious tare, and which are of themselves sufficient to rank Addison high on the list of Christian poets. Footnote 1. Among these others was Abraham Stanion, plenipotentiary extraordinary at Neuchâtel at the settlement of the rival claims of the Duke of Brandenburg, Holland, and France, to that principality. He was afterwards ambassador to France. He married a daughter of Dr. Pritchett, Bishop of Gloucester. It is said that, having on one occasion borrowed a sum of money from Addison, the latter observed him to be very subservient, agreeing with every opinion Mr. A. expressed, till Addison, provoked, and guessing the cause, said, "Stanion, either contradict me, or pay me my money." Our friend Mr. J. Stanion Big, author of the very brilliant poem, Night and the Soul, is a descendant of Abraham Stanion. Addison's Poetical Works. Poems on several occasions. To Mr. Dryden. How long, great poet, shall thy sacred lays provoke our wonder, and transcend our praise? Can neither injuries of time, nor age, damp thy poetic heat, and quench thy rage? Not so thy Ovid in his exile wrote, grief chilled his breast, and checked his rising thought, pensive and sad, his drooping muse betrays the Roman genius in its last decays. Prevailing warmth has still thy mind possessed, and second youth is kindled in thy breast. Underscore 10 Thou makest the beauties of the Romans known, and England boasts of riches not her own. Thy lines have heightened Virgil's majesty, and Horace wonders at himself in thee. Thou teachest Persius to inform our isle in smoother numbers, and a clearer style, and Juvenal, instructed in thy page, edges his satire, and improves his rage. Thy copy casts a fairer light on all, and still outshines the bright original. Underscore 20 Now Ovid boasts the advantage of thy song, and tells his story in the British tongue. Thy charming verse and fair translations show how thy own laurel first began to grow, how wild Lycon, changed by angry gods, and fright at himself, ran howling through the woods. Oh, mayst thou still the noble task prolong, nor age nor sickness interrupt thy song! Then may we wondering read, how human limbs have watered kingdoms, and dissolved in streams. Underscore 30 Of those rich fruits that on the fertile mold turned yellow by degrees, and ripened into gold, how some in feathers, or a ragged hide, have lived a second life, and different natures tried. Then will thy Ovid, thus transformed, reveal a nobler change than he himself can tell. Mag Call. Oxon, June 2, 1693. The author's age, 22. A poem to His Majesty, 2, presented to the Lord Keeper. To the Right Honourable Sir John Somers, Locked Keeper of the Great Seal. If yet your thoughts are loose from state affairs, nor feel the burden of a kingdom's cares, if yet your time and actions are your own, receive the present of a muse unknown, a muse that in adventurous numbers sings the rout of armies, and the fall of kings, Britain advanced, and Europe's peace restored by Summer's counsels, and by Nassau's sword. To you, my lord, these daring thoughts belong, who helped to raise the subject of my song. _10 To you the hero of my verse reveals his great designs, to you in council tells his inmost thoughts, determining the doom of towns unstormed, and battles yet to come. And well could you, in your immortal strains, describe his conduct, and reward his pains. But since the state has all your cares engrossed, and poetry in higher thoughts is lost, attend to what a lesser muse indites, pardon her faults and countenance her flights. _20 On you, my lord, with anxious fear I wait, and from your judgment must expect my fate, who, free from vulgar passions, are above degrading envy, or misguided love. If you, well pleased, shall smile upon my lays, secure of fame, my voice I'll boldly raise, for next to what you write, is what you praise. To the King. When now the business of the field is o'er, the trumpets sleep, and cannons cease to roar, when every dismal echo is decayed, and all the thunder of the battle laid, attend, auspicious prince, and let the muse in humble accents milder thoughts infuse. Others, in bold prophetic numbers skilled, set thee in arms, and led thee to the field. My muse, expecting, on the British strand waits thy return, and welcomes thee to land. _10 She oft has seen thee pressing on the foe, when Europe was concerned in every blow, but durst not in heroic strains rejoice. Is the trumpets, drums, and cannons drowned her voice, she saw the Boyne run thick with human gore, and floating corps lie beating on the shore. She saw thee climb the banks, but tried in vain to trace her hero through the dusty plain, when through the thick embattled lines he broke, now plunged amidst the foes, now lost in clouds of smoke. _20 Oh, that some muse, renowned for lofty verse, in daring numbers would thy toils rehearse. Draw thee beloved in peace, and feared in wars, inured to noonday sweats, and midnight cares. But still the godlike man, by some hard fate, receives the glory of his toils too late. Too late the verse the mighty axe succeeds, one age the hero, one the poet breeds. 1,000 years in full succession ran ere Virgil raised his voice, and sung the man _30 who, driven by stress of fate, such dangers bore on stormy seas and a disastrous shore, before he settled in the promised earth, and gave the empire of the world its birth. Troy long had found the Grecians bold and fierce, ere Homer mustered up their troops in verse. Long had Achilles quelled the Trojans' lust, and laid the labor of the gods in dust, before the towering muse began her flight, and drew the hero raging in the fight. _40 Engaged in tented fields and rolling floods, or slaughtering mortals, or a match for gods. And here, perhaps, by fate's unerring doom, some mighty bard lies hid in years to come, that shall in William's godlike axe engage, and with his battles warm a future age. High Herne in field shall hear thy conquest show, and Boyne be sung when it has ceased to flow. Here Gallic labor shall advance thy fame, and here Senef, 3, shall wear another name. _50 Our late posterity, with secret dread, shall view thy battles, and with pleasure read how, in the bloody field, too near advanced, the guiltless bullet on thy shoulder glanced. The race of Nassaus was by heaven designed to curb the proud oppressors of mankind, to bind the tyrants of the earth with laws, and fight in every injured nation's cause. The world's great patriots, they for justice call, and, as they favor, kingdoms rise or fall. _60 Our British youth, unused to rough alarms, careless of fame, and negligent of arms, had long forgot to meditate the foe, and heard unwarmed the martial trumpet blow. But now, inspired by thee, with fresh delight their swords they brandish, and require the fight, renew their ancient conquests on the main, and act their fathers' triumphs o'er again, fired. When they hear how Agincourt was strode with Gallic corps and Cressy swam in blood, _70 With eager warmth they fight, ambitious all who first shall storm the breach, or mount the wall. In vain the thronging enemy by force would clear the ramparts, and repel their course. They break through all, for William leads the way, where fires rage most, and loudest engines play. Memoirs' late terrors and destruction show what William, warmed with just revenge, can do, where once 1,000 turrets raised on high their gilded spires, and glittered in the sky. _80 An undistinguished heap of dust is found, and all the pile lies smoking on the ground. His toils, for no ignoble ends designed, promote the common welfare of mankind, no wild ambition moves, but Europe's fears, the cries of orphans, and the widow's tears. Oppressed religion gives the first alarms, and injured justice sets him in his arms. His conquests freedom to the world afford, and nations bless the labors of his sword. Underscore 90 Thus when the forming muse would copy forth a perfect pattern of heroic worth, she sets a man triumphant in the field, o'er giants cloven down, and monsters killed, reeking in blood, and smeared with dust and sweat, whilst angry gods conspire to make him great. Thy navy rides on seas before unpressed, and strikes a terror through the haughty east. Algiers and Tunis from their sultry shore with horror hear the British engines roar. Underscore 100 Fain from the neighboring dangers would they run, and wish themselves still nearer to the sun. The Gallic ships are in their ports confined, denied the common use of sea and wind, nor dare again the British strength engage. Still they remember that destructive rage which lately made their trembling host retire, stunned with the noise, and wrapped in smoke and fire. The waves with wide unnumbered wrecks were strowed, and planks, and arms, and men promiscuous flowed. Underscore 110 Spain's numerous fleet, that perished on our coast, could scarce a longer line of battle boast. The winds could hardly drive them to their fate, and all the ocean labored with the weight. Where'er the waves and restless errors roll, the sea lies open now to either pole. Now may we safely use the northern gales, and in the polar circle spread our sails. Or deep in southern climes, secure from wars, new lands explore, and sail by other stars. Underscore 120 Fetch uncontrolled each labor of the sun, and make the product of the world our own. At length, proud prince, ambitious Louis, cease to plague mankind, and trouble Europe's peace. Think on the structures which thy pride has raised, on towns unpeopled, and on fields laid waste. Think on the heaps of gore and streams of blood, on every guilty plain and purple flood thy arms have made, and cease an impious war, nor waste the lives entrusted to thy care. Underscore 130 Or if no milder thought can calm thy mind, behold the great avenger of mankind, see mighty Nassau through the battle ride, and see thy subjects gasping by his side. Fain would the pious prince refuse the alarm, fain would he check the fury of his arm. But when thy cruelties his thoughts engage, the hero kindles with becoming rage. Then countries stolen, and captives unrestored, give strength to every blow, and edge his sword. Underscore 140 Behold with what resistless force he falls on towns besieged, and thunders at thy walls. Ask Villeroy, for Villeroy beheld the town surrendered, and the treaty sealed. With what amazing strength the forts were won, whilst the whole power of France stood looking on. But stop not here. Behold where Berkeley stands, and executes his injured king's commands. Around thy coast his bursting bombs he pours on flaming citadels and falling towers. Underscore 150 With hissing streams of fire the air they streak, and hurl destruction round them where they break. The skies with long ascending flames are bright, and all the sea reflects a quivering light. Thus Etna, when in fierce eruptions broke, fills heaven with ashes, and the earth with smoke. Here crags of broken rocks are twirled on high, here molten stones and scattered cinders fly. Its fury reaches the remotest coast, and strows the Asiatic shore with dust. Underscore 160 Now does the sailor from the neighboring main look after Gallic towns and forts in vain. No more his wonted marks he can descry, but sees a long unmeasured ruin lie, whilst, pointing to the naked coast, he shows his wondering mates where towns and steeples rose, where crowded citizens he lately viewed, and singles out the place where once St. Malos stood. Here Russell's action should my muse require, and would my strength but second my desire. Underscore 170 I'd all his boundless bravery rehearse, and draw his cannons thundering in my verse. High on the deck should the great leader stand, wrath in his look, and lightning in his hand. Like Homer's Hector, when he flung his fire amidst 1,000 ships, and made all Greece retire. But who can run the British triumphs o'er, and count the flames dispersed on every shore? Who can describe the scattered victory, and draw the reader on from sea to sea? Underscore 180 Else who could Ormond's godlike acts refuse, Ormond the theme of every Oxford muse? Fain would I hear his mighty worth proclaim, attend him in the noble chase of fame, through all the noise and hurry of the fight, observe each blow, and keep him still in sight. Oh, did our British peers thus court renown, and grace the coats their great forefathers won, our arms would then triumphantly advance, nor Henry be the last that conquered France. Underscore 190 What might not England hope, if such abroad purchased their country's honor with their blood, when such, detained at home, support our state in William's stead, and bear a kingdom's weight, the schemes of Gallic policy o'erthrow, and blast the counsels of the common foe, direct our armies, and distribute right, and render our Maria's loss more light. But stop, my muse, the ungrateful sound forbear, Maria's name still wounds each British ear, underscore 200 each British heart Maria still does wound, and tears burst out unbidden at the sound. Maria still our rising mirth destroys, darkens our triumphs, and forbids our joys. But see, at length, the British ships appear. Our Nassau comes. And, as his fleet draws near, the rising masts advance, the sails grow white, and all his pompous navy floats in sight. Come, mighty prince, desired of Britain, come! May heaven's propitious gales attend thee home. Underscore 210 Come, and let longing crowds behold that look which such confusion and amazement strook through Gallic hosts. But oh! Let us descry mirth in thy brow, and pleasure in thy eye. Let nothing dreadful in thy face be found, but for a while forget the trumpet's sound. Well pleased, thy people's loyalty approve, accept their duty, and enjoy their love. For as, when lately moved with fierce delight, you plunged amidst the tumult of the fight, underscore 220 whole heaps of dead encompass you around, and steeds o'erturned lay foaming on the ground, so crowned with laurels now, where'er you go, around you blooming joys and peaceful blessings flow. A translation of all Virgil's Fourth Georgic, except the story of Aristeus. Ethereal sweets shall next my muse engage, and this, Maecenas, claims your patronage. Of little creatures wondrous acts I treat, the ranks and mighty leaders of their state, their laws, employments, and their wars relate. A trifling theme provokes my humble lays. Trifling the theme, not so the poet's praise, if great Apollo and the tuneful Nine first for your bees a proper station find, underscore 10 that's fenced about, and sheltered from the wind, for winds divert them in their flight, and drive the swarms, when loaden homeward, from their hive. Nor sheep, nor goats, must pasture near their stores, to trample underfoot the springing flowers, nor frisking heifers bound about the place, to spurn the dewdrops off, and bruise the rising grass. Nor must the lizard's painted brood appear, nor woodpecks, nor the swallow, harbor near. They waste the swarms, and, as they fly along, underscore 20 convey the tender morsels to their young. Let purling streams, and fountains edged with moss, and shallow rills run trickling through the grass. Let branching olives o'er the fountain grow, or palms shoot up, and shade the streams below, that when the youth, led by their princes, shun the crowded hive and sported in the sun, refreshing springs may tempt them from the heat, and shady coverts yield a cool retreat. Whether the neighboring water stands or runs, underscore 30 lay twigs across and bridge it o'er with stones that if rough storms, or sudden blasts of wind, should dip or scatter those that lag behind, here they may settle on the friendly stone, and dry their reeking pinions at the sun. Plant all the flowery banks with lavender, with store of savory scent the fragrant air. Let running betony the field o'erspread, and fountains soak the violet's dewy bed. Though barks or plaited willows make your hive, underscore 40 a narrow inlet to their cells contrive. For colds congeal and freeze the liquors up, and melted down with heat, the waxen buildings drop. The bees, of both extremes alike afraid, their wax around the whistling crannies spread, and suck out clammy dews from herbs and flowers, to smear the chinks, and plaster up the pores. For this they hoard up glue, whose clinging drops, like pitch or birdlime, hang in stringy ropes. They oft, 'tis said, in dark retirements dwell, underscore 50 and work in subterraneous caves their cell. At other times the industrious insects live in hollow rocks, or make a tree their hive. Point all their chinky lodgings round with mud, and leaves must thinly on your work be strowed. But let no baleful yew tree flourish near, nor rotten marshes send out steams of mire, nor burning crabs grow red, and crackle in the fire, nor neighboring caves return the dying sound, nor echoing rocks the doubled voice rebound. Underscore 60 things thus prepared, when the underworld is seized with cold and night, and summer here descends in streams of light, The bees through woods and forests take their flight. They rifle every flower, and lightly skim the crystal brook, and sip the running stream, and thus they feed their young with strange delight, and knead the yielding wax, and work the slimy sweet. But when on high you see the bees repair, borne on the winds through distant tracts of air, _70, and view the winged cloud all blackening from afar, while shady coverts and fresh streams they choose, millful and common honeysuckles bruise, and sprinkle on their hives the fragrant juice. On brazen vessels beat a tinkling sound, and shake the cymbals of the goddess round, then all will hastily retreat, and fill the warm resounding hollow of their cell. If once two rival kings their right debate, and factions and cabals embroil the state, _80 the people's actions will their thoughts declare, all their hearts tremble, and beat thick with war. Hoarse, broken sounds, like trumpets' harsh alarms, run through the hive, and call them to their arms. All in a hurry spread their shivering wings, and fit their claws, and point their angry stings, in crowds before the king's pavilion meet, and boldly challenge out the foe to fight. At last, when all the heavens are warm and fair, they rush together out, and join. The air _90 swarms thick, and echoes with the humming war. All in a firm round cluster mix, and stroll with heaps of little core the earth below, as thick as hailstones from the floor rebound, or shaken acorns rattle on the ground. No sense of danger can their kings control, their little bodies lodge a mighty soul, each obstinate in arms pursues his blow, till shameful flight secures the routed foe. This hot dispute, and all this mighty fray _100 a little dust flung upward will allay. But when both kings are settled in their hive, mark him who looks the worst, and lest he live idle at home in ease and luxury, the lazy monarch must be doomed to die. So let the royal insect rule alone, and reign without a rival in his throne. The kings are different, one of better note, all specked with gold, and many a shining spot, looks gay, and glistens in a gilded coat, _110 but love of ease, and sloth, in one prevails, that scarce his hanging paunch behind him trails. The people's looks are different as their kings, some sparkle bright, and glitter in their wings, others look loathsome and diseased with sloth, like a faint traveler, whose dusty mouth grows dry with heat, and spits a mawkish froth. The first are best, from their overflowing combs you'll often press pure luscious sweets, that mingling in the glass _120 correct the harshness of the racy juice, and a rich flavor through the wine diffuse. But when they sport abroad, and rove from home, and leave the cooling hive, and quit the unfinished comb, their airy ramblings are with ease confined, clip their king's wings, and if they stay behind no bold usurper dares invade their right, nor sound a march, nor give the sign for flight. Let flowery banks entice them to their cells, and gardens all perfumed with native smells, _130 where carved Priapus has his fixed abode, the robber's terror, and the scarecrow god. Wild thyme and pine trees from their barren hill transplant, and nurse them in the neighboring soil, set fruit trees round, nor e'er indulge thy sloth, but water them, and urge their shady growth. And here, perhaps, were not I giving o'er, and striking sail, and making to the shore, I'd show what art the gardener's toils require, why rosy Paestum blushes twice a year, _140 what streams the verdant succory supply, and how the thirsty plant drinks rivers dry, with what a cheerful green does parsley grace, and rides the bellying cucumber along the twisted grass, nor would I pass the soft acanthus o'er, ivy nor myrtle trees that love the shore, nor daffodils, that late from earth's slow womb unrumple their swollen buds, and show their yellow bloom. For once I saw in the Tarentine vale, where slow Galesus drenched the washy soil, _150 an old Caritian yeoman, who had got a few neglected acres to his lot, where either corn nor pasture graced the field, nor would the vine her purple harvest yield, but savory herbs among the thorns were found, vervain and poppy flowers his garden crowned, and drooping lilies whitened all the ground. Blessed with these riches he could empires slight, and when he rested from his toils at night, the earth unpurchased dainties would afford, _160 and his own garden furnished out his board. The spring did first his opening roses blow, first ripening autumn bent his fruitful bough. When piercing colds had burst the brittle stone, and freezing rivers stiffened as they run, he then would prune the tenderest of his trees, chide the late spring, and lingering western breeze. His bees first swarmed, and made his vessels foam with the rich squeezing of the juicy comb. Here lindens and the sappy pine increased, underscore 170 here, when gay flowers his smiling orchard dressed, as many blossoms as the spring could show, so many dangling apples mellowed on the bough. In rows his elms and knotty pear trees bloom, and thorns ennobled now to bear a plum, and spreading plane trees, where, supinely laid, he now enjoys the cool, and quaffs beneath the shade. But these for want of room I must omit, and leave for future poets to recite. Now I'll proceed their natures to declare, underscore 180 which Jove himself did on the bees confer because, invited by the timbrel's sound, lodged in a cave, the almighty babe they found, and the young god nursed kindly underground. Of all the winged inhabitants of air, these only make their young the public care. In well-disposed societies they live, and laws and statutes regulate their hive, nor stray like others unconfined abroad, but know set stations, and a fixed abode, underscore 190 each provident of cold and summer flies through fields and woods, to seek for new supplies, and in the common stock unlades his thighs. Some watch the food, some in the meadows ply, taste every bud, and suck each blossom dry, whilst others, laboring in their cells at home, temper Narcissus' clammy tears with gum, for the first groundwork of the golden comb. On this they found their waxen works, and raised the yellow fabric on its gluey base. Underscore 200 some educate the young, or hatch the seed with vital warmth, and future nations breed, whilst others thicken all the slimy dews, and into purest honey work the juice, then fill the hollows of the comb, and swell with luscious nectar every flowing cell. By turns they watch, by turns with curious eyes survey the heavens, and search the clouded skies, to find out breeding storms, and tell what tempests rise. By turns they ease the loaden swarms, or drive underscore 210 the drone, a lazy insect, from their hive. The work is warmly plied through all the cells, and strong with time the new-made honey smells. So in their caves the brawny cyclops sweat, when with huge strokes the stubborn wedge they beat, and all the unshapen thunderbolt complete. Alternately their hammers rise and fall, whilst griping tongs turn round the glowing ball. With puffing bellows some the flames increase, and some in waters dip the hissing mass. Underscore 220 their beaten anvils dreadfully resound, and Etna shakes all o'er, and thunders underground. Thus, if great things we may with small compare, the busy swarms their different labors share. Desire of profit urges all degrees. The aged insects, by experience wise, attend the comb, and fashion every part, and shape the waxen fretwork out with art. The young at night, returning from their toils, bring home their thighs clogged with the meadow's spoils. Underscore 230 on lavender and saffron buds they feed, on bending osiers and the balmy reed, from purple violets, and the tile they bring their gathered sweets, and rifle all the spring. All work together, all together rest, the morning still renews their labors past. Then all rush out, their different tasks pursue, sit on the bloom, and suck the ripening dew. Again, when evening warns them to their home, with weary wings and heavy thighs they come, underscore 240 and crowd about the chink, and mix a drowsy hum. Into their cells at length they gently creep, there all the night their peaceful station keep, wrapped up in silence, and dissolved in sleep. None range abroad when winds and storms are nigh, nor trust their bodies to a faithless sky, but make small journeys with a careful wing, and fly to water at a neighboring spring. And lest their airy bodies should be cast in restless whirls, the sport of every blast, underscore 250 they carry stones to poise them in their flight, as ballast keeps the unsteady vessel right. But of all customs that the bees can boast, 'tis this may challenge admiration most, that none will Hymen's softer joys approve, nor waste their spirits in luxurious love, but all a long virginity maintain, and bring forth young without a mother's pain. From herbs and flowers they pick each tender bee, and cull from plants a buzzing progeny. Underscore 260 from these they choose out subjects, and create a little monarch of the rising state, then build wax kingdoms for the infant prince, and form a palace for his residence. But often in their journeys, as they fly, on flints they tear their silken wings, or lie groveling beneath their flowery load, and die. Thus love of honey can an insect fire, and in a fly such generous thoughts inspire. Yet by repeopling their decaying state, underscore 270 those 7 short springs conclude their vital date, their ancient stocks eternally remain, and in an endless race their children's children reign. No prostrate vassal of the East can more with slavish fear his haughty prince adore. His life unites them all. But, when he dies, all in loud tumults and distractions rise. They waste their honey and their combs deface, and wild confusion reigns in every place. Him all admire, all the great guardian own, underscore 280 and crowd about his courts, and buzz about his throne. Oft on their backs their weary prince they bear, oft in his cause, embattled in the air, pursue a glorious death, in wounds and war. Some, from such instances as these, have taught, the bees' extract is heavenly, for they thought the universe alive, and that a soul, diffused throughout the matter of the whole, to all the vast unbounded frame was given, and ran through earth, and air, and sea, and all the deep of heaven. Underscore 290 that this first kindled life in man and beast, life, that again flows into this at last. That no compounded animal could die, but when dissolved, the spirit mounted high, dwelt in a star, and settled in the sky. Weener their balmy sweets you mean to seize, and take the liquid labors of the bees, spurt draughts of water from your mouth, and drive a loathsome cloud of smoke amidst their hive. Twice in the year their flowery toils begin, underscore 300 and twice they fetch their dewy harvest in, once, when the lovely Pleiades arise, and add fresh luster to the summer skies, and once, when, hastening from the watery sign, they quit their station, and forbear to shine. The bees are prone to rage, and often found to perish for revenge, and die upon the wound their venomed sting produces aching pains, and swells the flesh, and shoots among the veins. When first the cold hard winter storms arrive, underscore 310 and threaten death or famine to their hive, if now their sinking state and low affairs can move your pity, and provoke your cares, fresh burning time before their cells convey, and cut their dry and husky wax away. For often lizards seize the luscious spoils, or drones, that riot on another's toils, oft broods of moths infest the hungry swarms, and oft the furious wasp their hive alarms with louder hums, and with unequal arms, underscore 320 or else. The spider at their entrance sets her snares, and spins her bowels into nets. When sickness reigns, for they as well as we feel all the effects of frail mortality, by certain marks the new disease is seen, their color changes, and their looks are thin, their funeral rites are formed, and every bee with grief attends the sad solemnity. The few disease survivors hang before their sickly cells, and droop about the door, underscore 330 or slowly in their hives their limbs unfold, shrunk up with hunger, and benumbed with cold. In drawling hums the feeble insects grieve, and doleful buzzes echo through the hive, like winds that softly murmur through the trees, like flames pent up, or like retiring seas. Now lay fresh honey near their empty rooms, in troughs of hollow reeds, whilst frying gums cast round a fragrant mist of spicy fumes. Thus kindly tempt the famished swarm to eat, underscore 340 and gently reconcile them to their meat. Mix juice of galls, and wine, that grow in time condensed by fire, and thicken to a slime. To these, dried roses, thyme, and kentori join, and raisins, ripened on the Scythian vine. Besides, there grows a flower in marshy ground, its name amelis, easy to be found. A mighty spring works in its root, and cleaves the sprouting stalk, and shows itself in leaves. The flower itself is of a golden hue, underscore 350 the leaves inclining to a darker blue. The leaves shoot thick about the flower, and grow into a bush, and shade the turf below. The plant in holy garlands often twines the altar's posts, and beautifies the shrines. Its taste is sharp, in valleys new shorn it grows, where Mella's stream in watery mazes flows. Take plenty of its roots, and boil them well in wine, and heap them up before the cell. But if the whole stock fail, and none survive, underscore 360 to raise new people, and recruit the hive, I'll hear the great experiment declare, that spread the Arcadian shepherds' names so far. How bees from blood of slaughtered bulls have fled, and swarms amidst the red corruption bred. For where the Egyptians yearly see their bounds refreshed with floods, and sail about their grounds, where Persia borders, and the rolling Nile drives swiftly down the swarthy Indian soil, till into 7 it multiplies its stream, underscore 370 and fattens Egypt with a fruitful slime. In this last practice all their hope remains, and long experience justifies their pains. First, then, a close contracted space of ground, with straightened walls and low-built roof, they found. A narrow shelving light is next assigned to all the quarters, one to every wind. Through these the glancing rays obliquely pierce. Hither they lead a bull that's young and fierce. When 2 years' growth of horn he proudly shows, underscore 380, and shakes the comely terrors of his brows. His nose and mouth, the avenues of breath, they muzzle up, and beat his limbs to death. With violence to life and stifling pain he flings and spurns, and tries to snort in vain. Loud heavy blows fall thick on every side, till his bruised bowels burst within the hide. When dead, they leave him rotting on the ground, with branches, thyme, and cassia strewed around. All this is done, when first the western breeze underscore 390 becomes the year, and smooths the troubled seas. Before the chattering swallow builds her nest, or fields in spring's embroidery are dressed. Meanwhile the tainted juice ferments within, and quickens as it works, and now are seen a wondrous swarm, that o'er the carcass crawls, of shapeless, rude, unfinished animals. No legs at first the insect's weight sustain, at length it moves its new-made limbs with pain, now strikes the air with quivering wings, and tries underscore 400 to lift its body up, and learns to rise. Now bending thighs and gilded wings it wears full grown, and all the bee at length appears. From every side the fruitful carcass pours its swarming brood, as thick as summer showers, or flights of arrows from the Parthian bows, when twanging strings first shoot them on the foes. Thus have I sung the nature of the bee, while Caesar, towering to divinity, the fright Indians with his thunder awed, underscore 410, and claimed their homage, and commenced a god. I flourished all the while in arts of peace, retired and sheltered in inglorious ease. I who before the songs of shepherds made, when gay and young my rural lays I played, and set my Tityrus beneath his shade. A song for St. Cecilia's day, at Oxford. I, Cecilia, whose exalted hymns with joy and wonder fill the blest, in choirs of warbling seraphims, known and distinguished from the rest, attend, harmonious saint, and see thy vocal sons of harmony. Attend, harmonious saint, and hear our prayers, enliven all our earthly airs, and, as thou sing'st thy God, teach us to sing of thee. Tune every string and every tongue, be thou the muse and subject of our song. 2. Let all Cecilia's praise proclaim, employ the echo in her name. Hark how the flutes and trumpets raise, at bright Cecilia's name, their lays. The organ labors in her praise. Cecilia's name does all our numbers grace, from every voice the tuneful accents fly, in soaring trebles now it rises high, and now it sinks, and dwells upon the bass. Cecilia's name through all the notes we sing, the work of every skillful tongue, the sound of every trembling string, the sound and triumph of our song. 3. Forever consecrate the day, to music and Cecilia. Music, the greatest good that mortals know, and all of heaven we have below. Music can noble hints impart, engender fury, kindle love, with unsuspected eloquence can move, and manage all the man with secret art. When Orpheus strikes the trembling lyre, the streams stand still, the stones admire, the listening savages advance, the wolf and lamb around him trip, the bears in awkward measures leap, and tigers mingle in the dance. The moving woods attended, as he played, and Rhodope was left without a shade. 4. Music religious heats inspires, it wakes the soul, and lifts it high, and wings it with sublime desires, and fits it to bespeak the deity. The Almighty listens to a tuneful tongue, and seems well pleased and courted with a song. Soft moving sounds and heavenly airs give force to every word, and recommend our prayers. When time itself shall be no more, and all things in confusion hurled, music shall then exert its power, and sound survive the ruins of the world. Then saints and angels shall agree in one eternal jubilee. All heaven shall echo with their hymns divine, and God himself with pleasure see the whole creation in a chorus join. Chorus. Consecrate the place and day, to music and Cecilia. Let no rough winds approach, nor dare invade the hallowed bounds, nor rudely shake the tuneful air, nor spoil the fleeting sounds. Nor mournful sigh nor groan be heard, but gladness dwell on every tongue, whilst all, with voice and strings prepared, keep up the loud harmonious song, and imitate the blessed above, in joy, and harmony, and love. An Ode for St. Cecilia's Day. set to music by Mr. Daniel Purcell. Performed at Oxford 1699. Prepare the hallowed strain, my muse, thy softest sounds and sweetest numbers choose. The bright Cecilia's praise rehearse, in warbling words, and gliding verse, that smoothly run into a song, and gently die away, and melt upon the tongue. First let the sprightly violin the joyful melody begin, and none of all her strings be mute, while the sharp sound and shrill lay _10 in sweet harmonious notes decay, softened and mellowed by the flute. The flute that sweetly can complain, dissolve the frozen nymph's disdain, panting sympathy impart, till she partake her lover's smart. 4. Chorus. Next, let the solemn organ join religious airs, and strains divine, such as may lift us to the skies, and set all heaven before our eyes. _20 such as may lift us to the skies, so far at least till they descend with kind surprise, and meet our pious harmony halfway. Let then the trumpet's piercing sound our ravished ears with pleasure wound, the soul o'erpowering with delight, as, with a quick uncommon ray, a streak of lightning clears the day, and flashes on the sight. _30 let Echo too perform her part, prolonging every note with art, and in a low expiring strain play all the concert o'er again. Such were the tuneful notes that hung on bright Cecilia's charming tongue, notes that sacred heats inspired, and with religious ardor fired the love-sick youth, that long suppressed his smothered passion in his breast. _40 no sooner heard the warbling dame, but by the secret influence turned, he felt a new diviner flame, and with devotion burned. With ravished soul, and looks amazed, upon her beauteous face he gazed, nor made his amorous complaint. In vain her eyes his heart had charmed, her heavenly voice her eyes disarmed, and changed the lover to a saint. _50. Grand Chorus. And now the choir complete rejoices, with trembling strings and melting voices. The tuneful ferment rises high, and works with mingled melody. Quick divisions run their rounds, 1,000 trills and quivering sounds in airy circles o'er us fly, till, wafted by a gentle breeze, they faint and languish by degrees, and at a distance die. _60. An account of the greatest English poets to Mr. Henry Sacheverell. April 3, 1694. Since, dearest Harry, you will needs request a short account of all the muse possessed that, down from Chaucer's days to Dryden's times, have spent their noble rage in British rhymes, without more preface, writ in formal length, to speak the undertaker's want of strength, I'll try to make their several beauties known, and show their verses' worth, though not my own. Long had our dull forefathers slept supine, nor felt the raptures of the tuneful nine. _10 till Chaucer first, the merry bard, arose, and many a story told in rhyme and prose. But age has rusted what the poet writ, worn out his language, and obscured his wit. In vain he jests in his unpolished strain, and tries to make his readers laugh in vain. Old Spenser next, warmed with poetic rage, in ancient tales amused a barbarous age, an age that yet uncultivate and rude, where'er the poet's fancy led, pursued _20 through pathless fields, and unfrequented floods, to dens of dragons and enchanted woods. But now the mystic tale, that pleased of yore, can charm an understanding age no more. The long-spun allegories fulsome grow, while the dull moral lies too plain below. We view well pleased at distance all the sights of arms and palfreys, battles, fields, and fights, and damsels in distress, and courteous knights. But when we look too near, the shades decay, _30 and all the pleasing landscape fades away. Great Cowley then, a mighty genius, wrote, o'errun with wit, and lavish of his thought, his turns too closely on the reader press. He more had pleased us, had he pleased us less. One glittering thought no sooner strikes our eyes with silent wonder, but new wonders rise. As in the Milky Way a shining white o'erflows the heavens with one continued light, that not a single star can show his rays, _40 whilst jointly all promote the common blaze. Pardon, great poet, that I dare to name the unnumbered beauties of thy verse with blame. Thy fault is only wit in its excess, but wit like thine in any shape will please. What muse but thine can equal hints inspire, and fit the deep-mouthed Pindar to thy lyre? Pindar, whom others, in a labored strain and forced expression, imitate in vain? Well pleased in thee he soars with new delight, _50 and plays in more unbounded verse, and takes a nobler flight. Blessed man, whose spotless life and charming lays employed the tuneful prelate in thy praise, blessed man, who now shalt be forever known in Sprat's successful labors and thy own. But Milton next, with high and haughty stalks, unfettered in majestic numbers walks. No vulgar hero can his muse engage, nor earth's wide scene confine his hallowed rage. See! See! He upward springs, and towering high, _60 spurns the dull province of mortality, shakes heaven's eternal throne with dire alarms, and sets the almighty thunderer in arms. Whatever his pen describes I more than see, whilst every verse arrayed in majesty, bold and sublime, my whole attention draws, and seems above the critic's nicer laws. How are you struck with terror and delight, when angel with archangel copes in fight? When great Messiah's outspread banner shines, _70 how does the chariot rattle in his lines? What sounds of brazen wheels, what thunder, scare, and stun the reader with the din of war? With fear my spirits and my blood retire, to see the seraphs sunk in clouds of fire. But when, with eager steps, from hence I rise, and view the first gay scenes of paradise, what tongue, what words of rapture, can express a vision so profuse of pleasantness? Oh, had the poet ne'er profaned his pen, _80 to varnish o'er the guilt of faithless men, his other works might have deserved applause. But now the language can't support the cause, while the clean current, though serene and bright, betrays a bottom odious to the sight. But now, my muse, a softer strain rehearse, turn every line with art, and smooth thy verse. The courtly Waller next commands thy lays, muse, tune thy verse with art to Waller's praise. While tender airs and lovely dames inspire _90 soft melting thoughts, and propagate desire, so long shall Waller's strains our passion move, and Saccharus's beauties kindle love. Thy verse, harmonious bard, and flattering song, can make the vanquished great, the coward strong. Thy verse can show even Cromwell's innocence, and compliment the storms that bore him hence. Oh, had thy muse not come an age too soon, but seen great Nassau on the British throne, how had his triumphs glittered in thy page, _100 and warmed thee to a more exalted rage? What scenes of death and horror had we viewed, and how had Boyne's wide current reeked in blood? Or if Maria's charms thou wouldst rehearse, in smoother numbers and a softer verse, thy pen had well described her graceful air, and Gloriana would have seemed more fair. Nor must Roscommon pass neglected by, that makes even rules a noble poetry, rules, whose deep sense and heavenly numbers show _110 the best of critics, and of poets too. Nor, Denham, must we e'er forget thy strains, while Cooper's Hill commands the neighboring plains. But see where artful Dryden next appears, grown old in rhyme, but charming even in years. Great Dryden next, whose tuneful muse affords the sweetest numbers, and the fittest words. Whether in comic sounds or tragic airs she forms her voice, she moves our smiles or tears. If satire or heroic strain she writes, _120 her hero pleases and her satire bites. From her no harsh unartful numbers fall, she wears all dresses, and she charms in all. How might we fear our English poetry, that long has flourished, should decay with thee, did not the Muses' other hope appear, harmonious Congreve, and forbid our fear, Congreve, whose fancy's unexhausted store has given already much, and promised more. Congreve shall still preserve thy fame alive, _130 and Dryden's muse shall in his friend survive. I'm tired with rhyming, and would fain give o'er, but justice still demands one labor more. The noble Montague remains unnamed, for wit, for humor, and for judgment famed. To Dorset he directs his artful muse, in numbers such as Dorset's self might use. How negligently graceful he unreins his verse, and writes in loose familiar strains. How Nassau's godlike acts adorn his lines, _140 and all the hero in full glory shines. We see his army set in just array, and Boyne's dyed waves run purple to the sea. Nor Simois choked with men, and arms, and blood, nor rapid Xanthus' celebrated flood, shall longer be the poet's highest themes, though gods and heroes fought promiscuous in their streams. But now, to Nassau's secret counsels raised, he aids the hero, whom before he praised. I've done at length, and now, dear friend, receive _150 the last per present that my muse can give. I leave the arts of poetry and verse to them that practice them with more success. Of greater truths I'll now prepare to tell, and so at once, dear friend and muse, farewell. A letter from Italy, to the Right Honourable Charles Lord Halifax, in the year 1701. Salve magna parens frugum satinia tellus, magna virum. Tibi res antiqui laudis et artis agredier, sanctos ossus recludere fontis. Virg. Gor. 2. While you, my lord, the rural shades admire, and from Britannia's public posts retire, nor longer, her ungrateful sons to please, for their advantage sacrifice your ease, me into foreign realms my fate conveys, through nations fruitful of immortal lays, where the soft season and inviting clime conspire to trouble your repose with rhyme. For wheresoe'er I turn my ravished eyes, gay gilded scenes and shining prospects rise, _10 poetic fields encompass me around, and still I seem to tread on classic ground, for here the muse so oft her harp has strung, that not a mountain rears its head unsung, renowned in verse each shady thicket grows, and every stream in heavenly numbers flows. How am I pleased to search the hills and woods for rising springs and celebrated floods, to view the Nar, tumultuous in his course, and trace the smooth Clitumnus to his source, _20 to see the Mincio draw his watery store through the long windings of a fruitful shore, and hoary Albula's infected tide o'er the warm bed of smoking sulphur glide. Fired with 1,000 raptures I survey Eridanus, 5, through flowery meadows stray, the king of floods, that, rolling o'er the plains, the towering Alps of half their moisture drains, and proudly swoln with the whole winter's snows, distributes wealth and plenty where he flows. _30 sometimes, misguided by the tuneful throng, I look for streams immortalized in song, that lost in silence and oblivion lie. Dumb are their fountains and their channels dry, yet run forever by the muse's skill, and in the smooth description murmur still. Sometimes to gentle Tiber I retire, and the famed river's empty shores admire, that, destitute of strength, derives its course from thrifty urns and an unfruitful source, _40 yet sung so often in poetic lays, with scorn the Danube and the Nile surveys, so high the deathless muse exalts her theme. Such was the Boyne, a poor inglorious stream, that in high Hernian valleys obscurely strayed, and unobserved in wild meanders played, till by your lines and Nassau's sword renowned, its rising billows through the world resound, where'er the hero's godlike axe can pierce, or where the fame of an immortal verse. _50 Oh, could the muse my ravished breast inspire with warmth like yours, and raise an equal fire, unnumbered beauties in my verse should shine, and Virgil's Italy should yield to mine. See how the golden groves around me smile, that shun the coast of Britain's stormy isle, or when transplanted and preserved with care, curse the cold clime, and starve in northern air. Here kindly warmth their mounting juice ferments to nobler tastes, and more exalted scents, _60 even the rough rocks with tender myrtle bloom, and trodden weeds send out a rich perfume. Bear me, some god, to Baia's gentle seats, or cover me in Umbria's green retreats, where western gales eternally reside, and all the seasons lavish all their pride, blossoms, and fruits, and flowers together rise, and the whole year in gay confusion lies. Immortal glories in my mind revive, and in my soul 1,000 passions strive, _70 when Rome's exalted beauties I descry magnificent in piles of ruin lie. An amphitheatre's amazing height here fills my eye with terror and delight, that on its public shows unpeopled Rome, and held uncrowded nations in its womb. Here pillars rough with sculpture pierce the skies, and here the proud triumphal arches rise, where the old Romans' deathless acts displayed, their base, degenerate progeny upbraid, _80 whole rivers here forsake the fields below, and wondering at their height through airy channels flow. Still to new scenes my wandering muse retires, and the dumb show of breathing rocks admires, where the smooth chisel all its force has shown, and softened into flesh the rugged stone. In solemn silence, a majestic band, heroes, and gods, and Roman consuls stand, stern tyrants, whom their cruelties renown, and emperors in Parian marble frown, _90 while the bright dames, to whom they humble sued, still show the charms that their proud hearts subdued. Fain would I Raphael's godlike art rehearse, and show the immortal labors in my verse, where from the mingled strength of shade and light a new creation rises to my sight. Such heavenly figures from his pencil flow, so warm with life his blended colors glow. From theme to theme with secret pleasure tossed, amidst the soft variety I'm lost. Underscore 100 Here pleasing airs my ravished soul confound with circling notes and labyrinths of sound. Here domes and temples rise in distant views, and opening palaces invite my muse. How has kind heaven adorned the happy land, and scattered blessings with a wasteful hand! But what avail her unexhausted stores, her blooming mountains and her sunny shores, with all the gifts that heaven and earth impart, the smiles of nature, and the charms of art? Underscore 110 While proud oppression in her valleys reigns, and tyranny usurps her happy plains, the poor inhabitant beholds in vain the reddening orange and the swelling grain. Joyless he sees the growing oils and wines, and in the myrtle's fragrant shade repines, starves, in the midst of nature's bounty cursed, and in the loaden vineyard dies for thirst. O Liberty, thou goddess heavenly bright, underscore 120 profuse of bliss, and pregnant with delight. Eternal pleasures in thy presence reign, and smiling plenty leads thy wanton train. Eased of her load, subjection grows more light, and poverty looks cheerful in thy sight. Thou makes the gloomy face of nature gay, givest beauty to the sun, and pleasure to the day. Thee, goddess, thee, Britannia's isle adores. How has she oft exhausted all her stores, how oft in fields of death thy presence sought, nor thinks the mighty prize too dearly bought. Underscore 130 On foreign mountains may the sun refine the grape's soft juice, and mellow it to wine, with citron groves adorn a distant soil, and the fat olives swell with floods of oil. We envy not the warmer clime, that lies in 10 degrees of more indulgent skies, nor at the coarseness of our heaven repine, though o'er our heads the frozen Pleiades shine. 'Tis liberty that crowns Britannia's isle, and makes her barren rocks and her bleak mountains smile. Underscore 140 Others with towering piles may please the sight, and in their proud aspiring domes delight. A nicer touch to the stretched canvas give, or teach their animated rocks to live. 'Tis Britain's care to watch o'er Europe's fate, and hold in balance each contending state, to threaten bold presumptuous kings with war, and answer her afflicted neighbor's prayer. The Dane and Swede, roused up by fierce alarms, bless the wise conduct of her pious arms. Underscore 150 Soon as her fleets appear, their terrors cease, and all the northern world lies hushed in peace. The ambitious Gaul beholds with secret dread her thunder aimed at his aspiring head, and fain her godlike sons would disunite by foreign gold, or by domestic spite, but strives in vain to conquer or divide, whom Nassau's arms defend and counsels guide. Fired with an aim, which I so oft have found the distant climes and different tongues resound. Underscore 160 I bridle and my struggling muse with pain, that longs to launch into a bolder strain. But I've already troubled you too long, nor dare attempt a more adventurous song. My humble verse demands a softer theme, a painted meadow, or a purling stream, unfit for heroes, whom immortal lays, and lines like Virgil's, or like yours, should praise. Milton's style imitated, in a translation of a story out of the third Aeneid. Lost in the gloomy horror of the night, we struck upon the coast where Etna lies, horrid and waste, its entrails fraught with fire, that now casts out dark fumes and pitchy clouds, vast showers of ashes hovering in the smoke, now belches molten stones and ruddy flame, incensed, or tears up mountains by the roots, or slings a broken rock aloft in air. The bottom works with smothered fire involved in pestilential vapors, stench, and smoke. Underscore 10 'Tis said, that thunderstruck Enceladus groveling beneath the incumbent mountain's weight, lies stretched supine, eternal prey of flames, and when he heaves against the burning load, reluctant to invert his broiling limbs, a sudden earthquake shoots through all the isle, and Etna thunders dreadful underground, then pours out smoke in wreathing curls convolved, and shades the sun's bright orb, and blots out day. Here in the shelter of the woods we lodged, underscore 20 and fright heard strange sounds and dismal yells, nor saw from whence they came, for all the night a murky storm deep lowering o'er our heads hung imminent, that with impervious gloom opposed itself to Cynthia's silver ray, and shaded all beneath. But now the sun with orient beams had chased the dewy night from earth and heaven, all nature stood disclosed, when, looking on the neighboring woods, We saw the ghastly visage of a man unknown, _30 an uncouth feature, meager, pale, and wild. Afflictions foul and terrible dismay sat in his looks, his face, impaired and worn with marks of famine, speaking sore distress. His locks were tangled, and his shaggy beard matted with filth. In all things else a Greek. He first advanced in haste, but, when he saw Trojans and Trojan arms, in mid-career stopped short, he back recoiled as one surprised. But soon recovering speed he flew precipitant, and thus with piteous cries _40 our ears assailed. By heaven's eternal fires, by every god that sits enthroned on high, by this good light, relieve a wretch forlorn, and bear me hence to any distant shore, so I may shun this savage race accursed. 'Tis true I fought among the Greeks that late with sword and fire o'erturned Neptunian Troy and laid the labors of the gods in dust, for which, if so the sad offense deserves, _50 plunged in the deep, forever let me lie whelmed under seas. If death must be my doom, let man inflict it, and I'd die well pleased. He ended here, and now profuse to tears in suppliant mood fell prostrate at our feet. We bade him speak from whence and what he was, and how by stress of fortune sunk thus low, Anchises, too, with friendly aspect mild, gave him his hand, sure pledge of amity, when, thus encouraged, he began his tale. _60 I'm one, says he, of poor descent. My name is Achaemenides, my country Greece. Ulysses' sad compeer, who whilst he fled the raging Cyclops, left me here behind, disconsolate, forlorn. Within the cave he left me, giant Polypheme's dark cave, a dungeon wide and horrible, the walls on all sides furred with mouldy damps, and hung with clots of ropey gore, and human limbs, his dire repast. Himself of mighty size, _70 hoarse in his voice, and in his visage grim, intractable, that riots on the flesh of mortal men, and swills the vital blood. Him did I see snatch up with horrid grasp 2 sprawling Greeks, in either hand a man. I saw him when with huge, tempestuous sway he dashed and broke them on the Grunsel edge. The pavement swam in blood, the walls around were spattered o'er with brains. He lapped the blood, and chewed the tender flesh still warm with life, _80 that swelled and heaved itself amidst his teeth as sensible of pain. Not less meanwhile our chief, incensed and studious of revenge, plots his destruction, which he thus effects. The giant, gorged with flesh, and wine, and blood, lay stretched at length and snoring in his den, belching raw gobbets from his maw, o'ercharged with purple wine and curdled gore confused. We gathered round, and to his single eye, the single eye that in his forehead glared _90 like a full moon, or a broad burnished shield, a forky staff we dexterously applied, which, in the spacious socket turning round, scooped out the big round jelly from its orb. But let me not thus interpose delays. Fly, mortals, fly this cursed, detested race. 100 of the same stupendous size, 100 Cyclops live among the hills, gigantic brotherhood, that stalk along with horrid strides o'er the high mountains' tops, _100 enormous in their gait. I oft have heard their voice and tread, oft seen them as they passed, skulking and cowering down, half dead with fear. Thrice has the moon washed all her orb in light, thrice travelled o'er, in her obscure sojourn, the realms of night inglorious, since I've lived amidst these woods, gleaning from thorns and shrubs a wretched sustenance. As thus he spoke, we saw descending from a neighboring hill blind Polypheme, by weary steps and slow _110 the groping giant with a trunk of pine explored his way, around, his woolly flocks attended grazing. To the well-known shore he bent his course, and on the margin stood a hideous monster, terrible, deformed. Full in the midst of his high front there gaped the spacious hollow where his eyeball rolled, a ghastly orifice. He rinsed the wound, and washed away the strings and clotted blood that caked within. Then, stalking through the deep, _120 he fords the ocean, while the topmost wave scarce reaches up his middle side. We stood amazed, be sure, a sudden horror chill ran through each nerve, and thrilled in every vein, till, using all the force of winds and oars, we sped away. He heard us in our course, and with his outstretched arms around him groped, but finding not within his reach, he raised such hideous shouts that all the ocean shook. Even Italy, though many a league remote, _130 in distant echoes answered, Etna roared, through all its inmost winding caverns roared. Roused with the sound, the mighty family of one-eyed brothers hastened to the shore, and gather round the bellowing Polypheme, a dire assembly. We with eager haste work every one, and from afar behold a host of giants covering all the shore. So stands a forest tall of mountain oaks advanced to mighty growth. The traveler _140 hears from the humble valley where he rides the hollow murmurs of the winds that blow amidst the boughs, and at the distance sees the shady tops of trees unnumbered rise, a stately prospect, waving in the clouds. The Campaign, a poem. To His Grace the Duke of Marlborough. Rini Peter et Istri. Omnis in hoc uno varius discordia cessit ordinibus. Lectator eques, plaudic senator, votac patricio certant plebea favori. Claude. De laude. Stilic. Esse aliquam in terris gentem quae sua impensa, soa labor ac periculo bella gerat pro libertate alierum. Nec hoc finitimus, aut propinqui vicinitatis hominibus, aut terris continenti junctus priestet. Maria tragitiat, eni quod toto orb terram injustum imperium sit, etiabique jus, fas, lex, potentissima sint. Liv. Hist. Lib 36. While crowds of princes your deserts proclaim, proud in their number to enroll your name, while emperors to you commit their cause, and Anna's praises crown the vast applause, accept, great leader, what the muse recites, that in ambitious verse attempts your fights. Fired and transported with a theme so new, 10,000 wonders opening to my view shine forth at once. Sieges and storms appear, and wars and conquests fill the important year. 10 rivers of blood I see, and hills of slain, an Iliad rising out of one campaign. The haughty Gaul beheld, with towering pride, his ancient bounds enlarged on every side. Pyrene's lofty barriers were subdued, and in the midst of his wide empire stood Ausonia's states. The victor to restrain, opposed their Alps and Apennines in vain, nor found themselves, with strength of rocks immured, behind their everlasting hills secured. 20 The rising Danube its long race began, and half its course through the new conquests ran. Amazed and anxious for her sovereign's fates, Germania trembled through 100 states. Great Leopold himself was seized with fear. He gazed around, but saw no succor near. He gazed, and half abandoned to despair his hopes on heaven, and confidence in prayer. To Britain's queen the nations turn their eyes, on her resolves the western world relies. 30 Confiding still, amidst its dire alarms, in Anna's counsels and in Churchill's arms. Thrice happy Britain, from the kingdom's rent, to sit the guardian of the continent, that sees her bravest son advance so high, and flourishing so near her prince's eye. Thy favorites grow not up by fortune's sport, or from the crimes or follies of a court. On the firm basis of desert they rise, from long-tried faith and friendship's holy ties. 40 Their sovereign's well-distinguished smiles they share, her ornaments in peace, her strength in war. The nation thanks them with a public voice. By showers of blessings heaven approves their choice. Envy itself is dumb, in wonder lost, and factions strive who shall applaud them most. Soon as soft vernal breezes warm the sky, Britannia's colors in the zephyrs fly. Her chief already has his march begun, crossing the provinces himself had won. 50 Till the Moselle, appearing from afar, retards the progress of the moving war. Delightful stream, had nature bid her fall in distant climes, far from the perjured Gaul. But now a purchase to the sword she lies, her harvest for uncertain owners rise, each vineyard doubtful of its master grows, and to the victor's bowl each vintage flows. The discontented shades of slaughtered hosts, that wandered on her banks, her heroes' ghosts, 60 hoped, when they saw Britannia's arms appear, the vengeance due to their great deaths was near. Our godlike leader, ere the stream he passed, the mighty scheme of all his labors cast, forming the wondrous year within his thought. His bosom glowed with battles yet unfought. The long, laborious march he first surveys, and joins the distant Danube to the Meuse, between whose floods such pathless forests grow, such mountains rise, so many rivers flow. 70 The toil looks lovely in the hero's eyes, and danger serves but to enhance the prize. Big with the fate of Europe, he renews his dreadful course, and the proud foe pursues, infected by the burning scorpion's heat. the sultry gales round his chafed temples beat, till on the borders of the main he finds defensive shadows and refreshing winds. Our British youth, with inborn freedom bold, unnumbered scenes of servitude behold, underscore 80 nations of slaves, with tyranny debased, their Maker's image more than half defaced, hourly instructed, as they urge their toil, to prize their queen, and love their native soil. Still to the rising sun they take their way through clouds of dust, and gain upon the clay, when now the Neckar on its friendly coast with cooling streams revives the fainting host, that cheerfully its labors past forgets, the midnight watches, and the noonday heats. Underscore 90 o'er prostrate towns and palaces they pass, now covered o'er with weeds and hidden grass, breathing revenge, whilst anger and disdain fire every breast, and boil in every vein. Here shattered walls, like broken rocks, from far rise up in hideous views, the guilt of war, whilst here the vine o'er hills of ruin climbs, industrious to conceal great Bourbon's crimes. At length the fame of England's hero drew Eugenio to the glorious interview. Underscore 100 great souls by instinct to each other turn, demand alliance, and in friendship burn, a sudden friendship, while with stretched out rays they meet each other, mingling blaze with blaze. Polished in courts, and hardened in the field, renowned for conquest, and in council skilled, their courage dwells not in a troubled flood of mounting spirits, and fermenting blood, lodged in the soul, with virtue overruled, inflamed by reason, and by reason cooled. Underscore 110 in hours of peace content to be unknown, and only in the field of battle shown, to souls like these, in mutual friendship joined. Heaven dares entrust the cause of humankind. Britannia's graceful sons appear in arms, her harassed troops the hero's presence warms, whilst the high hills and rivers all around with thundering peals of British shouts resound. Doubling their speed, they march with fresh delight, eager for glory, and require the fight. Underscore 120 So the staunch hound the trembling deer pursues, and smells his footsteps in the tainted dews, the tedious track unraveling by degrees. But when the scent comes warm in every breeze, fired at the near approach, he shoots away on his full stretch, and bears upon his prey. The march concludes, the various realms are passed, the immortal Schellenberg appears at last. Like hills the aspiring ramparts rise on high, like valleys at their feet the trenches lie. Underscore 130 batteries on batteries guard each fatal pass, threatening destruction. Rows of hollow brass, tube behind tube, the dreadful entrance keep, whilst in their wombs 10,000 thunders sleep. Great Churchill owns, charmed with the glorious sight, his march o'erpaid by such a promised fight. The western sun now shot a feeble ray, and faintly scattered the remains of day. Evening approached, but oh! what hosts of foes were never to behold that evening close. Underscore 140 thickening their ranks, and wedged in firm array, the close compacted Britons win their way. In vain the cannon their thronged war defaced with tracks of death, and laid the battle waste. Still pressing forward to the fight, they broke through flames of sulphur, and a night of smoke, till slaughtered legions filled the trench below, and bore their fierce avengers to the foe. High on the works the mingling hosts engage. The battle, kindled into tenfold rage. Underscore 150 with showers of bullets, and with storms of fire, burns in full fury. Heaps on heaps expire. Nations with nations mixed confused daily die, and lost in one promiscuous carnage lie. How many generous Britons meet their doom, new to the field, and heroes in the bloom. The illustrious youths, that left their native shore to march where Britons never marched before. O fatal love of fame! O glorious heat, only destructive to the brave and great! Underscore 160 After such toils o'ercome, such dangers past, stretched on Bavarian ramparts breathe their last. But hold, my muse, may no complaints appear, nor blot the day with an ungrateful tear. While Marlborough lives, Britannia's stars dispense a friendly light, and shine in innocence. Plunging through seas of blood his fiery steed where'er his friends retire, or foes succeed, those he supports, these drives to sudden flight, and turns the various fortune of the fight. Underscore 170 Forbear, great man, renowned in arms, forbear to brave the thickest terrors of the war, nor hazard thus, confused in crowds of foes, Britannia's safety, and the world's repose. Let nations, anxious for thy life, abate this scorn of danger and contempt of fate. Thou livest not for thyself, thy queen demands conquest and peace from thy victorious hands, kingdoms and empires in thy fortune join, and Europe's destiny depends on thine. 180 At length the long disputed pass they gain, by crowded armies fortified in vain. The war breaks in, the fierce Bavarians yield, and see their camp with British legions filled. So Belgian mounds bear on their shattered sides the sea's whole weight, increased with swelling tides. But if the rushing wave a passage finds, enraged by watery moons and warring winds, the trembling peasant sees his country round covered with tempests, and in oceans drown. 190 The few surviving foes dispersed in flight, refuse of swords, and gleanings of a fight, in every rustling wind the victor hear, and Marlborough's form in every shadow fear, till the dark cope of night with kind embrace befriends the rout, and covers their disgrace. To Donauwort, with unresisted force, the gay, victorious army bends its course. The growth of meadows, and the pride of fields, whatever spoils Bavaria's summer yields, 200 The Danube's great increase, Britannia shares, the food of armies, and support of wars, with magazines of death, destructive balls, and cannons doomed to batter Landau's walls. The victor finds each hidden cavern stored, and turns their fury on their guilty lord. Deluded prince! How is thy greatness crossed, and all the gaudy dream of empire lost, that proudly set thee on a fancied throne, and made imaginary realms thy own? 210 Thy troops that now behind the Danube join, shall shortly seek for shelter from the Rhine, nor find it there, surrounded with alarms. Thou hopest the assistance of the Gallic arms. The Gallic arms in safety shall advance, and crowd thy standards with the power of France, while to exalt thy doom, the aspiring Gaul shares thy destruction, and adorns thy fall. Unbounded courage and compassion joined, tempering each other in the victor's mind, 220 Alternately proclaim him good and great, and make the hero and the man complete. Long did he strive the obdurate foe to gain by proffered grace, but long he strove in vain, till fired at length, he thinks it vain to spare his rising wrath, and gives a loose to war. In vengeance roused, the soldier fills his hand with sword and fire, and ravages the land, 1,000 villages to ashes turns, in crackling flames 1,000 harvests burns. 230 To the thick woods the woolly flocks retreat, and mixed with bellowing herds confused daily bleat. Their trembling lords the common shade partake, and cries of infants sound in every brake. The listening soldier fixed in sorrow stands, loath to obey his leader's just commands. The leader grieves, by generous pity swayed, to see his just commands so well obeyed. But now the trumpet, terrible from far, in shriller clangors animates the war. 240 Confederate drums in fuller consort beat, and echoing hills the loud alarm repeat. Gallia's proud standards, to Bavaria's joined, unfurl their gilded lilies in the wind. The daring prince his blasted hopes renews, and while the thick embattled host he views stretched out in deep array, and dreadful length, his heart dilates, and glories in his strength. The fatal day its mighty course began, that the grieved world had long desired in vain. 250 states that their new captivity bemoaned, armies of martyrs that in exile groaned, sighs from the depth of gloomy dungeons heard, and prayers in bitterness of soul preferred, Europe's loud cries, that Providence assailed, and Anna's ardent vows, at length prevailed. The day was come when heaven designed to show his care and conduct of the world below. Behold, in awful march and dread array the long-expected squadrons shape their way. 260 Death, in approaching terrible, imparts an anxious horror to the bravest hearts, yet do their beating breasts demand the strife, and thirst of glory quells the love of life. No vulgar fears can British minds control, heat of revenge and noble pride of soul o'erlook the foe, advantaged by his post, lessen his numbers, and contract his host. Though fens and floods possess the middle space, that unprovoked they would have feared to pass, 270 Nor fens nor floods can stop Britannia's bands, when her proud foe ranged on their borders stands. But, O my muse, what numbers wilt thou find to sing the furious troops in battle joined? Methinks I hear the drums' tumultuous sound the victor's shouts and dying groans confound, the dreadful burst of cannon rend the skies, and all the thunder of the battle rise. 'Twas then great Marlborough's mighty soul was proved, that, in the shock of charging hosts unmoved, Underscore 280 amidst confusion, horror, and despair, examined all the dreadful scenes of war. In peaceful thought the field of death surveyed, to fainting squadrons sent the timely aid, inspired repulsed battalions to engage, and taught the doubtful battle where to rage. So when an angel by divine command with rising tempest shakes a guilty land, such as of late o'er pale Britannia passed, 6, calm and serene he drives the furious blast. Underscore 290 and, pleased the Almighty's orders to perform, hides in the whirlwind, and directs the storm. But see the haughty household troops advance, the dread of Europe, and the pride of France. The war's whole art each private soldier knows, and with a general's love of conquest glows. Proudly he marches on, and void of fear, laughs at the shaking of the British spear, vain insolence. With native freedom brave, the meanest Briton scorns the highest slave. Underscore 300 contempt and fury fire their souls by turns, each nation's glory in each warrior burns, each fights, as in his arm the important day and all the fate of his great monarch lay. 1,000 glorious actions, that might claim triumphant laurels, and immortal fame, confused in clouds of glorious actions lie. And troops of heroes undistinguished die. O Dormer, how can I behold thy fate, and not the wonders of thy youth relate? Underscore 310 How can I see the gay, the brave, the young, fall in the cloud of war and lie unsung? In joys of conquest he resigns his breath, and, filled with England's glory, smiles in death. The rout begins, the Gallic squadrons run, compelled in crowds to meet the fate they shun. Thousands of fiery steeds with wounds transfixed floating in gore, with their dead masters mixed, midst heaps of spears and standards driven around, lie in the Danube's bloody whirlpools drowned. Underscore 320 Troops of bold youths, born on the distant Saône, or sounding borders of the rapid Rhone, or where the Seine her flowery fields divides, or where the Loire through winding vineyards glides, in heaps the rolling billows sweep away, and into Scythian seas their bloated core convey. From Blenheim's towers the Gaul, with wild affright, beholds the various havoc of the fight. His waving banners, that so oft had stood, planted in fields of death, and streams of blood, underscore 330 so want the guarded enemy to reach, and rise triumphant in the fatal breach, or pierce the broken foe's remotest lines, the hardy veteran with tears resigns. Unfortunate Talad! 7. Oh, who can name the pangs of rage, of sorrow, and of shame, that with mixed tumult in thy bosom swelled? When first thou saw'st thy bravest troops repelled, thine only son pierced with a deadly wound, choked in his blood, and gasping on the ground, underscore 340 thyself in bondage by the victor kept. The chief, the father, and the captive wept. An English muse is touched with generous woe, and in the unhappy man forgets the foe. Greatly distressed, thy loud complaints forbear, blame not the turns of fate, and chance of war. Give thy brave foes their due, nor blush to own the fatal field by such great leaders won, the field whence famed Eugenio bore away only the second honors of the day. Underscore 350 With floods of gore that from the vanquished fell, the marshes stagnate, and the rivers swell. Mountains of slain lie heaped upon the ground, or midst the roarings of the Danube drowned. Whole captive hosts the conqueror detains in painful bondage and inglorious chains, even those who 'scape the fetters and the sword, nor seek the fortunes of a happier lord, their raging king dishonors, to complete Marlborough's great work, and finish the defeat. Underscore 360 From Memmingham's high domes, and Augsburg's walls, the distant battle drives the insulting Gauls. Freed by the terror of the victor's name, the rescued states his great protection claim, whilst Ulm the approach of her deliverer waits, and longs to open her obsequious gates. The hero's breast still swells with great designs, in every thought the towering genius shines. If to the foe his dreadful course he bends, o'er the wide continent his march extends. Underscore 370 If sieges in his laboring thoughts are formed, camps are assaulted, and an army stormed. If to the fight his active soul is bent, the fate of Europe turns on its event. What distant land, what region, can afford an action worthy his victorious sword? Where will he next the flying Gaul defeat, to make the series of his toils complete? Where the swoln Rhine, rushing with all its force, divides the hostile nations in its course, underscore 380 while each contracts its bounds, or wider grows, enlarged or straightened as the river flows, on Gallia's side a mighty bulwark stands, that all the wide extended plain commands. Twice, since the war was kindled, has it tried the victor's rage, and twice has changed its side, as oft whole armies, with the prize o'erjoyed, have the long summer on its walls employed. Hither our mighty chief his arms directs, hence future triumphs from the war expects. Underscore 390, and though the dog star had its course begun, carries his arms still nearer to the sun. Fixed on the glorious action, he forgets the change of seasons, and increase of heats. No toils are painful that can dangers show, no climes unlovely that contain a foe. The roving Gaul, to his own bounds restrained, learns to encamp within his native land, but soon as the victorious host he spies, from hill to hill, from stream to stream he flies. Underscore 400 such dire impressions in his heart remain of Marlborough's sword, and Hockstedt's fatal plain. In vain Britannia's mighty chief besets their shady coverts, and obscure retreats. They fly the conqueror's approaching fame, that bears the force of armies in his name, Austria's young monarch, whose imperial sway scepters and thrones are destined to obey, whose boasted ancestry so high extends that in the pagan gods his lineage ends. Underscore 410 comes from afar, in gratitude to own the great supporter of his father's throne. What tides of glory to his bosom ran, clasped in the embraces of the godlike man! How were his eyes with pleasing wonder fixed to see such fire with so much sweetness mixed, such easy greatness, such a graceful port, so turned and finished for the camp or court! Achilles thus was formed with every grace, and Nereus shone but in the second place. Underscore 420 thus the great father of almighty Rome, divinely flushed with an immortal bloom, that Cytherea's fragrant breath bestowed, in all the charms of his bright mother glowed. The royal youth by Marlborough's presence charmed, taught by his counsels, by his actions warmed, on Landau with redoubled fury falls, discharges all his thunder on its walls, o'er mines and caves of death provokes the fight, and learns to conquer in the hero's sight. Underscore 430 the British chief, for mighty toils renowned, increased in titles, and with conquests crowned, to Belgian coast his tedious march renews, and the long windings of the Rhine pursues, clearing its borders from usurping foes, and blessed by rescued nations as he goes. Treves fears no more, freed from its dire alarms, and Trerbach feels the terror of his arms, seated on rocks her proud foundations shake, while Marlborough presses to the bold attack. Underscore 440 plants all his batteries, bids his cannon roar, and shows how Landau might have fallen before. Scared at his near approach, great Louis fears vengeance reserved for his declining years, forgets his thirst of universal sway, and scarce can teach his subjects to obey. His arms he finds on vain attempts employed, the ambitious projects for his race destroyed, the work of ages sunk in one campaign, and lives of millions sacrificed in vain. Underscore 450 such are the effects of Anna's royal cares. By her, Britannia, great in foreign wars, ranges through nations, where sword disjoined, without the wonted aid of sea and wind. By her the unfettered Eastern states are free, and taste the sweets of English liberty. But who can tell the joys of those that lie beneath the constant influence of her eye? Whilst in diffusive showers her bounties fall, like heaven's indulgence, and descend on all. Underscore 460 secure the happy, succor the distressed, make every subject glad, and a whole people blessed. Thus would I fain Britannia's wars rehearse, in the smooth records of a faithful verse, that, if such numbers can o'er time prevail, may tell posterity the wondrous tale. When actions, unadorned, are faint and weak, cities and countries must be taught to speak, gods may descend in factions from the skies, and rivers from their oozy beds arise. Underscore 470 fiction may deck the truth with spurious rays, and round the hero cast a borrowed blaze. Marlborough's exploits appear divinely bright, and proudly shine in their own native light. Raised of themselves, their genuine charms they boast, and those who paint them truest praise them most. Cowley's epitaph on himself. Translated by Mr. Addison. From life's superfluous cares enlarged, his debt of human toil discharged, here Cowley lies. Beneath this shed, to every worldly interest dead, with decent poverty content, his hours of ease not idly spent, to fortune's goods a foe professed, and hating wealth by all caressed. 'Tis true he's dead, for oh! how small a spot of earth is now his all. _10 Wish that earth may lightly lay, and every care be far away. Bring flowers, the short-lived roses bring, to life deceased, fit offering, and sweets around the poet strow, whilst yet with life his ashes glow. Prologue to the Tender Husband. 8. Spoken by Mr. Wilkes. In the first rise and infancy of farce, when fools were many, and when plays were scarce, the raw, unpracticed authors could, with ease, a young and unexperienced audience please. No single character had e'er been shown, but the whole herd of fops was all their own. Rich in originals, they set to view, in every piece, a coxcomb that was new. But now our British theatre can boast roles of all kinds, a vast, unthinking host. _10 Fruitful of folly and of vice, it shows cuckolds, and cits, and bawds, and pimps, and beaux. Rough country knights are found of every shire, of every fashion gentle fops appear, and punks of different characters we meet, as frequent on the stage as in the pit. Our modern wits are forced to pick and cull, and here and there by chance glean up a fool. Long ere they find the necessary spark, they search the town, and beat about the park. _20 To all his most frequented haunts resort, oft dog him to the ring, and oft to court, as love of pleasure or of place invites, and sometimes catch him taking snuff at White's. Howe'er, to do you right, the present age breeds very hopeful monsters for the stage, that scorn the paths their dull forefathers trod, and won't be blockheads in the common road. Do but survey this crowded house tonight, here's still encouragement for those that write. _30 Our author, to divert his friends today, stocks with variety of fools his play, and that there may be something gay and new, 2 ladies Aaron has exposed to view. The first a damsel, travelled in romance, the t'other more refined, she comes from France. Rescue, like courteous knights, the nymph from danger, and kindly treat, like well-bred men, the stranger. Epilogue to the British Enchanters. 9. When Orpheus tuned his lyre with pleasing woe, rivers forgot to run, and winds to blow, while listening forests covered as he played, the soft musician in a moving shade. That this night's strains the same success may find, the force of magic is to music joined, where sounding strings and artful voices fail, the charming rod and mudded spells prevail. Let sage Urganda wave the circling wand on barren mountains, or a waste of sand, _10 The desert smiles. The woods begin to grow, the birds to warble, and the springs to flow. The same dull sights in the same landscape mixed, scenes of still life, and points forever fixed, a tedious pleasure on the mind bestow, and pall the sense with one continued show. But as our 2 magicians try their skill, the vision varies, though the place stands still, while the same spot its gaudy form renews, shifting the prospect to 1,000 views. _20 Thus, without unity of place transgressed, the enchanter turns the critic to a jest. But howsoe'er, to please your wandering eyes, bright objects disappear and brighter rise, there's none can make amends for lost delight, while from that circle we divert your sight. Prologue to Smith's 10. Phaedra and Hippolytus. Spoken by Mr. Wilkes. Long has a race of heroes filled the stage, that rant by note, and through the gamut rage, in songs and airs express their martial fire, combat in trills, and in a fugue expire, while, lulled by sound, and undisturbed by wit, calm and serene you indolently sit, and from the dull fatigue of thinking free, hear the facetious fiddle's repartee. Our homespun authors must forsake the field, and Shakespeare to the soft Scarletti yield. _10 To your new taste the poet of this day was by a friend advised to form his play. Had Valentini, musically coy, shunned Phaedra's arms, and scorned the proffered joy, it had not moved your wonder to have seen an eunuch fly from an enamored queen. How would it please, should she in English speak, and could Hippolytus reply in Greek? But he, a stranger to your modish way, by your old rules must stand or fall today. _20 And hopes you will your foreign taste command, to bear, for once, with what you understand. Horace, Ode 3, Book 3. Augustus had a design to rebuild Troy, and make it the metropolis of the Roman Empire, having closeted several senators on the project. Horace is supposed to have written the following ode on this occasion. The man resolved, and steady to his trust, inflexible to ill, and obstinately just, may the rude rabble's insolence despise, their senseless clamors and tumultuous cries. The tyrant's fierceness he beguiles, and the stern brow, and the harsh voice defies, and with superior greatness smiles. Not the rough whirlwind, that deforms Adria's black gulf, and vexes it with storms, the stubborn virtue of his soul can move. _10 Not the red arm of angry Jove, that flings the thunder from the sky, and gives it rage to roar, and strength to fly. Should the whole frame of nature round him break, in ruin and confusion hurled, he, unconcerned, would hear the mighty crack, and stand secure amidst a falling world. Such were the godlike arts that led bright Pollux to the blest abodes, such did for great Alcides plead, _20 and gained a place among the gods, where now Augustus, mixed with heroes, lies, and to his lips the nectar bowl applies, his ruddy lips the purple tincture show, and with immortal strains divinely glow. By arts like these did young Laius, 11, rise, his tigers drew him to the skies, wild from the desert and unbroke. In vain they foamed, in vain they stared, in vain their eyes with fury glared. _30 He tamed them to the lash, and bent them to the yoke. Such were the paths that Rome's great founder trod, when in a whirlwind snatched on high, he shook off dull mortality, and lost the monarch and the god. Bright Juno then her awful silence broke, and thus the assembled deities bespoke. Troy, says the goddess, perjured Troy has felt the dire effects of her proud tyrant's guilt. The towering pile, and soft abodes, _40 walled by the hand of servile gods, now spreads its ruins all around, and lies inglorious on the ground. An umpire, partial and unjust, and a lewd woman's impious lust, lay heavy on her head, and sunk her to the dust. Since false Laomedon's tyrannic sway, that durst defraud the immortals of their pay, her guardian gods renounced their patronage, nor would the fierce invading foe repel. _50 To my resentment, and Minerva's rage, the guilty king and the whole people fell. And now the long protracted wars are o'er, the soft adulterer shines no more. No more does Hector's force the Trojan's shield, that drove whole armies back, and singly cleared the field. My vengeance sated, I at length resigned to Mars his offspring of the Trojan line, advanced to godhead let him rise, and take his station in the skies. _60 There entertained his ravished sight with scenes of glory, fields of light, quaff with the gods' immortal wine, and see adoring nations crowd his shrine. The thin remains of Troy's afflicted host, in distant realms may seats unenvied find, and flourish on a foreign coast. But far be Rome from Troy disjoined, removed by seas from the disastrous shore. May endless billows rise between, and storms unnumbered roar. _70 Still let the cursed, detested place, where Priam lies, and Priam's faithless race, be covered o'er with weeds, and hid in grass. There let the wanton flocks unguarded stray, or, while the lonely shepherd sings, amidst the mighty ruins play, and frisk upon the tombs of kings. May tigers there, and all the savage kind, sad, solitary haunts and silent deserts find, in gloomy vaults, and nooks of palaces. _80 May the unmolested Lianis her blind whelps securely lay, or couched, in dreadful slumbers waste the day. While Troy in heaps of ruins lies, Rome and the Roman capital shall rise. The illustrious exiles unconfined shall triumph far and near, and rule mankind. In vain the seas intruding tide Europe from Afric shall divide, and part the severed world in two. _90 Through Afric's sands their triumphs they shall spread, and the long train of victories pursue to Nile's yet undiscovered head. Riches the hardy soldier shall despise, and look on gold with undesiring eyes, nor the disboweled earth explore in search of the forbidden ore. Those glittering ills concealed within the mine shall lie untouched, and innocently shine. To the last bounds that nature sets, _100 The piercing colds and sultry heats, the godlike race shall spread their arms, now fill the polar circle with alarms, till storms and tempests their pursuits confine, now sweat for conquest underneath the line. This only law the victor shall restrain, on these conditions shall he reign. If none his guilty hand employ to build again a second Troy, if none the rash design pursue, _110 Nor tempt the vengeance of the gods anew. A curse there cleaves to the devoted place, that shall the new foundations raise. Greece shall in mutual leagues conspire to storm the rising town with fire, and at their army's head myself will show what Juno, urged to all her rage can do. Thrice should Apollo's self the city raise, and line it round with walls of brass. Thrice should my favorite Greeks his works confound, underscore 120, and hew the shining fabric to the ground. Thrice should her captive dames to Greece return, and their dead sons and slaughtered husbands mourn. But hold, my muse, forbear thy towering flight, nor bring the secrets of the gods to light. In vain would thy presumptuous verse the immortal rhetoric rehearse. The mighty strains, in lyric numbers bound, forget their majesty, and lose their sound. The Vestal. From Ovid de Fastis, lib 3. L. 1. Blanda quis victus furtum subrepit ocellis, and c. As the fair Vestal to the fountain came, let none be startled at a Vestal's name. Tired with the walk, she laid her down to rest, and to the winds exposed her glowing breast, to take the freshness of the morning air, and gathered in a knot her flowing hair. While thus she rested, on her arm reclined, the hoary willows waving with the wind, and feathered choirs that warbled in the shade, and purling streams that through the meadow strayed. Underscore 10 in drowsy murmurs lulled the gentle maid. The god of war beheld the virgin lie, the god beheld her with a lover's eye, and by so tempting an occasion pressed, the beauteous maid, whom he beheld, possessed, conceiving as she slept, her fruitful womb swelled with the founder of immortal Rome. Ovid's Metamorphoses. Book 2. The Story of Phaeton. The sun's bright palace, on high columns raised, with burnished gold and flaming jewels blazed. The folding gates diffused a silver light, and with a milder gleam refreshed the sight. Of polished ivory was the covering wrought. The matter vied not with the sculptor's thought, for in the portal was displayed on high the work of Vulcan, a fictitious sky, a waving sea the inferior earth embraced, and gods and goddesses the waters graced. Underscore 10 Aegean here a mighty whale bestrode, Triton, and Proteus, the deceiving god, with Doris here were carved, and all her train, some loosely swimming in the figured main, while some on rocks their dropping hair divide, and some on fishes through the waters glide. Though various features did the sisters grace, a sister's likeness was in every face. On earth a different landscape courts the eyes, men, towns, and beasts, in distant prospects rise, underscore 20 in nymphs, and streams, and woods, and rural deities. O'er all, the heaven's refulgent image shines, on either gate were 6 engraven signs. Here Phaeton, still gaining on the ascent, to his suspected father's palace went, till, pressing forward through the bright abode, he saw at distance the illustrious god. He saw at distance, or the dazzling light had flashed too strongly on his aching sight. The god sits high, exalted on a throne underscore 30 of blazing gems, with purple garments on, the hours, in order ranged on either hand, and days, and months, and years, and ages, stand here spring appears with flowery chaplets bound, here summer in her wheaten garland crowned, here autumn the rich trodden grapes besmear, and hoary winter shivers in the rear. Phoebus beheld the youth from off his throne, that eye, which looks on all, was fixed on one. He saw the boy's confusion in his face, underscore 40 surprised at all the wonders of the place, and cries aloud, What wants my son? For know my son thou art, and I must call thee so. Light of the world, the trembling youth replies, Illustrious parent, since you don't despise the parent's name, some certain token give, that I may Clymene's proud boast believe, nor longer under false reproaches grieve. The tender sire was touched with what he said, and flung the blaze of glories from his head, underscore 50 and bid the youth advance. My son, said he, come to thy father's arms. For Clymene has told thee true, a parent's name I own, and deem thee worthy to be called my son. As a sure proof, make some request, and I, whatever it be, with that request comply. By Styx I swear, whose waves are hid in night, and roll impervious to my piercing sight. The youth transported, asks, without delay, to guide the sun's bright chariot for a day. Underscore 60 The god repented of the oath he took, for anguish thrice his radiant head he shook. My son, says he, some other proof require, rash was my promise, rash is thy desire. I'd fain deny this wish which thou hast made, or, what I can't deny, would fain dissuade. Too vast and hazardous the task appears, nor suited to thy strength, nor to thy years. Thy lot is mortal, but thy wishes fly beyond the province of mortality. Underscore 70 There is not one of all the gods that dares, however skilled in other great affairs, to mount the burning axle-tree, but I, not Jove himself, the ruler of the sky, that hurls the three-forked thunder from above, dares try his strength, yet who so strong as Jove? The steeds climb up the first ascent with pain, and when the middle firmament they gain, if downward from the heavens my head I bow, and see the earth and ocean hang below, underscore 80 Even I am seized with horror and affright, and my own heart misgives me at the sight. A mighty downfall steeps the evening stage, and steady reins must curb the horse's rage. Tethys herself has feared to see me driven down headlong from the precipice of heaven. Besides, consider what impetuous force turns stars and planets in a different course. I steer against their motions, nor am I 89 borne back by all the current of the sky. Underscore 90 But how could you resist the orbs that roll in adverse whirls, and stem the rapid pole? But you perhaps may hope for pleasing woods, and stately domes, and cities filled with gods, while through 1,000 snares your progress lies, where forms of starry monsters stalk the skies. For, should you hit the doubtful way aright, the bull with stooping horns stands opposite. Next him the bright Haemonian bow is strung, and next, the lion's grinning visage hung. Underscore 100 The scorpion's claws here clasp a wide extent, and here the crabs in lesser clasps are bent. Nor would you find it easy to compose the mettled steeds, when from their nostrils flows the scorching fire, that in their entrails glows. Even I their headstrong fury scarce restrain, when they grow warm and restive to the rein. Let not my son a fatal gift require, but oh! In time recall your rash desire. You ask a gift that may your parent tell. Underscore 110 Let these my fears your parentage reveal, and learn a father from a father's care. Look on my face, or if my heart lay bare, could you but look, you'd read the father there. Choose out a gift from seas, or earth, or skies, for open to your wish all nature lies. Only decline this one unequal task, for 'tis a mischief, not a gift you ask a real mischief. Phaeton, nay, hang not thus about my neck, my son. Underscore 120 I grant your wish, and Styx has heard my voice. Choose what you will, but make a wiser choice. Thus did the god the unwary youth advise. But he still longs to travel through the skies, when the fond father, for in vain he pleads, at length to the Vulcanian chariot leads. A golden axle did the work uphold, gold was the beam, the wheels were orbed with gold. The spokes in rows of silver pleased the sight, the seat with parti-colored gems was bright. Underscore 130 Apollo shined amid the glare of light. The youth with secret joy the work surveys, when now the morn disclosed her purple rays. The stars were fled, for Lucifer had chased the stars away, and fled himself at last. Soon as the father saw the rosy morn, and the moon shining with a blunter horn, he bid the nimble hours without delay bring forth the steeds. The nimble hours obey, from their full racks the generous steeds retire. Underscore 140 Dropping ambrosial foams and snorting fire. Still anxious for his son, the god of day, to make him proof against the burning ray, his temples with celestial ointment wet, of sovereign virtue to repel the heat, then fixed the beaming circle on his head, and fetched a deep, foreboding sigh, and said, Take this at least, this last advice, my son, keep a stiff rein, and move but gently on, the coursers of themselves will run too fast. Underscore 150 Your art must be to moderate their haste. Drive them not on directly through the skies, but where the zodiac's winding circle lies, along the midmost zone. But sally forth nor to the distant south, nor stormy north. The horse's hoofs a beaten track will show, but neither mount too high nor sink too low, that no new fires or heaven or earth infest. Keep the midway, the middle way is best. Nor, where in radiant folds the serpent twines, underscore 160 direct your course, nor where the altar shines. Shun both extremes. The rest let fortune guide, and better for thee than thyself provide. See, while I speak the shades disperse away, Aurora gives the promise of a day. I'm called, nor can I make a longer stay. Snatch up the reins, or still the attempt forsake, and not my chariot, but my counsel take, while yet securely on the earth you stand, nor touch the horses with too rash a hand. Underscore 170 Let me alone to light the world, while you enjoy those beams which you may safely view. He spoke in vain. The youth with active heat and sprightly vigor vaults into the seat, and joys to hold the reins, and fondly gives those thanks his father with remorse receives. Meanwhile the restless horses neighed aloud, breathing out fire, and pawing where they stood. Tethys, not knowing what had passed, gave way, and all the waste of heaven before them lay. 180 they spring together out, and swiftly bear the flying youth through clouds and yielding air, with wingy speed outstrip the eastern wind, and leave the breezes of the morn behind. The youth was light, nor could he fill the seat, or poise the chariot with its wonted weight, but as at sea the unballast vessel rides, cast to and fro, the sport of winds and tides, so in the bounding chariot tossed on high, the youth is hurried headlong through the sky. 190 Soon as the steeds perceive it, they forsake their stated course, and leave the beaten track. The youth was in a maze, nor did he know which way to turn the reins, or where to go, nor would the horses, had he known, obey. Then the 7 stars first felt Apollo's ray, and wished to dip in the forbidden sea. The folded serpent next the frozen pole, stiff and benumbed before, began to roll, and raged with inward heat, and threatened war. 200 and shot a redder light from every star. Nay, and 'tis said, Bodes, too, that fain thou wouldst have fled, though cumbered with thy wain. The unhappy youth then, bending down his head, saw earth and ocean far beneath him spread. His color changed, he startled at the sight, and his eyes darkened by too great a light. Now could he wish the fiery steeds untried, his birth obscure, and his request denied. Now would he Merops for his father own, 210 and quit his boasted kindred to the sun. So fares the pilot, when his ship is tossed in troubled seas, and all its steerage lost, he gives her to the winds, and in despair seeks his last refuge in the gods and prayer. What could he do? His eyes, if backward cast, find a long path he had already passed, if forward, still a longer path they find. Both he compares, and measures in his mind, and sometimes casts an eye upon the east, 220, and sometimes looks on the forbidden west. The horses' names he knew not in the fright, nor would he loose the reins, nor could he hold them tight. Now all the horrors of the heavens he spies, and monstrous shadows of prodigious size, that, decked with stars, lie scattered o'er the skies. There is a place above, where Scorpio, bent in tail and arms, surrounds a vast extent. In a wide circuit of the heavens he shines, and fills the space of 2 celestial signs. 230 Soon as the youth beheld him, vexed with heat, brandish his sting, and in his poisoned sweat, half dead with sudden fear, he dropped the reins. The horses felt them loose upon their manes, and flying out through all the plains above, ran uncontrolled where'er their fury drove, rushed on the stars, and through a pathless way of unknown regions hurried on the day. And now above, and now below they flew, and near the earth the burning chariot drew. 240 The clouds disperse in fumes, the wondering moon beholds her brother steeds beneath her own, the highlands smoke, cleft by the piercing rays, or, clad with woods, in their own fuel blaze. Next o'er the plains, where ripened harvests grow, the running conflagration spreads below. But these are trivial ills, whole cities burn, and peopled kingdoms into ashes turn. The mountains kindle as the car draws near, Athos and Tmolus red with fires appear. 250 Oiagrian Hemus, then a single name, and virgin Helicon increase the flame. Taurus and Eat glare amid the sky, and Ida, spite of all her fountains, dry. Eryx, and Othrys, and Sidgerin, glow, and Rhodope, no longer clothed in snow, high Pindus, Mimas, and Parnassus sweat, and Etna rages with redoubled heat. Even Scythia, through her hoary regions warmed, in vain with all her native frost was armed. 260 Covered with flames, the towering Apennine, and Caucasus, and proud Olympus, shine, and where the long extended Alps aspire, now stands a huge, continued range of fire. The astonished youth, where'er his eyes could turn, beheld the universe around him burn. The world was in a blaze, nor could he bear the sultry vapors and the scorching air, which from below as from a furnace flowed, and now the axle tree beneath him glowed. 270 Lost in the whirling clouds, that round him broke, and white with ashes, hovering in the smoke, he flew where'er the horses drove, nor knew whither the horses drove, or where he flew. 'Twas then, they say, The swarthy moor begun to change his hue, and blacken in the sun. Then Libya first, of all her moisture drained, became a barren waste, a wild of sand. The water nymphs lament their empty urns. Boeotia, robbed of silver Dirce, mourns. Underscore 280 Corinth, Pyrene's wasted spring bewails, and Argos grieves whilst Anemone fails. The floods are drained from every distant coast, even Tanais, though fixed in ice, was lost. Enraged Caicus and Lycorma's roar, and Xanthus, fated to be burned once more. The famed Meander, that unwearied strays through mazy windings, smokes in every maze. From his loved Babylon Euphrates flies. The big swollen Ganges and the Danube rise. Underscore 290 in thickening fumes, and darken half the skies. In flames is Minos and the faces rolled, and Tagus floating in his melted gold. The swans, that uncased her often tried their tuneful songs, now sung their last, and died. The fright Nile ran off, and underground concealed his head, nor can it yet be found. His 7 divided currents all are dry, and where they rolled 7 gaping trenches lie. No more the Rhine or Rhone their course maintain. Underscore 300 nor Tiber, of his promised empire vain. The ground, deep cleft, admits the dazzling ray, and startles Pluto with the flash of day. The seas shrink in, and to the sight disclose wide, naked plains, where once their billows rose. Their rocks are all discovered, and increase the number of the scattered Cyclades. The fish in shoals about the bottom creep, nor longer dares the crooked dolphin leap. Gasping for breath, the unshapen Phocae die. Underscore 310 and on the boiling wave extended lie. Nereus, and Doris with her virgin train, seek out the last recesses of the main. Beneath unfathomable depths they faint, and secret in their gloomy regions pant. Stern Neptune thrice above the waves upheld his face, and thrice was by the flames repelled. The earth at length, on every side embraced with scalding seas, that floated round her waist, when now she felt the springs and rivers come. Underscore 320 and crowd within the hollow of her womb. Uplifted to the heavens her blasted head, and clapped her hands upon her brows, and said, but first, impatient of the sultry heat, sunk deeper down, and sought a cooler seat. If you, great King of gods, my death approve, and I deserve it, let me die by Jove. If I must perish by the force of fire, let me transfixed with thunderbolts expire. See, whilst I speak, my breath the vapors choke. Underscore 330, for now her face lay wrapped in clouds of smoke. See my singed hair, behold my faded eye and withered face, where heaps of cinders lie. And does the plough for this my body tear? This the reward for all the fruits I bear, tortured with rakes, and harassed all the year? That herbs for cattle daily I renew, and food for man, and frankincense for you? But grant me guilty, what has Neptune done? Why are his waters boiling in the sun? Underscore 340 the wavy empire, which by lot was given, why does it waste, and further shrink from heaven? If I nor a lie your pity can provoke, see your own heavens, the heavens begin to smoke. Should once the sparkles catch those bright abodes, destruction seizes on the heavens and gods. Atlas becomes unequal to his freight, and almost faints beneath the glowing weight. If heaven, and earth, and sea together burn, all must again into their chaos turn. Underscore 350 apply some speedy cure, prevent our fate, and succor nature, ere it be too late. She ceased, for, choked with vapors round her spread, down to the deepest shade she sunk her head. Jove called to witness every power above, and even the god whose son the chariot drove, that what he acts he is compelled to do, or universal ruin must ensue. Straight he ascends the high ethereal throne, from whence he used to dart his thunder down. Underscore 360 from whence his showers and storms he used to pour, but now could meet with either storm nor shower. Then aiming at the youth, with lifted hand, full at his head he hurled the forky brand, in dreadful thunderings. Thus the almighty sire suppressed the raging of the fires with fire. At once from life and from the chariot driven, the ambitious boy fell thunderstruck from heaven. The horses started with a sudden bound, and flung the reins and chariot to the ground. Underscore 370 the studded harness from their necks they broke, here fell a wheel, and here a silver spoke, here were the beam and axle torn away, and scattered o'er the earth, the shining fragments lay. The breathless Phaeton, with flaming hair, shot from the chariot, like a falling star, that in a summer's evening from the top of heaven drops down, or seems at least to drop, till on the his blasted corpse was hurled, far from his country, in the western world. Underscore 380. Phaeton's sisters transformed into trees. The Latian nymphs came round him, and amazed on the dead youth, transfixed with thunder, gazed, and whilst yet smoking from the bolt he lay, his shattered body to a tomb convey, and o'er the tomb an epitaph devise, here he who drove the sun's bright chariot lies, his father's fiery steeds he could not guide, but in the glorious enterprise he died. Apollo hid his face, and pined for grief, and if the story may deserve belief, underscore 10 the space of one whole day is said to run, from morn to wanted. Even without a sun, the burning ruins, with a fainter ray, supply the sun, and counterfeit a day that still did nature's face disclose. This comfort from the mighty mischief rose. But Clymene, enraged with grief, laments, and, as her grief inspires, her passion vents, wild for her son, and frantic in her woes, with hair dishevelled, round the world she goes, underscore 20 to seek where'er his body might be cast, till, on the borders of the at last the name inscribed on the new tomb appears, the dear, dear name she bathes in flowing tears, hangs o'er the tomb, unable to depart, and hugs the marble to her throbbing heart. Her daughters too lament, and sigh, and mourn, a fruitless tribute to their brother's urn, and beat their naked bosoms, and complain, and call aloud for Phaeton in vain. Underscore 30 all the long night their mournful watch they keep, and all the day stand round the tomb, and weep. 4 times revolving the full moon returned, so long the mother and the daughters mourned, when now the eldest, Phaethusa, strove to rest her weary limbs, but could not move. Lampetia would have helped her, but she found herself withheld, and rooted to the ground. A third in wild affliction, as she grieves, would rend her hair, but fills her hands with leaves. Underscore 41 sees her thighs transformed, another views her arms shot out, and branching into boughs. And now their legs and breasts and bodies stood crusted with bark, and hardening into wood. But still above were female heads displayed, and mouths, that called the mother to their aid. What could, alas, the weeping mother do? From this to that with eager haste she flew, and kissed her sprouting daughters as they grew. She tears the bark that to each body cleaves, underscore 50, and from their verdant fingers strips the leaves. The blood came trickling, where she tore away the leaves and bark. The maids were heard to say, "Forbear, mistaken parent, oh! Forbear, a wounded daughter in each tree you tear, farewell forever." Here the bark increased, closed on their faces, and their words suppressed. The new-made trees in tears of amber run, which, hardened into value by the sun, distill forever on the streams below. Underscore 60 the limpid streams their radiant treasures show, mixed in the sand, whence the rich drops conveyed, shine in the dress of the bright Latian maid. The transformation of sickness into a swan. Sickness beheld the nymphs transformed, allied to their dead brother on the mortal side, in friendship and affection nearer bound. He left the cities and the realms he owned, through pathless fields and lonely shores to range, and woods, made thicker by the sisters' change. Whilst here, within the dismal gloom, alone, the melancholy monarch made his moan. His voice was lessened, as he tried to speak, and issued through a long extended neck. Underscore 10 his hair transforms to down, his fingers me in skinny films, and shape his hoary feet. From both his sides the wings and feathers break, and from his mouth proceeds a blunted beak. All sickness now into a swan was turned, who, still remembering how his kinsman burned, to solitary pools and lakes retires, and loves the waters, as opposed to fires. Meanwhile Apollo, in a gloomy shade, the native luster of his brows decayed. Underscore 20 indulging sorrow, sickens at the sight of his own sunshine, and abhors the light. The hidden griefs, that in his bosom rise, sadden his looks, and overcast his eyes, as when some dusky orb obstructs his ray, and sullies in a dim eclipse the day. Now secretly with inward griefs he pined, now warm resentments to his grief he joined, and now renounced his office to mankind. E'er since the birth of time, said he, I've borne underscore 30 a long, ungrateful toil without return. Let now some other manage, if he dare, the fiery steeds, and mount the burning car. Or, if none else, let Jove his fortune try, and learn to lay his murdering thunder by, then will he own, perhaps, but own too late, my son deserved not so severe a fate. The gods stand round him, as he mourns, and pray he would resume the conduct of the day, nor let the world be lost in endless night. 40 Jove 2. Himself descending from his height, excuses what had happened, and entreats, majestically mixing prayers and threats. Prevailed upon, at length, again he took the harnessed steeds, that still with horror shook, and plies them with the lash, and whips them on, and, as he whips, upbraids them with his son. The story of Callisto. The day was settled in its course, and Jove walked the wide circuit of the heavens above, to search if any cracks or flaws were made, but all was safe. The earth he then surveyed, and cast an eye on every different coast, and every land, but on Arcadia most. Her fields he clothed, and cheered her blasted face with running fountains, and with springing grass. No tracks of heaven's destructive fire remain, the fields and woods revive, and nature smiles again. 10 But as the god walked to and fro the earth, and raised the plants, and gave the spring its birth, by chance a fair Arcadian nymph he viewed, and felt the lovely charmer in his blood. The nymph nor spun, nor dressed with artful pride, her vest was gathered up, her hair was tied, now in her hand a slender spear she bore, now a light quiver on her shoulders wore. To chase Diana from her youth inclined, the sprightly warriors of the wood she joined. 20 Diana too the gentle huntress loved, nor was there one of all the nymphs that roved o'er Manilus, amid the maiden throng, more favored once, but favor lasts not long. The sun now shone in all its strength, and drove the heated virgin panting to a grove, the grove around a grateful shadow cast. She dropped her arrows, and her bow unbraced, she flung herself on the cool, grassy bed, and on the painted quiver raised her head. 30 Jove saw the charming huntress unprepared, stretched on the verdant turf, without a guard. Here I am safe, he cries, from Juno's eye, or should my jealous queen the theft descry, yet would I venture on a theft like this, and stand her rage for such a bliss. Diana's shape and habit straight he took, softened his brows, and smoothed his awful look, and mildly in a female accent spoke. How fares my girl? How went the morning chase? 40 To whom the virgin, starting from the grass, all hail, bright deity, whom I prefer to Jove himself, though Jove himself were here. The god was nearer than she thought, and heard, well pleased, himself before himself preferred. He then salutes her with a warm embrace, and ere she half had told the morning chase, with love inflamed, and eager on his bliss, smothered her words, and stopped her with a kiss. His kisses with unwonted ardor glowed. 50 Nor could Diana's shape conceal the god. The virgin did whatever a virgin could, sure Juno must have pardoned, had she viewed winky face with all her might against his force she strove. But how can mortal maids contend with Jove? Possessed at length of what his heart desired, back to his heavens the exulting god retired. The lovely huntress, rising from the grass, with downcast eyes, and with a blushing face by shame confounded, and by fear dismayed, 60 flew from the covert of the guilty shade, and almost, in the tumult of her mind, left her forgotten bow and shafts behind. But now Diana, with a sprightly train of quivered virgins, bounding over the plain, called to the nymph. The nymph began to fear a second fraud, a Jove disguised in her. But when she saw the sister nymphs, suppressed her rising fears, and mingled with the rest. How in the look does conscious guilt appear? 70 Slowly she moved, and loitered in the rear, nor slightly tripped, nor by the goddess ran, as once she used, the foremost of the train. Her looks were flushed, and sullen was her mien, that sure the virgin goddess, had she been aught but a virgin, must the guilt have seen. 'Tis said the nymphs saw all, and guessed aright, and now the moon had 9 times lost her light, when Dian, fainting in the midday beams, found a cool covert, and refreshing streams 80 that in soft murmurs through the forest flowed, and a smooth bed of shining gravel showed. A covert so obscure, and streams so clear, the goddess praised, and now no spies are near. Let's strip, my gentle maids, and wash, she cries. Pleased with the motion, every maid complies, only the blushing huntress stood confused, and formed delays, and her delays excused. in vain excused, her fellows round her pressed, and the reluctant nymph by force undressed. Underscore 90 The naked huntress all her shame revealed, in vain her hands the pregnant womb concealed. Begone! The goddess cries with stern disdain, begone! Nor dare the hallowed stream to stain, she fled, for ever banished from the train. This Juno heard, who long had watched her time to punish the detested rival's crime. The time was come, for, to enrage her more, a lovely boy the teeming rival bore. The goddess cast a furious look, and cried, underscore 100 It is enough. I'm fully satisfied. This boy shall stand a living mark, to prove my husband's baseness, and the strumpet's love, but vengeance shall awake, those guilty charms, that drew the thunderer from Juno's arms, no longer shall their wonted force retain, nor please the god, nor make the mortal vain. This said, her hand within her hair she wound, swung her to earth, and dragged her on the ground. The prostrate wretch lifts up her arms in prayer. Underscore 110 Her arms grow shaggy, and deformed with hair, her nails are sharpened into pointed claws, her hands bear half her weight, and turn to paws. Her lips, that once could tempt a god, begin to grow distorted in an ugly grin. And lest the supplicating brute might reach the ears of Jove, she was deprived of speech. Her surly voice through a hoarse passage came in savage sounds. Her mind was still the same. The furry monster fixed her eyes above, underscore 120, and heaved her new unwieldy paws to Jove, and begged his aid with inward groans. And though she could not call him false, she thought him so. How did she fear to lodge in woods alone, and haunt the fields and meadows once her own? How often would the deep-mouthed dogs pursue, whilst from her hounds the fright huntress flew? How did she fear her fellow brutes, and shun the shaggy bear, though now herself was one? How from the sight of rugged wolves retire, underscore 130 although the grim Lycaon was her sire? But now her son had 15 summers told, fierce at the chase, and in the forest bold, when, as he beat the woods in quest of prey, he chanced to rouse his mother where she lay. She knew her son, and kept him in her sight, and fondly gazed. The boy was in a fright, and aimed a pointed arrow at her breast, and would have slain his mother and the beast. But Jove forbade, and snatched them through the air underscore 140 in whirlwinds up to heaven, and fixed them there, where the new constellations nightly rise, and add a luster to the northern skies. When Juno saw the rival in her height, spangled with stars, and circled round with light, she sought old Ocean in his deep abodes, and Tethys, both revered among the gods. They ask what brings her there, ne'er ask, says she, what brings me here. Heaven is no place for me. You'll see, when night has covered all things o'er, underscore 150 Jove's starry bastard and triumphant whore usurp the heavens. You'll see them proudly roll in their new orbs, and brighten all the pole. And who shall now on Juno's altars wait, when those she hates grow greater by her hate? I on the nymph a brutal form impressed, Jove to a goddess has transformed the beast. This was all my weak revenge could do, but let the god his chaste amours pursue, and, as he acted after Io's rape, underscore 160 restore the adulteress to her former shape. Then may he cast his Juno off, and lead the great Lycaon's offspring to his bed. But you, ye venerable powers, be kind, and if my wrongs a due resentment find, receive not in your waves their setting beams, nor let the glaring strumpet taint your streams. The goddess ended, and her wish was given. Back she returned in triumph up to heaven. Her gaudy peacocks drew her through the skies, underscore 170 their tails were spotted with 1,000 eyes. The eyes of Argus on their tails were ranged, at the same time the raven's color changed. The story of Coronis, and birth of Aesculapius. The raven once in snowy plumes was dressed, white as the whitest dove's unsullied breast, fair as the guardian of the Capitol, soft as the swan, a large and lovely fowl. His tongue, his prating tongue, had changed him quite to sooty blackness from the purest white. The story of his change shall here be told. In Thessaly there lived a nymph of old, Coronis named. A peerless maid she shined, confessed the fairest of the fairer kind. Underscore 10 Apollo loved her, till her guilt he knew, while true she was, or whilst he thought her true. But his own bird, the raven, chanced to find the false one with a secret rival joined. Coronis begged him to suppress the tale, but could not with repeated prayers prevail. His milk-white pinions to the god he plied, the busy dove flew with him, side by side, and by 1,000 teasing questions drew the important secret from him as they flew. _20 The dog gave honest counsel, though despised, and tedious in her tattle, thus advised, Stay, silly bird, the ill-natured task refuse, nor be the bearer of unwelcome news. Be warned by my example, you discern what now I am, and what I was shall learn. My foolish honesty was all my crime, then hear my story. Once upon a time, the two-shaped Erichthonius had his birth, without a mother, from the teeming earth. _30 Minerva nursed him, and the infant laid within a chest, of twining osiers made. The daughters of kings' Cecrops undertook to guard the chest, commanded not to look on what was hid within. I stood to see the charge obeyed, perched on a neighboring tree. The sisters Pandrosos and Hers keep the strict command, Aglauros's needs would peep, and saw the monstrous infant in affright, and called her sisters to the hideous sight. _40 A boy's soft shape did to the waist prevail, but the boy ended in a dragon's tail. I told the stern Minerva all that passed, but for my pains, discarded and disgraced, the frowning goddess drove me from her sight, and for her favorite chose the bird of night. Be then no tell-tale, for I think my wrong enough to teach a bird to hold her tongue. But you, perhaps, may think I was removed, as never by the heavenly maid beloved, _50 But I was loved, ask Pallas if I lie, though Pallas hate me now, she won't deny, for I, whom in a feathered shape you view, was once a maid, by heaven, the story's true, a blooming maid, and a king's daughter too. A crowd of lovers owned my beauty's charms, my beauty was the cause of all my harms. Neptune, as on his shores I went to rove, observed me in my walks, and fell in love. He made his courtship, he confessed his pain, _60 and offered force when all his arts were vain. Swift he pursued, I ran along the strand, till, spent and wearied on the sinking sand, I shrieked aloud, with cries I filled the air to gods and men, nor god nor man was there, a virgin goddess heard a virgin's prayer. For, as my arms I lifted to the skies, I saw black feathers from my fingers rise. I strove to fling my garment to the ground, my garment turned to plumes, and girt me round. _70 My hands to beat my naked bosom try, nor naked bosom now nor hands had I. Lightly I tripped, nor weary as before sunk in the sand, but skimmed along the shore, till, rising on my wings, I was preferred to be the chaste Minerva's virgin bird, preferred in vain. I now am in disgrace, Nyctamine, the owl, enjoys my place. On her incestuous life I need not dwell, in Lesbos still the horrid tale they tell, _80 And of her dire amours you must have heard, for which she now does penance in a bird, that, conscious of her shame, avoids the light, and loves the gloomy covering of the night. The birds, where'er she flutters, scare away the hooting wretch, and drive her from the day. The raven, urged by such impertinence, grew passionate, it seems, and took offense, and cursed the harmless doll. The doll withdrew, the raven to her injured patron flew, _90 and found him out, and told the fatal truth of false Coronis and the favored youth. The god was wroth, the color left his look, the wreath his head, the harp his hand forsook, his silver bow and feathered shafts he took, and lodged an arrow in the tender breast, that had so often to his own been pressed. Down fell the wounded nymph, and sadly groaned, and pulled his arrow reeking from the wound, and weltering in her blood, thus faintly cried, _100 Ah, cruel God! Though I have justly died, what has, alas, my unborn infant done, that he should fall, and to expire in one? This said, in agony she fetched her breath. The god dissolves in pity at her death. He hates the bird that made her falsehood known, and hates himself for what himself had done. The feathered shaft, that sent her to the fates, and his own hand that sent the shaft he hates. Fain would he heal the wound, and ease her pain, _110 and tries the compass of his art in vain. Soon as he saw the lovely nymph expire, the pile made ready, and the kindling fire, with sighs and groans her obsequies he kept, and if a god could weep, the god had wept. Her corpse he kissed, and heavenly incense brought, and Solemnus the death himself had wrought. But lest his offspring should her fate partake, spite of the immortal mixture in his make, he ripped her womb, and set the child at large, _120 and gave him to the centaur Chiron's charge, then in his fury black the raven o'er, and bid him prate in his white plumes no more. Ocero transformed to a mare. Old Chiron took the babe with secret joy, proud of the charge of the celestial boy. His daughter too, whom on the sandy shore the nymph Chariclo to the centaur bore, with hair dishevelled on her shoulders came to see the child. Ocero was her name. She knew her father's arts, and could rehearse the depths of prophecy in sounding verse. Once, as the sacred infant she surveyed, the god was kindled in the raving maid, _10 and thus she uttered her prophetic tale. Hail, great physician of the world, all hail! Hail, mighty infant, who in years to come shalt heal the nations and defraud the tomb, swift be thy growth. Thy triumphs unconfined make kingdoms thicker, and increase mankind. Thy daring art shall animate the dead, and draw the thunder on thy guilty head, then shalt thou die, but from the dark abode rise up victorious, and be twice a god. _20 And thou, my sire, not destined by thy birth to turn to dust, and mix with common earth, how wilt thou toss, and rave, and long to die, and quit thy claim to immortality, when thou shalt feel, and rage with inward pains, the hydra's venom rankling in thy veins. The gods, in pity, shall contract thy date, and give thee over to the power of fate. Thus, entering into destiny, the maid the secrets of offended Jove betrayed. _30 more had she still to say, but now appears oppressed with sobs and sighs, and drowned in tears. My voice, says she, is gone, my language fails, through every limb my kindred shape prevails. Why did the god this fatal gift impart, and with prophetic raptures swell my heart? What new desires are these? I long to pace o'er flowery meadows, and to feed on grass. I hasten to a brute, a maid no more. But why, alas? Am I transformed all o'er? _40 My sire does half a human shape retain, and in his upper parts preserves the man. Her tongue no more distinct complaints affords, but in shrill accents and Chopin words pours forth such hideous wailings, as declare the human form confounded in the mare, till by degrees accomplished in the beast, she neighed outright, and all the steed expressed. Her stooping body on her hands is borne, her hands are turned to hoofs, and shod in horn. _50 Her yellow tresses ruffle in a mane, and in a flowing tail she frisks her train. The mare was finished in her voice and look, and a new name from the new figure took. The transformation of Battus to a touchstone. Sore wept the centaur, and to Phoebus prayed, but how could Phoebus give the centaur aid? Degraded of his power by angry Jove, in Elis then a herd of beeves he drove, and wielded in his hand a staff of oak, and o'er his shoulders threw the shepherd's cloak. On 7 compacted reeds he used to play, and on his rural pipe to waste the day. As once, attentive to his pipe, he played, the crafty Hermes from the god conveyed _10 a drove, that separate from their fellows strayed. The theft an old insidious peasant viewed, they called him Battus in the neighborhood, hired by a wealthy Pylian prince to feed his favorite mares, and watch the generous breed. The thievish god suspected him, and took the hind aside, and thus in whispers spoke, Discover not the theft, whoe'er thou be, and take that milk-white heifer for thy fee. Go, stranger, cries the clown, securely on, _20 That stone shall sooner tell, and showed a stone. The god withdrew, but straight returned again, in speech and habit like a country swain, and cries out, Neighbor, hast thou seen a stray of bullocks and of heifers pass this way? In the recovery of my cattle join, a bullock and a heifer shall be thine. The peasant quick replies, You'll find 'em there, in yon dark vale, and in the vale they were. The double bribe had his false heart beguiled. _30 The god, successful in the trial, smiled. And dost thou thus betray myself to me? Me to myself dost thou betray, says he, then to a touchstone turns the faithless spy, and in his name records his infamy. The story of Aglaurose, transformed into a statue. This done, the god flew up on high, and passed o'er lofty Athens, by Minerva graced, and wide Munichia, whilst his eyes survey all the vast region that beneath him lay. 'Twas now the feast, when each Athenian made her yearly homage to Minerva paid, in canisters, with garlands covered o'er, high on their heads their mystic gifts they bore, And now, returning in a solemn train, the troop of shining virgins filled the plain. Underscore 10 The god well pleased beheld the pompous show, and saw the bright procession pass below, then veered about, and took a wheeling flight, and hovered o'er them, as the spreading kite, that smells the slaughtered victim from on high, flies at a distance, if the priests are nigh, and sails around, and keeps it in her eye. So kept the god the virgin choir in view, and in slow winding circles round them flew. As Lucifer excels the meanest star, underscore 20 or as the full-orbed Phoebe, Lucifer, so much did Herse all the rest outvie, and gave a grace to the solemnity. Hermes was fired, as in the clouds he hung, so the cold bullet, that with fury slung from Balearic engines mounts on high, glows in the whirl, and burns along the sky. At length he pitched upon the ground, and showed the form divine, the features of a god. He knew their virtue o'er a female heart, underscore 30, and yet he strives to better them by art. He hangs his mantle loose, and sets to show the golden edging on the seam below, adjusts his flowing curls, and in his hand waves with an air the sleep-procuring wand. The glittering sandals to his feet applies, and to each heel the well-trimmed pinion ties. His ornaments with nicest art displayed, he seeks the apartment of the royal maid. The roof was all with polished ivory lined, underscore 40 that, richly mixed, in clouds of tortoise shined. 3 rooms, contiguous, in a range were placed, the midmost by the beauteous Herse graced. Her virgin sisters lodged on either side. Aglaurose first the approaching god descried, and as he crossed her chamber, asked his name, and what his business was, and whence he came. I come, replied the god, from heaven, to woo your sister, and to make an end of you. I am the son and messenger of Jove, underscore 50 my name is Mercury, my business, love. Do you, kind damsel, take a lover's part, and gain admittance to your sister's heart. She stared him in the face with looks amazed, as when she on Minerva's secret gazed, and asks a mighty treasure for her hire, and till he brings it, makes the god retire. Minerva grieved to see the nymph succeed, and now remembering the late impious deed, when, disobedient to her strict command, underscore 60 she touched the chest with an unhallowed hand, in big swollen sighs her inward rage expressed, that heaved the rising aegis on her breast, then sought out envy in her dark abode, defiled with ropey gore and clots of blood, shut from the winds, and from the wholesome skies. In a deep vale the gloomy dungeon lies, dismal and cold, where not a beam of light invades the winter or disturbs the night. Directly to the cave her course she steered, underscore 70 against the gates her martial lance she reared. The gates flew open, and the fiend appeared. A poisonous morsel in her teeth she chewed, and gorged the flesh of vipers for her food. Minerva loathing turned away her eye. The hideous monster, rising heavily, came stalking forward with a sullen pace, and left her mangled offals on the place. Soon as she saw the goddess gay and bright, she fetched a groan at such a cheerful sight. Underscore 80 livid and meager were her looks, her eye and foul, distorted glances turned awry. A horde of gall her inward parts possessed, and spread a greenness o'er her cankered breast. Her teeth were brown with rust, and from her tongue, in dangling drops, the stringy poison hum. She never smiles but when the wretched weep, nor lulls her malice with a moment's sleep, restless in spite, while watchful to destroy, she pines and sickens at another's joy. Underscore 90 foe to herself, distressing and distressed, she bears her own tormentor in her breast. The goddess gave, for she abhorred her sight, a short command, to Athens speed thy flight, on cursed Aglaurose try thy utmost art, and fix thy rankest venoms in her heart. This said, her spear she pushed against the ground, and mounting from it with an active bound, flew off to heaven. The hag with eyes askew looked up, and muttered curses as she flew. Underscore 100 for sore she fretted, and began to grieve at the success which she herself must give. Then takes her staff, hung round with wreaths of thorn, and sails along, in a black whirlwind borne, o'er fields and flowery meadows. Where she steers her baneful course, a mighty blast appears, mildews and blights. The meadows are defaced, the fields, the flowers, and the whole year laid waste. On mortals next in peopled towns she falls, and breathes a burning plague among their walls. Underscore 110 when Athens she beheld, for arts renowned, with peace made happy, and with plenty crowned, scarce could the hideous fiend from tears forbear, to find out nothing that deserved a tear. The apartment now she entered, where at rest the Gloros lay, with gentle sleep oppressed. To execute Minerva's dire command, she stroked the virgin with her cankered hand, then prickly thorns into her breast conveyed, that stung to madness the devoted maid. Underscore 120 Her subtle venom still improves the smart, frets in the blood, and festers in the heart. To make the work more sure, a scene she drew, and placed before the dreaming virgin's view her sister's marriage, and her glorious fate. The imaginary bride appears in state. The bridegroom with unwonted beauty glows, for envy magnifies whatever she shows. Full of the dream, Aglaros pined away in tears all night, in darkness all the day. Underscore 130 Consumed like ice, that just begins to run, when feebly smitten by the distant sun, or like unwholesome weeds, that, set on fire, are slowly wasted, and in smoke expire. Given up to envy, for in every thought the thorns, the venom, and the vision wrought. Oft did she call on death, as oft decreed, rather than see her sister's wish succeed, to tell her awful father what had passed. At length before the door herself she cast. Underscore 140 And, sitting on the ground with sullen pride, a passage to the lovesick god denied. The god caressed, and for admission prayed, and soothed, in softest words, the envenomed maid. In vain he soothed. Begone, the maid replies, or here I keep my seat, and never rise. Then keep thy seat forever, cries the god, and touched the door, wide opening to his rod. Fain would she rise and stop him, but she found her trunk too heavy to forsake the ground. Underscore 150 Her joints are all benumbed, her hands are pale, and marble now appears in every nail. As when a cancer in her body feeds, and gradual death from limb to limb proceeds, so does the dullness to each vital part spread by degrees, and creeps into her heart, till, hardening everywhere, and speechless grown, she sits unmoved, and freezes to a stone. But still her envious hue and sullen mien are in the sedentary figure seen. Underscore 160 Europa's rape. When now the god his fury had allayed, and taken vengeance of the stubborn maid, from where the bright Athenian turrets rise he mounts aloft, and reascends the skies. Jove saw him enter the sublime abodes, and, as he mixed among the crowd of gods, beckoned him out, and drew him from the rest, and in soft whispers thus his will expressed. My trusty Hermes, by whose ready aid thy sire's commands are through the world conveyed, underscore 10 Resume thy wings, exert their utmost force, and to the walls of Sidon speed they course. There find a herd of heifers wandering o'er the neighboring hill, and drive them to the shore. Thus spoke the god, concealing his intent. The trusty Hermes on his message went, and found the herd of heifers wandering o'er a neighboring hill, and drove them to the shore, where the king's daughter, with a lovely train of fellow nymphs, was sporting on the plain. Underscore 20 The dignity of empire laid aside, for love but ill agrees with kingly pride, the ruler of the skies, the thundering god, who shakes the world's foundations with a nod, among a herd of lowing heifers ran, frisked in a bull, and bellowed o'er the plain. Large rolls of fat about his shoulders clung, and from his neck the double dewlap hung. His skin was whiter than the snow that lies unsullied by the breath of southern skies. Underscore 30 Small shining horns on his curled forehead stand, as turned and polished by the workman's hand. His eyeballs rolled, not formidably bright, but gazed and languished with a gentle light. His every look was peaceful, and expressed the softness of the lover and the beast. Aegonus' royal daughter, as she played among the fields, the milk-white bull surveyed, and viewed his spotless body with delight, and at a distance kept him in her sight. Underscore 40 At length she plucked the rising flowers, and fed the gentle beast, and fondly stroked his head. He stood well pleased to touch the charming fair, but hardly could confine his pleasure there. And now he wantons o'er the neighboring strand, now rolls his body on the yellow sand, and now, perceiving all her fears decayed, comes tossing forward to the royal maid, gives her his breast to stroke, and downward turns his grisly brow, and gently stoops his horns. Underscore 50 In flowery wreaths the royal virgin dressed his bending horns, and kindly clapped his breast. Till now grown wanton, and devoid of fear, not knowing that she pressed the thunderer, she placed herself upon his back, and rode o'er fields and meadows, seated on the god. He gently marched along, and by degrees left the dry meadow, and approached the seas, where now he dips his hoofs and wets his thighs, now plunges in, and carries off the prize. Underscore 60 The fright nymph looks backward on the shore, and hears the tumbling billows round her roar, but still she holds him fast. One hand is borne upon his back, the other grasps a horn. Her train of ruffling garments flies behind, swells in the air and hovers in the wind. Through storms and tempests he the virgin bore, and lands her safe on the Dictaean shore, where now, in his divinest form arrayed, in his true shape he captivates the maid. Underscore 70 Who gazes on him, and with wondering eyes beholds the new majestic figure rise, his glowing features, and celestial light, and all the god discovered to her sight. Book 3. The Story of Cadmus. When now Agenor had his daughter lost, he sent his son to search on every coast, and sternly bid him to his arms restore the darling maid, or see his face no more, but live in exile in a foreign clime. Thus was the father pious to a crime. The restless youth searched all the world around, but how can Jove in his amours be found? When tired at length with unsuccessful toil, to shun his angry sire and native soil, underscore 10 he goes a suppliant to the Delphic dome. There asks the god what new appointed home should end his wanderings and his toils relieve. The Delphic oracles this answer give: Behold among the fields a lonely cow, unworn with yokes, unbroken to the plough. Mark well the place where first she lays her down, there measure out thy walls, and build thy town, and from thy guide, Boeotia call the land, in which the destined walls and towns shall stand. Underscore 20 No sooner had he left the dark abode, big with the promise of the Delphic god, when in the fields the fatal cow he viewed. Nor galled with yokes, nor worn with servitude, her gently at a distance he pursued, and, as he walked aloof, in silence prayed to the great power whose counsels he obeyed. Her way through flowery Panope she took, and now, Cephasus, crossed thy silver brook, when to the heavens her spacious front she raised, underscore 30 and bellowed thrice, then backward turning, gazed on those behind, till on the destined place she stooped, and couched amid the rising grass. Cadmus salutes the soil, and gladly hails the new-found mountains, and the nameless valleys, and thanks the gods, and turns about his eye to see his new dominions round him lie, then sends his servants to a neighboring grove for living streams, a sacrifice to Jove. O'er the wide plain there rose a shady wood underscore 40 of aged trees, in its dark bosom stood a bushy thicket, pathless and unworn, o'errun with brambles, and perplexed with thorn. Amidst the brake a hollow den was found, with rocks and shelving arches vaulted round. Deep in the dreary den, concealed from day, sacred to Mars, a mighty dragon lay, bloated with poison to a monstrous size. Fire broke in flashes when he glanced his eyes. His towering crest was glorious to behold, underscore 50 his shoulders and his sides were scaled with gold. 3 tongues he brandished when he charged his foes. His teeth stood jaggy in 3 dreadful rows. The Tyrians in the den for water sought, and with their urns explored the hollow vault. From side to side their empty urns rebound, and rouse the sleepy serpent with the sound. Straight he bestirs him, and is seen to rise, and now with dreadful hissings fills the skies, and darts his forky tongues, and rolls his glaring eyes. Underscore 60 The Tyrians drop their vessels in their fright, all pale and trembling at the hideous sight. Spire above spire upreared in air he stood, and gazing round him, overlooked the wood, then floating on the ground, in circles rolled, then leaped upon them in a mighty fold. Of such a bulk, and such a monstrous size, the serpent in the polar circle lies, that stretches over half the northern skies. In vain the Tyrians on their arms rely, underscore 70 in vain attempt to fight, in vain to fly, all their endeavors and their hopes are vain. Some die entangled in the winding train, some are devoured, or feel a loathsome death, swollen up with blasts of pestilential breath. And now the scorching sun was mounted high, in all its luster, to the noonday sky, when, anxious for his friends, and filled with cares, to search the woods the impatient chief prepares. A lion's hide around his loins he wore, underscore 80 the well-poised javelin to the field he bore, inured to blood, the far-destroying dart, and, the best weapon, an undaunted heart. Soon as the youth approached the fatal place, he saw his servants breathless on the grass. The scaly foe amid their core he viewed, basking at ease, and feasting in their blood. Such friends, he cries, deserved a longer date. but Cadmus will revenge, or share their fate. Then heaved a stone, and rising to the throw _90 he sent it in a whirlwind at the foe. A tower, assaulted by so rude a stroke, with all its lofty battlements had shook. But nothing here the unwieldy rock avails, rebounding harmless from the plated scales that, firmly joined, preserved him from a wound, with native armor crusted all around. 97 The pointed javelin more successful flew, which at his back the raging warrior threw. Amid the plated scales it took its course, _100, and in the spinal marrow spent its force. The monster hissed aloud, and raged in vain, and writhed his body to and fro with pain, and bit the spear, and wrenched the wood away. The point still buried in the marrow lay. And now his rage, increasing with his pain, reddens his eyes, and beats in every vein. Churned in his teeth the foamy venom rose, whilst from his mouth a blast of vapors flows, such as the infernal Stygian waters cast. _110 The plants around him wither in the blast. Now in a maze of rings he lies enrolled, now all unraveled, and without a fold, now, like a torrent, with a mighty force, bears down the forest in his boisterous course. Cadmus gave back, and on the lion's spoil sustained the shock, then forced him to recoil. The pointed javelin warded off his rage, mad with his pains, and furious to engage. The serpent champs the steel, and bites the spear, _120 till blood and venom all the point besmear. But still the hurt he yet received was slight, for, whilst the champion with redoubled might strikes home the javelin, his retiring foe shrinks from the wound, and disappoints the blow. The dauntless hero still pursues his stroke, and presses forward, till a knotty oak retards his foe, and stops him in the rear. Full in his throat he plunged the fatal spear, that in the extended neck a passage found, _130, and pierced the solid timber through the wound. Fixed to the reeling trunk, with many a stroke of his huge tail, he lashed the sturdy oak, till spent with toil, and laboring hard for breath, he now lay twisting in the pangs of death. Cadmus beheld him wallow in a flood of swimming poison, intermixed with blood, when suddenly a speech was heard from high. The speech was heard, nor was the speaker nigh. Why dost thou thus with secret pleasure see, _140 insulting man? What thou thyself shalt be? Astonished at the voice, he stood amazed, and all around with inward horror gazed, when Pallas, swift descending from the skies, Pallas, the guardian of the bold and wise, bids him plough up the field, and scatter round the dragon's teeth o'er all the furrowed ground, then tells the youth how to his wondering eyes embattled armies from the field should rise. He sows the teeth at Pallas's command, _150, and flings the future people from his hand. The clods grow warm, and crumble where he sows, and now the pointed spears advance in rows, now nodding plumes appear, and shining crests, now the broad shoulders and the rising breasts. O'er all the field the breathing harvest swarms, a growing host, a crop of men and arms. So through the parting stage a figure rears its body up, and limb by limb appears by just degrees, till all the man arise, _160, and in his full proportion strikes the eyes. Cadmus, surprised, and startled at the sight of his new foes, prepared himself for fight, when one cried out, "Forbear, fond man, forbear to mingle in a blind, promiscuous war." This said, he struck his brother to the ground, himself expiring by another's wound, nor did the third his conquest long survive, dying ere scarce he had begun to live. The dire example ran through all the field, _170, till heaps of brothers were by brothers killed, the furrows swam in blood, and only 5 of all the vast increase were left alive. Echion I, at Pallas's command, let fall the guiltless weapon from his hand, and with the rest a peaceful treaty makes, whom Cadmus as his friends and partners takes, so founds a city on the promised earth, and gives his new Boeotian empire birth. Here Cadmus reigned, and now one would have guessed _180 the royal founder in his exile blessed. Long did he live within his new abodes, allied by marriage to the deathless gods, and in a fruitful wife's embraces old, a long increase of children's children told. But no frail man, however great or high, can be concluded blessed before he die. Actaeon was the first of all his race, who grieved his grandsire in his borrowed face, condemned by stern Diana to bemoan _190 the branching horns, and visage not his own, to shun his once loved dogs, to bound away, and from their huntsmen to become their prey. And yet consider why the change was wrought. You'll find it his misfortune, not his fault. Or if a fault, it was the fault of chance, for how can guilt proceed from ignorance? The transformation of Actaeon into a stag. In a fair chase a shady mountain stood, well stored with game, and marked with trails of blood. Here did the huntsmen till the heat of day pursue the stag, and load themselves with prey. When thus Actaeon calling to the rest, "My friends," says he, "our sport is at the best. The sun is high advanced, and downward sheds his burning beams directly on our heads. Then by consent abstain from further spoils, call off the dogs, and gather up the toils. _10 And ere tomorrow's sun begins his race, take the cool morning to renew the chase." They all consent, and in a cheerful train the jolly huntsmen, loaden with the slain, return in triumph from the sultry plain. Down in a vale with pine and cypress clad, refreshed with gentle winds, and brown with shade, the chaste Diana's private haunt, there stood full in the center of the darksome wood a spacious grotto, all around o'ergrown _20 with hoary moss, and arched with pumice stone. From out its rocky clefts the waters flow, and trickling swell into a lake below. Nature had everywhere so played her part, that everywhere she seemed to vie with art. Here the bright goddess, toiled and chafed with heat, was wont to bathe her in the cool retreat. Here did she now with all her train resort, panting with heat, and breathless from the sport. Her armor-bearer laid her bow aside, _30 Some loosed her sandals, some her veil untied, each busy nymph her proper part undressed, while Crocal, more handy than the rest, gathered her flowing hair, and in a noose bound it together, whilst her own hung loose. 5 of the more ignoble sort by turns fetch up the water, and unlaid their urns. Now all undressed the shining goddess stood, when young Actaeon, wildered in the wood, to the cool grot by his hard fate betrayed, _40 The fountains filled with naked nymphs surveyed. The fried virgins shrieked at the surprise, the forest echoed with their piercing cries. Then in a huddle round their goddess pressed, she, proudly eminent above the rest, with blushes glowed, such blushes as adorn the ruddy welkin, or the purple morn. And though the crowding nymphs her body hide, half backward shrunk, and viewed him from a side. Surprised, at first she would have snatched her bow, _50 but seized the circling waters round her flow. These in the hollow of her hand she took, and dashed them in his face, while thus she spoke, "Tell if thou canst the wondrous sight disclosed, a goddess naked to thy view exposed." This said, the man began to disappear by slow degrees, and ended in a deer. A rising horn on either brow he wears, and stretches out his neck, and pricks his ears, rough is his skin, with sudden hairs o'ergrown, _60 His bosom pants with fears before unknown. Transformed at length, he flies away in haste, and wonders why he flies away so fast. But as by chance, within a neighboring brook, he saw his branching horns and altered look, wretched Actaeon. In a doleful tone he tried to speak, but only gave a groan, and as he wept, within the watery glass he saw the big round drops, with silent pace, run trickling down a savage hairy face. _70 What should he do? Or seek his old abodes, or herd among the deer, and skulk in woods? Here shame dissuades him, there his fear prevails, and each by turns his aching heart assails. As he thus ponders, he behind him spies his opening hounds, and now he hears their cries, a generous pack, or to maintain the chase, or snuff the vapor from the scented grass. He bounded off with fear, and swiftly ran o'er craggy mountains, and the flowery plain, _80 Through brakes and thickets forced his way, and flew through many a ring, where once he did pursue. In vain he oft endeavored to proclaim his new misfortune, and to tell his name, nor voice nor words the brutal tongue supplies. From shouting men, and horns, and dogs he flies, deafened and stunned with their promiscuous cries. When now the fleetest of the pack, that pressed close at his heels, and sprung before the rest, had fastened on him, straight another pair _90 hung on his wounded haunch, and held him there, till all the pack came up, and every hound tore the sad huntsman, grovelling on the ground, who now appeared but one continued wound. With dropping tears his bitter fate he moans, and fills the mountain with his dying groans. His servants with a piteous look he spies, and turns about his supplicating eyes. His servants, ignorant of what had chanced, with eager haste and joyful shouts advanced, _100 and called their lord Actaeon to the game. He shook his head in answer to the name. He heard, but wished he had indeed been gone, or only to have stood a looker on. But to his grief he finds himself too near, and feels his ravenous dogs with fury tear their wretched master, panting in a deer. The birth of Bacchus. Actaeon's sufferings, and Diana's rage, did all the thoughts of men and gods engage. Some called the evils which Diana wrought too great, and disproportioned to the fault. Others, again, esteemed Actaeon's woes fit for a virgin goddess to impose. The hearers into different parts divide, and reasons are produced on either side. Juno alone, of all that heard the news, nor would condemn the goddess, nor excuse. _10 She heeded not the justice of the deed, but joyed to see the race of Cadmus bleed. For still she kept Europa in her mind, and for her sake detested all her kind. Besides, to aggravate her hate, she heard how Semele, to Jove's embrace preferred, was now grown big with an immortal load, and carried in her womb a future god. Thus terribly incensed, the goddess broke to sudden fury, and abruptly spoke. _20 Are my reproaches of so small a force? 'Tis time I then pursue another course. It is decreed the guilty wretch shall die, if I'm indeed the mistress of the sky. If rightly styled among the powers above the wife and sister of the thundering Jove, and none can sure a sister's right deny, it is decreed the guilty wretch shall die. She boasts an honor I can hardly claim. Pregnant, she rises to a mother's name. _30 While proud and vain she triumphs in her Jove, and shows the glorious tokens of his love. But if I'm still the mistress of the skies, by her own lover the fond beauty dies. This said, descending in a yellow cloud, before the gates of Semele she stood. Old Barrow's decrepit shape she wears, her wrinkled visage, and her hoary hairs, whilst in her trembling gait she totters on, and learns to tattle in the nurse's tone. _40 The goddess, thus disguised in age, beguiled with pleasing stories her false foster child. Much did she talk of love, and when she came to mention to the nymph her lover's name, fetching a sigh, and holding down her head, "'Tis well," says she, "if all be true that's said. But trust me, child, I'm much inclined to fear some counterfeit in this your Jupiter. Many an honest, well-designing maid has been by these pretended gods betrayed. _50 But if he be indeed the thundering Jove, bid him, when next he courts the rites of love, descend triumphant from the ethereal sky, in all the pomp of his divinity, encompassed round by those celestial charms, with which he fills the immortal Juno's arms. The unwary nymph, ensnared with what she said, desired of Jove, when next he sought her bed, to grant a certain gift which she would choose. Fear not, replied the god, that I'll refuse. _60 Whatever you ask, may Styx confirm my voice. Choose what you will, and you shall have your choice. Then, says the nymph, when next you seek my arms, may you descend in those celestial charms, with which your Juno's bosom you inflame, and fill with transport heaven's immortal dame. The god, surprised, would fain have stopped her voice, but he had sworn, and she had made her choice. To keep his promise he ascends, and shrouds his awful brow in whirlwinds and in clouds. _70 Whilst all around, in terrible array, his thunders rattle, and his lightnings play. And yet, the dazzling luster to abate, he set not out in all his pomp and state, clad in the mildest lightning of the skies, and armed with thunder of the smallest size, not those huge bolts, by which the giants slain, lay overthrown on the Phlegrean plain. 'Twas of a lesser mould, and lighter weight, they call it thunder of a second rate. _80 For the rough Cyclops, who by Jove's command tempered the bolt, and turned it to his hand, worked up less flame and fury in its make, and quenched it sooner in the standing lake. Thus dreadfully adorned, with horror bright, the illustrious god, descending from his height, came rushing on her in a storm of light. The mortal dame, too feeble to engage the lightning's flashes and the thunder's rage, consumed amidst the glory she desired, _90 and in the terrible embrace expired. But to preserve his offspring from the tomb, Jove took him smoking from the blasted womb, and if on ancient tales we may rely, enclosed the abortive infant in his thigh. Here, when the babe had all his time fulfilled, Ino first took him for her foster child. Then the Nysians, in their dark abode, nourished secretly with milk the thriving god. The transformation of Tiresias. 'Twas now, while these transactions passed on earth, and Bacchus thus procured a second birth, when Jove, disposed to lay aside the weight of public empire and the cares of state, as to his queen in nectar bowls he quaffed, in troth, says he, and as he spoke he laughed, the sense of pleasure in the male is far more dull and dead than what you females share. Juno the truth of what was said denied, Tiresias therefore must the cause decide. _10 For he the pleasure of each sex had tried. It happened once, within a shady wood, two twisted snakes he in conjunction viewed, when with his staff their slimy folds he broke, and lost his manhood at the fatal stroke. But after 7 revolving years, he viewed the self-same serpents in the self-same wood, and if, says he, such virtue in you lie, that he who dares your slimy folds untie must change his kind, a second stroke I'll try. _20 Again he struck the snakes, and stood again new-sexed, and straight recovered into man. Him therefore both the deities create the sovereign umpire in their grand debate, and he declared for Jove, when Juno, fired more than so trivial an affair required, deprived him, in her fury, of his sight, and left him groping round in sudden night. But Jove, for so it is in heaven decreed, that no one god repeal another's deed, _30 irradiates all his soul with inward light, and with the prophet's art relieves the want of sight. The transformation of Echo. Famed far and near for knowing things to come, from him the inquiring nations sought their doom. The fair Liriope his answers tried, and first the unerring prophet justified. This nymph the god Cephasus had abused, with all his winding waters circumfused, and on the Nereid got a lovely boy, whom the soft maids even then beheld with joy. The tender dame, solicitous to know whether her child should reach old age or no, _10 consults the sage Tiresias, who replies, if e'er he knows himself, he surely dies. Long live the dubious mother in suspense, till time unriddle all the prophet's sense. Narcissus now his 16th year began, just turned of boy, and on the verge of man. Many a friend the blooming youth caressed, many a lovesick maid her flame confessed. Such was his pride, in vain the friend caressed, the lovesick maid in vain her flame confessed. _20 Once, in the woods, as he pursued the chase, the babbling Echo had descried his face. She, who in others' words her silence breaks, nor speaks herself but when another speaks. Echo was then a maid, of speech bereft, of wonted speech, for though her voice was left, Juno a curse did on her tongue impose, to sport with every sentence in the close. Full often, when the goddess might have caught Jove and her rivals in the very fault, _30 This nymph with subtle stories would delay her coming, till the lovers slipped away. The goddess found out the deceit in time, and then she cried, that tongue for this thy crime, which could so many subtle tales produce, shall be hereafter but of little use. Hence 'tis she prattles in a fainter tone, with mimic sounds, and accents not her own. This lovesick virgin, overjoyed to find the boy alone, still followed him behind, _40 When, glowing warmly at her near approach, as sulphur blazes at the taper's touch, she longed her hidden passion to reveal, and tell her pains, but had not words to tell. She can't begin, but waits for the rebound, to catch his voice, and to return the sound. The nymph, when nothing could Narcissus move, still dashed with blushes for her slighted love, lived in the shady covert of the woods, in solitary caves and dark abodes, _50 Where pining wandered the rejected fair, till harassed out, and worn away with care, the sounding skeleton, of blood bereft, besides her bones and voice had nothing left. Her bones are petrified, her voice is found in vaults, where still it doubles every sound. The story of Narcissus. Thus did the nymphs in vain caress the boy, he still was lovely, but he still was coy, when one fair virgin of the slighted train thus prayed the gods, provoked by his disdain, oh, may he love like me, and love like me in vain. Rhamnuja pitied the neglected fair, and with just vengeance answered to her prayer. There stands a fountain in a darksome wood, nor stained with falling leaves nor rising mud, untroubled by the breath of winds it rests, _10 Unsullied by the touch of men or beasts. High bowers of shady trees above it grow, and rising grass and cheerful greens below. Pleased with the form and coolness of the place, and overheated by the morning chase, Narcissus on the grassy verdure lies. But whilst within the crystal fount he tries to quench his heat, he feels new heats arise. For as his own bright image he surveyed, he fell in love with the fantastic shade. _20 and o'er the fair resemblance hung unmoved, nor knew, fond youth, it was himself he loved. The well-turned neck and shoulders he descries, the spacious forehead, and the sparkling eyes, the hands that Bacchus might not scorn to show, and hair that round Apollo's head might flow, with all the purple youthfulness of face, that gently blushes in the watery glass. By his own flames consumed the lover lies, and gives himself the wound by which he dies. _30 to the cold water oft he joins his lips, oft catching at the beauteous shade he dips his arms, as often from himself he slips. Nor knows he who it is his arms pursue with eager clasps, but loves he knows not who. What could, fond youth, this helpless passion move? What kindle in thee this unpitied love? Thy own warm blush within the water glows, with thee the colored shadow comes and goes, its empty being on thyself relies. _40 step thou aside, and the frail charmer dies. Still o'er the fountain's watery gleam he stood, mindless of sleep, and negligent of food, still viewed his face, and languished as he viewed. At length he raised his head, and thus began to vent his griefs, and tell the woods his pain. You trees, says he, and thou surrounding grove, who oft have been the kindly scenes of love, tell me, if e'er within your shades did lie a youth so tortured, so perplexed as I. _50 I who before me see the charming fair, whilst there he stands, and yet he stands not there. In such a maze of love my thoughts are lost, and yet no bulwark town, nor distant coast, preserves the beauteous youth from being seen, no mountains rise, nor oceans flow between. A shallow water hinders my embrace, and yet the lovely mimic wears a face that kindly smiles, and when I bend to join my lips to his, he fondly bends to mine. _60 Hear, gentle youth, and pity my complaint, come from thy well, thou fair inhabitant. My charms in easy conquest have obtained o'er other hearts, by thee alone disdained. But why should I despair? I'm sure he burns with equal flames, and languishes by turns. Whene'er I stoop he offers at a kiss, and when my arms I stretch, he stretches his. His eye with pleasure on my face he keeps, he smiles my smiles, and when I weep he weeps. _70 Whene'er I speak, his moving lips appear to utter something, which I cannot hear. Ah, wretched me! I now begin too late to find out all the long perplexed deceit. It is myself I love, myself I see, the gay delusion is a part of me. I kindle up the fires by which I burn, and my own beauties from the well return. Whom should I court? How utter my complaint? Enjoyment but produces my restraint. _80 and too much plenty makes me die for want. How gladly would I from myself remove, and at a distance set the thing I love. My breast is warmed with such unusual fire, I wish him absent whom I most desire. And now I faint with grief, my fate draws nigh, in all the pride of blooming youth I die. Death will the sorrows of my heart relieve. Oh, might the visionary youth survive, I should with joy my latest breath resign. _90 But oh, I see his fate involved in mine. This said, the weeping youth again returned to the clear fountain, where again he burned. His tears defaced the surface of the well with circle after circle, as they fell, and now the lovely face but half appears, o'errun with wrinkles, and deformed with tears. All whither, cries Narcissus, dost thou fly? Let me still feed the flame by which I die. Let me still see, though I'm no further blessed. _100 Then rends his garment off, and beats his breast, his naked bosom reddened with the blow, in such a blush as purple clusters show, ere yet the sun's autumnal heats refine their sprightly juice, and mellow it to wine. The glowing beauties of his breast he spies, and with a new redoubled passion dies. As wax dissolves, as ice begins to run, and trickle into drops before the sun, so melts the youth, and languishes away. _110 His beauty withers, and his limbs decay, and none of those attractive charms remain, to which the slighted echoes sued in vain. She saw him in his present misery, whom, spite of all her wrongs, she grieved to see. She answered sadly to the lover's moan, sighed back his sighs, and groaned to every groan, Ah, youth! Beloved in vain, Narcissus cries, "Ah, youth! Beloved in vain," the nymph replies. "Farewell," says he. The parting sound scarce fell _120 from his faint lips, but she replied, "Farewell." Then on the unwholesome earth he gasping lies, till death shuts up those self-admiring eyes. To the cold shades his flitting ghost retires, and in the Stygian waves itself admires. For him the Naiads and the Dryads mourn, whom the sad echo answers in her turn. And now the sister nymphs prepare his urn, when, looking for his corpse, they only found a rising stalk, with yellow blossoms crowned. _130. The story of Pentheus. This sad event gave blind Tiresias fame, through Greece established in a prophet's name. The unhallowed Pentheus only durst deride the cheated people, and their eyeless guide, to whom the prophet in his fury said, shaking the hoary honors of his head, "'Twere well, presumptuous man, 'twere well for thee if thou wert eyeless too, and blind, like me, for the time comes, nay, 'tis already here, when the young gods' solemnities appear, _10 which, if thou dost not with just rites adorn thy impious carcass, into pieces torn, shall strew the woods, and hang on every thorn. Then, remember what I now foretell, and own the blind Tiresias saw too well. Still Pentheus scorns him, and derides his skill, but time did all the promised threats fulfill. For now through prostrate Greece young Bacchus rode, whilst howling matrons celebrate the god. All ranks and sexes to his orgies ran, _20 to mingle in the pomps, and fill the train. When Pentheus thus his wicked rage expressed, "What madness, Thebans, has your soul possessed? Can hollow timbrels, can a drunken shout, and the lewd clamors of a beastly rout, thus quell your courage? Can the weak alarm of women's yells those stubborn souls disarm, whom nor the sword nor trumpet e'er could fright, nor the loud din and horror of a fight? And you, our sires, who left your old abodes, _30 and fixed in foreign earth your country gods, will you without a stroke your city yield, and poorly quit an undisputed field? But you, whose youth and vigor should inspire heroic warmth, and kindle martial fire, whom burnished arms and crusted helmets grace, not flowery garlands and a painted face, remember him to whom you stand allied, the serpent for his well of waters died. He fought the strong, do you his courage show, _40 and gain a conquest o'er a feeble foe. If Thebes must fall, oh might the fates afford a nobler doom from famine, fire, or sword. Then might the Thebans perish with renown. But now a beardless victor sacks the town, whom nor the prancing steed, nor ponderous shield, nor the hacked helmet, nor the dusty field, but the soft joys of luxury and ease, the purple vests, and flowery garlands, please. Stand then aside, I'll make the counterfeit _50 renounce his godhead, and confess the cheat. Acrisius from the Grecian walls repelled this boasted power, why then should Pentheus yield? Go quickly, drag the audacious boy to me, I'll try the force of his divinity. Thus did the audacious wretch those rites profane. His friends dissuade the audacious wretch in vain. In vain his grandsire urged him to give o'er his impious threats. The wretch but raves the more. So have I seen a river gently glide, _60 in a smooth course and inoffensive tide. But if with dams its current we restrain, it bears down all, and foams along the plain. But now his servants came besmeared with blood, sent by their haughty prince to seize the god. The god they found not in the frantic throng, but dragged a zealous votary along. The mariners transformed to dolphins. Him Pentheus viewed with fury in his look, and scarce withheld his hands, while thus he spoke, "Vile slave, whom speedy vengeance shall pursue, and terrify thy base, seditious crew, thy country and thy parentage reveal, and why thou joinst in these mad orgies tell." The captive views him with undaunted eyes, and armed with inward innocence, replies, "From high Maeonia's rocky shores I came, of poor descent, Achates is my name, _10 my sire was meanly born, no oxen plowed his fruitful fields, nor in his pastures lowed. His whole estate within the waters lay, with lines and hooks he caught the finny prey. His art was all his livelihood, which he thus with his dying lips bequeathed to me. In streams, my boy, and rivers take thy chance, there swims, said he, thy whole inheritance. Long did I live on this poor legacy, till tired with rocks, and my own native sky, Underscore 20 To arts of navigation I inclined, observed the turns and changes of the wind, learned the fit havens, and began to note the stormy Hyades, the rainy goat, the bright Tageet, and the shining bears, with all the sailors' catalogue of stars. Once, as by chance for Delos I designed, my vessel, driven by a strong gust of wind, moored in a Chian creek, ashore I went, and all the following night in chaos spent. Underscore 30 When morning rose, I sent my mates to bring supplies of water from a neighboring spring, whilst I the motion of the winds explored, then summoned in my crew, and went aboard. Opheltes heard my summons, and with joy brought to the shore a soft and lovely boy, with more than female sweetness in his look, whom straggling in the neighboring fields he took. With fumes of wine the little captive glows, and nods with sleep, and staggers as he goes. Underscore 40 I viewed him nicely, and began to trace each heavenly feature, each immortal grace, and saw divinity in all his face. I know not who, said I, this God should be, but that he is a God I plainly see. And now, whoe'er thou art, excuse the force these men have used, and oh, befriend our course. Pray not for us. The nimble Dictys cried, Dictys, that could the main topmast bestride, and down the ropes with active vigor slide. Underscore 50 To the same purpose old Epipeus spoke, who overlooked the oars, and timed the stroke, the same the pilot, and the same the rest, such impious avarice their souls possessed. Nay, heaven forbid that I should bear away within my vessel so divine a prey, said I, and stood to hinder their intent, when Lycabas, a wretch for murder sent from Tuscany, to suffer banishment, with his clenched fist had struck me overboard. Underscore 60 Had not my hands, in falling, grasped a cord, his base confederates the fact to prove, when Bacchus, for 'twas he, began to move, waked by the noise and clamors which they raised, and shook his drowsy limbs, and round him gazed. What means this noise? He cries. Am I betrayed? All! Whither must I be conveyed? Fear not, said Proteus. Child, but tell us where you wish to land, and trust our friendly care. To Naxos then direct your course, said he. Underscore 70. Naxos a hospitable port shall be to each of you, a joyful home to me. By every god that rules the sea or sky, the perjured villains promise to comply, and bid me hasten to unmoor the ship. With eager joy I launch into the deep, and heedless of the fraud for Naxos stand, they whisper oft, and beckon with the hand, and give me signs, all anxious for their prey, to tack about, and steer another way. Underscore 80. Then let some other to my post succeed, said I. I'm guiltless of so foul a deed. What? Says Athalion. Must the ship's whole crew follow your humor, and depend on you? And straight himself he seated at the prow, and tacked about, and sought another shore. The beauteous youth now found himself betrayed, and from the deck the rising waves surveyed, and seemed to weep, and as he wept he said, And do you thus my easy faith beguile? Underscore 90 Thus do you bear me to my native isle? Will such a multitude of men employ their strength against a weak, defenseless boy? In vain did I the godlike youth deplore, the more I begged, they thwarted me the more. And now by all the gods in heaven that hear this solemn oath, by Bacchus' self, I swear, the mighty miracle that did ensue, although it seems beyond belief, is true. The vessel, fixed and rooted in the flood, underscore 100 unmoved by all the beating billows stood. In vain the mariners would plough the main with sails unfurled, and strike their oars in vain. Around their oars a twining ivy cleaves, and climbs the mast and hides the cords and leaves. The sails are covered with a cheerful green, and berries in the fruitful canvas seen. Amidst the waves a sudden forest rears its verdant head, and a new spring appears. The god we now behold with open eyes. Underscore 110 A herd of spotted panthers round him lies in glaring forms. The grapey clusters spread on his fair brows, and dangle on his head. And whilst he frowns, and brandishes his spear, my mates, surprised with madness or with fear, leaped overboard. First perjured Madden found rough scales and fins his stiffening sides surround. Ah! What? Cries one. Has thus transformed thy look? Straight his own mouth grew wider as he spoke, and now himself he views with like surprise. Underscore 120 Still at his oar the industrious Libby's plies, But, as he plies, each busy arm shrinks in, and by degrees is fashioned to a fin. Another, as he catches at a cord, misses his arms, and tumbling overboard, with his broad fins and forky tail he laves the rising surge, and flounces in the waves. Thus all my crew transformed around the ship, or dive below, or on the surface leap, and spout the waves, and wanton in the deep. Underscore 130 full 19 sailors did the ship convey, a shoal of 19 dolphins round her play. I only in my proper shape appear, speechless with wonder, and half dead with fear, till Bacchus kindly bid me fear no more. With him I landed on the Chian shore, and him shall ever gratefully adore. This forging slave, says Pentheus, would prevail o'er our just fury by a far-fetched tale. Go, let him feel the whips, the swords, the fire, underscore 140 and in the tortures of the rack expire. The officious servants hurry him away, and the poor captive in a dungeon lay. But whilst the whips and tortures are prepared, the gates fly open, of themselves unbarred. At liberty the unfettered captive stands, and flings the loosened shackles from his hands. The death of Pentheus. But Pentheus, grown more furious than before, resolved to send his messengers no more, but went himself to the distracted throng, where high Cytheron echoed with their song. And as the fiery war-horse paws the ground, and snorts and trembles at the trumpet's sound, transported thus he heard the frantic rout, and raved and maddened at the distant shout. A spacious circuit on the hill there stood, level and wide, and skirted round with wood. Underscore 10 Here the rash Pentheus, with unhallowed eyes, the howling dames and mystic orgies spies. His mother sternly viewed him where he stood, and kindled into madness as she viewed. Her leafy javelin at her son she cast, and cries, the boar that lays our country waste. The boar, my sisters! Aim the fatal dart, and strike the brindled monster to the heart. Pentheus astonished heard the dismal sound, and sees the yelling matrons gathering round. Underscore 20 He sees, and weeps at his approaching fate, and begs for mercy, and repents too late. Help, help! My Aunt Autono, he cried, remember how your own Actaeon died. Deaf to his cries, the frantic matron crops one stretched out arm, the other Ino lops. In vain does Pentheus to his mother sue, and the raw bleeding stumps presents to view. His mother howled, and heedless of his prayer, her trembling hand she twisted in his hair. Underscore 30 And this, she cried, shall be Agave's share, when from the neck his struggling head she tore, and in her hands the ghastly visage bore. With pleasure all the hideous trunk survey, then pulled and tore the mangled limbs away, as starting in the pangs of death it lay. Soon as the wood its leafy honors casts, blown off and scattered by autumnal blasts, with such a sudden death lay Pentheus slain, and in 1,000 pieces strode the plain. Underscore 40 By so distinguishing a judgment awed, the Thebans tremble, and confess to God. Book 4. The Story of Salmachus and Hermaphrodites. How Salmachus, with weak enfeebling streams softens the body, and unnerves the limbs, and what the secret cause, shall here be shown. The cause is secret, but the effect is known. The Naiads nursed an infant heretofore, that Cytherea once to Hermes bore. From both the illustrious authors of his race the child was named, nor was it hard to trace both the bright parents through the infant's face. When 15 years, in Ida's cool retreat, underscore 10 the boy had told, he left his native seat, and sought fresh fountains in a foreign soil. The pleasure lessened the attending toil. With eager steps the Lycian fields he crossed, and fields that border on the Lycian coast. A river here he viewed so lovely bright, it showed the bottom in a fairer light, nor kept a sand concealed from human sight. The stream produced nor slimy ooze, nor weeds, nor miry rushes, nor the spiky reeds. Underscore 20 But dealt enriching moisture all around, the fruitful banks with cheerful verdure crowned, and kept the spring eternal on the ground. A nymph presides, nor practiced in the chase, nor skilful at the bow, nor at the race. Of all the blue-eyed daughters of the main, the only stranger to Diana's train. Her sisters often, as 'tis said, would cry, Fie, Salmachus, what always idle? Fie, or take thy quiver, or thy arrows seize, underscore 30 and mix the toils of hunting with thy ease. Nor quiver she nor arrows e'er would seize, nor mix the toils of hunting with her ease. But oft would bathe her in the crystal tide, oft with a comb her dewy locks divide. Now in the limpid stream she viewed her face, and dressed her image in the floating glass. On beds of leaves she now reposed her limbs, now gathered flowers that grew about her streams, and then by chance was gathering, as she stood _40 to view the boy, and long for what she viewed. Fain would she meet the youth with hasty feet, she fain would meet him, but refused to meet before her looks were set with nicest care, and well deserved to be reputed fair. Bright youth, she cries, whom all thy features prove a god, and if a god, the god of love, but if a mortal, bless thy nurse's breast, blessed are thy parents, and thy sisters blessed, but oh, how blessed! How more than blessed thy bride, _50 allied in bliss, if any yet allied. If so, let mine the stolen enjoyments be, if not, behold a willing bride in me. The boy knew not of love, and touched with shame, he strove, and blushed, but still the blush became, in rising blushes still fresh beauties rose. The sunny side of fruit such blushes shows, and such the moon, when all her silver white turns in eclipses to a ruddy light. The nymph still begs, if not a nobler bliss, _60 a cold salute at least, a sister's kiss, and now prepares to take the lovely boy between her arms. He, innocently coy, replies, or leave me to myself alone, you rude, uncivil nymph, or I'll be gone. Fair stranger then, says she, it shall be so, and for she feared his threats, she feigned to go, but hid within a covert's neighboring green, she kept him still in sight, herself unseen. The boy now fancies all the danger o'er, _70 and innocently sports about the shore, playful and wanton to the stream he trips, and dips his foot, and shivers as he dips. The coolness pleased him, and with eager haste his airy garments on the banks he cast. His godlike features, and his heavenly hue, and all his beauties were exposed to view. His naked limbs the nymph with rapture spies, while hotter passions in her bosom rise, flush in her cheeks, and sparkle in her eyes. _80 she longs, she burns to clasp him in her arms, and looks, and sighs, and kindles at his charms. Now all undressed upon the banks he stood, and clapped his sides and leaped into the flood. His lovely limbs the silver waves divide, his limbs appear more lovely through the tide, as lilies shut within a crystal case, receive a glossy luster from the glass. He's mine, he's all my own, the naiad cries, and flings off all, and after him she flies. _90 and now she fastens on him as he swims, and holds him close, and wraps about his limbs. The more the boy resisted, and was coy, the more she clipped and kissed the struggling boy. So when the wriggling snake is snatched on high in eagle's claws, and hisses in the sky, around the foe his twirling tail he flings, and twists her legs, and writhes about her wings. The restless boy still obstinately strove to free himself, and still refused her love. _100 amidst his limbs she kept her limbs entwined, and why, coy youth, she cries, why thus unkind? Oh, may the gods thus keep us ever joined! Oh, may we never, never part again, so prayed the nymph, nor did she pray in vain, for now she finds him, as his limbs she pressed, grow nearer still, and nearer to her breast, till, piercing each the other's flesh, they run together, and incorporate in one. Last in one face are both their faces joined, _110 as when the stalk and grafted twig combined shoot up the same, and wear a common rind. Both bodies in a single body mix, a single body with a double sex. The boy, thus lost in woman, now surveyed the river's guilty stream, and thus he prayed, but wondered at his softer tone, surprised to hear a voice but half his own. You parent gods, whose heavenly names I bear, hear your hermaphrodite, and grant my prayer. _120 O grant, that whomsoe'er these streams contain, if man he entered, he may rise again supple, unsignwed, and but half a man. The heavenly parents answered, from on high, their two-shaped son, the double votary, then gave a secret virtue to the flood, and tinged its source to make his wishes good. To Her Royal Highness the Princess of Wales, 12, with the tragedy of Cato, NOV. 1714. The muse that oft, with sacred raptures fired, has generous thoughts of liberty inspired, and boldly rising for Britannia's laws, engaged great Cato in her country's cause. On you submissive waits, with hopes assured, by whom the mighty blessing stands secured, and all the glories that our age adorn, are promised to a people yet unborn. No longer shall the widowed land bemoan a broken lineage, and a doubtful throne, underscore 10 but boast her royal progeny's increase, and count the pledges of her future peace. O, born to strengthen and to grace our isle! While you, fair princess, in your offspring smile, supplying charms to the succeeding age, each heavenly daughter's triumphs we presage, already see the illustrious youths complain, and pity monarchs doomed to sigh in vain. Thou too, the darling of our fond desires, whom Albion, opening wide her arms, requires, underscore 20 with manly valor and attractive air shalt quell the fierce and captivate the fair. O England's younger hope! In whom conspire the mother's sweetness and the father's fire. For thee perhaps, even now, of kingly race, some dawning beauty blooms in every grace, some Carolina, to heaven's dictates true, who, while the sceptred rivals vainly sue, thy inborn worth with conscious eyes shall see, and slight the imperial diadem for thee. Underscore 30 pleased with the prospect of successive reigns, the tuneful tribe no more in daring strains shall vindicate, with pious fears oppressed, endangered rights, and liberty distressed. To milder sounds each muse shall tune the lyre, and gratitude, and faith to kings inspire, and filial love, bid impious discord cease, and soothe the madding factions into peace, or rise ambitious in more lofty lays, and teach the nation their new monarch's praise. Underscore 40 describe his awful look and godlike mind, and Caesar's power with Cato's virtue joined. Meanwhile, bright princess, who with graceful ease and native majesty are formed to please, behold those arts with the propitious eye, that suppliant to their great protectress fly. Then shall they triumph, and the British stage improve her manners and refine her rage, more noble characters exposed to view, and draw her finished heroines from you. Underscore 50 nor you the kind indulgence will refuse, skilled in the labors of the deathless muse. The deathless muse with undiminished rays through distant times the lovely dame conveys. To Gloriana, 13, Waller's harp was strung, the queen still shines, because the poet sung. Even all those graces, in your frame combined, the common fate of mortal charms may find, content our short-lived praises to engage, the joy and wonder of a single age. Underscore 60 unless some poet in a lasting song to late posterity their fame prolong, instruct our sons the radiant form to prize, and see your beauty with their father's eyes. To Sir Godfrey Kneller, 14, on his picture of the king, 15. Kneller, with silence and surprise we see Britannia's monarch rise, a godlike form, by thee displayed in all the force of light and shade, and awed by thy delusive hand, as in the presence chamber stand the magic of thy art calls forth his secret soul and hidden worth, his probity and mildness shows, his care of friends and scorn of foes. Underscore 10 in every stroke, in every line, does some exalted virtue shine, and Albion's happiness we trace through all the features of his face. O may I live to hail the day, when the glad nation shall survey their sovereign, through his wide command, passing in progress o'er the land. Each heart shall bend, and every voice in loud applauding shouts rejoice. Underscore 20 whilst all his gracious aspect praise, and crowds grow loyal as they gaze. This image on the metal placed, with its bright round of titles graced, and stamped on British coins, shall live, to richest ores the value give, or, wrought within the curious mold, shape and adorn the running gold. To bear this form, the genial sun has daily, since his course begun, underscore 30 rejoiced the metal to refine, and ripen the Peruvian mine. Thou, Kneller, long with noble pride, the foremost of thy art, hast vied with nature in a generous strife, and touched the canvas into life. Thy pencil has, by monarchs sought, from reign to reign in ermine wrought, and in their robes of state arrayed, the kings of half an age displayed. Underscore 40 here swarthy Charles appears, and there his brother with dejected air. Triumphant Nassau here we find, and with him bright Maria joined. There Anna, great as when she sent her armies through the continent, ere yet her hero was disgraced. O may famed Brunswick be the last, though heaven should with my wish agree, and long preserve thy art in thee. Underscore 50 the last, the happiest British king, whom thou shalt paint, or I shall sing. Wise Phidias, thus his skill to prove, through many a god advanced to Jove, and taught the polished rocks to shine with airs and lineaments divine, till Greece, amazed, and half afraid, the assembled deities surveyed. Great Pan, who wont to chase the fair, and loved the spreading oak, was there. 60 Old Saturn too, with upcast eyes, beheld his abdicated skies, and mighty Mars, for war renowned, in adamantine armor frowned. By him the childless goddess rose, Minerva, studious to compose her twisted threads, the web she strung, and o'er a loom of marble hung, Thetis, the troubled ocean's queen. Matched with a mortal, next was seen, 70 reclining on a funeral urn, her short-lived darling son to mourn. The last was he, whose thunders slew the Titan race, a rebel crew, that, from 100 hills allied in impious leagues, their king defied. This wonder of the sculptor's hand produced, his art was at a stand, for who would hope new fame to raise, or risk his well-established praise, 80 that, his high genius to approve, had drawn a George, or carved a Jove. The playhouse, where gentle Thames through stately channels glides, and England's proud metropolis divides, a lofty fabric does the sight invade, and stretches o'er the waves a pompous shade, when sudden shouts the neighborhood surprise, and thundering claps and dreadful hissings rise. Here thrifty R. 16 hires monarchs by the day, and keeps his mercenary kings in pay, with deep-mouthed actors fills the vacant scenes, and rakes the stews for goddesses and queens. 10 Here the lewd punk, with crowns and scepters graced, teaches her eyes a more majestic cast, and hungry monarchs with a numerous train of suppliant slaves, like Sancho, starve and reign. But enter in, my muse, the stage survey, and all its pomp and pageantry display. Trapdoors and pitfalls form the unfaithful ground, and magic walls encompass it around. On either side maimed temples fill our eyes, and intermixed with brothel houses rise. 20 Disjointed palaces in order stand, and groves obedient to the mover's hand o'ershade the stage, and flourish at command. A stamp makes broken towns and trees entire. So when Amphion struck the vocal lyre, he saw the spacious circuit all around, with crowding woods and rising cities crowned. But next the tiring rooms survey, and see false titles, and promiscuous quality, confused daily swarm, from heroes and from queens, 30 to those that swing in clouds and fill machines. Their various characters they choose with art, the frowning bully fits the tyrant's part, swollen cheeks and swaggering belly make an host, pale, meager looks and hollow voice a ghost, from careful brows and heavy downcast eyes, dull cits and thick-skulled aldermen arise. The comic tone, inspurred by Congreve, draws at every word, loud laughter and applause. The whining dame continues as before, 40 her character unchanged, and acts a whore. Above the rest, the prince with haughty stalks magnificent in purple buskins walks, the royal robes his awful shoulders grace, profuse of spangles and of copper lace, officious rascals to his mighty thigh, guiltless of blood, the unpointed weapon tie, then the gay glittering diadem put on, ponderous with brass, and starred with Bristolstone. His royal consort next consults her glass, 50 and out of 20 boxes culls a face. The whitening first her ghastly looks besmears, all pale and wan the unfinished form appears, till on her cheeks the blushing purple glows, and a false virgin modesty bestows. Her ruddy lips the deep vermilion dyes, length to her brows the pencil's art supplies, and with black bending arches shades her eyes. Well pleased at length the picture she beholds, and spots it o'er with artificial molds. 60 her countenance complete, the bows she warms with looks not hers, and spite of nature charms. Thus artfully their persons they disguise, till the last flourish bids the curtain rise. The prince then enters on the stage in state. Behind, a guard of candle snuffers wait. There swollen with empire, terrible and fierce, he shakes the dome, and tears his lungs with verse. His subjects tremble. The submissive pit, wrapped up in silence and attention, sit, 70 till, freed at length, he lays aside the weight of public business and affairs of state, forgets his pomp, dead to ambitious fires, and to some peaceful brandy shop retires, where in full gills his anxious thoughts he drowns, and quaffs away the care that waits on crowns. The princess next her painted charms displays, where every look the pencil's art betrays. The callow squire at distance feeds his eyes, and silently for paint and washes dyes. _80. But if the youth behind the scenes retreat, he sees the blended colors melt with heat, and all the trickling beauty run in sweat. The borrowed visage he admires no more, and nauseates every charm he loved before. So the famed spear, for double force renowned, applied the remedy that gave the wound. In tedious lists 'twere endless to engage, and draw at length the rabble of the stage, where one for 20 years has given alarms, _90 and called contending monarchs to their arms. Another fills a more important post, and rises every other night a ghost. Through the cleft stage his mealy face he rears, then stalks along, groans thrice, and disappears. Others, with swords and shields, the soldier's pride, more than 1,000 times have changed their side, and in 1,000 fatal battles died. Thus several persons several parts perform, soft lovers whine, and blustering heroes storm. _100 The stern exasperated tyrants rage, till the kind bowl of poison clears the stage. Then honors vanish, and distinctions cease, then, with reluctance, haughty queens undress. Heroes no more their fading laurels boast, and mighty kings and private men are lost. He, whom such titles swelled, such power made proud, to whom whole realms and vanquished nations bowed, throws off the gaudy plume, the purple train, and in his own vile tatters stinks again. _110. On the Lady Manchester. Written on the toasting glasses of the Kit Kat Club. While haughty Gallia's dames, that spread o'er their pale cheeks an artful red, beheld this beauteous stranger there, in native charms divinely fair, confusion in their looks they showed, and with unborrowed blushes glowed. An Ode. 1. The spacious firmament on high, with all the blue ethereal sky, and spangled heavens, a shining frame, their great original proclaim. The unwearied sun from day to day does his Creator's power display, and publishes, to every land, the work of an almighty hand. 2. Soon as the evening shades prevail, the moon takes up the wondrous tale, and nightly, to the listening earth, repeats the story of her birth, whilst all the stars that round her burn, and all the planets, in their turn, confirm the tidings as they roll, and spread the truth from pole to pole. 3. What though, in solemn silence, all move round the dark terrestrial ball? What though no real voice, nor sound amidst their radiant orbs be found? In reason's ear they all rejoice, and utter forth a glorious voice, forever singing as they shine, the hand that made us is divine. In him. 1. When all thy mercies, O my God, my rising soul surveys, transported with the view, I'm lost in wonder, love, and praise. 2. Oh, how shall words with equal warmth the gratitude declare that glows within my ravished heart? But thou canst read it there. 3. Thy providence my life sustained, and all my wants redressed, when in the silent womb I lay, and hung upon the breast. 4. To all my weak complaints and cries thy mercy lent an ear, ere yet my feeble thoughts had learnt to form themselves in prayer. 5. Unnumbered comforts to my soul thy tender care bestowed, before my infant heart conceived from whence these comforts flowed. 6. When in the slippery paths of youth with heedless steps I ran, thine arm unseen conveyed me safe, and led me up to man. 7. Through hidden dangers, toils, and death, it gently cleared my way, and through the pleasing snares of vice, more to be feared than they. 8. When worn with sickness, oft hast thou with health renewed my face, and when in sins and sorrows sunk, revived my soul with grace. 9. Thy bounteous hand with worldly bliss has made my cup run o'er, and in a kind and faithful friend has doubled all my store. 10. 10,000 precious gifts my daily thanks employ, nor is the least a cheerful heart that tastes those gifts with joy. 11. Through every period of my life, thy goodness I'll pursue, and after death, in distant worlds, the glorious theme renew. 17. 12. When nature fails, and day and night divide thy works no more, my ever grateful heart, O Lord, thy mercy shall adore. 13. Through all eternity, to thee a joyful song I'll raise, for, oh, eternity's too short to utter all thy praise. An Ode. 1. How are thy servants blessed, O Lord! How sure is their defense! Eternal wisdom is their guide, their help omnipotence. 2. In foreign realms, and lands remote, supported by thy care, through burning climes I passed unhurt, and breathed in tainted air. 3. Thy mercy sweetened every soil, made every region please. The hoary alpine hills it warmed, and smoothed the Tyrrhene seas. For think, O my soul, devoutly think, how, with affrighted eyes, thou saw'st the wide extended deep in all its horrors rise. 5. Confusion dwelt in every face, and fear in every heart, when waves on waves, and gulfs on gulfs, o'ercame the pilot's art. 6. Yet then from all my griefs, O Lord, thy mercy set me free, whilst, in the confidence of prayer, my soul took hold on thee. 7. For though in dreadful whirls we hung high on the broken wave, I knew thou wert not slow to hear, nor impotent to save. 8. The storm was laid, the winds retired, obedient to thy will. The sea that roared at thy command was still. 9. In midst of dangers, fears, and death, thy goodness I'll adore, and praise thee for thy mercies past, and humbly hope for more. 10. My life, if thou preservest my life, thy sacrifice shall be, and death, if death must be my doom, shall join my soul to thee. In him. 1. When rising from the bed of death, o'erwhelmed with guilt and fear, I see my Maker face to face, oh how shall I appear? 2. If yet, while pardon may be found, and mercy may be sought, my heart with inward horror shrinks, and trembles at the thought. 3. When thou, O Lord, shalt stand disclosed in majesty severe, and sit in judgment on my soul, oh how shall I appear? 4. But thou hast told the troubled soul, who does her sins lament, the timely tribute of her tears shall endless woe prevent. 5. Then see the sorrows of my heart, ere yet it be too late, and add my Saviour's dying groans, to give those sorrows weight. 6. For never shall my soul despair her pardon to procure, who knows thy only Son has died to make that pardon sure. Paraphrase on Psalm 23. 1. The Lord my pasture shall prepare, and feed me with a shepherd's care. His presence shall my wants supply, and guard me with a watchful eye. My noonday walks he shall attend, and all my midnight hours defend. 2. When in the sultry glebe I faint, or on the thirsty mountain pant, to fertile valleys and dewy meads my weary wandering steps he leads, where peaceful rivers, soft and slow, amid the verdant landscape flow. 3. Though in the paths of death I tread, with gloomy horrors overspread, my steadfast heart shall fear no ill, for thou, O Lord, art with me still. Thy friendly crook shall give me aid, and guide me through the dreadful shade. 4. Though in a bare and rugged way, through devious lonely wilds I stray, thy bounty shall my wants beguile. The barren wilderness shall smile, with sudden greens and herbage crowned, and streams shall murmur all around. End of Addison's Poems. Footnotes. Footnote 2. Majesty, King William. Footnote 3. Senef. Lost by William to the French in 1674. Claverhouse fought with him at this battle. Footnote 4. The 4 last lines of the second and third stanzas were added by Mr. Tate. Footnote 5. Eridanus, the Pa. Footnote 6. Such as of late. See Macaulay's essay on Addison, and the life in this volume, for an account of this extraordinary tempest. Footnote 7. Talad, or Tallart, an eminent French marshal, taken prisoner at Blenheim. He remained in England for 7 years. Footnote 8. A comedy written by Sir Richard Steele. Footnote 9. A dramatic poem written by the Lord Lansdowne. Footnote 10. Smith, Edmund, commonly called Rag. See Johnson's Poets. Footnote 11. Laius, Bacchus. Footnote 12. Princess of Wales. Wilhelmina Dorothea Carolina of Brandenburg-Ansbach, afterwards Caroline, Queen of George II. She figures in the heart of Midlothian. Footnote 13. Gloriana, Henrietta Maria, Queen of Charles I. See our edition of Waller. Footnote 14. Sir Godfrey Kneller, born at Lubeck in 1648, became a painter of portraits, visited England, was knighted by William III, died in 1723, lies in Westminster Abbey. Footnote 15. This refers to a portrait of George I. Footnote 16. R. Rich. Footnote 17. Otherwise, thy goodness I'll proclaim, and resume the glorious theme. The Life of John Gay. This ingenious poet and childlike man was born, in 1688, at Barnstable, in Devonshire. His family, who were of Norman origin, had long possessed the manor of Goldworthy, or Holworthy, which came into their hands through Gilbert le Gay. He obtained possession of this estate by intermarrying with the family of Courtois, and gave his name, too, to a place called Hampton Gay, in Northamptonshire. The author of the Fables was brought up at the Free School of Barnstable, Pope says, under one William Rayner, who had been educated at Westminster School, and who was the author of a volume of Latin and English verse, although Dr. Johnson and others maintain that his master's name was Locke. On leaving school, Gay was bound apprentice to a mercer in London, a trade not the most propitious to poetry, and which he did not long continue to prosecute. In 1712, he published his Rural Sports, and dedicated it to Pope, who was then rising toward the ascendant, having just published his brilliant tissue of centos, the Essay on Criticism. Pope was pleased with the honor, and ever afterwards took a deep interest in Gay. In the same year, Gay had been appointed domestic secretary to the Duchess of Monmouth. This lady was in Scott, the daughter and heiress of the Duke of Buccleuch, and widow of the well-known and hapless Duke of Monmouth, who had been beheaded in 1685. She plays a prominent part in the Lay of the Last Minstrel, and of her a far greater poet than her secretary thus sings. The Duchess marked his weary pace, his timid mien, and reverend face, and bade her page the menials tell that they should tend the old man well. For she had known adversity, though born in such a high degree, in pride of power, in beauty's bloom, had wept o'er Monmouth's bloody tomb. Dr. Johnson says of her, rather sarcastically, that she was remarkable for her inflexible perseverance in her demand to be treated as a princess. One biographer of Gay asserts, but on what authority we know not, that this secretaryship was rewarded with a handsome salary. With her, however, our poet did not long agree. She was scarcely so kind to him as to the last minstrel, who sung to her at Newark. By June 8, 1714, see a letter of Arbuthnot's of that date, she had turned Gay off, having probably been provoked by his indolence of disposition and improvidence of conduct. Ere this, however, he had been admitted to the intimacy of Pope, and was hired or flattered by him to engage in the famous Battle of the Wits, springing from the publication of the Pastorals of Ambrose Philips. This agreeable but nearly forgotten writer published some pastorals, which Steele, with his usual rashness and fatal favoritism, commended in the Guardian, as superior to all productions of the class, including Pope's, except those of Theocritus, Virgil, and Spenser. Pope retorted in a style of inimitable irony, by a letter to the Guardian, where he professedly gives the preference to Philips, but damages his claim by producing 4 specimens of his composition, and contrasting them with the better portions of his own. Not contented with this, he prevailed on Gay to satirize Philips in the Shepherd's Week, a poem which forms the reductio ad absurdum of that writer's plan, and exhibits rural life in more than the vulgarity and grossness which the author of the Pastorals had ascribed to it. Gay shortly after wrote his Fan, and his Trivia, or the Art of Walking the Streets of London, the former a mythological fiction, in 3 books, now entirely and deservedly neglected, the second still worthy of perusal on account of its fidelity to truth, in its pictures of the dirty London of 1713, a fidelity reminding you of Crabbe and of Swift. Indeed, Gay is said to have been assisted in Trivia by the latter, who, we may not uncharitably suppose, supplied the filth of allusion and image, which here and there taints the poem. In 1713, our author brought out on the stage a comedy, entitled The Wife of Bath, which met with no success, and which, when reproduced 17 years later, after the Beggar's Opera had taken the town by storm, fell as flat as before. Gay had now fairly found his way into the center of that brilliant circle called the wits of Queen Anne. That was certainly one of the most varied in intellect and attainment which the world has ever seen. Highest far among them, we refer to the Tory side, darkled the stern brow of the author of Gulliver's Travels, who had a mind cast by nature in a form of naked force, like a gloomy crag without a particle of beauty or any vegetation, save what will grow on the most horrid rocks, and the condition of whose existence there seems to be that it deepens the desolation, a mind unredeemed by virtue save in the shape of remorse, unvisited by weakness, until it came transmuted into the tiger of madness. whose very sermons were satires on God and man, whose very prayers had a twang of blasphemy, whose loves were more loathsome than his hatreds, and yet over whose blasted might and most miserable and withered heart men mourn, while they shudder, blend tears with anathemas, and agree that the awful mystery of man itself is deepened by its relation to the mystery of the wickedness, remorse, and wretchedness of Jonathan Swift. Superior to him in outward show and splendor, but inferior in real intellect, and if possible, in moral caliber, shone, although with lurid brilliance, the fell genius of S.D. John or Henry Bolingbroke. In a former paper we said that Edmund Burke reminded us less of a man than of a tutelar angel, and so we can sometimes think of the ingrate and cankered Bolingbroke. With his subtle intellect, his showy, sophistical eloquence, his power of intrigue, his consummate falsehood, his vice and his infidelity as a superior fiend, a kind of human Belial. In act more graceful than humane, a fairer person lost not heaven, he seemed. For dignity composed and high exploit, but all was false and hollow, though his tongue dropped manna, and could make the worse appear the better reason, to perplex and dash maturest counsels. These two were the giants of the Tory confederacy of wits. But little inferior to them in brilliance, if vastly less in intellectual size, was Pope, with his epigrammatic style, his compact sense, like stimulating essence contained in small smelling bottles, his pungent personalities, his elegant glitter, and his splendid simulation of moral indignation and moral purpose. Less known, but more esteemed than any of them where he was known, was Dr. Arbuthnot, a physician of skill, as some extant medical works prove, a man of science, and author of an essay on the usefulness of mathematical learning, a scholar, as evinced by his examination of Woodward's account of the deluge, his treatise on ancient coins and metals, and that on the altercation or scolding of the ancients, a wit, whose grave irony, keen perception of the ridiculous, and magical power of turning the lead of learning into the most fine gold of humor, exhibited in his Martinus Scriblerus, his epitaph on the notorious Colonel Chartres, and his history of John Bull, still extract shouts, screams, and tears of mirth from thousands who scarce know the author's name, a politician without malice or self-seeking, and best of all, a man without guile, and a Christian without cant. He, although a physician, was in effect the chaplain of the corps, and had enough to do in keeping them within due bounds, nay, is said on his deathbed to have called Pope to him, and given him serious advice in reference to the direction of his talents, and the restraint of his muse. Prior, though inferior to these, was no common man, and to learning, wit, and tale-telling power, added skill and energy in the conduct of public affairs. And last, for Parnell, though beloved by this circle, could hardly be said to belong to it, there was Gay, whom the others agreed to love and laugh at, who stood in much the same relation to the wits of and as Goldsmith did to those of George III, being at once their fool and their fondling, who, like Goldsmith, was in wit a man, simplicity a child, and who, though he could not stab and sneer, and create new worlds more laughable than even this, like Swift, nor declaim and sap faith, like Bolingbroke, nor rhyme and glitter like Pope, nor discourse on metals and write comical Pilgrim's Progresses, like Arbuthnot, nor pour out floods of learning like Prior and Alma, could do things which they in their turn never equaled, even as in Emerson's poem, The Mountain and the Squirrel, the latter wisely remarks to the former, I cannot carry forests on my back, but neither can you crack a nut, could give a fabulous excellence to the construction and management of the fable, extract interest from street crossings and scavengers, and let fly into the literary atmosphere an immortal opera, The Beggars, which, though feathered by the moltings of the very basest night-birds, has pursued a career of triumph ever since. To recur to the life of our poet. Losing his situation under the Duchess of Monmouth, he was patronized by the Earls of Oxford and Bolingbroke, and through them was appointed secretary to the Earl of Clarendon, who was going to Hanover as ambassador to that court. He was at this time so poor that, in order to equip himself with necessaries, such as shoes, stockings, and linen for the journey, he had to receive an advance of £100 from the treasury at Hanover. The Electoral Princess, afterwards Queen Caroline, wife of George II. Took some notice of Gay, and asked for a volume of his poems, when, as Arbuthnot remarks, like a true poet, he was compelled to own that he had no copy in his possession. We suspect few poets, whether true or pretended, in our age would in this point resemble Gay. Lord Clarendon's embassy lasted precisely 15 days, Queen Anne having died in the meantime, and the Tory government being consequently dismissed in disgrace. Poor Gay, who had offended the Whigs by dedicating his Shepherd's Week to Bolingbroke, came home in a worse plight than before. He had left England in a state of poverty. He returned to it in a state of proscription, although he perhaps felt comforted by an epistle of welcome from Pope, which did not, it is likely, affect him as it does us with the notion that its tricksy author was laughing in his sleeve. Arbuthnot, who was a wiser friend, advised Gay to write an epistle on the arrival of the Princess of Wales, which he did, and she and her lord were so far conciliated as to attend a play he now produced, entitled, "What do ye call it?" a kind of hybrid between a farce and a tragedy, which, by the well-managed equivoque of its purpose, hit the house between wind and water, and not knowing what, properly, to call it, and whether it should be applauded or damned, they gave the benefit of their doubts to the author. To its success, doubtless, too, the presence and praise of the prince and the princess contributed. Gay now tried for a while the trade of a courtier, sooth to say, with little success. He was for this at once too sanguine and too simple. Pope said, with his usual civil sneer, in a letter to Swift, "The Doctor Arbuthnot goes to cards, Gay to court, the one loses money, the other time." It added to his chagrin, that having, in conjunction with Pope and Arbuthnot, produced, in 1717, a comedy entitled 3 Months After Marriage, to satirize Dr. Woodward, then famous as a fossilist, the piece, being personal and indecent, was not only hissed but hooted off the stage. The chief offense was taken at the introduction of a mummy and a crocodile on the stage. To divert his grief, he, at the suggestion of Lord Burlington, who paid his expenses, rambled into Devonshire, went next with Pulteney to Aix, in France, and when afterwards on a visit to Lord Harcourt's seat, witnessed the incident of the two country lovers killed by lightning in each other's arms, to which Pope alludes in one of his letters, and Goldsmith in his Vicar of Wakefield. In 1720 he published his Poems, by subscription. The general kindness felt for Gay, notwithstanding his faults and feebleness, now found a vent. The Prince and Princess of Wales not only subscribed, but gave him a liberal present, and some of the nobility, who regarded him as an agreeable plaything and lapdog of genius, took a number of copies. The result was that he gained £1,000. He asked the advice of his friends how to dispose of this sum, and, as usual, took his own. Lewis, steward to Lord Oxford, advised him to entrust it to the funds, and live on the interest. Arbuthnot, to live upon the principal. Pope and Swift, to buy an annuity. Gay preferred to sink it in the South Sea bubble, then in all its glory. At first he imagined himself master of £20,000, and when advised to sell out, and purchase as much as his wise friend Elijah Fenton said would procure him a clean shirt and a shoulder of mutton every day, rejected the counsel, and in fine lost every farthing, and nearly lost next, through vexation, either his life or his reason. Pope, who occasionally laughed at him, was now very kind, and partly through his assiduous attention, Gay recovered his health, spirits, and the use of his pen. He wrote a tragedy called The Captives, and was invited to read it before the Princess of Wales. The sight of her and her assembled ladies frightened him, and in advancing he stumbled over a stool and overthrew a heavy japan screen. How he fared afterwards in the reading we are not informed, but as we are told that the princess started and her ladies screamed, we fear it had been poorly. On this story Hawkesworth has founded an amusing story in The Adventurer, and it was also, we think, in the eye of the author of the humorous tale, entitled The Bashful Man. This unlucky play was afterwards acted 7 nights, the author's 3rd night being under the special patronage of Her Royal Highness. At the request of the same illustrious lady, he, in 1726, undertook to write a volume of Fables, for the young Duke of Cumberland, afterwards of Culloden notoriety, and when at last, in 1727, the prince became George II, and the Princess Queen Caroline, Gay's hopes of promotion boiled as high as his hopes of gain had during the South Sea scheme. But here, too, he was deceived, and having only received the paltry appointment, as he deemed it, though the salary was £200, of gentleman usher to the Princess Louisa, a girl of 2 years old, he thought himself insulted. He first sent a message to the Queen that he was too old for the place, an excuse which he made for himself, but which, being only 39, he would not have borne any other to make for him. He next condescended to court Mrs. Howard, the mistress of George II, and that good Howard commemorated in the heart of Midlothian. But this too was in vain, and then he retired from the attempt, growling out probably, if we can imagine him in fable, not as Queen Caroline called him the hare, but a bear, the words, "Put not your faith in princes." He was the more excusable, as 2 years before Sir Robert Walpole had, for his surmised Toryism, turned him out of the office of Commissioner of the Lottery, which had brought him in £150 a year. But now for once Gay catches fortune on the wheel. There is a lucky hour in almost all lives, provided it be waited for with patience, and with prudence improved. Swift had some years before observed to Gay, what an odd pretty sort of thing a Newgate pastoral would make. On this hint Gay acted, preferring, however, to expand it into a comedy. Hence came the Beggar's Opera, a hit in literature second to none that ever occurred in that fluctuating region. It was first performed in 1728, although much of it had been written before, and only a few satirical strokes, founded on his disappointment at court, attested their recent origin. Swift and Pope watched its progress with interest, but without hope. Congreve pronounced that it would either take greatly, or be damned confoundedly. Gibber at Drury Lane refused it. It was accepted by his rival Rich, and soon the on dit ran that it had made Gay rich, and Rich gay. On its first night there was a brilliant assemblage. What painters shall give their heads and faces on that anxious evening, Swift's lowering front, Pope's bright eyes contrasting with the blind orbs of Congreve, if he indeed were there, Addison's quiet, thoughtful physiognomy, as of one retired into some vision of Mirza, the Duke of Argyll, with his star and stately form and animated countenance, and poor Gay himself perhaps, like some other playwrights in the same predicament, perspiring with trepidation, as if again about to recite the captives. At first uncertainty prevails among the patron critics, and strange looks are exchanged between Swift and Pope, till, by and by, the latter hears Argyll exclaim, "It will do, it must do! I see it in the eyes of M." And then the critics breathe freely, and the applauses become incontrollable, and the curtain closes at last amidst thunders of applause, and Gay goes home triumphant, amidst a circle of friends, who do not know whether more to wonder at his success or at their own previous apprehensions. For 63 nights continuously the piece is acted in London, then it spreads through England, Scotland, Wales, and Ireland. Ladies sing its favourite songs, or carry them in their fans. Miss Fenton, who acted Polly, becomes a universal favourite, nay, a furor. Her pictures are engraved, her life written, and her sayings and jests published, and in fine, the Italian opera, which the piece was intended to ridicule, is extinguished for a season. Notwithstanding this unparalleled success of the Beggar's Opera, Gay gained only £400 by it, although by Polly, the second part, where Gay transports his characters to the colonies, which the Lord Chamberlain suppressed, on account of its supposed immoral tendency, and which the author published in self-defense, he cleared nearly £1,200. Altogether now worth above £3,000, having been admitted by the Duke of Queensberry into his house, who generously undertook the care alike of the helpless being's purse and person, and still in the prime of life, Gay might have looked forward, humanly speaking, to long years of comfort, social happiness, and increased fame. Disalitter visum est. He had been delicate for some time, and on the December 4th, 1732, at the age of 44, and in the course of a 3 days' attack of inflammation of the bowels, this irresolute but amiable and gifted person breathed his last, and was buried in Westminster Abbey. The last work he was occupied on was a second volume of Fables, which was published after his death. He had become very popular, not merely for his powers, but for his presumed political principles. A little Sacheverell, as Arbuthnot, his faithful friend and kind physician, calls him, and yet his modesty and simplicity of character remained entire, and he died while planning schemes of self-reformation, economy, and steady literary work. It is curious that Swift, when the letter arrived with the news of Gay's death, was so impressed with the presentiment of some coming evil, that he allowed it to lie 5 days unopened on his table. And when the Duke and Duchess of Queensberry erected a monument to his memory, Pope supplied an epitaph, familiar to most readers of poetry, and which is creditable to both. 2 widow sisters survived Gay, amongst whom the profits of a posthumous opera, entitled Achilles, as well as the small fortune which he left, were divided. Gay's works lie in narrow compass, and hardly require minute criticism. His Beggar's Opera has the charm of daring singularity of plan, of great liveliness of song, and has some touches of light hurrying sarcasm, worthy of any pen. Burke used to deny its merit, but he was probably trying it be too lofty and ideal a standard. Hazlitt, on the other hand, has praised it overmuch, and perhaps monstered some of its nothings. That it has power is proved by its effects on literature. It did not, we believe, create many robbers, but it created a large robber school in the drama and the novel. For instance, Schiller's robbers, Ainsworth's Rookwood, and Jack Sheppard, and Bulwer's Paul Clifford, and Eugene Aram, not to speak of the innumerable French tales and plays of a similar kind. The intention of these generally is not, perhaps, after all, to make an apology, far less an apotheosis of crime, but to teach us how there is a soul of goodness in all things. And has not Shakespeare long taught and been commended for teaching a similar lesson, although we cannot say of Gay and his brethren that they have bettered the instruction? Of trivia, we have spoken incidentally before, of rural sports, and the Shepherd's Week. It is unnecessary to say more than that the first is juvenile, and the second odd, graphic, and amusing. None of them is equal to the Fables, and therefore we have decided on omitting them from our edition. In the Fables, Gay is happy in proportion to the innocence and simplicity of his nature. He understands animals, because he has more than an ordinary share of the animal in his own constitution. Aesop, so far as we know, though an astute, was an uneducated and simple-minded man. Phaedrus was a myth, and we cannot, therefore, adduce him in point. But Fontaine was called the fable tree, and Gay is just the fable tree transplanted from France to England. In so doing we do not question our poet's originality, but merely indicate a certain resemblance in spirit between 2 originals. An original in fable writing Gay certainly was. He has copied, either in story, spirit, nor moral, any previous writer. His fables are always graceful in literary execution, often interesting in story. Their versification is ever smooth and flowing, and sometimes, as in the Court of Death, their moral darkens into sublimity. On the whole, these fables, along with the Beggar's Opera, and the delectable songs of 'Twas When the Seas Were Roaring, and Black-Eyed Susan, shall long preserve the memory of their author. We have appended these 2 songs because of their rare excellence. John Gay had his faults as a man and as a poet, and it were easy finding fault with him in both capacities. But poor were the triumph o'er the timid hare, and he was, by his own shewing, as well as Queen Caroline's, the hare with many friends. Let us, instead, drop a tear over his fate, and pay a tribute short, but sincere, to his true, though limited genius. Gay's Fables. Introduction. Part 1. The Shepherd and the Philosopher. Remote from cities lived a swain, unvexed with all the cares of gain. His head was silvered o'er with age, and long experience made him sage. In summer's heat, and winter's cold, he fed his flock and penned the fold. His hours in cheerful labor flew, nor envy nor ambition knew. His wisdom and his honest fame through all the country raised his name. _10 A deep philosopher, whose rules of moral life were drawn from schools, the shepherd's homely cottage sought, and thus explored his reach of thought. Whence is thy learning? Hath thy toil o'er books consumed the midnight oil? Hast thou old Greece and Rome surveyed, and the vast sense of Plato weighed? Hath Socrates thy soul refined, and hast thou fathomed Tully's mind? _20 Or like the wise Ulysses, thrown by various fates, on realms unknown, hast thou through many cities strayed, their customs, laws, and manners weighed? The shepherd modestly replied, I ne'er the paths of learning tried, nor have I roamed in foreign parts to read mankind, their laws and arts. For man is practiced in disguise, he cheats the most discerning eyes. _30 Who by that search shall wiser grow, when we ourselves can never know? The little knowledge I have gained was all from simple nature drained. Hence my life's maxims took their rise, hence grew my settled hate to vice. The daily labors of the bee awake my soul to industry. Who can observe the careful ant, and not provide for future want? _40 My dog, the trustiest of his kind, with gratitude inflames my mind. I mark his true, his faithful way, and in my service copy tray. In constancy and nuptial love, I learn my duty from the dove. The hen, who from the chilly air, with pious wing protects her care, and every fowl that flies at large, instructs me in a parent's charge. _50 From nature too I take my rule, to shun contempt and ridicule. I never, with important air, in conversation overbear. Can grave and formal pass for wise, when men the solemn owl despise. My tongue within my lips I rein, for who talks much, must talk in vain. We from the wordy torrent fly, who listens to the chattering pie? _60 Nor would I, with felonious flight, by stealth invade my neighbor's right. Rapacious animals we hate, kites, hawks, and wolves deserve their fate. Do not we just abhorrence find against the toad and serpent kind? But envy, calumny, and spite bear stronger venom in their bite. Thus every object of creation can furnish hints to contemplation. _70 And from the most minute and mean, a virtuous mind can morals glean. Thy fame is just, the sage replies, thy virtue proves thee truly wise. Pride often guides the author's pen, books as affected are as men, but he who studies nature's laws, from certain truth his maxims draws, and those, without our schools, suffice to make men moral, good, and wise. _80 To His Highness William, Dux of Cumberland, 1 Fable I, The Lion, the Tiger, and the Traveller. Accept, young prince, the moral lay, and in these tales mankind survey. With early virtues plant your breast, the specious arts of vice detest. Princes, like beauties, from their youth are strangers to the voice of truth. Learn to contemn all praise betimes, for flattery's the nurse of crimes. Friendship by sweet reproof is shown, a virtue never near a throne. _10 In court such freedom must offend, there none presumes to be a friend. To those of your exalted station each courtier is a dedication. Must I too flatter like the rest, and turn my morals to a jest? The muse disdains to steal from those who thrive in courts by fulsome prose. But shall I hide your real praise, or tell you what a nation says? _20 They in your infant bosom trace the virtues of your royal race. In the fair dawning of your mind discern you generous, mild, and kind. They see you grieve to hear distress, and pant already to redress. Go on, the height of good attain, nor let a nation hope in vain. For hence we justly may presage the virtues of a riper age. _30 True courage shall your bosom fire, and future actions own you sire. Cowards are cruel, but the brave love mercy, and delight to save. A tiger roaming for his prey, sprung on a traveler in the way. The prostrate game a lion spies, and on the greedy tyrant flies. With mingled roar resounds the wood, their teeth, their claws distill with blood. _40 Till vanquished by the lion's strength, the spotted foe extends his length. The man besought the shaggy lord, and on his knees for life implored. His life the generous hero gave, together walking to his cave. The lion thus bespoke his guest, what hardy beast shall dare contest my matchless strength? You saw the fight, and must attest my power and right. _50 Forced to forego their native home, my starving slaves at distance roam. Within these woods I reign alone, the boundless forest is my own. Bears, wolves, and all the savage brood have dyed the regal den with blood. These carcasses on either hand, those bones that whiten all the land, my former deeds and triumphs tell, beneath these jaws what numbers fell. _60 True, says the man, the strength I saw might well the brutal nation awe. But shall a monarch, brave like you, place glory in so false a view? Robbers invade their neighbors' right, beloved, let justice bound your might. Mean are ambitious heroes' boasts of wasted lands and slaughtered hosts. Pirates their power by murders gain, wise kings by love and mercy reign. _70 To me your clemency hath shown the virtue worthy of a throne. Heaven gives you power above the rest, like heaven to succor the distressed. The case is plain, the monarch said, false glory hath my youth misled, for beasts of prey, a servile train, have been the flatterers of my reign. You reason well, yet tell me, friend, did ever you in courts attend? _80 For all my fawning rogues agree, that human heroes rule like me. Fable 2. The Spaniel and the Chameleon. A spaniel, bred with all the care that waits upon a favorite heir, ne'er felt correction's rigid hand, indulged to disobey command, in pampered ease his hours were spent, he never knew what learning meant. Such forward airs, so pert, so smart, was sure to win his lady's heart, each little mischief gained him praise, how pretty were his fawning ways. _10 The wind was south, the morning fair, he ventured forth to take the air. He ranges all the meadow round, and rolls upon the softest ground, when near him a chameleon seen, was scarce distinguished from the green. Dear emblem of the flattering host, what, live with clowns? A genius lost. To cities in the court repair, a fortune cannot fail thee there. _20 Preferment shall thy talents crown, believe me, friend, I know the town. Sir, says the sycophant, like you, of old, politer life I knew, like you, a courtier born and bred, kings leaned an ear to what I said. My whisper always met success, the ladies praised me for address, I knew to hit each courtier's passion, and flattered every vice in fashion. _30 But Jove, who hates the liar's ways, at once cut short my prosperous days, and sentenced to retain my nature, transformed me to this crawling creature. Doomed to a life obscure and mean, I wander in the sylvan scene. For Jove the heart alone regards, he punishes what man rewards. How different is thy case and mine! With men at least you sup and dine. _40 While I, condemned to thinnest fare, like those I flattered feed on air. Fable 3. The Mother, the Nurse, and the Fairy. Give me a son! The blessing sent, were ever parents more content? How partial are their doting eyes! No child is half so fair and wise. Wake to the morning's pleasing care, the mother rose, and sought her heir. She saw the nurse, like one possessed, with wringing hands and sobbing breast. Sure some disaster hath befell, speak, nurse, I hope the boy is well. _10 Dear madam, think not me to blame, invisible the fairy came, your precious babe is hence conveyed, and in the place a changeling laid. Where are the father's mouth and nose, the mother's eyes, as black as sloes? See here a shocking awkward creature, that speaks a fool in every feature. The woman's blind, the mother cries, I see wit sparkle in his eyes. _20 Lord. Madam, what a squinting leer, no doubt the fairy hath been here. Just as she spoke, a pygmy sprite pops through the keyhole, swift as light. Perched on the cradle's top he stands, and thus her folly reprimands. Whence sprung the vain conceited lie, that we the world with fools supply? What? Give our sprightly race away, for the dull helpless sons of clay. _30 Besides, by partial fondness shown, like you we dote upon our own. Where yet was ever found a mother, who'd give her booby for another? And should we change for human breed, well might we pass for fools indeed. Fable 4. The Eagle, and the Assembly of Animals. As Jupiter's all-seeing eye surveyed the worlds beneath the sky, from this small speck of earth were sent murmurs and sounds of discontent, for everything alive complained that he the hardest life sustained. Jove calls his eagle. At the word before him stands the royal bird. The bird, obedient, from heaven's height, downward directs his rapid flight. Underscore 10 then cited every living thing, to hear the mandates of his king. Ungrateful creatures, whence arise these murmurs which offend the skies? Why this disorder? Say the cause, for just are Jove's eternal laws. Let each his discontent reveal, to yon sour dog I first appeal. Hard is my lot, the hound replies, on what fleet nerves the greyhound flies. Underscore 20 while I, with weary step and slow, o'er plains and valleys, and mountains go. The morning sees my chase begun, nor ends it till the setting Sunday when, says the greyhound, I pursue, my game is lost, or caught in view, beyond my sight the prey's secure, the hound is slow, but always sure. And had I his sagacious scent, Jove ne'er had heard my discontent. Underscore 30 the lion craved the fox's art, the fox, the lion's force and heart, the cock implored the pigeon's flight, whose wings were rapid, strong, and light, the pigeon's strength of wing despised, and the cock's matchless valor prized, the fish's wish to graze the plain, the beast's to skim beneath the main. Thus, envious of another's state, each blamed the partial hand of fate. Underscore 40 the bird of heaven then cried aloud, Jove bids disperse the murmuring crowd, the god rejects your idle prayers. Would ye, rebellious mutineers, entirely change your name and nature, and be the very envied creature? What, silent all, and none consent? Be happy then, and learn content, nor imitate the restless mind, and proud ambition, of mankind. Underscore 50. Fable v. The Wild Boar and the Ram. Against an elm a sheep was tied, the butcher's knife in blood was dyed, the patient flock in silent fright, from far beheld the horrid sight. A savage boar, who near them stood, thus mocked to scorn the fleecy brood. All cowards should be served like you. See, see, your murderer is in view. With purple hands and reeking knife, he strips the skin yet warm with life. Underscore 10 your quartered sires, your bleeding dams, the dying bleed of harmless lambs, call for revenge. O stupid race! The heart that wants revenge is base. I grant. An ancient ram replies, we bear no terror in our eyes, yet think us not of soul so tame, which no repeated wrongs inflame, insensible of every ill, because we want thy tusks to kill. Underscore 20 no, those who violence pursue, give to themselves the vengeance due. For in these massacres we find the two chief plagues that waste mankind. Our skin supplies the wrangling bar, it wakes their slumbering sons to war, and well revenge may rest contented, since drums and parchment were invented. Fable 6. The Miser and Plutus. The wind was high, the window shakes, with sudden start the miser wakes. Along the silent room he stalks, looks back, and trembles as he walks. Each lock and every bolt he tries, in every creak and corner priss, then opes the chest with treasure stored, and stands in rapture o'er his hoard. But, now with sudden qualms possessed, he wrings his hands, he beats his breast. Underscore 10 by conscience stung, he wildly stares, and thus his guilty soul declares, had the deep earth her stores confined, this heart had known sweet peace of mind. But virtue sold. Good gods, what price can recompense the pangs of vice? O bane of good! Seducing cheat! Can man, weak man, thy power defeat? Gold banished honor from the mind, and only left the name behind. Underscore 20 gold sowed the world with every ill. Gold taught the murderer's sword to kill. 'Twas gold instructed coward hearts in treachery's more pernicious arts. Who can recount the mischiefs o'er? Virtue resides on earth no more, he spoke, and sighed. In angry mood Plutus, his god, before him stood. The miser, trembling, locked his chest. The vision frowned, and thus addressed, Underscore 30 whence is this vile ungrateful rant? Each sordid rascal's daily cant. Did I, base wretch, corrupt mankind? The fault's in thy rapacious mind. Because my blessings are abused, must I be censured, cursed, accused? Even virtue's self by knaves is made a cloak to carry on the trade, and power, when lodged in their possession, grows tyranny, and rank oppression. Underscore 40 thus, when the villain crams his chest, gold is the canker of the breast, 'tis avarice, insolence, and pride, and every shocking vice beside. But when to virtuous hands 'tis given, it blesses, like the dews of heaven, like heaven, it hears the orphan's cries, and wipes the tears from widows' eyes. Their crimes on gold shall misers lay, who pawn their sordid souls for pay. Underscore 50 Let bravos then, when blood is spilt, upbraid the passive sword with guilt. Fable 7. The Lion, the Fox, and the Geese. A lion, tired with state affairs, quite sick of pomp, and worn with cares, resolved, remote from noise and strife, in peace to pass his latter life. It was proclaimed, the day was set, behold the general council met, the fox was viceroy named. The crowd to the new regent humbly bowed. Wolves, bears, and mighty tigers bend, and strive who most shall condescend. Underscore 10 He straight assumes a solemn grace, collects his wisdom in his face. The crowd admire his wit, his sense, each word hath weight and consequence. The flatterer all his art displays, he who hath power is sure of praise. A fox stepped forth before the rest, and thus the servile throng addressed. How vast his talents, born to rule, and trained in virtue's honest school. Underscore 20 What clemency his temper sways. How uncorrupt are all his ways. Beneath his conduct and command, rapine shall cease to waste the land. His brain hath stratagem and art, prudence and mercy rule his heart. What blessings must attend the nation under this good administration, he said. A goose who distant stood, harangued apart the cackling brood. Underscore 30 W. Hayner I hear a knave commend, he bids me shun his worthy friend. What praise! What mighty commendation! But 'twas a fox who spoke the oration. Foxes this government may prize, as gentle, plentiful, and wise. If they enjoy the sweets, 'tis plain we geese must feel a tyrant reign. What havoc now shall thin our race, when every petty clerk in place, underscore 40 to prove his taste and seem polite, will feed on geese both noon and night. Fable 8. The Lady and the Wasp. What whispers must the beauty bear? What hourly nonsense haunts her ear? Where'er her eyes dispense their charms, impertinence around her swarms. Did not the tender nonsense strike, contempt and scorn might soon dislike. Forbidding airs might thin the place, the slightest flap a fly can chase. But who can drive the numerous breed? Chase one, another will succeed. Underscore 10 Who knows a fool, must know his brother. One fop will recommend another, and with this plague she's rightly cursed, because she listened to the first. As Doris, at her toilet's duty, sat meditating on her beauty, she now was pensive, now was gay, and lolled the sultry hours away. As thus in indolence she lies, a giddy wasp around her flies. Underscore 20 He now advances, now retires, now to her neck and cheek aspires. Her fan in vain defends her charms, swift he returns, again alarms, for by repulse he bolder grew, perched on her lip, and sipped the dew. She frowns, she frets. Good God, she cries, protect me from these teasing flies. Of all the plagues that heaven hath sent, a wasp is most impertinent. Underscore 30 The hovering insect thus complained, Am I then slighted, scorned, disdained? Can such offense your anger wake? 'Twas beauty caused the bold mistake. Those cherry lips that breathe perfume, that cheek so ripe with youthful bloom, made me with strong desire pursue the fairest peach that ever grew. Strike him not, Jenny, Doris cries, nor murder wasps like vulgar flies. Underscore 40 For though he's free, to do him right, the creature's civil and polite. In ecstasies away he posts, where'er he came, the favor boasts. Brags how her sweetest tea he sips, and shows the sugar on his lips. The hint alarmed the forward crew, sure of success, away they flew. They share the dainties of the day, round her with airy music play. Underscore 50 And now they flutter, now they rest, now soar again, and skim her breast. Nor were they banished, till she found that wasps have stings, and felt the wound. Fable 9. The Bull and the Mastiff. Seek you to train your favorite boy? Each caution, every care employ, and ere you venture to confide, let his preceptor's heart be tried. Weigh well his manners, life, and scope, on these depends thy future hope. As on a time, in peaceful reign, a bull enjoyed the flowery plain, a mastiff passed, inflamed with ire, his eyeballs shot indignant fire. Underscore 10 He foamed, he raged with thirst of blood, spurning the ground the monarch stood, and roared aloud, "Suspend the fight, and a whole skin go sleep tonight! Or tell me, ere the battle rage, what wrongs provoke thee to engage? Is it ambition fires thy breast, or avarice that ne'er can rest? From these alone unjustly springs the world-destroying wrath of kings." _20 The surly mastiff thus returns, "Within my bosom glory burns. Like heroes of eternal name, whom poets sing, I fight for fame. The butcher's spirit-stirring mind to daily war my youth inclined. He trained me to heroic deed, taught me to conquer or to bleed." "Curse dog," the bull replied, "no more I wonder at thy thirst of gore." _30 For thou, beneath a butcher trained, whose hands with cruelty are stained, his daily murders in thy view, must, like thy tutor, blood pursue. Take then thy fate. With goring wound, at once he lifts him from the ground. Aloft the sprawling hero flies, mangled he falls, he howls, and dies. Fable X. The Elephant and the Bookseller. The man who, with undaunted toils, sails unknown seas to unknown soils, with various wonders feasts his sight. What stranger wonders does he write? We read, and in description view creatures which Adam never knew, for, when we risk no contradiction, it prompts the tongue to deal in fiction. Those things that startle me or you, I grant are strange, yet may be true. _10 Who doubts that elephants are found for science and for sense renowned? Bory records their strength of parts, extent of thought, and skill in arts, how they perform the law's decrees, and save the state the hangman's fees, and how by travel understand the language of another land. Let those, who question this report, to Pliny's ancient page resort. _20 How learned was that sagacious breed! Who now, like them, the Greek can read? As one of these, in days of yore, rummaged a shop of learning o'er, not, like our modern dealers, minding only the margin's breadth and binding, a book his curious eye detains, where, with exactest care and pains, were every beast and bird portrayed, that ere the search of man surveyed. _30 Their natures and their powers were writ, with all the pride of human wit. The page he with attention spread, and thus remarked on what he read: "Man with strong reason is endowed, a beast scarce instinct is allowed. But let this author's worth be tried, 'tis plain that neither was his guide. Can he discern the different natures, and weigh the power of other creatures? _40 Who by the partial work hath shown he knows so little of his own? How falsely is the spaniel drawn! Did man from him first learn to fawn? A dog proficient in the trade, he the chief flatterer nature made. Go, man, the ways of courts discern, you'll find a spaniel still might learn. How can the fox's theft and plunder provoke his censure or his wonder? _50 From courtiers' tricks and lawyers' arts, the fox might well improve his parts. The lion, wolf, and tiger's brood he curses for their thirst of blood, but is not man to man a prey? Beasts kill for hunger, men for pay. The bookseller, who heard him speak, and saw him turn a page of Greek, thought, "What a genius have I found!" Then thus addressed with bow profound, _60 Learn, sir, if you'd employ your pen against the senseless sons of men, or write the history of Siam, too, no man is better paid than I am. Or, since you're learned in Greek, let's see something against the Trinity. When wrinkling with a sneer his trunk, "Friend," quoth the elephant, "you're drunk. E'en keep your money and be wise. Leave man on man to criticize." _70 For that you ne'er can want a pen among the senseless sons of men. They unprovoked will court the fray, envy's a sharper spur than pay. No author ever spared a brother, wits are gamecocks to one another. Fable 11. The Peacock, the Turkey, and the Goose. In beauty faults conspicuous grow, the smallest speck is seen on snow. As near a barn by hunger led, a peacock with the poultry fed, all viewed him with an envious eye, and mocked his gaudy pageantry. He, conscious of superior merit, contemns their base reviling spirit, his state and dignity assumes, and to the sun displays his plumes, _10 which, like the heavens o'erarching skies, are spangled with 1,000 eyes. The circling rays, and varied light, at once confound their dazzled sight, on every tongue detraction burns, and malice prompts their spleen by turns. Mark, with what insolence and pride the creature takes his haughty stride, the turkey cries. Can spleen contain? sure never bird was half so vain. Underscore 20 but were intrinsic merit seen, we turkeys have the whiter skin. From tongue to tongue they caught abuse, and next was heard the hissing deuce. What hideous legs! What filthy claws! I scorn to censure little flaws. Then what a horrid squalling throat! Even owls are frightened at the note. True, those are faults, the peacock cries. My scream, my shanks you may despise. Underscore 30 but such blind critics rail in vain. What, overlook my radiant train? No, did my legs, your scorn and sport, the turkey or the goose support, and did ye scream with harsher sound, those faults in you had ne'er been found. To all apparent beauties blind, each blemish strikes an envious mind. Thus in assemblies have I seen a nymph of brightest charms and mien. Underscore 40 wake envy in each ugly face, and buzzing scandal fills the place. Fable 12. Cupid, Hymen, and Plutus. As Cupid in Cythera's grove employed the lesser powers of love, some shape the bow, or fit the string, some give the taper shaft its wing, or turn the polished quiver's mold, or head the dart with tempered gold. Amidst their toil and various care, thus Hymen, with assuming air, addressed the god, thou purblind chit, of awkward and ill-judging wit. Underscore 10 if matches are not better made, at once I must forswear my trade. You send me such ill-coupled folks, that 'tis a shame to sell them yokes. They squabble for a pin, a feather, and wonder how they came together. The husband's sullen, dogged, shy, the wife grows flippant in reply. He loves command and due restriction, and she as well likes contradiction. Underscore 20 she never slavishly submits, she'll have her will, or have her fits. He this way tugs, she t'other draws, the man grows jealous, and with cause. Nothing can save him but divorce, and here the wife complies of course. When, says the boy, had I to do with either your affairs or you? I never idly spent my darts, you trade in mercenary hearts. Underscore 30 for settlements the lawyers feed, is my hand witness to the deed? If they like cat and dog agree, go, rail at Plutus, not at me. Plutus appeared, and said 'tis true, in marriage gold is all their view, they seek not beauty, wit, or sense, and love is seldom the pretense. All offer incense at my shrine, and I alone the bargain sign. Underscore 40 how can Belinda blame her fate? She only asked a great estate. Doris was rich enough, 'tis true, her lord must give her title too, and every man, or rich or poor, a fortune asks, and asks no more. Avarice, whatever shape it bears, must still be coupled with its cares. Fable 13. The Tame Stag. As a young stag the thicket passed, the branches held his antlers fast. A clown, who saw the captive hung, across the horns his halter flung. Now safely hampered in the cord, he bore the present to his lord. His lord was pleased, as was the clown, when he was tipped with half a crown. The stag was brought before his wife, the tender lady begged his life. Underscore 10 how sleek's the skin! How specked like ermine! Sure never creature was so charming, at first within the yard confined, he flies and hides from all mankind, now bolder grown, with fixed amaze, and distant awe, presumes to gaze, munches the linen on the lines, and on a hood or apron dines, he steals my little master's bread, follows the servants to be fed. Underscore 20 nearer and nearer now he stands, to feel the praise of patting hands, examines every fist for meat, and though repulsed, disdains retreat, attacks again with leveled horns, and man, that was his terror, scorns. Such is the country maiden's fright, when first a red coat is in sight, behind the door she hides her face, next time at distance eyes the lace. Underscore 30 she now can all his terrors stand, nor from his squeeze withdraws her hand. She plays familiar in his arms, and every soldier hath his charms. From tent to tent she spreads her flame, for custom conquers fear and shame. Fable 14. The Monkey Who Had Seen the World. A monkey, to reform the times, resolved to visit foreign climes, for men in distant regions roam to bring politer manners home. So forth he fares, all toil defies, misfortune serves to make us wise. At length the tree-trouse snare was laid, poor pug was caught, to town conveyed, there sold. How envied was his doom, made captive in a lady's room. Underscore 10 proud as a lover of his chains, he day by day her favor gains. Weener the duty of the day the toilet calls. With mimic play he twirls her knot, he cracks her fan, like any other gentleman. In visits to his parts and wit, when jest grew dull, was sure to hit. Proud with applause, he thought his mind in every courtly art refined. _20 like Orpheus burnt with public zeal, to civilize the monkey wheel. So watched occasion, broke his chain, and sought his native woods again. The hairy Sylvans round him press, astonished at his strut and dress. Some praise his sleeve, and others gloat upon his rich embroidered coat, his dapper periwig commending, with the black tail behind depending, _30 his powdered back, above, below, like hoary frost, or fleecy snow, but all with envy and desire, his fluttering shoulder not admire. Hear and improve, he pertly cries, I come to make a nation wise. Weigh your own words, support your place, the next in rank to human race. In cities long I passed my days, conversed with men, and learnt their ways. _40 their dress, their courtly manners see, reform your state and copy me. Seek ye to thrive? In flattery deal, your scorn, your hate, with that conceal. Seem only to regard your friends, but use them for your private ends. Stint not to truth the flow of wit, be prompt to lie whene'er 'tis fit. Bend all your force to spatter merit, scandal is conversation's spirit. _50 boldly to everything attend, and men your talents shall commend. I knew the great. Observe me right, so shall you grow like man polite. He spoke and bowed. With muttering jaws the wondering circle grinned applause. Now, warm with malice, envy, spite, their most obliging friends they bite, and fond to copy human ways, practice new mischiefs all their days. _60 thus the dull lad, too tall for school, with travel finishes the fool. Studious of every coxcomb's airs, he drinks, games, dresses, whores, and swears, o'erlooks with scorn all virtuous arts, for vice is fitted to his parts. Fable 15. The Philosopher and the Pheasants. The sage, awaked at early day, through the deep forest took his way. Drawn by the music of the groves, along the winding gloom he roves. From tree to tree, the warbling throats prolonged the sweet alternate notes. But where he passed, he terror through, the song broke short, the warblers flew, the thrushes chattered with affright, and nightingales abhorred his sight. _10 all animals before him ran, to shun the hateful sight of man. Whence is this dread of every creature? Fly they our figure or our nature? As thus he walked in musing thought, his ear imperfect accents caught. With cautious step he nearer drew, by the thick shade concealed from view. High on the branch a pheasant stood, around her all her listening brood. _20 proud of the blessings of her nest, she thus a mother's care expressed. No dangers here shall circumvent, within the woods enjoy content. Sooner the hawk or vulture trust than man, of animals the worst, in him ingratitude you find, a vice peculiar to the kind. The sheep whose annual fleece is dyed, to guard his health, and serve his pride, _30 forced from his fold and native plain, is in the cruel shambles slain. The swarms, who with industrious skill, his hives with wax and honey fill, in vain whole summer days employed, their stores are sold, their race destroyed. What tribute from the goose is paid? Does not her wing all science aid? Does it not lovers' hearts explain, and drudge to raise the merchant's gain? _40 what now rewards this general use? He takes the quills, and eats the goose. Man then avoid, detest his ways, so safety shall prolong your days. When services are thus acquitted, be sure we pheasants must be spitted. Fable 16. The Pin and the Needle. A pin, who long had served a beauty, proficient in the toilet's duty, had formed her sleeve, confined her hair, or given her not a smarter air, now nearest to her heart was placed, now in her mantua's tail disgraced. But could she partial fortune blame, who saw her lovers serve the same? At length from all her honors cast, through various turns of life she passed. _10 now glittered on a tailor's arm, now kept a beggar's infant warm, now, ranged within a miser's coat, contributes to his yearly groat. Now, raised again from low approach, she visits in the doctor's coach. Here, there, by various fortune tossed, at last in Gresham Hall, 3, was lost. Charmed with the wonders of the show, on every side, above, below, _20 she now of this or that inquires, what least was understood admires. 'Tis plain, each thing so struck her mind. Her head's a virtuoso kind. And pray what's this, and this, dear sir? A needle, says the interpreter. She knew the name. And thus the fool addressed her as a tailor's tool, a needle with that filthy stone, quite idle, all with rust o'ergrown. _30 you better might employ your parts, and aid the sempstress in her arts. But tell me how the friendship grew between that paltry flint and you. Friend, says the needle, cease to blame, I follow real worth and fame. Know'st thou the lodestone's power and art, that virtues can impart? Of all his talents I partake, who then can such a friend forsake? _40 'tis I directs the pilot's hand to shun the rocks and treacherous sand. By me the distant world is known, and neither India is our own. Had I with milliners been bred, what had I been? The guide of thread, and drudged as vulgar needles do, of no more consequence than you. Fable 17. The Shepherd's Dog and the Wolf. A wolf, with hunger fierce and bold, ravaged the plains, and thinned the fold. Deep in the wood secure he lay, the thefts of night regaled the day. In vain the shepherd's wakeful care had spread the toils, and watched the snare. In vain the dog pursued his pace, the fleeter robber mocked the chase. As Lightfoot ranged the forest round, by chance his foe's retreat he found. _10 Let us awhile the war suspend, and reason as from friend to friend. A truce, replies the wolf. 'Tis done. The dog the parley thus begun. How can that strong intrepid mind attack a weak defenseless kind? Those jaws should prey on nobler food, and drink the boar's and lion's blood. Great souls with generous pity melt, which coward tyrants never felt. _20 How harmless is our fleecy care! Be brave, and let thy mercy spare. Friend, says the wolf, the matter weigh. Nature designed us beasts of prey. As such, when hunger finds a treat, 'tis necessary wolves should eat. If mindful of the bleeding wheel, thy bosom burn with real zeal, hence, and thy tyrant lord beseech, to him repeat the moving speech. _30 A wolf eats sheep but now and then, 10,000s are devoured by men. An open foe may prove a curse, but a pretended friend is worse. Fable 18. The Painter who pleased nobody and everybody. Lest men suspect your tale untrue, keep probability in view. The traveller leaping o'er those bounds, the credit of his book confounds. Who with his tongue hath armies routed, makes even his real courage doubted. But flattery never seems absurd. The flattered always take your word. Impossibilities seem just. They take the strongest praise on trust. _10 Hyperboles, though ne'er so great, will still come short of self-conceit. So very like a painter drew, that every eye the picture knew. He hid complexion, feature, air, so just, the life itself was there. No flattery with his colors laid, to bloom restored the faded maid. He gave each muscle all its strength, the mouth, the chin, the nose's length. _20 His honest pencil touched with truth, and marked the date of age and youth. He lost his friends, his practice failed. Truth should not always be revealed. In dusty piles his pictures lay, for no one sent the second pay. 2 busts, fraught with every grace of Venus and Apollo's face, he placed in view. Resolved to please whoever sat, he drew from these, _30 From these corrected every feature, and spirited each awkward creature. All things were set. The hour was come, his palette ready o'er his thumb, my lord appeared, and seated right in proper attitude and light. The painter looked, he sketched the piece, then dipped his pencil, talked of Greece, of Titian's tints, of Guido's air. Those eyes, my lord, the spirit there _40 might well a Raphael's hand require, to give them all the native fire, the features fraught with sense and wit. You'll grant are very hard to hit, but yet with patience you shall view as much as paint and art can do. Observe the work, my lord replied, till now I thought my mouth was wide. Besides, my mouth is somewhat long, dear sir, for me, 'tis far too young. _50 Oh. Pardon me, the artist cried, in this, the painters must decide. The piece even common eyes must strike, I warrant it extremely like. My lord examined it anew. No looking glass seemed half so true. A lady came, with borrowed grace he from his Venus formed her face. Her lover praised the painter's art, so like the picture in his heart. Underscore 60 To every age some charm he lent, even beauties were almost content. Through all the town his art they praised, his custom grew, his price was raised. Had he the real likeness shown, would any man the picture own? But when thus happily he wrought, each found the likeness in his thought. Fable 19. The Lion and the Cub. How fond are men of rule and place, who court it from the mean and base! These cannot bear an equal nigh, but from superior merit fly. They love the seller's vulgar joke, and lose their hours in ale and smoke. There o'er some petty club preside, so poor, so paltry is their pride. Nay, even with fools whole nights will sit, in hopes to be supreme in wit. Underscore 10 If these can read, to these I write, to set their worth in truest light. A lion cub, of sordid mind, avoided all the lion kind. Fond of applause, he sought the feasts of vulgar and ignoble beasts. With asses all his time he spent, their club's perpetual president. He caught their manners, looks, and airs, an ass in everything but ears. Underscore 20 If e'er his highness meant a joke, they grinned applause before he spoke, but at each word what shouts of praise! Good gods! How natural he brays! Elate with flattery and conceit, he seeks his royal sire's retreat. Forward, and fond to show his parts, his highness brays. The lion starts. Puppy, that curse vociferation betrays thy life and conversation. Underscore 30. Coxcombs, an ever noisy race, are trumpets of their own disgrace. Why so severe? The cub replies. Our senate always held me wise. How weak is pride, returns the sire. All fools are vain, when fools admire. But know what stupid asses prize, lions and noble beasts despise. Fable XX. The Old Hen and the Cock. Restrain your child, you'll soon believe the text which says we sprung from Eve. As an old hen led forth her train, and seemed to peck to shew the grain, she raked the chaff, she scratched the ground, and gleaned the spacious yard around. A giddy chick, to try her wings, on the well's narrow margin springs, and prone she drops. The mother's breast all day with sorrow was possessed. Underscore 10 A cock she met, her son she knew, and in her heart affection grew. My son, says she, I grant your years have reached beyond a mother's cares. I see you vigorous, strong, and bold. I hear with joy your triumphs told. 'Tis not from cocks thy fate I dread, but let thy ever wary tread avoid yon well. That fatal place is sure perdition to our race. Underscore 20 Print this my counsel on thy breast. To the just gods I leave the rest. He thanked her care, yet day by day his bosom burned to disobey, and every time the well he saw, scorned in his heart the foolish law. Near and more near each day he drew, and longed to try the dangerous view. Why was this idle charge? He cries. Let courage female fears despise. Underscore 30 Or did she doubt my heart was brave, and therefore this injunction gave? Or does her harvest store the place, a treasure for her younger race? And would she thus my search prevent? I stand resolved, and dare the event. Thus said, he mounts the margins round, and pries into the depth profound. He stretched his neck, and from below with stretching neck advanced a foe. Underscore 40 With wrath his ruffled plumes he rears, the foe with ruffled plumes appears. Threat answered threat, his fury grew, headlong to meet the war he flew. But when the watery death he found, he thus lamented as he drowned. I ne'er had been in this condition, but for my mother's prohibition. Fable 21. The Rat Catcher and Cats. The rats by night such mischief did, Betty was every morning chid. They undermined whole sides of bacon, her cheese was sapped, her tarts were taken. Her pasties, fenced with thickest paste, were all demolished, and laid waste. She cursed the cat for want of duty, who left her foes a constant booty. An engineer, of noted skill, engaged to stop the growing ill. Underscore 10 From room to room he now surveys their haunts, their works, their secret ways, finds where they scape an ambuscade, and whence the nightly sallies made. An envious cat from place to place, unseen, attends his silent pace. She saw that if his trade went on, the purring race must be undone, so secretly removes his baits, and every stratagem defeats. Underscore 20 again he sets the poison toils, and puss again the labor foils. What foe, to frustrate my designs, my schemes thus nightly countermines? Incensed, he cries, this very hour this wretch shall bleed beneath my power. So said. Upon Row's trap he brought, and in the fact poor puss was caught. Smuggler, says he, thou shalt be made a victim to our loss of trade. Underscore 30 the captive cat, with piteous muse, for pardon, life, and freedom sues, a sister of the science spare, one interest is our common care. What insolence, the man replied, shall cats with us the game divide? Were all your interloping band extinguished, of expelled the land, we rat catchers might raise our fees, sole guardians of a nation's cheese. Underscore 40 a cat, who saw the lifted knife, thus spoke, and saved her sister's life. In every age and clime we see, two of a trade can ne'er agree. Each hates his neighbor for encroaching, squire stigmatizes squire for poaching, beauties with beauties are in arms, and scandal pelts each other's charms. Kings too their neighbor kings dethrone, in hope to make the world their own. Underscore 50 but let us limit our desires, nor war like beauties, kings, and squires. For though we both one prey pursue, there's game enough for us and you. Fable 22. The Goat Without a Beard. 'Tis certain that the modish passions descend among the crowd, like fashions. Excuse me then, if pride, conceit, the manners of the fair and great, I give to monkeys, asses, dogs, fleas, owls, goats, butterflies, and hogs. I say that these are proud. What then? I never said they equal men. A goat, as vain as goat can be, affected singularity. Underscore 10 Winner a thymy bank he found, he rolled upon the fragrant ground, and then with fond attention stood, fixed o'er his image in the flood. I hate my frosy beard, he cries, my youth is lost in this disguise. Did not the females know my vigor, well might they loathe this reverend figure. Resolved to smooth his shaggy face, he sought the barber of the place. Underscore 20 A flippant monkey, spruce and smart, hard by, professed the dapper art, his poll with pewter basins hung, black rotten teeth in order strung, ranged cups that in the window stood, lined with red rags, to look like blood, did well his threefold trade explain, who shaved, drew teeth, and breathed a vein. The goat he welcomes with an air, and seats him in his wooden chair. Underscore 30 Mouth, nose, and cheek the lather hides, light, smooth, and swift the razor glides. I hope your custom, sir, says Pug. Sure never face was half so smug. The goat, impatient for applause, swift to the neighboring hill withdraws. The shaggy people grinned and stared. Heyday! What's here? Without a beard! Say, brother, whence the dire disgrace? What envious hand hath robbed your face? Underscore 40 When thus the fop with smiles of scorn, are beards by civil nations worn? Even Muscovites have mowed their chins. Shall we, like formal Capuchins, stubborn in pride, retain the mode, and bear about the hairy load? Weener we through the village stray, are we not mocked along the way, insulted with loud shouts of scorn, by boys our beards disgraced and torn? Underscore 50 Were you no more with goats to dwell, brother, I grant you reason well, replies a bearded chief. Beside, if boys can mortify thy pride, how wilt thou stand the ridicule of our whole flock? Affected fool! Coxcombs, distinguished from the rest, to all but coxcombs are a jest. Fable 23. The Old Woman and Her Cats. Who friendship with a knave hath made, is judged a partner in the trade. The matron who conducts abroad a willing nymph, is thought a bawd, and if a modest girl is seen with one who cures a lover's spleen, we guess her not extremely nice, and only wish to know her price. 'Tis thus that on the choice of friends our good, or evil name depends. Underscore 10 A wrinkled hag, of wicked fame, beside a little smoky flame sate hovering, pinched with age and frost, her shriveled hands, with veins embossed, upon her knees her weight sustains, while palsy shook her crazy brains, she mumbles forth her backward prayers, an untamed scold of fourscore years. About her swarmed a numerous brood of cats, who, lank with hunger, mewed. Underscore 20 Teased with their cries, her choler grew, and thus she sputtered, hence, ye crew. Fool that I was, to entertain such imps, such fiends, a hellish train. Had ye been never housed and nursed, I, for a witch had ne'er been cursed. To you I owe, that crowds of boys worry me with eternal noise, straws laid across, my pace retard, the horseshoes nailed, each threshold's guard, _30 the stunted broom the wenches hide, for fear that I should up and ride, they stick with pins my bleeding seat, and bid me show my secret teat. To hear you prate would vex a saint, who hath most reason of complaint, replies a cat. Let's come to proof. Had we ne'er starved beneath your roof, we had, like others of our race, in credit lived as beasts of chase. _40 'tis infamy to serve a hag, cats are thought imps, her broom a nag, and boys against our lives combine, because 'tis said, you cats have 9. Fable 24. The Butterfly and the Snail. All upstarts insolent in place, remind us of their vulgar race. As, in the sunshine of the morn, a butterfly, but newly born, sat proudly perking on a rose, with pert conceit his bosom glows, his wings, all glorious to behold, bedropped with azure, jet, and gold, white he displays, the spangled dew reflects his eyes, and various hue. _10 His now forgotten friend, a snail, beneath his house, with slimy trail crawls o'er the grass, whom when he spies, in wrath he to the gardener cries, what means yon peasant's daily toil, from choking weeds to rid the soil? Why wake you to the morning's care, why with new arts correct the year, why glows the peach with crimson hue, and why the plums inviting blue? _20 Were they to feast his taste designed, that vermin of voracious kind? Crush then the slow, the pilfering race, so purge thy garden from disgrace. What arrogance, the snail replied, how insolent is upstart pride! Hadst thou not thus with insult vain provoked my patience to complain, I had concealed thy meaner birth, nor traced thee to the scum of earth. _30 For scarce 9 suns have waked the hours, to swell the fruit, and paint the flowers, since I thy humbler life surveyed, in base, in sordid guise arrayed, a hideous insect, vile, unclean, you dragged a slow and noisome train, and from your spider bowels drew foul film, and spun the dirty clue. I own my humble life, good friend, snail was I born, and snail shall end. _40 And what's a butterfly? At best, he's but a caterpillar, dressed, and all thy race, a numerous seed, shall prove of caterpillar breed. Fable 25. The Scold and the Parrot. The husband thus reproved his wife, who deals in slander, lives in strife. Art thou the herald of disgrace, denouncing war to all thy race? Can nothing quell thy thunder's rage, which spares no friend, nor sex, nor age? That vixen tongue of yours, my dear, alarms our neighbors far and near. Good gods! 'Tis like a rolling river, that murmuring flows, and flows forever. _10 Ne'er tired, perpetual discord sowing. Like fame, it gathers strength by going. Heyday, the flippant tongue replies, how solemn is the fool, how wise! Is nature's choicest gift a bard? Nay, frown not, for I will be heard. Women of late are finely ridden, a parrot's privilege forbidden. You praise his talk, his squalling song, but wives are always in the wrong. _20 Now reputations flew in pieces, of mothers, daughters, aunts, and nieces. She ran the parrot's language o'er, bawd, hussy, drunkard, slattern, whore, on all the sex she vents her fury, tries and condemns without a jury. At once the torrent of her words alarmed cat, monkey, dogs, and birds, all join their forces to confound her. Puss spits, the monkey chatters round her. _30 The yelping cur her heels assaults, the magpie blabs out all her faults. Pole, in the uproar, from his cage, with this rebuke outscreamed her rage, a parrot is for talking prized, but prattling women are despised. She who attacks another's honor, draws every living thing upon her. Think, madam, when you stretch your lungs, that all your neighbors too have tongues. _41 Slander must 10,000 get, the world with interest pays the debt. Fable 26. The Cur and the Mastiff. A sneaking cur, the master's spy, rewarded for his daily lie, with secret jealousies and fears set all together by the ears. Poor puss today was in disgrace, another cat supplied her place. The hound was beat, the mastiff chid, the monkey was the room forbid, each to his dearest friend grew shy, and none could tell the reason why. Underscore 10 A plan to rob the house was laid. The thief with love seduced the maid, cajoled the cur, and stroked his head, and bought his secrecy with bread. He next the mastiff's honor tried, whose honest jaws the bribe defied. He stretched his hand to proffer more, the surly dog his fingers tore. Swift ran the cur, with indignation the master took his information. Underscore 20 Hang him, the villain's cursed, he cries, and round his neck the halter ties. The dog his humble suit preferred, and begged in justice to be heard. The master's Saturday on either hand the sighted dogs confronting stand. The cur the bloody tale relates, and, like a lawyer, aggravates. Judge not unheard, the mastiff cried, but weigh the cause on either side. Underscore 30 Think not that treachery can be just, take not informers' words on trust. They ope their hand to every pay, and you and me by turns betray. He spoke. And all the truth appeared, the cur was hanged, the mastiff cleared. Fable 27. The Sick Man and the Angel. Is there no hope? The sick man said. The silent doctor shook his head, and took his leave with signs of sorrow, despairing of his fee tomorrow. When thus the man with gasping breath, I feel the chilling wound of death, since I must bid the world adieu, let me my former life review. I grant, my bargains well were made, but all men overreach in trade. Underscore 10. 'Tis self-defense in each profession, sure self-defense is no transgression. The little portion in my hands, by good security on lands, is well increased. If unawares, my justice to myself and heirs hath let my debtor rot in jail, for want of good sufficient bail. If I by writ, or bond, or deed, reduce the family to need, underscore 20 my will hath made the world immense, my hope on charity depends. When I am numbered with the dead, and all my pious gifts are read, by heaven and earth 'twill then be known my charities were amply shown an angel came. Ah, friend, he cried, no more in flattering hope confide. Can thy good deeds in former times outweigh the balance of thy crimes? Underscore 30 What widow or what orphan prays to crown thy life with length of days? A pious actions in thy power, embrace with joy the happy hour. Now, while you draw the vital air, prove your intention is sincere. This instant give £100, your neighbors want, and you abound. But why such haste? The sick man whines. Who knows as yet what heaven designs? Underscore 40 Perhaps I may recover still, that some and more are in my will. Fool, says the vision, now 'tis plain, your life, your soul, your heaven was gain, from every side, with all your might you scraped, and scraped beyond your right, and after death would fain atone, by giving what is not your own. While there is life, there's hope, he cried, then why such haste, so groaned and died. Underscore 50. Fable 28. The Persian, the Sun, and the Cloud. Is there a bard whom genius fires, whose every thought the god inspires? When envy reads the nervous lines, she frets, she rails, she raves, she pines, her hissing snakes with venom swell, she calls her venal train from hell, the servile fiends her not obey, and all curls, for authors are in pay, fame calls up calumny and spite. Thus shadow owes its birth to light. Underscore 10 As prostrate to the god of day, with heart devout, a Persian lay, his invocation thus begun, parent of light, all-seeing sun, prolific beam, whose rays dispense the various gifts of providence, accept our praise, our daily prayer, smile on our fields, and bless the year. A cloud, who mocked his grateful tongue, the day with sudden darkness hung. Underscore 20 With pride and envy swelled. Aloud a voice thus thundered from the cloud, weak is this gaudy god of thine, whom I at will forbid to shine. Shall I nor vows, nor incense know? Where praise is due, the praise bestow. With fervent zeal the Persian moved, thus the proud calumny reproved. It was that God, who claims my prayer, who gave thee birth, and raised thee there. Underscore 30 When o'er his beams the veil is thrown, thy substance is but plainer shown. A passing gale, a puff of wind dispels thy thickest troops combined. The gale arose, the vapor tossed, the sport of winds, in air was lost, the glorious orb the day refines. Thus envy breaks, thus merit shines. Fable 29. The Fox at the Point of Death. A fox, in life's extreme decay, weak, sick, and faint, expiring lay, all appetite had left his maw, and age disarmed his mumbling jaw. His numerous race around him stand to learn their dying sire's command. He raised his head with whining moan, and thus was heard the feeble tone, "Ah, sons! From evil ways depart, my crimes lie heavy on my heart." Underscore 10c. See, the murdered geese appear. Why are those bleeding turkeys here? Why all around this cackling train, who haunt my ears for chickens slain? The hungry foxes round them stared, and for the promised feast prepared. Where, sir, is all this dainty cheer? Nor turkey, goose, nor hen is here. These are the phantoms of your brain, and your sons lick their lips in vain. Underscore 20 O gluttons, says the drooping sire, restrain inordinate desire. Your luxurious taste ye shall deplore, when peace of conscience is no more. Does not the hound betray our pace, and gins and guns destroy our race? Thieves dread the searching eye of power, and never feel the quiet hour. Old age, which few of us shall know, now puts a period to my woe. Underscore 30 Would ye true happiness attain, let honesty your passions reign, so live in credit and esteem, and the good name you lost, redeem. The counsel's good, a fox replies, could we perform what you advise? Think what our ancestors have done, a line of thieves from son to son, to us descends the long disgrace, and infamy hath marked our race. Underscore 40 Though we, like harmless sheep, should feed, honest in thought, in word, and deed, whatever henroost is decreased, we shall be thought to share the feast. The change shall never be believed, a lost good name is ne'er retrieved. Nay, then, replies the feeble fox, but hark! I hear a hen that clocks, go, but be moderate in your food, a chicken too might do me good. Fable XXX. The setting dog and the partridge. The ranging dog the stubble tries, and searches every breeze that flies. The scent grows warm, with cautious fear he creeps, and points the covey near. The men, in silence, far behind, conscious of game, the net unbind. A partridge, with experience wise, the fraudful preparation spies. She mocks their toils, alarms her brood. The covey springs, and seeks the wood. Underscore 10 But ere her certain wing she tries, thus to the creeping spaniel cries, "Thou fawning slave to man's deceit, thou pimp of luxury, sneaking cheat, of thy whole species thou disgrace, dogs shall disown thee of their race. For if I judge their native parts, they're born with open, honest hearts, and ere they serve man's wicked ends, were generous foes, or real friends." Underscore 20 When thus the dog, with scornful smile, secure of wing, thou darest revile. Clowns are to polished manners blind, how ignorant is the rustic mind! My worth, sagacious courtiers see, and to preferment rise, like me. The thriving pimp, who beauty sets, hath oft enhanced a nation's debts. Friend sets his friend, without regard, and ministers his skill reward. Underscore 30 Thus trained by man, I learned his ways, and growing favor feasts my days. I might have guessed, the partridge said, the place where you were trained and fed. Servants are apt, and in a trice ape to a hair their master's vice. You came from court, you say? Adieu, she said, and to the covey flew. Fable 31. The Universal Apparition. A rake by every passion ruled, with every vice his youth had cooled. Disease his tainted blood assails, his spirits droop, his vigor fails. With secret ills at home he pines, and like infirm old age, declines. As, twinged with pain, he pensive sits, and raves, and prays, and swears by fits, a ghastly phantom, lean and wan, before him rose, and thus began, underscore 10 My name, perhaps, hath reached your ear, attend, and be advised by care. Nor love, nor honor, wealth, nor power, can give the heart a cheerful hour, when health is lost. Be timely wise, with health all taste of pleasure flies. Thus said, the phantom disappears. The wary counsel waked his fears, he now from all excess abstains, with physic purifies his veins, underscore 20 and, to procure a sober life, resolves to venture on a wife. But now again the sprite ascends, where'er he walks his ear attends, insinuates that beauty's frail, that perseverance must prevail. With jealousies his brain inflames, and whispers all her lovers' names. In other hours she represents his household charge, his annual rents, Underscore 30 increasing debts, perplexing duns, and nothing for his younger sons. Straight all his thought to gain he turns, and with the thirst of lucre burns. But when possessed of fortune's store, the spectre haunts him more and more, sets want and misery in view, bold thieves, and all the murdering crew, alarms him with eternal frights, infests his dream, or wakes his nights. Underscore 40 How shall he chase this hideous guest? Power may perhaps protect his rest. To power he rose. Again the sprite besets him, morning, noon, and night. Talks of ambition's tottering seat, how envy persecutes the great, of rival hate, of treacherous friends, and what disgrace his fall attends. The court he quits to fly from care, and seeks the peace of rural air. Underscore 50 His groves, his fields, amused his hours, he pruned his trees, he raised his flowers. But care again his steps pursues, warns him of blasts, of blighting dews, of plundering insects, snails, and rains, and droughts that starve the labored plains. Abroad, at home, the spectres there, in vain we seek to fly from care. At length he thus the ghost addressed, Since thou must be my constant guest, underscore 60 Be kind, and follow me no more, for care by right should go before. Fable 32. The Two Owls and the Sparrow. Two formal owls together sat, conferring thus in solemn chat. How is the modern taste decayed? Where's the respect to wisdom paid? Our worth the Grecian sages knew, they gave our sires the honor due, they weighed the dignity of fowls, and pride into the depth of owls. Athens, the seat of learned fame, with general voice revered our name. Underscore 10 On merit, title was conferred, and all adored the Athenian bird. Brother, you reason well, replies the solemn mate, with half-shut eyes. Right. Athens was the seat of learning, and truly wisdom is discerning. Besides, on Pallas' helm we sit, the type and ornament of wit, but now, alas! We're quite neglected, and a pert sparrow's more respected. Underscore 20 A sparrow, who is lodged beside, o'erhears them soothe each other's pride, and thus he nimbly vents his heat. Who meets a fool must find conceit. I grant, you were at Athens graced, and on Minerva's helm were placed. But every bird that wings the sky, except an owl, can tell you why. From hence they taught their schools to know how false we judge by outward show. Underscore 30 That we should never looks esteem, since fools as wise as you might seem. Would ye content and scorn avoid, let your vainglory be destroyed, humble your arrogance of thought, pursue the ways by nature taught. So shall you find delicious fare, and grateful farmers praise your care, so shall sleek mice your chase reward, and no keen cat find more regard. Underscore 40. Fable 33. The Courtier and Proteus. Whene'er a courtier's out of place, the country shelters his disgrace, where, doomed to exercise and health, his house and gardens own his wealth, he builds new schemes in hopes to gain the plunder of another reign, like Philip's son, would fain be doing, and sighs for other realms to ruin. As one of these, without his wand, pensive, along the winding strand underscore 10 employed the solitary hour, in projects to regain his power. The waves in spreading circles ran, Proteus arose, and thus began, Came you from court? For in your mien a self-important air is seen. He frankly owned his friends had tricked him, and how he fell his party's victim. No, says the god, by matchless skill I change to every shape at will. Underscore 20 But yet I'm told, at court you see those who presume to rival me. Thus said. A snake with hideous trail, Proteus extends his scaly mail. No, says the man, though proud in place, all courtiers are of reptile race. Like you, they take that dreadful form, bask in the sun, and fly the storm. With malice hiss, with envy gloat, and for convenience change their coat. Underscore 30 With new-got luster rear their head, though on a dunghill born and bred. Sudden the god a lion stands, he shakes his mane, he spurns the sands. Now a fierce lynx, with fiery glare, a wolf, an ass, a fox, a bear. Had I ne'er lived at court, he cries, such transformation might surprise. But there, in quest of daily game, each able courtier acts the same. Underscore 40 Wolves, lions, lynxes, while in place, their friends and fellows are their chase. They play the bears and foxes' part, now rob by force, now steal with art. They sometimes in the senate bray, or, changed again to beasts of prey, down from the lion to the ape, practiced the frauds of every shape. So said, upon the god he flies, and cords the struggling captive ties. _50 now, Proteus, now, to truth compelled, speak, and confess thy art excelled. Use strength, surprise, or what you will, the courtier finds evasion still, not to be bound by any ties, and never forced to leave his lies. Fable 34. The Mastiffs. Those who in quarrels interpose, must often wipe a bloody nose. A mastiff, of true English blood, loved fighting better than his food. When dogs were snarling for a bone, he longed to make the war his own, and often found, when two contend, to interpose obtained his end. He gloried in his limping pace, the scars of honor seamed his face. _10 in every limb a gash appears, and frequent fights retrenched his ears. As, on a time, he heard from far two dogs engaged in noisy war, away he scours and lays about him, resolved no fray should be without him. Forth from his yard a tanner flies, and to the bold intruder cries, a cudgel shall correct your manners. Whence sprung this cursed hate to tanners? _20 While on my dog you vent your spite, sirrah, 'tis me you dare not bite. To see the battle thus perplexed, with equal rage a butcher vexed, hoarse screaming from the circled crowd, to the cursed mastiff cries aloud, both Hockley Hole and Marybone the combats of my dog have known. He ne'er, like bullies coward-hearted, attacks in public, to be parted. _30 Think not, rash fool, to share his fame, be his the honor or the shame. Thus said, they swore, and raved like thunder, then dragged their fastened dogs asunder, while clubs and kicks from every side rebounded from the mastiff's hide. All reeking now with sweat and blood, awhile the parted warriors stood, then poured upon the meddling foe, who, worried, howled and sprawled below. _40 He rose, and limping from the fray, by both sides mangled, sneaked away. Fable 35. The Barley Mow and the Dunghill. How many saucy airs we meet from Temple Bar to Aldgate Street! Proud rogues, who shared the South Sea prey, and sprung like mushrooms in a day. They think it mean, to condescend to know a brother or a friend. They blush to hear their mother's name, and by their pride expose their shame. As cross his yard, at early day, a careful farmer took his way. _10 He stopped, and leaning on his fork, observed the flail's incessant work. In thought he measured all his store, his geese, his hogs, he numbered o'er. In fancy weighed the fleeces shorn, and multiplied the next year's corn. A barley mow, which stood beside, thus to its musing master cried, Say, good sir, is it fit or right to treat me with neglect and slight? _20 Me, who contribute to your cheer, and raise your mirth with ale and beer? Why thus insulted, thus disgraced, and that vile dunghill near me placed? Are those purse sweepings of a groom, that filthy sight, that nauseous fume, meet objects here? Commanded hence, a thing so mean must give offense. The humble dunghill thus replied, Thy master hears, and mocks thy pride. _30 Insult not thus the meek and low, in me thy benefactor know. My warm assistance gave thee birth, or thou hadst perished low in earth. But upstarts, to support their station, cancel at once all obligation. Fable 36. Pythagoras and the Countryman. Pythagoras rose at early dawn, by soaring meditation drawn, to breathe the fragrance of the day. Through flowery fields he took his way. In musing contemplation warm, his steps misled him to a farm, where, on the ladder's topmost round, a peasant stood. The hammer's sound shook the weak barn. Say, friend, what care calls for thy honest labor there? _10 The clown, with surly voice replies, Vengeance aloud for justice cries. This kite, by daily rapine fed, my hens annoy, my turkeys dread. At length his forfeit life has paid. See on the wall his wings displayed, here nailed, a terror to his kind. My fowls shall future safety find, my yard the thriving poultry feed, and my barn's refuse fat the breed. _20 Friend, says the sage, the doom is wise, for public good the murderer dies. But if these tyrants of the air demand a sentence so severe, think how the glutton man devours, what bloody feasts regale his hours. O impudence of power and might, thus to condemn a hawk or kite, when thou, perhaps, carnivore sinner, hadst pullets yesterday for dinner. _30 Hold, cried the clown, with passion heated, shall kites and men alike be treated? When heaven the world with creatures stored, man was ordained their sovereign lord. Thus tyrants boast, the sage replied, whose murders spring from power and pride. On then this man-like kite is slain thy greater luxury to sustain. For petty rogues submit to fate, that great ones may enjoy their state. 5_40. Fable 37. The Farmer's Wife and the Raven. Why are those tears? Why droops your head? Is then your other husband dead? Or does a worse disgrace betide? Hath no one since his death applied? Alas! You know the cause too well, the salt is spilt, to me it fell. Then, to contribute to my loss, my knife and fork were laid across, on Friday too, the day I dread. Would I were safe at home in bed. _10 Last night, I vow to heaven 'tis true, bounced from the fire a coffin flew. Next post some fatal news shall tell, God send my Cornish friends be well. Unhappy widow, cease thy tears, nor feel affliction in thy fears, let not thy stomach be suspended, eat now, and weep when dinner's ended, and when the butler clears the table, for thy desert, I'll read my fable. _20 Betwixt her swagging panniers load a farmer's wife to market rode, and jogging on, with thoughtful care summed up the profits of her ware, when, starting from her silver dream, thus far and wide was heard her scream, that raven on yon left-hand oak, curse on his ill-betiding croak, bodes me no good. No more she said, when poor blind Ball, with stumbling tread, _30 fell prone, o'erturned the pannier lay, and her mashed eggs bestrewed the way. She, sprawling in the yellow road, railed, swore, and cursed, thou croaking toad, a murrain take thy whoreson throat. I knew misfortune in the note. Dame, quoth the raven, spare your oaths, unclench your fist, and wipe your clothes. But why on me those curses thrown? Goody, the fault was all your own. _40 For had you laid this brittle ware, undone, the old sure-footed mare, though all the ravens of the hundred, with croaking had your tongue out-thundered, sure-footed Dun had kept his legs, and you, good woman, saved your eggs. Fable 38. The Turkey and the Ant. In other men we faults can spy, and blame the mote that dims their eye, each little speck and blemish find, to our own stronger errors blind. A turkey, tired of common food, forsook the barn, and sought the wood. Behind her ran her infant train, collecting here and there grain. Draw near, my birds, the mother cries, this hill delicious fare supplies. _10 Behold, the busy Negro race, see, millions blacken all the place. Fear not. Like me with freedom eat, an ant is most delightful meat. How blessed, how envied were our life, could we but scape the poulterer's knife. But man, cursed man, on turkeys preys, and Christmas shortens all our days. Sometimes with oysters we combine, sometimes assist the savory chine. _20 From the low peasant to the lord, the turkey smokes on every board. Sure men for gluttony are cursed, of the 7 deadly sins the worst. An ant, who climbed beyond his reach, thus answered from the neighboring beech, ere you remark another sin, 27 Bid thy own conscience look within. Control thy more voracious bill, nor for a breakfast nations kill. _30. Fable 39. The Father and Jupiter. The man to Jove his suit preferred, he begged a wife. His prayer was heard, Jove wondered at his bold addressing, for how precarious is the blessing. A wife he takes. And now for heirs again he worries heaven with prayers. Jove nods assent. 2 hopeful boys and a fine girl reward his joys. Now more solicitous he grew, and set their future lives in view. _10 He saw that all respect and duty were paid to wealth, to power, and beauty. Once more, he cries, accept my prayer, make my loved progeny thy care. Let my first hope, my favorite boy, all fortune's richest gifts enjoy. My next with strong ambition fire, may favor teach him to aspire, till he the step of power ascend, and courtiers to their idol bend. _20 With every grace, with every charm, my daughter's perfect features arm. If heaven approve, a father's blessed, Jove smiles, and grants his full request. The first, a miser at the heart, studious of every griping art, heaps hoards on hoards with anxious pain, and all his life devotes to gain. He feels no joy, his cares increase, he neither wakes nor sleeps in peace. Underscore 30 in fancied want, a wretch complete, he starves, and yet he dares not eat. The next to sudden honors grew, the thriving art of courts he knew, he reached the height of power and place, then fell, the victim of disgrace. Beauty with early bloom supplies his daughter's cheek, and points her eyes. The vain coquette each suit disdains, and glories in her lover's pains. Underscore 40 with age she fades, each lover flies, contemned, forlorn, she pines and dies. When Jove the Father's grief surveyed, and heard him heaven and fate upbraid, thus spoke the god, by outward show, men judge of happiness and woe, shall ignorance of good and ill dare to direct the eternal will. Seek virtue, and of that possessed, to Providence resign the rest. Underscore 50. Fable XL. The Two Monkeys. The learned, full of inward pride, the fops of outward show deride, the fop, with learning at defiance, scoffs at the pedant and the science. The don, a formal, solemn strutter, despises monsieur's airs and flutter, while monsieur mocks the formal fool, who looks, and speaks, and walks by rule. Britain, a medley of the twain, as pert as France, as grave as Spain. Underscore 10 in fancy wiser than the rest, laughs at them both, of both the jest. Is not the poet's chiming close censured by all the sons of prose? While bards of quick imagination despise the sleepy prose narration. Men laugh at apes, they men contemn, for what are we, but apes to them? Two monkeys went to Southwark Fair, no critics had a sourer air. Underscore 20 they forced their way through draggled folks, who gaped to catch Jack Pudding's jokes, then took their tickets for the show, and got by chance the foremost row. To see their grave, observing face, provoked a laugh throughout the place. Brother, says Pug, and turned his head, the rabble's monstrously ill-bred. Now through the booth loud hisses ran, nor ended till the show began. Underscore 30 the tumbler whirls the flap round, with somersets he shakes the ground, the cord beneath the dancer springs, aloft in air the vaulter swings, distorted now prone depends, now through his twisted arms ascends, the crowd, in wonder and delight, with clapping hands applaud the sight. With smiles, quoth Pug, if pranks like these the giant apes of reason please, Underscore 40 how would they wonder at our arts? They must adore us for our parts. High on the twig I've seen you cling, play, twist and turn in airy ring. How can those clumsy things, like me, fly with a bound from tree to tree? But yet by this applause, we find these emulators of our kind discern our worth, our parts regard, who our mean mimics thus reward. Underscore 50 brother, the grinning mate replies, in this I grant that man is wise. While good example they pursue, we must allow some praise is due. But when they strain beyond their guide, I laugh to scorn the mimic pride, for how fantastic is the sight, to meet men always bolt upright, because we sometimes walk on two. I hate the imitating crew. Underscore 60. Fables lie. The Owl and the Farmer. An owl of grave deport and mien, who, like the Turk, was seldom seen, within a barn had chose his station, as fit for prey and contemplation. Upon a beam aloft he sits, and nods, and seems to think by fits. So have I seen a man of news, or post boy, or gazette peruse, smoke, nod, and talk with voice profound, and fix the fate of Europe round. Underscore 10 sheaves piled on sheaves, hid all the floor. At dawn of morn, to view his store the farmer came. The hooting guest his self-importance thus expressed, reason in man is mere pretense. How weak, how shallow is his sense! To treat with scorn the bird of night, declares his folly, or his spite. Then, too, how partial is his praise! The larks, the linnets chirping lays. Underscore 20 to his ill-judging ears are fine, and nightingales are all divine. But the more knowing feathered race see wisdom stamped upon my face. Weener to visit light I deign, what flocks of fowl compose my train! Like slaves they crowd my flight behind, and own me of superior kind. The farmer laughed, and thus replied, thou dull important lump of pride, Underscore 30 darest thou with that harsh grating tongue depreciate birds of warbling song? Indulge thy spleen. No, men and fowl regard thee, as thou art an owl. Besides, proud blockhead, be not vain of what thou call'st thy slaves and train. few follow wisdom or her rules, fools in derision follow fools. Fable 42. The Jugglers. A juggler long through all the town had raised his fortune and renown. You'd think, so far his art transcends, the devil at his fingers' ends. Vice heard his fame, she read his bill, convinced of his inferior skill, she sought his booth, and from the crowd defied the man of art aloud. Is this, then, he so famed for sleight? Can this slow bungler cheat your sight? _10 Dares he with me dispute the prize? I leave it to impartial eyes. Provoked, the juggler cried, "'Tis done. In science I submit to none." Thus said, the cups and balls he played, by turns, this here, that there, conveyed. The cards, obedient to his words, are by a fillip turned to birds. His little boxes change the grain, trick after trick deludes the train. _20 He shakes his bag, he shows all fair, his fingers spreads, and nothing there, then bids it rain with showers of gold, and now his ivory eggs are told. But when from thence the hen he draws, amazed spectators hum applause. Vice now stepped forth, and took the place with all the forms of his grimace. This magic looking glass, she cries, there, hand it round, will charm your eyes. _30 Each eager eye the sight desired, and every man himself admired. Next to a senator addressing, see this banknote, observe the blessing, breathe on the bill, hey, pass! 'Tis gone. Upon his lips a padlock shone. A second puff the magic broke, the padlock vanished, and he spoke. 12 bottles ranged upon the board, all full, with heady liquor stored, _40 by clean conveyance disappear, and now 2 bloody swords are there. A purse she to a thief exposed, at once his ready fingers closed. He opes his fist, the treasures fled, he sees a halter in its stead. She bids ambition hold a wand, he grasps a hatchet in his hand. A box of charity she shows, blow here, and a churchwarden blows, _50 'tis vanished with conveyance neat, and on the table smokes a treat. She shakes the dice, the board she knocks, and from all pockets fills her box. She next a meager rake addressed, this picture see, her shape, her breast. What youth, and what inviting eyes! Hold her, and have her. With surprise, his hand exposed a box of pills, and a loud laugh proclaimed his ills. _60 A counter, in a miser's hand, grew 20 guineas at command. She bids his heir the sum retain, and 'tis a counter now again. A guinea with her touch you see take every shape, but charity, and not one thing you saw, or drew, but changed from what was first in view. The juggler now in grief of heart, with this submission owned her art. _70 Can I such matchless sleight withstand? How practice hath improved your hand! But now and then I cheat the throng, you every day, and all day long. Fable 43. The Council of Horses. Upon a time a neighing steed, who grazed among a numerous breed, with mutiny had fired the train, and spread dissension through the plain. On matters that concerned the state the council met in grand debate. A colt, whose eyeballs flamed with ire, elate with strength and youthful fire, in haste stepped forth before the rest, and thus the listening throng addressed, _10 Good gods! How abject is our race, condemned to slavery and disgrace! Shall we our servitude retain, because our sires have borne the chain? Consider, friends, your strength and might, 'tis conquest to assert your right. How cumbrous is the gilded coach! The pride of man is our reproach. Were we designed for daily toil, to drag the plowshare through the soil, _20 to sweat in harness through the road, to groan beneath the carrier's load? How feeble are the two-legged kind! What force is in our nerves combined! Shall then our nobler jaws submit to foam and champ the galling bit? Shall haughty man my back bestride? Shall the sharp spur provoke my side? Forbid it, heavens! Reject the rein, your shame, your infamy disdain. _30 Let him the lion first control, and still the tiger's famished growl. Let us, like them, our freedom claim, and make him tremble at our name. A general nod approved the cause, and all the circle neighed applause. When, lo! With grave and solemn pace, a steed advanced before the race, with age and long experience wise, around he cast his thoughtful eyes, _40 and, to the murmurs of the train, Thus spoke the Nestor of the plain, when I had health and strength, like you, the toils of servitude I knew. Now grateful man rewards my pains, and gives me all these wide domains. At will I crop the years increase, my latter life is rest and peace. I grant, to man we lend our pains, and aid him to correct the plains. Underscore 50 But doth not he divide the care, through all the labors of the year? How many thousand structures rise, to fence us from inclement skies? For us he bears the sultry day, and stores up all our winter's hay. He sows, he reaps the harvest's gain, we share the toil, and share the grain. Since every creature was decreed to aid each other's mutual need, underscore 60 Appease your discontented mind, and act the part by heaven assigned. The tumult ceased. The colt submitted, and, like his ancestors, was bit. Fable 44. The Hound and the Huntsman. Impertinence at first is born with heedless slight, or smiles of scorn, teased into wrath. What patience bears the noisy fool who perseveres? The morning wakes, the huntsman sounds, at once rush forth the joyful hounds. They seek the wood with eager pace, through bush, through briar, explore the chase. Now scattered wide, they try the plain, and snuff the dewy turf in vain. Underscore 10 What care, what industry, what pains? What universal silence reigns? Ringwood, a dog of little fame, young, pert, and ignorant of game, at once displays his babbling throat. The pack, regardless of the note, pursue the scent. With louder strain he still persists to vex the train. The huntsman to the clamor flies, the smacking lash he smartly plies. Underscore 20 His ribs all welcome, with howling tone the puppy thus expressed his moan. I know the music of my tongue long since the pack with envy stung. What will not spite? These bitter smarts I owe to my superior parts. When puppies prate, the huntsman cried, they show both ignorance and pride. Fools may our scorn, not envy raise, for envy is a kind of praise. Underscore 30 Had not thy forward noisy tongue proclaimed thee always in the wrong, thou mightst have mingled with the rest, and ne'er thy foolish nose confessed. But fools, to talking ever prone, are sure to make their follies known. Fable XLV. The Poet and the Rose. I hate the man who builds his name on ruins of another's fame. Thus prudes, by characters o'erthrown, imagine that they raise their own. Thus scribblers, covetous of praise, think slander can transplant the bays. Beauties and bards have equal pride, with both all rivals are decried. Who praises Lesbia's eyes and feature, must call her sister, awkward creature. Underscore 10 For the kind flattery sure to charm, when we some other nymph disarm. As in the cool of early day a poet sought the sweets of May, the garden's fragrant breath ascends, and every stalk with odor bends. A rose he plucked, he gazed, admired, thus singing as the muse inspired, Go, rose, my Chloe's bosom grace, how happy should I prove, underscore 20 might I supply that envied place with never-fading love. There, phoenix-like, beneath her eye, involved in fragrance, burn and die. No, hapless flower, that thou shalt find more fragrant roses there. I see thy withering head reclined with envy and despair. One common fate we both must prove, you die with envy, I with love. Underscore 30 Spare your comparisons, replied an angry rose, who grew beside. Of all mankind you should not flout us, what can a poet do without us? In every love song roses bloom, we lend you color and perfume. Does it to Chloe's charms conduce, to found her praise on our abuse? Must we, to flatter her, be made to wither, envy, pine and fade? Underscore 40. Fable 46. The cur, the horse, and the shepherd's dog. The lad of all-sufficient merit, with modesty ne'er damps his spirit, presuming on his own deserts, on all alike his tongue exerts. His noisy jokes at random throws, and pertly spatters friends and foes. In wit and war the bully race contribute to their own disgrace. Too late the forward youth shall find that jokes are sometimes paid in kind. Underscore 10 Or if they canker in the breast, he makes a foe who makes a jest. A village cur, of snappish race, the pertest puppy of the place, imagine that his treble throat was blessed with music's sweetest note. In the mid-road he basking lay, the yelping nuisance of the way, for not a creature passed along, but had a sample of his song. Underscore 20 Soon as the trotting steed he hears, he starts, he cocks his dapper ears, away he scours, assaults his hoof, now near him snarls, now barks aloof, with shrill impertinence attends, nor leaves him till the village ends. It chanced, upon his evil day, a pad came pacing down the way, the cur, with never ceasing tongue, upon the passing traveller sprung. _30 The horse, from scorn provoked to ire, flung backward, rolling in the mire, the puppy howled, and bleeding lay, the pad in peace pursued the way. A shepherd's dog, who saw the deed, detesting the vexatious breed, bespoke him thus: when coxcombs prate, they kindle wrath, contempt, or hate. Thy teasing tongue had judgment tied, thou hadst not, like a puppy, died. _40. Fable 47. The Court of Death. Death, on a solemn night of state, in all his pomp of terror sate, the attendants of his gloomy reign, diseases dire, a ghastly train, crowd the vast court. With hollow tone, a voice thus thundered from the throne: this night our minister we name, let every servant speak his claim. Merit shall bear this ebon wand. All, at the word, stretched forth their hand. _10 Fever, with burning heat possessed, advanced, and for the wand addressed, I to the weekly bills appeal, let those express my fervent zeal, on every slight occasion near, with violence I persevere. Next Gout appears with limping pace, pleads how he shifts from place to place, from head to foot how swift he flies, 19 and every joint and sinew plies, _20 Still working when he seems suppressed. A most tenacious stubborn guest. A haggard spectre from the crew crawls forth, and thus asserts his due: 'tis I who taint the sweetest joy, and in the shape of love destroy. My shanks, sunk eyes, and noseless face, proved my pretension to the place. Stone urged his ever-growing force. And next, consumption's meager course, _30 With feeble voice, that scarce was heard, broke with short coughs, his suit preferred: let none object my lingering way, I gain, like Fabius, by delay. Fatigue and weaken every foe by long attack, secure though slow. Plague represents his rapid power, who thinned a nation in an hour. All spoke their claim, and hope the wand. Now expectation hushed the band, _40 When thus the monarch from the throne, merit was ever modest known. What, no physicians speak his right? None here, but fees their toils requite. Let then intemperance take the wand, who fills with gold their zealous hand. You, fever, gout, and all the rest, whom weary men, as foes, detest, forego your claim, no more pretend, intemperance is esteemed a friend. _50 He shares their mirth, their social joys, and, as a courted guest, destroys. The charge on him must justly fall, who finds employment for you all. Fable 48. The Gardener and the Hog. A gardener, of peculiar taste, on a young hog his favor placed, who fed not with the common herd, his tray was to the hall preferred. He wallowed underneath the board, or in his master's chamber snored, who fondly stroked him every day, and taught him all the puppy's play. Where'er he went, the grunting friend ne'er failed his pleasure to attend. _10 As on a time, the loving pair walked forth to tend the garden's care, the master thus addressed the swine: my house, my garden, all is thine. On turnips feast whene'er you please, and riot in my beans and peas. If the potatoes taste delights, or the red carrots sweet invites, indulge thy morn and evening hours, but let due care regard my flowers. _20 My tulips are my garden's pride, what vast expense those beds supplied. The hog by chance one morning roamed, where with new ale the vessels foamed. He munches now the steaming grains, now with full swill the liquor drains. Intoxicating fumes arise. 27 He reels, he rolls his winking eyes, then staggering through the garden scours, and treads down painted ranks of flowers. _30 With delving snout he turns the soil, and cools his palate with the spoil. The master came, the ruin spied: villain, suspend thy rage, he cried. Hast thou, thou most ungrateful sot, my charge, my only charge forgot? What, all my flowers? No more he said, but gazed, and sighed, and hung his head. The hog with stuttering speech returns: explain, sir, why your anger burns. _40 See there, untouched, your tulips strown, for I devoured the roots alone. At this the gardener's passion grows, from oaths and threats he fell to blows. The stubborn brute the blow sustains, assaults his leg, and tears the veins. Ah! Foolish swain, too late you find that styes were for such friends designed. Homeward he limps with painful pace, reflecting thus on past disgrace. _50 Who cherishes a brutal mate shall mourn the folly soon or late. Fable 49. The Man and the Flea. Whether on earth, in air, or main, sure everything alive is vain. Does not the hawk all fowls survey, as destined only for his prey? And do not tyrants, prouder things, think men were born for slaves to kings? When the crab views the pearly strands, or Tagus, bright with golden sands, or crawls beside the coral grove, and hears the ocean roll above, _10 Nature is too profuse, says he, who gave all these to pleasure me, when bordering pinks and roses bloom, and every garden breathes perfume, when peaches glow with sunny dyes, like Laura's cheek, when blushes rise, when with huge figs the branches bend, when clusters from the vine depend. The snail looks round on flower and tree, and cries, all these were made for me. _20 What dignities in human nature, says man, the most conceited creature, as from a cliff he cast his eye, and viewed the sea and arched sky. The sun was sunk beneath the main, the moon and all the starry train hung the vast vault of heaven. The man his contemplation thus began, when I behold this glorious show, and the wide watery world below. _30 The scaly people of the main, the beasts that range the wood or plain, the winged inhabitants of air, the day, the night, the various year, and know all these by heaven designed as gifts to pleasure humankind. I cannot raise my worth too high. Of what vast consequence am I? Not of the importance you suppose, replies a flea upon his nose. _40 Be humble, learn thyself to scan. No, pride was never made for man. 'Tis vanity that swells thy mind. What heaven and earth for thee designed? For thee, made only for our need, that more important fleas might feed. Fable L. The Hare and Many Friends. Friendship, like love, is but a name, unless to one you stint the flame. The child, whom many fathers share, hath seldom known a father's care. 'Tis thus in friendships, who depend on many, rarely find a friend. A hare, who in a civil way complied with everything, like Gay, was known by all the bestial train who haunt the wood or graze the plain. _10 Her care was never to offend, and every creature was her friend. As forth she went at early dawn, to taste the dew-besprinkled lawn, behind she hears the hunter's cries, and from the deep-mouthed thunder flies. She starts, she stops, she pants for breath, she hears the near advance of death, she doubles to mislead the hound, and measures back her mazy round. _20 Till fainting in the public way, half dead with fear, she gasping lay. What transport in her bosom grew, when first the horse appeared in view! Let me, says she, your back ascend, and owe my safety to a friend. You know my feet betray my flight, to friendship every burden's light. The horse replied, poor honest puss, it grieves my heart to see thee thus. _30 Be comforted, relief is near, for all your friends are in the rear. She next the stately bull implored, and thus replied the mighty lord, since every beast alive can tell that I sincerely wish you well, I may, without offense, pretend to take the freedom of a friend. Love calls me hence. A favorite cow expects me near yon barley mow. _40 And when a lady's in the case, you know all other things give place. To leave you thus might seem unkind, but see, the goat is just behind. The goat remarked her pulse was high, her languid head, her heavy eye. My back, says she, may do you harm. The sheep's at hand, and wool is warm. The sheep was feeble, and complained his sides a load of wool sustained. _50 Said he was slow, confessed his fears, for hounds catch sheep, as well as hares. She now the trotting calf addressed, to save from death a friend distressed. Shall I, says he, of tender age, in this important care engage? Older and abler pass you by. How strong are those! How weak am I! Should I presume to bear you hence, those friends of mine may take offense. _60 Excuse me then. You know my heart, but dearest friends, alas! Must part. How shall we all lament? Adieu! For see the hounds are just in view. Part 2. Published after Gay's death, by the Duke of Queensberry. Fable I. The Dog and the Fox. To a Lawyer. I know you lawyers can with ease twist words and meanings as you please. That language, by your skill made pliant, will bend to favor every client. That 'tis the fee directs the sense, to make out either side's pretense. When you peruse the clearest case, you see it with a double face, for skepticism's your profession. You hold there's doubt in all expression. Underscore 10 hence is the bar with fees supplied, hence eloquence takes either side. Your hand would have but paltry gleaning could every man express his meaning. Who dares presume to pen a deed? Unless you previously are feed? 'Tis drawn, and to augment the cost, in dull prolixity engrossed. And now we're well secured by law, till the next brother find a flaw. Underscore 20 read o'er a will. Was ever known, but you could make the will your own, for when you read, 'tis with intent to find out meanings never meant. Since things are thus, esse defendendo, I bar fallacious innuendo. Sagacious porters 6, skill could trace some beast or bird in every face. The head, the eye, the nose's shape, prove this an owl, and that an ape. Underscore 30 when, in the sketches thus designed, resemblance brings some friend to mind, you show the piece, and give the hint, and find each feature in the print, so monstrous like the portraits found, all know it, and the laugh goes round. Like him I draw from general nature, is I or you then fix the satire? So, sir, I beg you spare your pains in making comments on my strains. Underscore 40 all private slander I detest, I judge not of my neighbor's breast, party and prejudice I hate, and write no libels on the state. Shall not my fable censure vice, because a knave is overnice? And lest the guilty hear in dread, shall not the Decalogue be read? If I lash vice and general fiction, is I apply, or self-conviction? Underscore 50 brutes are my theme. Am I to blame, if men in morals are the same? I no man call an ape or ass, 'tis his own conscience holds the glass. Thus void of all offense I write. Who claims the fable, knows his right. A shepherd's dog unskilled in sports, picked up acquaintance of all sorts. Among the rest, a fox he knew, by frequent chat their friendship grew. Underscore 60 says Reynard, 'tis a cruel case, that man should stigmatize our race. No doubt, among us rogues you find, as among dogs, and humankind, and yet, unknown to me and you, there may be honest men and true. Thus slander tries, whatever it can, to put us on the foot with man. Let my own actions recommend. No prejudice can blind a friend. Underscore 70 you know me free from all disguise. My honor as my life I prize. By talk like this, from all mistrust the dog was cured, and thought him just. As on a time the fox held forth on conscience, honesty, and worth, sudden he stopped, he cocked his ear, and dropped his brushy tail with fear. Bless us! The hunters are abroad, what's all that clatter on the road? Underscore 80 hold, says the dog, we're safe from harm. 'Twas nothing but a false alarm. At yonder town, 'tis market day, some farmer's wife is on the way. 'Tis so, I know her piebald mare, Dame Dobbins, with her poultry ware. Reynard grew huff. Says he, this sneer from you I little thought to hear. Your meaning in your looks I see, pray, what's Dame Dobbins, friend, to me? Underscore 90 did I e'er make her poultry thinner? Prove that I owed the dame a dinner. Friend, quoth the cur, I meant no harm. Then, why so captious? Why so warm? My words in common acceptation could never give this provocation. No lamb, for aught I ever knew, may be more innocent than you. At this, galled Reynard winced and swore such language ne'er was given before. Underscore 100 what's lamb to me? The saucy hint, show me, base knave, which will you squint, if t'other night your master lost 3 lambs, am I to pay the cost? Your vile reflections would imply that I'm the thief. You dog, you lie? Thou knave, thou fool, the dog replied, the name is just, take either side. Thy guilt these applications speak, sirrah, 'tis conscience makes you squeak. Underscore 110 so saying, on the fox he flies, the self-convicted felon dies. Fable 2. The Vulture, the Sparrow, and Other Birds. To a friend in the country. Ere I begin, I must premise our ministers are good and wise, so, though malicious tongues apply, pray what care they, or what care I? If I am free with courts, be it known, I ne'er presume to mean our own. If general morals seem to joke on ministers, and such like folk, a captious fool may take offense. What then? He knows his own pretense. Underscore 10 I meddle with no state affairs, but spare my jest to save my ears. Our present schemes are too profound, for Machiavel himself to sound. To censure them I've no pretension. I own they're past my comprehension. You say your brother wants a place, 'tis many a younger brother's case, and that he very soon intends to ply the court, and tease his friends. Underscore 20 If there his merits chance to find a patriot of an open mind, whose constant actions prove him just to both the king's and people's trust, may he with gratitude attend, and owe his rise to such a friend. You praise his parts, for business fit, his learning, probity, and wit, but those alone will never do, unless his patron have them too. Underscore 30 I've heard of times, pray God defend us, we're not so good but he can mend us, when wicked ministers have trod on kings and people, law and God, with arrogance they girt the throne, and knew no interest but their own. Then virtue, from preferment barred, gets nothing but its own reward. A gang of petty knaves attend M, with proper parts to recommend M. Underscore 40 Then if their patron burn with lust, the first in favors pimp the first. His doors are never closed to spies, who cheer his heart with double lies. They flatter him, his foes defame, so lull the pangs of guilt and shame. If schemes of lucre haunt his brain, projectors swell his greedy train, vile brokers ply his private ear with jobs of plunder for the year. Underscore 50 All consciences must bend and ply. You must vote on, and not know why. Through thick and thin you must go on. One scruple, and your place is gone. Since plagues like these have cursed a land, and favorites cannot always stand, good courtiers should for change be ready, and not have principles too steady. For should a knave engross the power, God shield the realm from that sad hour. Underscore 60 He must have rogues, or slavish fools, for what's a knave without his tools? Wherever those a people drain, and strut with infamy and gain, I envy not their guilt and state, and scorn to share the public hate. Let their own servile creatures rise by screening fraud, and venting lies. Give me, kind heaven, a private station. 7. A mind serene for contemplation. Underscore 70 Title and profit I resign. The post of honor shall be mine. My fable read, their merits view, then heard who will with such a crew. In days of yore, my cautious rhymes always accept the present times. A greedy vulture skilled in game, inured to guilt, unwed by shame, approached the throne in evil hour, and step by step intrudes to power. Underscore 80 When at the royal eagle's ear, he longs to ease the monarch's care. The monarch grants. With pride elate, behold him minister of state. Around him throng the feathered rout, friends must be served, and some must out, each thinks his own the best pretension. This asks a place, and that a pension. The nightingale was set aside, a forward daw his rooms supplied. Underscore 90 This bird, says he, for business fit, hath both sagacity and wit. With all his turns, and shifts, and tricks, he's docile, and at nothing sticks. Then, with his neighbors one so free, at all times will connive at me. The hawk had due distinction shown, for parts and talents like his own. Thousands of hireling cocks attends him, as blustering bullies, to defend him. Underscore 100 At once the ravens were discarded, and magpies with their posts rewarded. Those fowls of omen I detest, that pry into another's nest. State lies must lose all good intent, for they foresee and croak the event. My friends ne'er think, but talk by rote, speak what they're taught, and so to vote. When rogues like these, a sparrow cries, to honors and employments rise. Underscore 110 I court no favor, ask no place, for such preferment is disgrace. Within my thatched retreat I find, what these ne'er feel, true peace of mind. Fable 3. The Baboon and the Poultry. To a levee hunter. We frequently misplace esteem, by judging men by what they seem, to birth, wealth, power. We should allow precedence, and our lowest bow. In that is due distinction shown, esteem is virtue's right alone. With partial eye we're apt to see the man of noble pedigree. We're prepossessed my lord inherits in some degree his grandsire's merits. Underscore 10 For those we find upon record, but find him nothing but my lord. When we with superficial view gaze on the rich, we're dazzled too. We know that wealth well understood hath frequent power of doing good, then fancy that the thing is done, as if the power and will were one. Thus oft the cheated crowd adore the thriving knaves that keep them poor. Underscore 20 The cringing train of power survey, what creatures are so low as they? With what obsequiousness they bend? To what vile actions condescend? Their rise is on their meanest built, and flattery is their smallest guilt. What homage, reverence, adoration, in every age, in every nation, have sycophants to power addressed? No matter who the power possessed. Underscore 30 Let ministers be what they will, you find their levees always fill. Even those who have perplexed the state, whose actions claim contempt and hate, had wretches to applaud their schemes, though more absurd than madmen's dreams. When barbarous Moloch was invoked, the blood of infants only smoked. But here, unless all history lies, whole realms have been a sacrifice. Underscore 40 Look through all courts, 'tis power we find, the general idol of mankind, they're worshipped under every shape, alike the lion, fox, and ape are followed by time-serving slaves, rich prostitutes, and needy knaves. Who, then, shall glory in his post? How frail his pride, how vain his boast! The followers of his prosperous hour are as unstable as his power. Underscore 50 Power by the breath of flattery nursed, the more it swells, is nearer burst. The bubble breaks, the gewgaw ends, and in a dirty tear descends. Once on a time, an ancient maid, by wishes and by time decayed, to cure the pangs of restless thought, in birds and beasts' amusement sought, dogs, parrots, apes, her hours employed. With these alone she talked and toyed. Underscore 60 A huge baboon her fancy took, almost a man in size and look. He fingered everything he found, and mimicked all the servants round. Then, too, his parts and ready wit showed him for every business fit. With all these talents, 'twas but just that Pug should hold a place of trust, so to her favourite was assigned the charge of all her feathered kind. Underscore 70 'Twas his to tend eve and morn, and portion out their daily corn. Behold him now with haughty stride, assume a ministerial pride. The morning rose. In hope of picking, swans, turkeys, peacocks, ducks and chicken, fowls of all ranks surround his hut, to worship his important strut. The minister appears. The crowd now here, now there, obsequious bowed. Underscore 80 This praised his parts, and that his face, t'other his dignity and place. From bill to bill the flattery ran, he hears and bears it like a man, for, when we flatter self-conceit, we but his sentiments repeat. If we're too scrupulously just, what profits in a place of trust? The common practice of the great is to secure a snug retreat. Underscore 90 So Pug began to turn his brain, like other folks in place, on gain. An applewoman's stall was near, well stocked with fruits through all the year. Here every day he crammed his guts, hence were his hoards of pears and nuts. For 'twas agreed, in way of trade, his payments should in corn be made. The stock of grain was quickly spent, and no account which way it went. Underscore 100 Then, too, the poultry's starved condition caused speculations of suspicion. The facts were proved beyond dispute. Pug must refund his hoards of fruit, and though then minister-in-chief, was branded as a public thief. Disgraced, despised, confined to chains, he nothing but his pride retains. A goose passed by, he knew the face, seen every levee while in place. Underscore 110 What, no respect? No reverence shown? How saucy are these creatures grown! Not 2 days since, says he, you bowed the lowest of my fawning crowd. Proud fool, replies the goose, 'tis true, thy corn a fluttering levee drew. For that I joined the hungry train, and sold thee flattery for thy grain. But then, as now, conceited ape, we saw thee in thy proper shape. Underscore 120. Fable 4. The Ant in Office. To a Friend. You tell me, that you apprehend my verse make touchy folks offend. In prudence too you think my rhymes should never squint at courtiers' crimes, for though nor this, nor that is meant, can we another's thoughts prevent? You ask me if I ever knew court chaplains thus the lawn pursue. I meddle not with gown or lawn, poets, I grant, to rise must fawn. Underscore 10 They know great ears are over nice, and never shock their patron's vice. But I this hackney path despise, 'tis my ambition not to rise. If I must prostitute the muse, the base conditions I refuse. I neither flatter nor defame, yet own I would bring guilt to shame. If I corruption's hand expose, I make corrupted men my foes. Underscore 20 What then? I hate the paltry tribe, be virtue mine, be theirs the bribe. I no man's property invade, corruption's yet no lawful trade. Nor would it mighty ills produce, could I shame bribery out of use. I know 'twould cramp most politicians, were they tied down to these conditions. 'Twould stint their power, their riches bound, and make their parts seem less profound. Underscore 30 Were they denied their proper tools, how could they lead their knaves and fools? Were this the case, let's take a view, what dreadful mischiefs would ensue. Though it might aggrandize the state, could private luxury dine on plate? Kings might indeed their friends reward, but ministers find less regard. Informers, sycophants, and spies would not augment the year's supplies. Underscore 40 Perhaps, too, take away this prop, an annual job or two might drop. Besides, if pensions were denied, could avarice support its pride? It might even ministers confound, and yet the state be safe and sound. I care not though 'tis understood I only mean my country's good, and, let who will my freedom blame, I wish all courtiers did the same. Underscore 50 Nay, though some folks the less might get, I wish the nation out of debt. I put no private man's ambition with public good in competition, rather than have our law defaced, I'd vote a minister disgraced. I strike at vice, be it where it will, and what if great folks take it ill? I hope corruption, bribery, pension, one may with detestation mention. Underscore 60 Think you the law, let who will take it, can scandalum magnatum make it? I vent no slander, owe no grudge, nor of another's conscience judge. At him, or him, I take no aim, yet dare against all vice declaim. Shall I not censure breach of trust, because knaves know themselves unjust? That steward, whose account is clear, demands his honor may appear. Underscore 70 His actions never shun the light, he is, and would be proved upright. But then you think my fable bears allusion, too, to state affairs. I grant it does, and who's so great that has the privilege to cheat? If then, in any future reign, for ministers may thirst for gain, winky-faced corrupted hands defraud the nation, I bar no reader's application. Underscore 80 An ant there was, whose forward prate controlled all matters in debate, whether he knew the thing or no, his tongue eternally would go. For he had impudence at will, and boasted universal skill. Ambition was his point in view, thus, by degrees, to power he grew. Behold him now his drift attain, he's made chief treasurer of the grain. Underscore 90 But as their ancient laws are just, and punish breach of public trust, 'tis ordered, lest wrong application should starve that wise industrious nation, that all accounts be stated clear, their stock, and what defrayed the year, that auditors should these inspect, 97 and public rapine thus be checked. For this the solemn day was set, the auditors in council met. Underscore 100 The granary keeper must explain, and balance his account of grain. He brought, since he could not refuse M, some scraps of paper to amuse M. An honest pismire, warm with zeal, in justice to the public weal, thus spoke, the nation's hoard is low, from whence doth this profusion flow? I know our annual funds amount. Why such expense, and where's the account? Underscore 110 With wonted arrogance and pride, the ant in office thus replied, Consider, sirs, were secrets told, how could the best schemed projects hold? Should we state mysteries disclose, 'twould lay us open to our foes. My duty and my well-known zeal bid me our present schemes conceal. But on my honor, all the expense, though vast, was for the swarm's defense. Underscore 120 They passed the account as fair and just, and voted him implicit trust. Next year again the granary drained, he thus his innocence maintained. Think how our present matters stand, what dangers threat from every hand, what hosts of turkeys stroll for food, no farmer's wife but hath her brood. Consider, when invasion's near, intelligence must cost us dear. Underscore 130 And, in this ticklish situation, a secret told betrays the nation. But on my honor, all the expense, though vast, was for the swarm's defense. Again, Without examination, they thanked his sage administration. The year revolves. The treasure spent, again in secret service went. His honor too again was pledged, to satisfy the charge alleged. Underscore 140 When thus, with panic shame possessed, an auditor his friends addressed, what are we? Ministerial tools. We little knaves are greater fools. At last the secret is explored, 'tis our corruption thins the hoard. For every grain we touched, at least 1,000 his own heaps increased. Then for his kin, and favorite spies, 100 hardly could suffice. Underscore 150 Thus, for a paltry sneaking bribe, we cheat ourselves, and all the tribe, for all the magazine contains, grows from our annual toil and pains. They vote the account shall be inspected, the cunning plunderer is detected, the fraud is sentenced, and his hoard, as due, to public use restored. Fable v. The Bear in a Boat. To a Coxcomb. That man must daily wiser grow, whose search is bent himself to know. Impartially he weighs his scope, and on firm reason founds his hope. He tries his strength before the race, and never seeks his own disgrace. He knows the compass, sail, and oar, or never launches from the shore. Before he builds, computes the cost, and in no proud pursuit is lost. Underscore 10 He learns the bounds of human sense, and safely walks within the fence. Thus, conscious of his own defect, our pride and self-importance checked. If then, self-knowledge to pursue, direct our life in every view, of all the fools that pride can boast, a coxcomb claims distinction most. Coxcombs are of all ranks and kind, they're not to sex or age confined. Underscore 20 Or rich, or poor, or great, or small, and vanity besets them all. By ignorance is pride increased, those most assume who know the least. Their own false balance gives them weight, but every other finds them light. Not that all coxcombs folly strike, and draw our ridicule alike. To different merits each pretends. This in love vanity transcends. Underscore 30 That smitten with his face and shape, by dress distinguishes the ape. T'other with learning crams his shelf, knows books, and all things but himself. All these are fools of low condition, compared with coxcombs of ambition. For those, puffed up with flattery, dare assume a nation's various care. They ne'er the grossest praise mistrust, their sycophants seem hardly just. Underscore 40 For these, in part alone, attest the flattery their own thoughts suggest. In this wide sphere a coxcomb shone in other realms beside his own. The self-deemed Machiavel at large by turns controls in every charge. Does commerce suffer in her rights? 'Tis he directs the naval flights. What sailor dares dispute his skill? He'll be an admiral when he will. Underscore 50 Now meddling in the soldier's trade, troops must be hired, and levies made. He gives ambassadors their cue, his cobbled treaties to renew, and annual taxes must suffice the current blunders to disguise when his crude schemes in air are lost, and millions scarce defray the cost. His arrogance, not undismayed, trusting in self-sufficient aid, underscore 60 On other rocks misguides the realm, and thinks a pilot at the helm. He ne'er suspects his want of skill, but blunders on from ill to ill, and, when he fails of all intent, blames only unforeseen event. Lest you mistake the application, the fable calls me to relation. A bear of shag and manners rough, at climbing trees expert enough. Underscore 70 For dexterously, and safe from harm, year after year he robbed the swarm. Thus thriving on industrious toil, he gloried in his pilfered spoil. This trick so swelled him with conceit, he thought no enterprise too great. Alike in sciences and arts, he boasted universal parts. Pragmatic, busy, bustling, bold, his arrogance was uncontrolled. Underscore 80 And thus he made his party good, and grew dictator of the wood. The beasts with admiration stare, and think him a prodigious bear. Were any common booty got, 'twas his each portion to allot, for why, he found there might be picking, even in the carving of a chicken. Intruding thus, he by degrees claimed to the butcher's larger fees. Underscore 90 And now his overweening pride in every province will preside. No talk too difficult was found, his blundering nose misleads the hound. In stratagem and subtle arts, he overrules the fox's parts. It chanced, as, on a certain day, along the bank he took his way, a boat, with rudder, sail, and oar, at anchor floated near the shore. Underscore 100 he stopped, and turning to his train, thus pertly vents his vaunting strain. What blundering puppies are mankind, in every science always blind. I mock the pedantry of schools. What are their compasses and rules? From me that helm shall conduct learn, and man his ignorance discern. So saying, with audacious pride, he gains the boat, and climbs the side. Underscore 110 the beasts astonished, line the strand, the anchors weighed, he drives from land, the slack sail shifts from side to side, the boat untrimmed amidst the tide, borne down, adrift, at random tossed, his oar breaks short, the rudder's lost. The bear, presuming in his skill, is here and there officious still, till striking on the dangerous sands, aground the shattered vessel stands. Underscore 120 to see the bungler thus distressed, the very fishes sneer and jest. Even gudgeons join in ridicule, to mortify the meddling fool. The clamorous watermen appear, threats, curses, oaths, insult his ear, seized, thrashed, and chained, he's dragged to land, derision shouts along the strand. Fable 6. The Squire and his Cur. To a country gentleman. The man of pure and simple heart through life disdains a double part. He never needs the screen of lies his inward bosom to disguise. In vain malicious tongues assail, let envy snarl, let slander rail, from virtue's shield, secure from wound, their blunted, venomed shafts rebound. So shines his light before mankind, his actions prove his honest mind. Underscore 10 if in his country's cause he rise, debating senates to advise, unbribed, unawed, he dares impart the honest dictates of his heart. No ministerial frown he fears, but in his virtue perseveres. But would you play the politician, whose heart's averse to intuition, your lips at all times, nay, your reason must be controlled by place and season. Underscore 20 what statesman could his power support where lying tongues forbid the court? Did princely ears to truth attend, what minister could gain his end? How could he raise his tools to place, and how his honest foes disgrace? That politician tops his part, who readily can lie with art. The man's proficient in his trade, his power is strong, his fortune's made. Underscore 30 by that the interest of the throne is made subservient to his own. By that have kings of old, deluded, all their own friends for his excluded. By that, his selfish schemes pursuing, he thrives upon the public ruin. Antiochus sate, with hardy pace, provoked the dangers of the chase, and lost from all his menial train, traversed the wood and pathless plain. Underscore 40 a cottage lodged the royal guest. The Parthian clown brought forth his best. The king, unknown, his feast enjoyed, and various chat the hours employed. From wine what sudden friendship springs. Frankly they talked of courts and kings. We country folks, the clown replies, could ope our gracious monarch's eyes. The king, as all our neighbors say, might he, God bless him, have his way. Underscore 50 is sound at heart, and means our good, and he would do it, if he could. If truth in courts were not forbid, nor kings nor subjects would be rid. Were he in power, we need not doubt him, but that transferred to those about him, on them he throws the regal cares, and what mind they? Their own affairs. If such rapacious hands he trust, the best of men may seem unjust. Underscore 60 from kings to cobblers 'tis the same, bad servants wound their master's fame. In this our neighbors all agree, would the king knew as much as we. Here he stopped short. Repose they sought, the peasants slept, the monarch thought. The courtiers learned, at early dawn, where their lost sovereign was withdrawn. The guards approach our host alarms, with gaudy coats the cottage swarms. Underscore 70 the crown and purple robes they bring, and prostrate fall before the king. The clown was called, the royal guest by due reward his thanks expressed. The king then, turning to the crowd, who fawningly before him bowed, thus spoke, since, bent on private gain, your counsels first misled my reign, taught and informed by you alone, no truth the royal ear hath known. Underscore 80 till here conversing. Hence, ye crew, for now I know myself and you. Weener the royal ears engrossed, state lies but little genius cost. The favorite then securely robs, and gleans a nation by his jobs. Franker and bolder grown in ill, he daily poisons dares instill, and, as his present views suggest, inflames or soothes the royal breast. Underscore 90 Thus wicked ministers oppress, when oft the monarch means redress. Would kings their private subjects hear, a minister must talk with fear. If honesty opposed his views, he dared not innocence excuse. 'Twould keep him in such narrow bound, he could not right and wrong confound. Happy were kings, could they disclose their real friends and real foes. Underscore 100 Were both themselves and subjects known, a monarch's will might be his own. Had he the use of ears and eyes, knaves would no more be counted wise. But then a minister might lose, hard case, his own ambitious views. When such as these have vexed a state, pursued by universal hate, their false support at once hath failed, and persevering truth prevailed. Underscore 110 Exposed their train of fraud is seen, truth will at last remove the screen. A country squire, by one directed, the true stanch dogs of chase neglected. Beneath his board no hound was fed, his hand ne'er stroked the spaniel's head. A snappish cur, alone caressed, by lies had banished all the rest. Yap had his ear, and defamation gave him full scope of conversation. Underscore 120 His sycophants must be preferred, room must be made for all his herd, wherefore, to bring his schemes about, old faithful servants all must out. The cur on every creature flew, as other great men's puppies do, unless due court to him were shown, and both their face and business known, no honest tongue in audience found, he worried all the tenants round. Underscore 130 For why, he lived in constant fear, lest truth, by chance, should interfere. If any stranger dare intrude, the noisy cur his heels pursued. Now fierce with rage, now struck with dread, at once he snarled, bit, and fled. Aloof he bays, with bristling hair, and thus in secret growls his fear. Who knows but truth, in this disguise, may frustrate my best guarded lies? Underscore 140 Should she, thus masked, admittance find, that very hour my ruins signed. Now, in his howls continued sound, their words were lost, their voice was drowned. Ever in awe of honest tongues, thus every day he strained his lungs. It happened, in ill-omened hour, that Yap, unmindful of his power, forsook his post, to love inclined. A favorite bitch was in the wind. Underscore 150 By her seduced, in amorous play, they frisked the joyous hours away. Thus, by untimely love pursuing, like Antony, he sought his ruin. For now the squire, unvexed with noise, and honest neighbors' chat enjoys. Be free, says he, your mind impart. I love a friendly open heart. Methinks my tenants shun my gate. Why such a stranger grown of late? Underscore 160 Pray tell me what offense they find. 'Tis plain they're not so well inclined. Turn off your cur, the farmer cries, who feeds your ear with daily lies. His snarling insolence offends. 165 'Tis he that keeps you from your friends. Were but that saucy puppy checked, you'd find again the same respect. Hear only him, he'll swear it too, that all our hatred is to you. Underscore 170 But learn from us your true estate. 'Tis that cursed cur alone we hate. The squire heard truth. Now Yap rushed in, the wide hall echoes with his din, yet truth prevailed, and with disgrace, the dog was cudgeled out of place. Fable 7. The Countryman and Jupiter. To myself. Have you a friend, look round and spy, so fond, so prepossessed as I? Your faults, so obvious to mankind, my partial eyes could never find. When by the breath of fortune blown, your airy castles were o'erthrown, have I been overprone to blame, or mortified your hours with shame? Was I e'er known to damp your spirit, or twit you with the want of merit? Underscore 10 'Tis not so strange, that fortune's frown still perseveres to keep you down. Look round, and see what others do. Would you be rich and honest too? Have you, like those she raised to place, been opportunely mean and base? Have you, as times required, resigned truth, honor, virtue, peace of mind? If these are scruples, give her o'er, right, practice morals, and be poor. Underscore 20 The gifts of fortune truly rate, then tell me what would mend your state. If happiness on wealth were built, rich rogues might comfort find in guilt. As grows the miser's hoarded store, his fears, his wants, increase the more. Think, gay, what ne'er may be the case, should fortune take you into grace, would that your happiness augment? What can she give beyond content? Underscore 30 Suppose yourself a wealthy heir, with a vast annual income clear. In all the affluence you possess, you might not feel one care the less. Might you not then, like others, find with change of fortune, change of mind? Perhaps, profuse beyond all rule, you might start out a glaring fool. Your luxury might break all bounds. Plate, table, horses, stewards, hounds, underscore 40 might swell your debts. Then, lust of plain no regal income can defray. Sunk is all credit, writs assail, and doom your future life to jail. Or were you dignified with power, would that avert one pensive hour? You might give avarice its swing, defraud a nation, blind a king. Then, from the hirelings in your cause, though daily fed with false applause, underscore 50 could it a real joy impart? Great guilt knew never joy at heart. Is happiness your point in view? I mean the intrinsic and the true. She nor in camps or courts resides, nor in the humble cottage hides, yet found alike in every sphere. Who finds content, will find her there. O'erspent with toil, beneath the shade, a peasant rested on his spade. Underscore 60 Good gods, he cries, 'tis hard to bear this load of life from year to year. Soon as the morning streaks the skies, industrious labor bids me rise. With sweat I earn my homely fare, and every day renews my care. Jove heard the discontented strain, and thus rebuked the murmuring swain. Speak out your wants then, honest friend, unjust complaints the gods offend. Underscore 70 If you repine at partial fate, instruct me what could mend your state. Mankind in every station see. What wish you? Tell me what you'd be. So said, upborne upon a cloud, the clown surveyed the anxious crowd. Yon face of care, says Jove, behold, his bulky bags are filled with gold. See with what joy he counts it o'er. That sum today hath swelled his store. Underscore 80 Were I that man, the peasant cried, what blessing could I ask beside? Hold, says the god, first learn to know true happiness from outward show. This optic glass of intuition, here, take it, view his true condition. He looked, and saw the miser's breast, a troubled ocean, ne'er at rest. Want ever stares him in the face, and fear anticipates disgrace. Underscore 90 With conscious guilt he saw him start. Extortion gnaws his throbbing heart, and never, or in thought or dream, his breast admits one happy gleam. May Jove, he cries, reject my prayer, and guard my life from guilt and care. My soul abhors that wretch's fate. Oh, keep me in my humble state. But see, amidst a gaudy crowd, yon minister, so gay and proud, underscore 100 On him what happiness attends, who thus rewards his grateful friends. First take the glass, the god replies, man views the world with partial eyes. Good gods, exclaims the startled wight, defend me from this hideous sight. Corruption, with corrosive smart, lies cankering on his guilty heart. I see him, with polluted hand, spread the contagion o'er the land. Underscore 110 Now avarice with insatiate jaws, now rapine with her harpy claws his bosom tears. His conscious breast groans, with a load of crimes oppressed. See him, mad and drunk with power, stand tottering on ambition's tower. Sometimes, in speeches vain and proud, his boasts insult the nether crowd. Now, seized with giddiness and fear, he trembles lest his fall is near. Underscore 120 Was ever wretch like this? He cries, such misery in such disguise. The change, O Jove, I disavow, still be my lot the spade and plough. He next, confirmed by speculation, rejects the lawyer's occupation, for he the statesman seemed in part, and bore similitude of heart. Nor did the soldier's trade inflame his hopes with thirst of spoil and fame. Underscore 130 The miseries of war he mourned, whole nations into deserts turned. By these have laws and rights been braved, by these were free-born men enslaved. When battles and invasions cease, why swarm they in a land of peace? Such change, says he, may I decline, the scythe and civil arms be mine. Thus, weighing life in each condition, the clown withdrew his rash petition. Underscore 140 When thus the god, how mortals err! If you true happiness prefer, 'tis to no rank of life confined, but dwells in every honest mind. Be justice then your sole pursuit, plant virtue, and content's the fruit. So Jove, to gratify the clown, where first he found him set him down. Fable 8. The man, the cat, the dog, and the fly. to my native country. Hail, happy land, whose fertile grounds the liquid fence of Neptune bounds, by bounteous nature set apart, the seat of industry and art. O Britain! Chosen port of trade, may luxury ne'er thy sons invade, may never minister, intent his private treasures to augment, corrupt thy state. If jealous foes thy rights of commerce dare oppose, _10 shall not thy fleets there wrap in awe? Who is prescribes the ocean law? Whenever neighboring states contend, 'tis thine to be the general friend. What is who rules in other lands? On trade alone thy glory stands. That benefit is unconfined, diffusing good among mankind, that first gave luster to thy reigns, and scattered plenty o'er thy plains. _20 'Tis that alone thy wealth supplies, and draws all Europe's envious eyes. Be commerce then thy sole design, keep that, and all the world is thine. When naval traffic plows the main, who shares not in the merchant's gain? 'Tis that supports the regal state, and makes the farmer's heart elate. The numerous flocks, that clothe the land, can scarce supply the loom's demand. _30 Prolific culture glads the fields, and the bare heath a harvest yields. Nature expects mankind should share the duties of the public care. Who's born for sloth? 9. To some we find the plowshare's annual toil assigned. Some at the sounding anvil glow, some the swift sliding shuttle throw, some, studious of the wind and tide, from pole to pole our commerce guide. _40 Some, taught by industry, impart with hands and feet the works of art, while some, of genius more refined, with head and tongue assist mankind, each, aiming at one common end, proves to the whole a needful friend. Thus, born each other's useful aid, by turns our obligations paid. The monarch, when his table's spread, is to the clown obliged for bread. _50 And when in all his glory dressed, owes to the loom his royal vest. Do not the mason's toil and care protect him from the inclement air? Does not the cutler's art supply the ornament that guards his thigh? All these, in duty to the throne, their common obligations own. 'Tis he, his own and people's cause, protects their properties and laws. _60 Thus they their honest toil employ, and with content their fruits enjoy. In every rank, or great or small, 'tis industry supports us all. The animals by want oppressed, to man their services addressed. While each pursued their selfish good, they hungered for precarious food. Their hours with anxious cares were vexed. One day they fed, and starved the next. _70 They saw that plenty, sure and rife, was found alone in social life, that mutual industry professed, the various wants of man redressed. The cat, half famished, lean and weak, demands the privilege to speak. Well, puss, says man, and what can you to benefit the public do? The cat replies, these teeth, these claws, with vigilance shall serve the cause. _80 The mouse destroyed by my pursuit, no longer shall your feasts pollute, nor rats, from nightly ambuscade, with wasteful teeth your stores invade. I grant, says man, to general use your parts and talents make and use, for rats and mice purloin our grain, and threshers whirl the flail in vain. Thus shall the cat, a foe to spoil, protect the farmer's honest toil. _90 Then, turning to the dog, he cried, well, sir, be next your merits tried. Sir, says the dog, by self-applause we seem to own a friendless cause. Ask those who know me, if distrust e'er found me treacherous or unjust? Did I e'er faith or friendship break? Ask all those creatures, let them speak. My vigilance and trusty zeal perhaps might serve the public weal. _100 Might not your flocks in safety feed, were I to guard the fleecy breed? Did I the nightly watches keep, could thieves invade you while you sleep? The man replies, 'tis just and right, reward such service should requite. So rare, in property, we find trust uncorrupt among mankind, that, taken, in a public view, the first distinction is your due. _110 Such merits all reward transcend, be then my comrade and my friend. Addressing now the fly, from you what public service can accrue? From me, the fluttering insect said, I thought you knew me better bred. Sir, I'm a gentleman. Is't fit that I to industry submit? Let mean mechanics, to be fed by business earn ignoble bread. _120 Lost in excess of daily joys, no thought, no care my life annoys. At noon, the lady's matin hour, I sip the tea's delicious flower. On cakes luxuriously I dine, and drink the fragrance of the vine. Studious of elegance and ease, myself alone I seek to please. The man his pert conceit derides, and thus the useless coxcomb chides. Underscore 130 hence, from that peach, that downy seat, no idle fool deserves to eat. Could you have sapped the blushing rind, and on that pulp ambrosial dined, had not some hand with skill and toil, to raise the tree, prepared the soil? Consider, sot, what would ensue, were all such worthless things as you. You'd soon be forced, by hunger stung, to make your dirty meals undone. Underscore 140 on which such despicable need, unpitied, is reduced to feed. Besides, vain selfish insect, learn, if you can right and wrong discern, that he who, with industrious zeal, contributes to the public weal, by adding to the common good, his own hath rightly understood. So saying, with a sudden blow, he laid the noxious vagrant low. Underscore 150 crushed in his luxury and pride, the sponger on the public died. Fable 9. The jackal, leopard, and other beasts to a modern politician. I grant corruption sways mankind, that interest too perverts the mind, that bribes have blinded common sense, foiled reason, truth, and eloquence. I grant you too, our present crimes can equal those of former times. Against plain facts shall I engage, to vindicate our righteous age? I know, that in a modern fist, bribes in full energy subsist. Underscore 10 Since then these arguments prevail, and itching palms are still so frail, hence politicians, you suggest, should drive the nail that goes the best, that it shows parts and penetration, to ply men with the right temptation. To this I humbly must dissent, premising no reflections meant. Does justice or the client's sense teach lawyers either side's defense? Underscore 20 The fee gives eloquence its spirit, that only is the client's merit. Does art, wit, wisdom, or address obtain the prostitute's caress? The guinea, as in other trades, from every hand alike persuades. Man, Scripture says, is prone to evil, but does that vindicate the devil? Besides, the more mankind are prone, the less the devil's parts are shown. Underscore 30 Corruption's not of modern date, it hath been tried in every state. Great knaves of old their power have fenced, by places, pensions, bribes, dispensed. By these they gloried in success, and impudently dared oppress. By these despotically they swayed, and slaves extolled the hand that paid. Nor parts, nor genius were employed, by these alone were realms destroyed. Underscore 40 Now see these wretches in disgrace, stripped of their treasures, power, and place. View them abandoned and forlorn, exposed to just reproach and scorn. What now is all your pride, your boast? Where are your slaves, your flattering host? What tongues now feed you with applause? Where are the champions of your cause? Now even that very fawning train which shared the gleanings of your gain. Underscore 50 Press foremost who shall first accuse your selfish jobs, your paltry views, your narrow schemes, your breach of trust, and want of talents to be just. What fools were these amidst their power! How thoughtless of their adverse hour! What friends were made! A hireling herd, for temporary votes preferred. Was it, these sycophants to get, your bounty swelled a nation's debt? Underscore 60 Your bit. For these, like Swiss attend, no longer pay, no longer friend. The lion is, beyond dispute, allowed the most majestic brute. His valor, and his generous mind prove him superior of his kind. Yet to jackals, as 'tis averred, some lions have their power transferred, as if the parts of pimps and spies to govern forests could suffice. Underscore 70 Once, studious of his private good, a proud jackal oppressed the wood, to cram his own insatiate jaws. 73 Invaded property and laws. The forest groans with discontent, fresh wrongs the general hate foment, the spreading murmurs reached his ear, his secret hours were vexed with fear. Night after night he weighs the case, and feels the terrors of disgrace. Underscore 80 By friends, says he, I'll guard my seat, by those malicious tongues defeat, I'll strengthen power by new allies, and all my clamorous foes despise. To make the generous beasts his friends, he cringes, fawns, and condescends, but those repulsed his abject court, and scorned oppression to support. Friends must be had. He can't subsist. Bribes shall new proselytes enlist. Underscore 90 But these not weighed in honest pause, for bribes confess a wicked cause, yet think not every paw withstands what had prevailed in human hands. A tempting turnip's silver skin drew a base hog through thick and thin, bought with a stag's delicious haunch. The mercenary wolf was stanch, the convert fox grew warm and hearty, a pullet gained him to the party. Underscore 100 the golden pippin in his fist, a chattering monkey joined the list. But soon exposed to public hate, the favorite's fall redressed the state. The leopard, vindicating right, had brought his secret frauds to light, as rats, before the mansion falls, desert late hospitable walls, in shoals the servile creatures run, to bow before the rising Sunday. Underscore 110 the hog with warmth expressed his zeal, and was for hanging those that steal, but hoped, though low, the public hoard might half a turnip still afford. Since saving measures were professed, a lamb's head was the wolf's request. The fox submitted if to touch a gosling would be deemed too much. The monkey thought his grin and chatter might ask a nut or some such matter. Underscore 120 ye hirelings, hence, the leopard cries, your venal conscience I despise. He who the public good intends, by bribes needs never purchase friends. Who acts this just, this open part, is propped by every honest heart. Corruption now too late has showed, that bribes are always ill bestowed, by ye your bubbled masters taught, time-serving tools, not friends, are bought. Underscore 130. Fable X. The Degenerate Bees. To the Reverend Dr. Swift, Dean of St. Patrick's. Though courts the practice disallow, a friend at all times I'll avow. In politics I know 'tis wrong, a friendship may be kept too long, and what they call the prudent part, is to wear interest next the heart. As the times take a different face, old friendships should to new give place. I know too you have many foes, that owning you is sharing those. Underscore 10 that every knave in every station, of high and low denomination, for what you speak, and what you write, dread you at once, and bear you spite. Such freedoms in your works are shown they can't enjoy what's not their own. All dunces too, in church and state, in frothy nonsense show their hate, with all the petty scribbling crew, and those pert sots are not a few. Underscore 20 gainst you and Pope their envy spurt, the booksellers alone are hurt. Good gods! By what a powerful race, for blockheads may have power and place, are scandals raised and libels writ, to prove your honesty and wit. Think with yourself, those worthy men you know, have suffered by your pen. From them you've nothing but your due. From thence 'tis plain your friends are few. Underscore 30 except myself, I know of none, besides the wise and good alone. To set the case in fairer light, my fable shall the rest recite, which, though unlike our present state, I for the moral's sake relate. A bee of cunning, not of parts, luxurious, negligent of arts, rapacious, arrogant, and vain, greedy of power, but more of gain. Underscore 40 corruption sowed throughout the hive, by petty rogues the great ones thrive. As power and wealth his views supplied, 'twas seen in overbearing pride. With him loud impudence had merit, the bee of conscience wanted spirit, and those who followed honor's rules were laughed to scorn for squeamish fools. Wealth claimed distinction, favor, grace, and poverty alone was base. Underscore 50 he treated industry with slight, unless he found his profit bite. 8's laws and liberties gave way, to bring his selfish schemes in play. The swarm forgot the common toil, to share the gleanings of his spoil. While vulgar souls of narrow parts waste life in low mechanic arts, let us, says he, to genius born, the drudgery of our fathers scorn. Underscore 60 the wasp and drone, you must agree, live with more elegance than we. Like gentlemen they sport and play, no business interrupts the day, their hours to luxury they give, and nobly on their neighbors live. A stubborn bee, among the swarm, with honest indignation warm, thus from his cell with zeal replied, I slight thy frowns, and hate thy pride. Underscore 70 the laws our native rights protect, offending thee, I those respect. Shall luxury corrupt the hive, and none against the torrent strive? Exert the honor of your race, he builds his rise on your disgrace. 'Tis industry our state maintains, 'twas honest toils and honest gains that raised our sires to power and fame. Be virtuous, save yourselves from shame. Underscore 80 know, that in selfish ends pursuing, you scramble for the public ruin. He spoke, and from his cell dismissed, was insolently scoffed and hissed. With him a friend or two resigned, disdaining the degenerate kind. These drones, says he, these insects vile, I treat them in their proper style, may for a time oppress the state, they own our virtue by their hate, _90 by that our merits they reveal, and recommend our public zeal. Disgraced by this corrupted crew, were honored by the virtuous few. Fable 11. The Pack Horse and the Carrier. To a young nobleman. Begin, my lord, in early youth, to suffer, nay, encourage truth, and blame me not for disrespect, if I the flatterer's style reject. With that, by menial tongues supplied, you're daily cockered up in pride. The trees distinguished by the fruit, be virtue then your sole pursuit. Set your great ancestors in view, like them deserve the title too. _10 Like them ignoble actions scorn. Let virtue prove you greatly born. Though with less plate their sideboard shone, their conscience always was their own. They ne'er at levies meanly fawned, nor was their honor yearly pawned. Their hands, by no corruption stained, the ministerial bribe disdained. They served the crown with loyal zeal. Yet, jealous of the public weal, _20 They stood the bulwark of our laws, and wore at heart their country's cause. By either place or pension bought, they spoke and voted as they thought. Thus did your sires adorn their seat, and such alone are truly great. If you the paths of learning slight, you're but a dunce in stronger light. In foremost rank the coward placed, is more conspicuously disgraced. _30 If you to serve a paltry end, to knavish jobs can condescend, we pay you the contempt that's due, in that you have precedence too. Whence had you this illustrious name? From virtue and unblemished fame. By birth the name alone descends, your honor on yourself depends. Think not your coronet can hide assuming ignorance and pride. _40 Learning by study must be won, 'twas ne'er entailed from son to son. Superior worth your rank requires, for that mankind reveres your sires. If you degenerate from your race, their merits heighten your disgrace. A carrier, every night and morn, would see his horses eat their corn. This sunk the hostler's veils, 'tis true, but then his horses had their due. _50 Were we so cautious in all cases, small gain would rise from greater places. The manger now had all its measure, he heard the grinding teeth with pleasure, when all at once confusion rung. They snorted, jostled, bit, and flung. A pack horse turned his head aside, foaming, his eyeballs swelled with pride. Good gods, says he, how hard's my lot! Is then my high descent forgot? _60 Reduced to drudgery and disgrace, a life unworthy of my race, must I too bear the vile attacks of rugged scrubs, and vulgar hacks? See scurvy roan, that brute ill-bred, dares from the manger thrust my head. Shall I, who boast a noble line, on offals of these creatures dine? Kicked by old Ball. So mean a foe! My honor suffers by the blow. _70 Newmarket speaks my grandsire's fame, all jockeys still revere his name. There yearly are his triumphs told, there all his massy plates enrolled. Weena led forth upon the plain, you saw him with a livery train. Returning too with laurels crowned, you heard the drums and trumpets sound. Let it then, sir, be understood, respect's my due, for I have blood. _80 Vainglorious fool, the carrier cried, respect was never paid to pride. No, 'twas thy giddy wilful heart reduced thee to this slavish part. Did not thy headstrong youth disdain to learn the conduct of the rein? Thus coxcombs, blind to real merit, in vicious frolics fancy spirit. What is to me by whom begot? Thou restive, pert, conceited sot. _90 Your sires I reverence, 'tis their due, but worthless fool, what's that to you? Ask all the carriers on the road, they'll say thy keeping's ill bestowed. Then vaunt no more thy noble race, that neither mends thy strength or pace. What profits me thy boast of blood? An ass hath more intrinsic good. By outward show let's not be cheated, an ass should like an ass be treated. _100 Fable 12. Pan and Fortune. To a young heir. Soon as your father's death was known, as if the estate had been their own, the gamesters outwardly expressed a decent joy within your breast. So lavish in your praise they grew, as spoke their certain hopes in you. One counts your income of the year, how much in ready money clear. No house, says he, is more complete, the gardens elegant and great. Underscore 10 How fine the park around it lies, the timbers of a noble size. Then count his jewels and his plate. Besides, 'tis no entailed estate. If cash run low, his lands in fee are, or for sale, or mortgage free. Thus they, before you through the main, seem to anticipate their gain. Would you, when thieves were known abroad, bring forth your treasures in the road? Underscore 20 Would not the fool abet the stealth, who rashly thus exposed his wealth? Yet this you do, we know you play among the gentlemen of prey. Could fools to keep their own contrive, on what, on whom could gamesters thrive? Is it in charity you game, to save your worthy gang from shame? Unless you furnish daily bread, which way could idleness be fed? Underscore 30 Could these professors of deceit within the law no longer cheat, they must run bolder risks for prey, and strip the traveler on the way. Thus in your annual rents they share, and scape the news from year to year. Consider, ere you make the bet, that some might cross your tailor's debt. When you the pilfering rattle shake, is not your honor too at stake? Underscore 40 Must you not by mean lies evade tomorrow's duns from every trade? By promises so often paid, is yet your tailor's bill defrayed? Must you not pitifully fawn, to have your butcher's writ withdrawn? This must be done. In debts of play your honor suffers no delay, and not this year's and next year's rent the sons of rapine can content. Underscore 50 Look round. The wrecks of play behold, estates dismembered, mortgaged, sold. Their owners, not to jails confined, show equal poverty of mind. Some, who the spoil of knaves were made, too late attempt to learn their trade. Some, for the folly of 1 hour, become the dirty tools of power, and, with the mercenary list, upon court charities subsist. Underscore 60 You'll find at last this maxim true: fools are the game which knaves pursue. The forest, a whole century's shade, must be one wasteful ruin made. No mercy is shown to age or kind, the general massacre is signed. The park too shares the dreadful fate, for duns grow louder at the gate, stern clowns, obedient to the squire, what will not barbarous hands for hire? Underscore 70 With brawny arms repeat the stroke. Fallen are the elm and reverend oak. Through the long wood loud axes sound, and echo groans with every wound. To see the desolation spread, Pan drops a tear, and hangs his head, his bosom now with fury burns, beneath his hoof the dice he spurns. Cards, too, in peevish passion torn, the sport of whirling winds are born. Underscore 80 To snails inveterate hate I bear, who spoil the verdure of the year. The caterpillar I detest, the blooming spring's voracious pest. The locust, too, whose ravenous band spreads sudden famine o'er the land. But what are these? The dice's throw at once hath laid a forest low. The cards are dealt, the bet is made, and the wide park hath lost its shade. Underscore 90 Thus is my kingdom's pride defaced, and all its ancient glories waste. All this, he cries, is fortune's doing, 'tis thus she meditates my ruin. By fortune, that false, fickle jade, more havoc in 1 hour is made, than all the hungry insect race, combined, can in an age deface. Fortune, by chance, who near him passed, o'erheard the vile aspersion cast. Underscore 100 Why, Pan, says she, what's all this rant? 'Tis every country bubble's cant. Am I the patroness of vice? Is I who cog or palm the dice? Did I the shuffling art reveal, 105 to mark the cards, or arrange the deal? In all the employments men pursue, I mind the least what gamesters do. There may, if computation's just, one now and then my conduct trust. Underscore 110 I blame the fool, for what can I, when 99 my power defy? These trust alone their fingers' ends, and not one stake on me depends. Whene'er the gaming board is set, 2 classes of mankind are met, but if we count the greedy race, the knaves fill up the greater space. 'Tis a gross error, held in schools, that fortune always favors fools. Underscore 120 In play it never bears dispute, that doctrine these felled oaks confute. Then why to me such rancor show? 'Tis folly, Pan, that is thy foe. By me his late estate he won, but he by folly was undone. Fable 13. Plutus, Cupid, and Time. Of all the burdens man must bear, time seems most galling and severe. Beneath this grievous load oppressed, we daily meet some friend distressed. What can one do? I rose at 9. 'Tis full 6 hours before we dine. 6 hours. No earthly thing to do. Would I had dozed in bed till 2. A pamphlet is before him spread, and almost half a page is read. _10 Tired with the study of the day, the fluttering sheets are tossed away. He opes his snuff-box, hums an air, then yawns, and stretches in his chair. Not 20, by the minute hand. Good gods, says he, my watch must stand. How muddling 'tis on books to pore. I thought I'd read an hour or more. The morning, of all hours I hate. One can't contrive to rise too late. _20 To make the minutes faster run, then to his tiresome self to shun. To the next coffee house he speeds, takes up the news, some scraps he reads. Sauntering, from chair to chair he trails, now drinks his tea, now bites his nails. He spies a partner of his woe, by chat afflictions lighter grow, each other's grievances they share, and thus their dreadful hours compare. _30 Says Tom, since all men must confess that time lies heavy more or less, why should it be so hard to get till 2, a party at piquet? Play might relieve the lagging morn, by cards long wintry nights are born. Does not quadrille amuse the fair, night after night, throughout the year? Vapors and spleen forgot, at play they cheat uncounted hours away. _40 My case, says Will, then must be hard by want of skill from play debarred. Courtiers kill time by various ways, dependence wears out half their days. How happy these, whose time ne'er stands! Attendance takes it off their hands. Were it not for this cursed shower, the park had whiled away an hour. At court, without or place or view, I daily lose an hour or two. _50 It fully answers my design. When I have picked up friends to dine, the tavern makes our burden light. Wine puts our time and care to flight. At 6, hard case, they call to pay. Where can one go? I hate the play. From 6 till 10. Unless in sleep, one cannot spend the hours so cheap. The comedy's no sooner done, but some assembly is begun. _60 Loitering from room to room I stray, converse, but nothing hear or say, quite tired, from fair to fair I roam. So soon, I dread the thoughts of home. From thence, to quicken slow-paced night, again my tavern friends invite. Here too our early mornings pass, till drowsy sleep retards the glass. Thus they their wretched life bemoan, and make each other's case their own. _70 Consider, friends, no hour rolls on, but something of your grief is gone. Were you to schemes of business bred, did you the paths of learning tread? Your hours, your days, would fly too fast, you'd then regret the minute past. Time's fugitive and light as wind. 'Tis indolence that clogs your mind. That load from off your spirits shake, you'll own and grieve for your mistake. _80 A while your thoughtless spleen suspend, then read, and if you can, attend. As Plutus, to divert his care, walked forth one morn to take the air, Cupid o'ertook his strutting pace, each stared upon the stranger's face, till recollection set them right, for each knew t'other but by sight. After some complimental talk, Time met them, bowed, and joined their walk. _90 Their chat on various subjects ran, but most, what each had done for man. Plutus assumes a haughty air, just like our purse-proud fellows here. Let kings, says he, let cobblers tell, whose gifts among mankind excel. Consider courts, what draws their train. Think you 'tis loyalty or gain? That statesman hath the strongest hold, whose tool of politics is gold. _100 By that, in former reigns, 'tis said, the knave in power hath senates led. By that alone he swayed debates, enriched himself and beggared states. Forgo your boast. You must conclude, that's most esteemed, that's most pursued. Think too, in what a woeful plight that wretch must live whose pockets light. Are not his hours by want depressed? Penurious care corrodes his breast. _110 Without respect, or love, or friends, his solitary day descends. You might, says Cupid, doubt my parts, my knowledge too in human hearts, should I the power of gold dispute, which great examples might confute. I know, when nothing else prevails, persuasive money seldom fails, that beauty too, like other wares, its price, as well as conscience, bears. _120 Then marriage, as of late professed, is but a money job at best. Consent, Compliance may be sold, but love's beyond the price of gold. Smugglers there are, who by retail expose what they call love to sale. Such bargains are an arrant cheat. You purchase flattery and deceit. Those who true love have ever tried, the common cares of life supplied. Underscore 130 No wants endure, no wishes make, but every real joy partake. All comfort on themselves depends. They want nor power, nor wealth, nor friends. Love then hath every bliss in store. 'Tis friendship, and 'tis something more. Each other every wish they give. Not to know love is not to live. Or love, or money, time replied, were men the question to decide. Underscore 140 would bear the prize, on both intent, my boons neglected or misspent. 'Tis I who measure vital space, and deal out years to human race. Though little prized, and seldom sought, without me love and gold are not. How does the miser time employ? Did I e'er see him life enjoy? By me forsook, the hoards he won, are scattered by his lavish son. Underscore 150 By me all useful arts are gained, wealth, learning, wisdom is attained. Who then would think, since such my power, that e'er I knew an idle hour? So subtle and so swift I fly, love's not more fugitive than I. Who hath not heard coquettes complain of days, months, years, misspent in vain? For time misused they pine and waste, and love's sweet pleasures never taste. Underscore 160 Those who direct their time aright, if love or wealth their hopes excite, in each pursuit fit hours employed, and both by time have been enjoyed. How heedless then are mortals grown! How little is their interest known! In every view they ought to mind me, for when once lost they never find me. He spoke. The gods no more contest, and his superior gift confessed. Underscore 170 That time when, truly understood, is the most precious earthly good. Fable 14. The owl, the swan, the cock, the spider, the ass, and the farmer. To a mother. Conversing with your sprightly boys, your eyes have spoke the mother's joys. With what delight I've heard you quote their sayings in imperfect note. I grant, in body and in mind, nature appears profusely kind. Trust not to that. Act ye your part, imprint just morals on their heart, impartially their talents scan, just education forms the man. Underscore 10 Perhaps, their genius yet unknown, each lot of life's already thrown, that this shall plead, the next shall fight, the last assert the church's right. I censure not the fond intent, but how precarious is the event! By talents misapplied and crossed, consider, all your sons are lost. One day, the tales by Marshall penned, a father thus addressed his friend, underscore 20 To train my boy, and call forth sense, you know I've stuck at no expense. I've tried him in the several arts, the lad no doubt hath latent parts, yet trying all, he nothing knows, but crab-like, rather backward goes. Teach me what yet remains undone, 'tis your advice shall fix my son. Sir, says the friend, I've weighed the matter, excuse me, for I scorn to flatter, underscore 30 Make him, nor think his genius checked, a herald or an architect. Perhaps, as commonly 'tis known, he heard the advice, and took his own. The boy wants wit, he's sent to school, where learning but improves the fool. The college next must give him parts, and cram him with the liberal arts. Whether he blunders at the bar, or owes his infamy to war, underscore 40 Or if by license or degree the sexton shares the doctor's fee, or from the pulpit by the hour he weekly floods of nonsense pour, we find, the intent of nature foiled, a tailor or a butcher spoiled. Thus ministers have royal boons conferred on blockheads and buffoons. In spite of nature, merit, wit, their friends for every post were fit. Underscore 50 But now let every muse confess that merit finds its due success. The examples of our days regard. Where's virtue seen without reward? Distinguished, and in place you find desert and worth of every kind. Survey the reverend bench, and see, religion, learning, piety, the patron, ere he recommends, sees his own image in his friends. Underscore 60 Is honesty disgraced and poor? What is to us what was before? We all of times corrupt have heard, when paltry minions were preferred, when all great offices by dozens were filled by brothers, sons, and cousins. What matter ignorance and pride? The man was happily allied. Provided that his clerk was good, what though he nothing understood? Underscore 70 in church and state, the sorry race grew more conspicuous fools in place. Such heads, as then a treaty made, had bungled in the cobbler's trade. Consider, patrons, that such elves expose your folly with themselves. 'Tis yours, as 'tis the parent's care, to fix each genius in its sphere. Your partial hand can wealth dispense, but never give a blockhead sense. Underscore 80 an owl of magisterial air, of solemn voice, of brow austere, assumed the pride of human race, and bore his wisdom in his face. Not to depreciate learned eyes, I've seen a pedant look as wise. Within a barn, from noise retired, he scorned the world, himself admired, and, like an ancient sage, concealed the follies public life revealed. Underscore 90 philosophers of old, he read, their country's youth to science bred, their manners formed for every station, and destined each his occupation. When Xenophon, by numbers braved, retreated, and a people saved, that laurel was not all his own, the plant by Socrates was sown. To Aristotle's greater name the Macedonian, 10, owed his fame. Underscore 100 the Athenian bird, with pride replete, their talents equaled in conceit, and copying the Socratic rule, set up for master of a school. Dogmatic jargon learnt by heart, trite sentences, hard terms of art, to vulgar ears seemed so profound, they fancied learning in the sound. The school had fame, the crowded place with pupils swarmed of every race. Underscore 110 with these the swan's maternal care had sent her scarce-fledged cygnet heir. The hen, though fond and loath to part, here lodged the darling of her heart. The spider, of mechanic kind, aspired to science more refined. The ass learnt metaphors and tropes, but most on music fixed his hopes. The pupils now advanced in age, were called to tread life's busy stage. Underscore 120 and to the master 'twas submitted, that each might to his part be fitted. The swan, says he, in arms shall shine, the soldier's glorious toil be thine. The cock shall mighty wealth attain, go, seek it on the stormy main. The court shall be the spider's sphere, power, fortune, shall reward him there. In music's art the ass's fame shall emulate Corelli's, one name. Underscore 130 each took the part that he advised, and all were equally despised. A farmer, at his folly moved, the dull preceptor thus reproved. Blockhead, says he, by what you've done, one would have thought each your son. 4 parents, to their offspring blind, consult, nor parts, nor turn of mind, but even in infancy decree what t'other son should be. Underscore 140 had you with judgment weighed the case, their genius thus had fixed their place. The swan had learnt the sailor's art, the cock had played the soldier's part, the spider in the weaver's trade with credit had a fortune made, but for the fool, in every class the blockhead had appeared an ass. Fable 15. The cook maid, the turnspit, and the ox. To a poor man. Consider man in every sphere, then tell me is your lot severe? 'Tis murmur, discontent, distrust, that makes you wretched. God is just. I grant, that hunger must be fed, that toil too earns thy daily bread. What then? Thy wants are seen and known, but every mortal feels his own. We're born a restless, needy crew, show me the happier man than you. Underscore 10 Adam, though blessed above his kind, for want of social woman pined. Eve's wants the subtle serpent saw, her fickle taste transgressed the law, thus fell our sires, and their disgrace the curse entailed on human race. When Philip's son, by glory led, had o'er the globe his empire spread, when altars to his name were dressed, that he was man, his tears confessed. Underscore 20 The hopes of avarice are checked, the proud man always wants respect. What various wants on power attend? Ambition never gains its end. Who hath not heard the rich complain of surfeits and corporeal pain? He, barred from every use of wealth, envies the ploughman's strength and health. Another in a beauteous wife finds all the miseries of life. Underscore 30 Domestic jars and jealous fear embitter all his days with care. This wants in air, the line is lost. Why was that vain in tale engrossed? Canst thou discern another's mind? Why is you envy? Envy's blind. Tell envy, when she would annoy, that thousands want what you enjoy. The dinner must be dished at 1. Where's this vexatious turnspit gone? Underscore 40 Unless the skulking cur is caught, the sirloin's spoiled, and I'm in fault. Thus said, for sure you'll think it fit that I the cookmaid's oaths omit, with all the fury of a cook, her cooler kitchen Nan forsook. The broomstick o'er her head she waves, she sweats, she stamps, she puffs, she raves. The sneaking cur before her flies, she whistles, calls, fair speech she tries. _50 these not avail. Her collar burns, the fist and cudgel threat by turns, with hasty stride she presses near, he slinks aloof, and howls with fear. Was ever cur so cursed, he cried, what star did at my birth preside? Am I for life by compact bound to tread the wheel's eternal round? Inglorious task! Of all our race no slave is half so mean and base. _60 had fate a kinder lot assigned, and formed me of the lapdog kind. I then, in higher life employed, had indolence and ease enjoyed, and like a gentleman, caressed, had been the lady's favorite guest. Or were I sprung from spaniel line, was his sagacious nostril mine, by me, their never-erring guide, from wood and plain their feast supplied. _70 knights, squires, attendant on my pace, had shared the pleasures of the chase. Endued with native strength and fire, why called I not the lion's sire? A lion! Such mean views I scorn. Why was I not of woman born? Who dares with reason's power contend? On man we brutal slaves depend, to him all creatures tribute pays, and luxury employs his days. _80 an ox by chance o'erheard his moan, and thus rebuked the lazy drone, dare you at partial fate repine? How kind's your lot compared with mine? Decreed to toil, the barbarous knife hath severed me from social life. Urged by the stimulating goad, I drag the cumbrous wagon's load. 'Tis mine to tame the stubborn plain, break the stiff soil, and house the grain. _90 yet I without a murmur bear the various labors of the year. But then consider that one day, perhaps the hour's not far away, you, by the duties of your post, shall turn the spit when I'm the roast, and for reward shall share the feast. I mean, shall pick my bones at least. Till now, the astonished cur replies, I looked on all with envious eyes. _100 how false we judge by what appears. All creatures feel their several cares. If thus yon mighty beast complains, perhaps man knows superior pains. Let envy then no more torment, think on the ox, and learn content. Thus said, close following at her heel, with cheerful heart he mounts the wheel. Fable 16. The Ravens, the Sexton, and the Earthworm. To Laura. Laura, methinks you're over nice. True, flattery is a shocking vice, yet sure, whene'er the praise is just, one may commend without disgust. Am I a privilege denied, indulged by every tongue beside? How singular are all your ways! A woman, and averse to praise. If 'tis offense such truths to tell, why do your merits thus excel? _10 Since then I dare not speak my mind, a truth conspicuous to mankind, though in full luster every grace distinguish your celestial face. Though beauties of inferior ray, like stars before the orb of day, turn pale and fade, I check my lays, admiring what I dare not praise. If you the tribute do disdain, the muse's mortifying strain _20 shall like a woman in mere spite, set beauty in a moral light. Though such revenge might shock the ear of many a celebrated fair, I mean that superficial race whose thoughts ne'er reach beyond their face. What's that to you? I but displease such ever-girlish years as these. Virtue can brook the thoughts of age, that lasts the same through every stage. _30 Though you by time must suffer more than ever woman lost before, to age is such indifference shown, as if your face were not your own. Were you by Antoninus one taught? Or is it native strength of thought, that thus, without concern or fright, you view yourself by reason's light? Those eyes of so divine a ray, what are they? Mouldering mortal clay. _40 Those features, cast in heavenly mold, shall, like my coarser earth, grow old. Like common grass, the fairest flower must feel the hoary season's power. How weak, how vain is human pride! Dares man upon himself confide? The wretch who glories in his gain, amasses heaps on heaps in vain. Why lose we life in anxious cares, to lay in hoards for future years? _50 Can those, when tortured by disease, cheer our sick heart, or purchase ease? Can those prolong one gasp of breath, or calm the troubled hour of death? What's beauty? call you that your own? A flower that fades as soon as blown. What's man in all his boast of sway? Perhaps the tyrant of a day. Alike the laws of life take place through every branch of human race. Underscore 60 The monarch of long regal line was raised from dust as frail as mine. Can he pour health into his veins, or cool the fever's restless pains? Can he, worn down in nature's course, new brace his feeble nerves with force? Can he, how vain is mortal power, stretch life beyond the destined hour? Consider, man, weigh well thy frame, the king, the beggar is the same. Underscore 70 Dust forms us all. Each breathes his day, then sinks into his native clay. Beneath a venerable yew, that in the lonely churchyard grew, 2 ravens Saturday in solemn croak thus one his hungry friend bespoke. Methinks I scent some rich repast, the savour strengthens with the blast. Snuff then, the promised feast inhale. I taste the carcass in the gale. Underscore 80 Near yonder trees, the farmer's steed, from toil and daily drudgery freed, hath groaned his last. A dainty treat to birds of taste delicious meat. A sexton, busy at his trade, to hear their chat suspends his spade. Death struck him with no further thought than merely as the fees he brought. Was ever 2 such blundering fowls, in brains and manners less than owls? Underscore 90 Blockheads, says he, learn more respect. Know ye on whom ye thus reflect? In this same grave, who does me right, must own the work is strong and tight. The squire that yon fair hall possessed, tonight shall lay his bones at rest. Whence could the gross mistake proceed? The squire was somewhat fat indeed. What then? The meanest bird of prey such want of sense could ne'er betray. Underscore 100 For sure some difference must be found. Suppose the smelling organs sound, in carcasses, say what we can, or where's the dignity of man? With due respect to human race, the ravens undertook the case. In such similitude of scent, man ne'er you'd think reflections meant. As epicures extol a treat, and seem their savory words to eat. Underscore 110 They praised dead horse, luxurious food, the venison of the prescient brood. The sexton's indignation moved, the mean comparison reproved, the undiscerning palate blamed, which 2-legged carrion thus defamed. Reproachful speech from either side the want of argument supplied, they rail, revile, as often ends the contest of disputing friends. Underscore 120 Hold, says the fowl, since human pride with confutation ne'er complied, let's state the case, and then refer the knotty point, for taste may err. As thus he spoke, from out the molten earthworm, huge of size, unrolled his monstrous length. They straight agreed to choose him as their referee. So to the experience of his jaws, each states the merits of his cause. Underscore 130 He paused, and with a solemn tone, thus made his sage opinion known. On carcasses of every kind this maw hath elegantly dined, provoked by luxury or need, on beast, on fowl, on man, I feed. Such small distinctions in the savor, by turns I choose the fancied flavor, yet I must own, that human beast, a glutton is the rankest feast. Underscore 140 Man, cease this boast, for human pride hath various tracks to range beside. The prince who kept the world in awe, the judge whose dictate fixed the law, the rich, the poor, the great, the small, are leveled. Death confounds them all. Then think not that we reptiles share such cates, such elegance of fare. The only true and real good of man was never vermin's food. Underscore 150 'Tis seated in the immortal mind, virtue distinguishes mankind, and that, as yet ne'er harbored here, mounts with his soul we know not where. So, good man sexton, since the case appears with such a dubious face, t'either I the cause determine, for different tastes please different vermin. End of Gay's Fables. Songs. Sweet William's Farewell to Black-Eyed Susan. 1. All in the Downs the fleet was moored, the streamers waving in the wind, when Black-Eyed Susan came aboard. Oh! Where shall I my true love find? Tell me, ye jovial sailors, tell me true, if my sweet William sails among the crew. 2. William, who high upon the yard rocked with the billow to and fro, soon as her well-known voice he heard, he sight, and cast his eyes below. The cord slides swiftly through his glowing hands, and quick as lightning, on the deck he stands. 3. So the sweet lark, high poised in air, shuts close his pinions to his breast, if chance his mate's shrill call he hear, and drops at once into her nest. The noblest captain in the British fleet might envy William's lip those kisses sweet. 4. O Susan, Susan, lovely dear, my vows shall ever true remain. Let me kiss off that falling tear. We only part to meet again. Change, as ye list, ye winds. My heart shall be the faithful compass that still points to thee. 5. Believe not what the landmen say, who tempt with doubts thy constant mind. They'll tell thee, sailors, when away, in every port a mistress find. Yes, yes, believe them when they tell thee so, for thou art present wheresoe'er I go. 6. If to fair India's coast we sail, thy eyes are seen in diamonds bright, thy breath is Afric's spicy gale, thy skin is ivory so white. Thus every beauteous object that I view wakes in my soul some charm of lovely Sue. 7. Though battle call me from thy arms, let not my pretty Susan mourn. Though cannons roar, yet, safe from harms, William shall to his dear return. Love turns aside the balls that round me fly, lest precious tears should drop from Susan's eye. 8. The boatswain gave the dreadful word, the sails their swelling bosom spread. No longer must she stay aboard. They kissed, she sighed, he hung his head. Her lessening boat unwilling rose to land. Adieu, she cries, and waved her lily hand. A ballad, from the What d'ye call it? 1. 'Twas when the seas were roaring with hollow blasts of wind, a damsel lay deploring, all on a rock reclined. Wide o'er the foaming billows she cast a wistful look, her head was crowned with willows, that trembled o'er the brook. 2. 12 months are gone and over, and 9 long tedious days. Why didst thou, venturous lover, why didst thou trust the seas? Cease, cease, thou cruel ocean, and let my lover rest. Ah! What's thy troubled motion to that within my breast? 3. The merchant, robbed of pleasure, sees tempests in despair. But what's the loss of treasure, to losing of my dear? Should you some coast be laid on, where gold and diamonds grow, you'd find a richer maiden, but none that loves you so. 4. How can they say that nature has nothing made in vain? Why then beneath the water should hideous rocks remain? No eyes the rocks discover, that lurk beneath the deep, to wreck the wandering lover, and leave the maid to weep. 5. All melancholy lying, thus wailed she for her dear, repaid each blast with sighing, each billow with a tear, when o'er the white wave stooping, his floating corpse she spied, then, like a lily drooping, she bowed her head, and died. End of Gay's Songs. Footnotes. Footnote 1. Second son of George II, born in 1721. He was 5 years old at the date of the publication of the Fables, which were written for his instruction. He is Culloden, Cumberland. Footnote 2. Siam, a country famous for elephants. Footnote 3. Gresham Hall, originally the house of Sir Thomas Gresham in Winchester. It was converted by his will into a college, no remains of which now exist. Footnote 4. Curl, a famous publisher to Grub Street. Footnote 5. Garth's Dispensary. Footnote 6. Porta, a native of Naples, famous for skill in the occult sciences. He wrote a book on physiognomy, seeking to trace in the human face resemblances to animals, and to infer similar correspondences in mind. Footnote 7. When impious men bear sway, the post of honor is a private station. Addison. Footnote 8. Antiochus. See Plutarch. Footnote 9. Barrow. Footnote 10. The Macedonian, Alexander the Great. Footnote 11. Corelli, Arcangelo, the greatest fiddler, till Paganini, that has appeared. He was born in the territory of Bologna, in 1653, and died in 1713. Footnote 12. Antoninus, Marcus, one of the few emperors who have been also philosophers. The Life of William Somerville. There is a chapter in an old history of Iceland which has often moved merriment. The title of it is, Concerning Snakes in Iceland, and the contents are, Snakes in Iceland there are none, we suspect, when our Life of William Somerville is ended. Not a few will find in it a parallel for that comprehensive chapter, although we strenuously maintain that the fault of an insipid and uninteresting life is not always to be charged on the biographer. In Sartori Sardis, our readers remember an epitaph, somewhat coarse, although disguised in good dog Latin, upon a country squire, and his sayings and doings in this world. We have not a copy of that work at hand, and cannot quote the epitaph, nor would we, though we could, since even the dog Latin is too plain and perspicuous for many readers. We recommend those, however, who choose to turn it up, and they will find in it, with the exception of the writing of The Chase, the full history of William Somerville, of whom we know little, but that he was born, that he hunted, ate, drank, and died. He was born in 1682, but in what month, or on what day, we are not informed. His estate was in Warwickshire, its name Edston, and he had inherited it from a long line of ancestors. His family prided itself upon being the first family in the county. He himself boasts of having been born on the banks of Avon, which has thus at least produced two poets, of somewhat different caliber indeed, the one a deer stealer, and the other a fox hunter, Shakespeare and Somerville. Somerville was educated at Winchester School, and was afterwards elected Fellow of New College. From his studies, of his success in which we know nothing, he returned to his native county, and there, says Johnson, was distinguished as a poet, a gentleman, and a skilful and useful justice of the peace. We may add, as a jovial companion and a daring fox hunter. His estate brought him in about £1,500 a year, but his extravagance brought him into pecuniary distresses, which weighed upon his mind, plunged him into intemperate habits, and hurried him away in his 60th year. Shenstone, who knew him well, thus mourns over his departure in one of his letters. Our old friend Somerville is dead. I did not imagine I could have been so sorry as I find myself on this occasion. Sublatum quoramus, I can now excuse all his foibles, impute them to age and to distressed circumstances. The last of these considerations wrings my very soul to think on, for a man of high spirit, conscious of having, at least in one production, generally pleased the world, to be plagued and threatened by wretches that are low in every sense, to be forced to drink himself into pains of the body in order to get rid of the pains of the mind, is a misery. Somerville died July 19, 1742, and was buried at Wotton, near Henley-on-Arden. His estate went to Lord Somerville in Scotland, but his mother, who lived to a great age, had a jointure of £600. He describes himself, in verses addressed to Allan Ramsay, as a squire, well-born and 6 feet high. He seems, from the affection and sympathy discovered for him by Shenstone, to have possessed the virtues as well as the vices of the squirearchy of that age, their frankness, sociality, and heart, as well as their improvidence and tendency to excess, and may altogether be called a sublimated squire western. As to his poetry, much of it is beneath criticism. His Fables, Tales, Hobbinol, or Rural Games, and C, have all in them poetical lines, but cannot, as a whole, be called poetry. He wrote some verses, entitled Address to Addison. On the latter purchasing an estate in Warwickshire, he gave his countess £4,000 in exchange for it. In this there are 2 lines which Dr. Johnson highly commends, saying, they are written with the most exquisite delicacy of praise. They exhibit one of those happy strokes that are seldom attained. Here is this bepraised couplet. When panting virtue her last efforts made, you brought your Clio to the Virgin's aid. Clio, of course, refers to Addison's signatures in the Spectator, consisting of the 4 letters composing the name of the muse of history, used in alternation. We cannot coincide in Johnson's encomium. The allusion is, we think, at once indecent and obscure, and what, after all, does it say, but that Addison's papers aided the struggling cause of virtue? In the same verses we find a fulsome and ridiculous preference of Addison to Shakespeare. In heaven he sings, on earth your muse supplies the important loss, and heals our weeping eyes. Correctly great, she melts each flinty heart, with equal genius, but superior art. Surely the force of falsehood and flattery can go no further. It is a pleasure to turn from these small and shallow things to the chase, which, if not a great poem, is founded on a most poetical subject, and which, here and there, sparkles into fine fancy. Dr. Johnson truly remarks that Somerville set a good example to men of his own class, by devoting a part of his time to elegant knowledge, and has shown, by the subjects which his poetry has adorned, that it is practicable to be at once a skillful sportsman and a man of letters. But besides this purpose to be the poet, and hitherto he has been almost the sole poet of the squirearchy, as considered apart from the aristocracy, Somerville has the merit of being inspired by a genuine love for the subject. He writes directly from the testimony of his own eyes, and the impulses of his own heart. He has obviously had the mold of his poems suggested by Thomson's Seasons, but it is the mold only, the thoughts and feelings which are poured into it are his own. He loves the giddy ride over stock and stone, hedge and petty precipice, the invigoration which the keen breath of autumn or winter, like that of a sturdy veteran, gives the animal spirits, the animated aspect of the assembled jockeyship of half a province, the wild music of hounds, and horns, and hollas, vying with each other in mirth and loudness, the breathless interest of the start, the emulous pant of the coursers, the excitement of the moment when the fox appears, the sweeping tumult of the pursuit, the dreamlike rapidity with which 5-barred gates are cleared, the yellow or naked woods are passed, and the stubble ridges swallowed up in the fierceness and rage of the rushing steeds, the indifference of those engaged in the headlong sport to the danger or even the death of their companions, the lengthening and deepening howl of the hounds as they near their prey, the fierce silence of the dying victim, and the fiercer shout of victory which announces to the echoes that the brush is won, and the glorious, or inglorious, day's work is over. All this Somerville loves, and has painted with considerable power. In the course of the poem, he sings also of the mysteries of the dog kennel, pursues the bloodhound on his track of death, describes a stag hunt in Windsor Forest, paints the fearful phenomena of canine madness, hunts the hare in a joyous spirit, and goes down after the otter into its watery recesses, and watches its divings and devious motions as with the eyes of a sea-eagle. And besides, here also imitating Thomson, he is led away from the comparatively tame chase of England to the more dangerous and more inspiring sports of other lands, where the huntsmen are up in Arabia, in pursuit of the wolf, where the bear is bayed amidst forests dark as itself, where the leopard is snared by its own image in a mirror, where the lion falls roaring into the prepared pit, and where the chase is pursued on a large scale by assembled princes amidst the jungles of India. We doubt not, however, that, were a genuine poet of this age taking up the chase as a subject for song, and availing himself of the accounts of recent travelers, themselves often true poets, such as Lloyd, Livingstone, Cumming Bruce, and Charles Bonner, see the admirable chamois hunting in Bavaria. Of the latter, he would produce a strain incomparably higher than Somerville's. Wilson, at least, as we know from his Christopher in his sporting jacket, and many other articles in Mega, was qualified, in part by nature and in part by extensive experience, to have written such a poem. Indeed, one sentence of his is superior to anything in the chase. Speaking of the charge of the cruelty of chasing such an insignificant animal as a fox, he says, "What though it be but a smallish, reddish-brown, sharp-nosed animal, with pricked-up ears, and passionately fond of poultry, that they pursue? After the first tally-ho, Reynard is rarely seen till he is run in upon, once, perhaps, in the whole run, skirting a wood, or crossing a common. It is an idea that is pursued on a whirlwind of horses, to a storm of canine music, worthy both of the largest lion that ever leaped among a band of Moors sleeping at midnight by an extinguished fire on the African sands." We do not answer for the humanity of this description, but it certainly seems to us to exhaust the subject of the chase, alike in its philosophy and its poetry. 1. Somerville's Chase. Book I. The Argument. The subject proposed. Addressed to His Royal Highness the Prince. The origin of hunting. The rude and unpolished manner of the first hunters. Beasts at first hunted for food and sacrifice. The grant made by God to man of the beasts, and c. The regular manner of hunting first brought into this island by the Normans. The best hounds and best horses bred here. The advantage of this exercise to us, as islanders. Addressed to gentlemen of estates. Situation of the kennel, and its several courts. The diversion and employment of hounds in the kennel. The different sorts of hounds for each different chase. Description of a perfect hound. Of sizing and sorting of hounds. The the middle-sized hound recommended. Of the large, deep-mouthed hound for hunting the stag and otter. Of the limehound, their use on the borders of England and Scotland. A physical account of scents. Of good and bad scenting days. A short admonition to my brethren of the couples. The chase I sing, hounds, and their various breed, and no less various use. O thou great prince! 2. Whom Cambria's towering hills proclaim their lord, deign thou to hear my bold, instructive song. While grateful citizens with pompous show rear the triumphal arch, rich with the exploits of thy illustrious house, while virgins pave thy way with flowers, and, as the royal youth passing they view, admire, and sigh in vain, while crowded theatres, too fondly proud 10 of their exotic minstrels, and shrill pipes, the price of manhood, hail thee with a song, and air's soft warbling, my hoarse-sounding horn invites thee to the chase. The sport of kings, image of war, without its guilt. The muse aloft on wings shall soar, conduct with care thy foaming courser o'er the steepy rock, or on the river bank receive thee safe, light bounding o'er the wave, from shore to shore. Be thou our great protector, gracious youth. 20 And if in future times some envious prince, careless of right and guileful, should invade thy Britain's commerce, or should strive in vain to wrest the balance from thy equal hand, thy hunter train, in cheerful green arrayed, a band undaunted, and inured to toils, shall compass thee around, die at thy feet, or hew thy passage through the embattled foe, and clear thy way to fame. Inspired by thee the nobler chase of glory shall pursue 30 through fire, and smoke, and blood, and fields of death. Nature, in her productions slow, aspires by just degrees to reach perfection's height, so mimic art works leisurely, till time improve the piece, or wise experience give the proper finishing. When Nimrod bold, that mighty hunter, first made war on beasts, and stained the woodland green with purple dye, new and unpolished was the huntsman's art, no stated rule, his wanton will his guide. 40 With clubs and stones, rude implements of war, he armed his savage bands, a multitude untrained, of twining osiers formed, they pitch their artless toils, then range the desert hills, and scour the plains below. The trembling herds start at the unusual sound, and clamorous shout unheard before, surprised alas, to find man now their foe, whom erst they deemed their lord, but mild and gentle, and by whom as yet secure they grazed. Death stretches o'er the plain 50 wide wasting, and grim slaughter red with blood, urged on by hunger keen, they wound, they kill, their rage licentious knows no bound. At last encumbered with their spoils, joyful they bear upon their shoulders broad the bleeding prey. Part on their altars smokes a sacrifice to that all-gracious power, whose bounteous hand supports his wide creation. What remains on living coals they broil, inelegant of taste, nor skilled as yet in nicer arts 60 of pampered luxury. Devotion pure, and strong necessity, thus first began the chase of beasts, though bloody was the deed, yet without guilt. For the green herb alone unequal to sustain man's laboring race, now every moving thing that lived on earth was granted him for food. So just as heaven, to give us in proportion to our wants, or chance or industry in after times some few improvements made, but short as yet 70 of due perfection. In this hour remote our painted ancestors were slow to learn, to arms devote, of the politer arts nor skilled nor studious, till from Eustria's 3 coasts victorious William, to more decent rules subdued our Saxon fathers, taught to speak the proper dialect, with horn and voice to cheer the busy hound, whose well-known cry his listening peers approve with joint acclaim. From him successive huntsmen learned to join 80 in bloody social leagues, the multitude dispersed, to size, to sort their various tribes, to rear, feed, hunt, and discipline the pack. Hail, happy Britain! Highly favored isle, and heaven's peculiar care! To thee 'tis given to train the sprightly steed, more fleet than those begot by winds, or the celestial breed that bore the great Pelides through the press of heroes armed, and broke their crowded ranks, which proudly neighing, with the sun begins 90 cheerful his course, and ere his beams decline, has measured half thy surface unfatigued. In thee alone, fair land of liberty, is bred the perfect hound, in scent and speed as yet unrivaled, while in other climes their virtue fails, a weak degenerate race. In vain malignant steams, and winter fogs load the dull air, and hover round our coasts, the huntsman ever gay, robust, and bold, defies the noxious vapor, and confides _100 in this delightful exercise, to raise his drooping head and cheer his heart with joy. Ye vigorous youths, by smiling fortune blessed with large domains, hereditary wealth, heaped copious by your wise forefathers' care, hear and attend, while I the means reveal to enjoy those pleasures, for the weak too strong, too costly for the poor, to rein the steeds swift stretching o'er the plain, to cheer the pack opening in concerts of harmonious joy, _110 but breathing death. What though the gripe severe of brazen-fisted time, and slow disease creeping through every vein, and nerve unstrung, afflict my shattered frame, undaunted still, fixed as a mountain ash, that braves the bolts of angry Jove, though blasted, yet unfallen, still can my soul in fancy's mirror view deeds glorious once, recall the joyous scene in all its splendors decked, o'er the full bowl recount my triumphs past, urge others on _120 with hand and voice, and point the winding way, pleased with that social sweet garrulity, the poor disbanded veteran's sole delight. First let the kennel be the huntsman's care, upon some little eminence erect, and fronting to the ruddy dawn, its courts on either hand wide opening to receive the sun's all-cheering beams, when mild he shines, and gilds the mountain tops. For much the pack, roused from their dark alcoves, delight to stretch, _130 and bask in his invigorating ray, warmed by the streaming light and merry lark, forth rush the jolly clan. With tuneful throats they carol loud, and in grand chorus joined salute the new-born day. For not alone the vegetable world, but men and brutes own his reviving influence, and joy at his approach. Fountain of light! If chance, for some envious cloud veil thy refulgent brow, in vain the muses aid, untouched, unstrung, _140 lies my mute harp, and thy desponding bard sits darkly musing o'er the unfinished lay. Let no Corinthian pillars prop the dome, a vain expense, on charitable deeds better disposed, to clothe the tattered wretch, who shrinks beneath the blast, to feed the poor pinched with afflictive want. For use, not state, gracefully plain, let each apartment rise. O'er all let cleanliness preside, no scraps bestrew the pavement, and no half-picked bones, _150 to kindle fierce debate, or to discuss that nicer sense, on which the sportsman's hope, and all his future triumphs must depend. Soon as the growling pack with eager joy have lapped their smoking viands, morn or eve, from the full cistern lead the ductile streams, to wash thy court well paved, nor spare thy pains, for much to health will cleanliness avail. Seek'st thou for hounds to climb the rocky steep, and brush the entangled covert, whose nice scent _160 o'er greasy fallows, and frequented roads can pick the dubious way. Banish far off each noisome stench, let no offensive smell invade thy wide enclosure, but admit the nitrous air, and purifying breeze. Water and shade no less demand thy care, and a large square the adjacent field enclose, there plant in equal ranks the spreading elm, or fragrant lime. Most happy thy design, if at the bottom of thy spacious court, _170 a large canal fed by the crystal brook, from its transparent bosom shall reflect downward thy structure, an inverted grove. Here when the sun's too potent gleams annoy the crowded kennel, and the drooping pack, restless and faint, loll their unmoistened tongues, and drop their feeble tails, to cooler shades lead forth the panting tribe, soon shalt thou find the cordial breeze their fainting hearts revive, tumultuous soon they plunge into the stream, _180 there lave their reeking sides, with greedy joy gulp down the flying wave, this way and that from shore to shore they swim, while clamor loud and wild uproar torments the troubled flood, then on the sunny bank they roll and stretch their dripping limbs, or else in wanton rings coursing around, pursuing and pursued, the merry multitude disporting play. But here with watchful and observant eye attend their frolics, which too often end _190 in bloody broils and death. High o'er thy head wave thy resounding whip, and with a voice fierce menacing o'errule the stern debate, and quench their kindling rage, for oft in sport begun, combat ensues, growling they snarl, then on their haunches reared, rampant they seize each other's throats, with teeth and claws and gore besmeared, they wound, they tear, till on the ground, panting, half dead the conquered champion lies. Then sudden all the base ignoble crowd _200 loud clamoring seize the helpless worried wretch, and, thirsting for his blood, drag different ways his mangled carcass on the ensanguined plain. O breasts of pity void! To oppress the weak, to point your vengeance at the friendless head, and with one mutual cry insult the fallen. Emblem too just of man's degenerate race. Others apart by native instinct led, knowing instructor. 'Mong the ranker grass cull each salubrious plant, with bitter juice _210 concoctive stored, and potent to allay each vicious ferment. Thus the hand divine of Providence, beneficent and kind to all his creatures, for the brutes prescribes a ready remedy, and is himself their great physician. Now grown stiff with age, and many a painful chase, the wise old hound, regardless of the frolic pack, attends his master's side, or slumbers at his ease beneath the bending shade. There many a ring _220 runs o'er in dreams, now on the doubtful foil puzzles perplexed, or doubles intricate cautious unfolds, then winged with all his speed, bounds o'er the lawn to seize his panting prey, and in imperfect whimperings speaks his joy. A different hound for every different chase select with judgment, nor the timorous hare o'ermatch destroy, but leave that vile offense to the mean, murderous, coursing crew, intent on blood and spoil. O blast their hopes, just heaven! _230 in all their painful drudgeries repay with disappointment and severe remorse. But husband thou thy pleasures, and give scope to all her subtle play. By nature let 1,000 shifts she tries. To unravel these the industrious beagle twists his waving tail, through all her labyrinths pursues, and rings her doleful knell. See there with countenance blithe, and with a courtly grin, the fawning hound salutes thee cowering, his wide-opening nose _240 upward he curls, and his large slow black eyes melt in soft blandishments, and humble joy. His glossy skin, or yellow-pied, or blue, in lights or shades by nature's pencil drawn, reflects the various tints. His ears and legs flecked here and there, in gay enameled pride rival the speckled pard. His rush-grown tail o'er his broad back bends in an ample arch, on shoulders clean, upright and firm he stands, his round cat foot, straight hams, and wide-spread thighs, _250 and his low-dropping chest, confess his speed, his strength, his wind, or on the steepy hill, or far-extended plain, in every part so well proportioned, that the nicer skill of Phidias himself can't blame thy choice. Of such compose thy pack. But here a mean observe, nor the large hound prefer, of size gigantic. He in the thick-woven covert painfully tugs, or in the thorny brake torn and embarrassed bleeds. But if too small, _260 the pygmy brood in every furrow swims, moiled in the clogging clay, panting they lag behind inglorious, or else shivering creep benumbed and faint beneath the sheltering thorn. 4 hounds of middle size, active and strong, will better answer all thy various ends, and crown thy pleasing labors with success. As some brave captain, curious and exact by his fixed standard forms in equal ranks his gay battalion, as one man they move _270 step after step, their size the same, their arms far gleaming, dart the same united blaze, reviewing generals his merit own, how regular, how just, and all his cares are well repaid, if mighty George approve. So model thou thy pack, if honor touch thy generous soul, and the world's just applause. But above all take heed, nor mix thy hounds of different kinds. Discordant sounds shall grate thy ears offended, and a lagging line _280 of babbling curs disgrace thy broken pack. But if the amphibious otter be thy chase, or stately stag, that o'er the woodland reigns, or if the harmonious thunder of the field delight thy ravished ears, the deep-flued hound breed up with care, strong, heavy, slow, but sure, whose ears down hanging from his thick round head shall sweep the morning dew, whose clanging voice awake the mountain echo in her cell, and shake the forests, the bold Talbot, 6. Kind _290 of these the prime, as white as alpine snows, and great their use of old. Upon the banks of Tweed, slow winding through the vale, the seat of war and rapine once, ere Britons knew the sweets of peace, or Anna's dread commands to lasting leagues the haughty rivals awed, there dwelt a pilfering race, well trained and skilled in all the mysteries of theft, the spoil. Their only substance, feuds and war their sport, not more expert in every fraudful art. 300 The arch felon was of old, who by the tail drew back his lowing prize. In vain his wiles, in vain the shelter of the covering rock, in vain the sooty cloud, and ruddy flames that issued from his mouth, for soon he paid his forfeit life, a debt how justly due to wronged Alcides, and avenging heaven. Veiled in the shades of night they ford the stream. Then prowling far and near, whatever they seize becomes their prey, nor flocks nor herds are safe. 310 Nor stalls protect the steer, nor strong barred doors secure the favorite horse. Soon as the morn reveals his wrongs, with ghastly visage one the plundered owner stands, and from his lips 1,000 thronging curses burst their way. He calls his stout allies, and in a line his faithful hound he leads, then with a voice that utters loud his rage, attentive cheers, soon the sagacious brute, his curling tail flourished in air, low bending plies around. 320 His busy nose, the steaming vapor snuff inquisitive, nor leaves one turf untried, till conscious of the recent stains, his heart beats quick, his snuffling nose, his active tail attest his joy. Then with deep opening mouth that makes the welkin tremble, he proclaims the audacious felon. Foot by foot he marks his winding way, while all the listening crowd applaud his reasonings. O'er the watery ford, dry sandy heaths, and stony barren hill, 330 o'er beaten paths, with men and beasts disdained, unerring he pursues, till at the cot arrived, and seizing by his guilty throat the caitiff vile, redeems the captive prey, so exquisitely delicate his sense. Should some more curious sportsman here inquire, whence this sagacity, this wondrous power of tracing step by step, or man or brute? What guide invisible points out their way, o'er the dank marsh, bleak hill, and sandy plain? 340 The courteous muse shall the dark cause reveal. The blood that from the heart incessant rolls in many a crimson tide, then here and there in smaller rills dispart, as it flows propelled, the serous particles evade through the open pores, and with the ambient air entangling mix. As fuming vapors rise, and hang upon the gently purling brook, there by the incumbent atmosphere compressed, the panting chase grows warmer as he flies. 350 And through the network of the skin perspires, leaves a long streaming trail behind, which by the cooler air condensed, remains, unless by some rude storm dispersed, or rarefied by the meridian sun's intenser heat. To every shrub the warm effluvia cling, hang on the grass, impregnate earth and skies. With nostrils opening wide, o'er hill, o'er dale, the vigorous hounds pursue, with every breath inhale the grateful steam, quick pleasures sting. 360 Their tingling nerves, while they their thanks repay, and in triumphant melody confess the titillating joy. Thus on the air depend the hunter's hopes. When ruddy streaks at eve forebode a blustering stormy day, or lowering clouds blacken the mountain's brow, when nipping frosts, and the keen biting blasts of the dry parching east, menace the trees with tender blossoms teeming, kindly spare thy sleeping pack, in their warm beds of straw. 370 Low sinking at their ease, listless they shrink into some dark recess, nor hear thy voice though oft invoked. Or haply if thy call rouse up the slumbering tribe, with heavy eyes glazed, lifeless, dull, downward they drop their tails inverted, high on their bent backs erect their pointed bristles stare, or 'mong the tufts of ranker weeds, each stomach-healing plant curious they crop, sick, spiritless, forlorn. These inauspicious days, on other cares. 380 Employ thy precious hours, the improving friend with open arms embrace, and from his lips glean science, seasoned with good-natured wit. But if the inclement skies and angry Jove forbid the pleasing intercourse, thy books invite thy ready hand, each sacred page rich with the wise remarks of heroes old. Converse familiar with the illustrious dead, with great examples of old Greece or Rome enlarge thy free-born heart, and bless kind heaven. 390 That Britain yet enjoys dear liberty, that balm of life, that sweetest blessing, cheap though purchased with our blood. Well-bred, polite, credit thy calling. See! How mean, how low, the bookless sauntering youth, proud of the scut that dignifies his cap, his flourished belt, and rusty couples jingling by his side. Be thou of other mold, and know that such transporting pleasures were by heaven ordained wisdom's relief, and virtue's great reward. 400. Book 2. The argument of the power of instinct in brutes. Two remarkable instances in the hunting of the roebuck, and in the hare going to seat in the morning. Of the variety of seats or forms of the hare, according to the change of the season, weather, or wind. Description of the hare hunting in all its parts, interspersed with rules to be observed by those who follow that chase. Transition to the Asiatic way of hunting, particularly the magnificent manner of the Great Mogul, and other Tartarian princes, taken from Monsieur Bernier, and the history of Gengis Khan the Great. Concludes with a short reproof of tyrants and oppressors of mankind. Nor will it less delight the attentive sage to observe that instinct, which unerring guides the brutal race, which mimics reason's lore and oft transcends, heaven-taught. The roebuck swift loiters at ease before the driving pack and mocks their vain pursuit, nor far he flies but checks his ardor, till the steaming scent that freshens on the blade provokes their rage. Urged to their speed, his weak deluded foes soon flag fatigued, strained to excess each nerve, _10 each slackened sinew fails, they pant, they foam, then o'er the lawn he bounds, o'er the high hills stretches secure, and leaves the scattered crowd to puzzle in the distant vale below. 'Tis instinct that directs the jealous hare to choose her soft abode, with step reverse she forms the doubling maze, then, ere the morn peeps through the clouds, leaps to her close recess. As wandering shepherds on the Arabian plains, no settled residence observe, but shift _20 their moving camp, now, on some cooler hill with cedars crowned, court the refreshing breeze, and then, below, where trickling streams distill from some penurious source, their thirst allay, and feed their fainting flocks, so the wise hares oft quit their seats, lest some more curious eye should mark their haunts, and by dark treacherous wiles plot their destruction, or perchance in hopes of plenteous forage, near the ranker mead, or matted blade, wary and close they sit. _30 When spring shines forth, season of love and joy, in the moist marsh, 'mong beds of rushes hid, they cool their boiling blood, when summer suns bake the cleft earth, to thick wide-waving fields of corn full-grown, they lead their helpless young. But when autumnal torrents and fierce rains deluge the vale, in the dry crumbling bank their forms they delve, and cautiously avoid the dripping covert, yet when winter's cold their limbs benumbs, thither with speed return _40 in the long grass they skulk, or shrinking creep among the withered leaves, thus changing still, as fancy prompts them, or as food invites. But every season carefully observed, the inconstant winds, the fickle element, the wise experienced huntsman soon may find his subtle, various game, nor waste in vain his tedious hours, till his impatient hounds with disappointment vexed, each springing lark babbling pursue, far scattered o'er the fields. _50 Now golden autumn from her open lap her fragrant bounties showers, the fields are shorn, inwardly smiling, the proud farmer views the rising pyramids that grace his yard, and counts his large increase. His barns are stored, and groaning staddles bend beneath their load. All now is free as air, and the gay pack in the rough bristly stubbles range unblamed, no widow's tears o'erflow, no secret curse swells in the farmer's breast, which his pale lips _60 trembling conceal, by his fierce landlord awed, but courteous now he levels every fence, joins in the common cry, and halloos loud, charmed with the rattling thunder of the field. Oh, bear me, some kind power invisible, to that extended lawn, where the gay court view the swift racers, stretching to the goal, games more renowned, and a far nobler train, than proud Elean fields could boast of old. Oh, were a Theban lyre not wanting here, _70 and Pindar's voice, to do their merit right! Or to those spacious plains, where the strain eye in the wide prospect lost, beholds at last Sarum's proud spire, that o'er the hills ascends, and pierces through the clouds. Or to thy downs, fair Cotswold, where the well-breathed beagle climbs, with matchless speed, thy green aspiring brow, and leaves the lagging multitude behind. Hail, gentle dawn! Mild blushing goddess, hail! Rejoiced I see thy purple mantle spread _80 o'er half the skies, gems pave thy radiant way, and orient pearls from every shrub depend. Farewell, Cleora, here deep sunk in down slumber secure, with happy dreams amused, till grateful steams shall tempt thee to receive thy early meal, or thy officious maids, the toilet placed, shall urge thee to perform the important work. Me other joys invite, the horn sonorous calls, the pack awake their matins chant, nor brook my long delay. Underscore 90 My courser hears their voice. See there with ears and tail erect, neighing he paws the ground. Fierce rapture kindles in his reddening eyes, and boils in every vein. As captive boys cowed by the ruling rod, and haughty frowns of pedagogues severe, from their hard tasks, if once dismissed, no limits can contain the tumult raised within their little breasts, but give a loose to all their frolic play. So from their kennel rushed the joyous pack. Underscore 100 1,000 wanton gaieties expressed their inward ecstasy, their pleasing sport once more indulged, and liberty restored. The rising sun that o'er the horizon peeps, as many colors from their glossy skins beaming reflects, as paint the various bough when April showers descend. Delightful scene! Where all around is gay, men, horses, dogs, and in each smiling countenance appears fresh blooming health, and universal joy. Underscore 110 Huntsman, lead on. Behind the clustering pack submiss attend, hear with respect thy whip loud clanging, and thy harsher voice obey. Spare not the straggling cur that wildly roves, but let thy brisk assistant on his back imprint thy just resentments. Let each lash bite to the quick, till howling he return and whining creep amid the trembling crowd. Here on this verdant spot, where nature kind, with double blessings crowns the farmer's hopes, Underscore 120 where flowers autumnal spring, and the rank mead affords the wandering hares a rich repast, throw off thy ready pack. See, where they spread and range around, and dash the glittering dew. If some stanch hound, with his authentic voice, avow the recent trail, the jostling tribe attend his call, then with one mutual cry the welcome news confirm, and echoing hills repeat the pleasing tale. See how they thread the brakes, and up yon furrow drive along. Underscore 130 But quick they back recoil, and wisely check their eager haste. Then o'er the fallowed ground how leisurely they work, and many a pause the harmonious concert breaks, till more assured with joy redoubled the low valleys ring. What artful labyrinths perplex their way? Ah! There she lies, how close! She pants, she doubts if now she lives, she trembles as she sits, with horror seized. The withered grass that clings around her head, of the same russet hue Underscore 140 almost deceived my sight, had not her eyes with life full beaming her vain wiles betrayed. At distance draw thy pack, let all be hushed, no clamor loud, no frantic joy be heard, lest the wild hound run gaddying o'er the plain untractable, nor hear thy chiding voice. Now gently put her off, see how direct to her known muse she flies. Here, huntsman, bring, but without hurry, all thy jolly hounds, and calmly lay them in. How low they stoop, Underscore 150 and seem to plow the ground. Then all at once with greedy nostrils snuff the fuming steam that glads their fluttering hearts. As winds let loose from the dark caverns of the blustering god, they burst away, and sweep the dewy lawn. Hope gives them wings while she's spurred on by fear. The welkin rings, men, dogs, hills, rocks, and woods in the full concert join. Now, my brave youths stripped for the chase, give all your souls to joy. See how their coursers, then the mountain row Underscore 160 more fleet, the verdant carpet skim, thick clouds snorting they breathe, their shining hoofs scarce print the grass unbruised. With emulation fired they strain to lead the field, top the barred gate, o'er the deep ditch exulting bound, and brush the thorny twining hedge. The riders bend o'er their arched necks, with steady hands, by turns indulge their speed, or moderate their rage. Where are their sorrows, disappointments, wrongs, vexations, sickness, cares? All are gone, Underscore 170 and with the panting winds lag far behind. Huntsman! Her gait observe, if in wide rings she will her mazy way, in the same round persisting still, she'll foil the beaten track. But if she fly, and with the favoring wind urge her bold course, less intricate thy task, push on thy pack. Like some poor exiled wretch the fright chase leaves her late dear abodes, o'er plains remote she stretches far away, never to return. For greedy death Underscore 180 hovering exults, secure to seize his prey. Hark! From yon covert, where those towering oaks above the humble copse aspiring rise, what glorious triumphs burst in every gale upon our ravished ears! The hunters shout, the clanging horns swell their sweet winding notes. The pack wide opening load the trembling air with various melody, from tree to tree. The propagated cry redoubling bounds, and winged zephyrs waft the floating joy _190 through all the regions near. Afflictive birch no more the schoolboy dreads, his prison broke, scampering he flies, nor heeds his master's call. The weary traveler forgets his road, and climbs the adjacent hill. The plowman leaves the unfinished furrow, nor his bleating flocks are now the shepherd's joy. Men, boys, and girls desert the unpeopled village, and wild crowds spread o'er the plain by the sweet frenzy seized. Look, how she pants! And o'er yon opening glade _200 slips glancing by, while, at the further end, the puzzling pack unravel while by while, maze within maze. The covert's utmost bounds slyly she skirts, behind them cautious creeps, and in that very track, so lately stained by all the steaming crowd, seems to pursue the foes she flies. Let cavillers deny that brutes have reason, sure 'tis something more, 'tis heaven directs, and stratagems inspires, beyond the short extent of human thought. _210 But hold, I see her from the covert break, sad on yon little eminence she sits, intent she listens with one ear erect, pondering, and doubtful what new course to take, and how to escape the fierce bloodthirsty crew, that still urge on, and still in volleys loud, insult her woes, and mock her sore distress. As now in louder peals, the loaded winds bring on the gathering storm, her fears prevail, and o'er the plain, and o'er the mountain's ridge, _220 away she flies, nor ships with wind and tide, and all their canvas wings, scud half so fast. Once more, ye jovial train, your courage try, and each clean courser's speed. We scour along, in pleasing hurry and confusion tossed, oblivion to be wished. The patient pack hang on the scent unwearied, up they climb, and ardent we pursue. Our laboring steeds we press, we gore, till once the summit gained, painfully panting, there we breathe a while. _230 Then like a foaming torrent, pouring down precipitant, we smoke along the vale. Happy the man, who with unrivaled speed can pass his fellows, and with pleasure view the struggling pack. How in the rapid course alternate they preside, and jostling push to guide the dubious scent. How giddy youth oft babbling airs, by wiser age reproved. How, niggard of his strength, the wise old hound hangs in the rear, till some important point _240 rouse all his diligence, or till the chase sinking he finds. Then to the head he springs, with thirst of glory fired, and wins the prize. Huntsmen, take heed, they stop in full career. Yon crowding flocks, that at a distance graze, have haply soiled the turf. See! That old hound, how busily he works, but dares not trust his doubtful sense. Draw yet a wider ring. Hark! Now again the chorus fills, as bells silenced a while at once their peal renew, _250 and high in air the tuneful thunder rolls. See how they toss, with animated rage recovering all they lost, that eager haste some doubling while forshoes dot, ah! Yet once more they're checked, hold back with speed, on either hand they nourish round, even yet persist, 'tis right, away they spring, the rustling stubbles bend beneath the driving storm. Now the poor chase begins to flag, to her last shifts reduced. From break to break she flies, and visits all _260 her well-known haunts, where once she ranged secure, with love and plenty blessed. See! There she goes, she reels along, and by her gait betrays her inward weakness. See, how black she looks! The sweat that clogs the obstructed pores scarce leaves a languid scent. And now in open view see, she flies. Each eager hound exerts his utmost speed, and stretches every nerve. How quick she turns! Their gaping jaws eludes, and yet a moment lives, till round enclosed _270 by all the greedy pack, with infant screams she yields her breath, and there reluctant dies. So when the furious bacchanals assailed Thracian Orpheus, poor ill-fated bard, loud was the cry, hills, woods, and Hebrus banks return their clamorous rage. Distressed he flies, shifting from place to place, but flies in vain, for eager they pursue, till panting, faint, by noisy multitudes o'erpowered, he sinks, to the relentless crowd a bleeding prey. _280 The huntsman now, a deep incision made, shakes out with hands impure, and dashes down her reeking entrails, and yet quivering heart. These claim the pack, the bloody perquisite for all their toils. Stretched on the ground she lies, a mangled corse. In her dim glaring eyes cold death exults, and stiffens every limb. Awed by the threatening whip, the furious hounds around her bay, or at their master's foot, each happy favorite courts his kind applause, underscore 290 with humble adulation cowering low. All now is joy. With cheeks full blown they wind her solemn dirge, while the loud opening pack the concert swell, and hills and dales return the sadly pleasing sounds. Thus the poor hare, a puny, dastard animal, but versed in subtle wiles, diverts the youthful train. But if thy proud, aspiring soul disdains so mean a prey, delighted with the pomp, magnificence, and grandeur of the chase, underscore 300 hear what the muse from faithful records sings. Why on the banks of Jemna, Indian stream, line within line, rise the pavilions proud, their silken streamers waving in the wind? Why neighs the warrior horse? From tent to tent, why press in crowds the buzzing multitude? Why shines the polished helm, and pointed lance, this way and that far beaming o'er the plain? Nor Visapur nor Golconda rebel, nor the great Sophie, with his numerous host underscore 310 lays waste the provinces, nor glory fires to rob, and to destroy, beneath the name and specious guise of war. A nobler cause calls Oranjebe, 7, to arms. No cities sacked, no mother's tears, no helpless orphan's cries, no violated leagues, with sharp remorse shall sting the conscious victor, but mankind shall hail him good and just. For 'tis on beasts he draws his vengeful sword, on beasts of prey full fed with human gore. See, see, he comes! Underscore 320 Imperial Delhi opening wide her gates, pours out her thronging legions, bright in arms, and all the pomp of war. Before them sound clarions and trumpets, breathing martial airs, and bold defiance. High upon his throne, borne on the back of his proud elephant, sits the great chief of Tamer's glorious race. Sublime he sits, amid the radiant blaze of gems and gold. Amras about him crowd, and rein the Arabian steed, and watch his nod underscore 330 and potent Rajas, who themselves preside o'er realms of wide extent, but here submiss their homage pay, alternate kings and slaves. Next these, with prying eunuchs girt around, the fair sultanas of his court, a troop of chosen beauties, but with care concealed from each intrusive eye. One look is death. A cruel Eastern law. Had kings a power but equal to their wild tyrannic will, to rob us of the sun's all-cheering ray, underscore 340 were less severe. The vulgar close the march, slaves and artificers, and Delhi mourns her empty and depopulated streets. Now at the camp arrived, with stern review, through groves of spears, from file to file he darts his sharp experienced eye. Their order marks, each in his station ranged, exact and firm, till in the boundless line his sight is lost. Not greater multitudes in arms appeared, on these extended plains, when Ammon's 8, son underscore 350 with mighty Porus in dread battle joined, the vassal whirled the prize. Nor was that host more numerous of old, which the great king poured out on Greece from all the unpeopled east, that bridged the Hellespont from shore to shore, and drank the rivers dry. Meanwhile in troops the busy hunter train mark out the ground, a wide circumference, full many a league in compass round, woods, rivers, hills, and plains, large provinces, enough to gratify underscore 360 ambition's highest aim, could reason bound man's erring will. Now sit in close divan the mighty chiefs of this prodigious host. He from the throne hymeneal presides, gives out his mandates proud, laws of the chase, from ancient records drawn. With reverence low, and prostrate at his feet, the chiefs receive his irreversible decrees, from which to vary is to die. Then his brave bands each to his station leads, encamping round, underscore 370 till the wide circle is completely formed, where decent order reigns. What these command, those execute with speed and punctual care, in all the strictest discipline of war, as if some watchful foe, with bold insult hung lowering o'er their camp. The high resolve, that flies on wings, through all the encircling line, each motion steers, and animates the whole. So by the sun's attractive power controlled, the planets in their spheres roll round his orb, underscore 380 on all he shines, and rules the great machine. Ere yet the morn dispels the fleeting mists, the signal given by the loud trumpet's voice, now high in air the imperial standard waves, emblazoned rich with gold, and glittering gems, and like a sheet of fire, through the dun gloom streaming meteorous. The soldiers' shouts, and all the brazen instruments of war, with mutual clamor, and united din, fill the large concave. While from camp to camp, underscore 390 they catch the varied sounds, floating in air, round all the wide circumference, tigers fell shrink at the noise. Deep in his gloomy den the lion starts, and morsels yet unshould drop from his trembling jaws. Now all at once onward they march embattled, to the sound of martial harmony, fifes, cornets, drums, that rouse the sleepy soul to arms, and bold heroic deeds. In parties here and there detached o'er hill and dale, the hunters range underscore 400 inquisitive, strong dogs that match in fight the boldest brute, around their masters wait, a faithful guard. No haunt unsearched, they drive from every covert, and from every den, the lurking savages. Incessant shouts re-echo through the woods, and kindling fires gleam from the mountain tops. The forest seems one mingling blaze. Like flocks of sheep they fly before the flaming brand, fierce lions, pards, boars, tigers, bears, and wolves, a dreadful crew underscore 410 of grim bloodthirsty foes. Growling along, they stalk indignant, but fierce vengeance still hangs pealing on their rear, and pointed spears present immediate death. Soon as the night wrapped in her sable veil forbids the chase, they pitch their tents, in even ranks around the circling camp. The guards are placed, and fires at proper distances ascending rise, and paint the horizon with their ruddy light. So round some island's shore of large extent, underscore 420 amid the gloomy horrors of the night, the billows breaking on the pointed rocks, seem all one flame, and the bright circuit wide appears a bulwark of surrounding fire. What dreadful bowlings, and what hideous roar, disturb those peaceful shades where erst the bird that glads the night, had cheered the listening groves with sweet complainings. Through the silent gloom oft they the guards assail, as oft repelled they fly reluctant, with hot boiling rage underscore 430 stung to the quick, and mad with wild despair. Thus day by day, they still the chase renew, at night in camp, till now in straighter bounds the circle lessens, and the beasts perceive the wall that hems them in on every side. And now their fury bursts, and knows no mean, from man they turn, and point their ill-judged rage against their fellow brutes. With teeth and claws the civil war begins, grappling they tear. Lions on tigers prey, and bears on wolves, underscore 440 horrible discord. Till the crowd behind shouting pursue, and part the bloody fray. At once their wrath subsides. Tame as the lamb the lion hangs his head, the furious pard, cowed and subdued, flies from the face of man, nor bears one glance of his commanding eye. So abject is a tyrant in distress. At last within the narrow plain confined, a listed field, marked out for bloody deeds, an amphitheater more glorious far underscore 450 than ancient Rome could boast, they crowd in heaps, dismayed, and quite appalled. In meet array sheathed in refulgent arms, a noble band advance. Great lords of high imperial blood, early resolved to assert their royal race, and proved by glorious deeds their valor's growth mature, ere yet the callow down has spread its curling shade. On bold Arabian steeds with decent pride they sit, that fearless hear the lion's dreadful roar, and down the rock underscore 460 swift shooting plunge, or o'er the mountain's ridge stretching along, the greedy tiger leave panting behind. On foot their faithful slaves with javelins armed attend, each watchful eye fixed on his youthful care, for him alone he fears, and to redeem his life, unmoved would lose his own. The mighty Oranjib, from his high elevated throne, beholds his blooming race, revolving in his mind what once he was, in his gay spring of life, underscore 470 when vigor strung his nerves. Parental joy melts in his eyes, and flushes in his cheeks. Now the loud trumpet sounds a charge. The shouts of eager hosts, through all the circling line, and the wild bowlings of the beasts within rend wide the welkin, flights of arrows, winged with death, and javelins launched from every arm, gall soar the brutal bands, with many a wound gored through and through. Despair at last prevails, when fainting nature shrinks, and rouses all underscore 480 their drooping courage. Swelled with furious rage, their eyes dart fire, and on the youthful band they rush implacable. They their broad shields quick interpose, on each devoted head their flaming falchions, as the bolts of Jove, descend unerring. Prostrate on the ground the grinning monsters lie, and their foul gore defile the verdant plain. Nor idle stand the trusty slaves, with pointed spears they pierce through their tough hides, or at their gaping mouths _490 an easier passage find. The king of brutes in broken roarings breathes his last. The bear grumbles in death, nor can his spotted skin, though sleek it shine, with varied beauties gay, save the proud part from unrelenting fate. The battle bleeds, grim slaughter strides along, glutting her greedy jaws, grins o'er her prey. Men, horses, dogs, fierce beasts of every kind, a strange promiscuous carnage, drenched in blood, and heaps on heaps amassed. What yet remain _500 alive, with vain assault contend to break the impenetrable line. Others, whom fear inspires with self-preserving wiles, beneath the bodies of the slain for shelter creep. Aghast they fly, or hide their heads dispersed. And now perchance, had heaven but pleased, the work of death had been complete, and Orangeeb by one dread frown extinguished half their race. When lo! the bright sultanas of his court appear, and to his ravished eyes display _510 those charms, but rarely to the day revealed. Lowly they bend, and humbly sue, to save the vanquished host. What mortal can deny when suppliant beauty begs? At his command opening to right and left, the well-trained troops leave a large void for their retreating foes. Away they fly, on wings of fear upborne, to seek on distant hills their late abodes. Ye proud oppressors, whose vain hearts exult in wantonness of power, gainst the brute race, _520 fierce robbers like yourselves, a guiltless war wage uncontrolled, here quench your thirst of blood, but learn from Orangeeb to spare mankind. Book 3. The Argument of King Edgar and his imposing a tribute of wolves' heads upon the kings of Wales, from hence a transition to fox hunting, which is described in all its parts. Censure of an overnumerous pack. Of the several engines to destroy foxes, and other wild beasts. The steel trap described, and the manner of using it. Description of the pitfall for the lion, and another for the elephant. The ancient way of hunting the tiger with a mirror. The Arabian manner of hunting the wild boar. Description of the royal stag chase at Windsor Forest. Concludes with an address to His Majesty, and an eulogy upon mercy. In Albion's isle when glorious Edgar reigned, he wisely provident, from her white cliffs launched half her forests, and with numerous fleets covered his wide domain. There proudly rode Lord of the Deep, the great prerogative of British monarchs. Each invader bold, Dane and Norwegian, at a distance gazed, and disappointed, gnashed his teeth in vain. He scoured the seas, and to remotest shores with swelling sails the trembling corsair fled. _10 Rich commerce flourished, and with busy oars dashed the resounding surge. Nor less at land his royal cares, wise, potent, gracious prince. His subjects from their cruel foes he saved, and from rapacious savages their flocks. Cambria's proud kings, though with reluctance, paid their tributary wolves, head after head, in full account, till the woods yield no more, and all the ravenous race extinct is lost. In fertile pastures, more securely grazed _20 the social troops, and soon their large increase with curling fleeces whiten all the plains. But yet, alas! the wily fox remained, a subtle, pilfering foe, prowling around 24 in midnight shades, and wakeful to destroy. In the full fold, the poor defenseless lamb, seized by his guileful arts, with sweet warm blood supplies a rich repast. The mournful ewe, her dearest treasure lost, through the dun night wanders perplexed, and darkling bleats in vain, _30 while in the adjacent bush, poor Philomel, herself apparent once, till wanton churls despoiled her nest, joins in her loud laments, with sweeter notes, and more melodious woe. For these nocturnal thieves, huntsman, prepare thy sharpest vengeance. Oh! how glorious 'tis to right the oppressed, and bring the felon vile to just disgrace. Ere yet the morning peep, or stars retire from the first blush of day, with thy far-echoing voice alarm thy pack, _40 and rouse thy bold compeers. Then to the copse, thick with entangling grass, or prickly furze, with silence lead thy many-colored hounds, in all their beauty's pride. See! How they range dispersed, how busily this way and that they cross, examining with curious nose each likely haunt. Hark! On the drag I hear their doubtful notes, preluding to a cry more nobly full, and swelled with every mouth. As straggling armies at the trumpet's voice, _50 press to their standard, hither all repair, and hurry through the woods, with hasty step bustling, and full of hope, now driven on heaps they push, they strive, while from his kennel sneaks the conscious villain. See! He skulks along, sleek at the shepherd's cost, and plump with meals purloined. So thrive the wicked here below. Though high his brush he bear, though tipped with white it gaily shine, yet ere the sun declined recall the shades of night, the pampered rogue _60 shall rue his fate reversed, and at his heels behold the just avenger, swift to seize his forfeit head, and thirsting for his blood. Heavens! What melodious strains! How beat our hearts big with tumultuous joy! The loaded gales breathe harmony, and as the tempest drives from wood to wood, through every dark recess the forest thunders, and the mountains shake. The chorus swells, less various, and less sweet the trilling notes, when in those very groves, _70 the feathered choristers salute the spring, and every bush in concert joins, or when the master's hand, in modulated air, bids the loud organ breathe, and all the powers of music in one instrument combine, and universal minstrelsy. And now in vain each earth he tries, the doors are barred impregnable, nor is the covert safe, he pants for purer air. Hark! What loud shouts re-echo through the groves! He breaks away, _80 shrill horns proclaim his flight. Each straggling hound strains o'er the lawn to reach the distant pack. 'Tis triumph all and joy. Now, my brave youths, now give a loose to the clean generous steed, flourish the whip, nor spare the galling spur, but in the madness of delight, forget your fears. Far o'er the rocky hills we range, and dangerous our course, but in the brave true courage never fails. In vain the stream in foaming eddies whirls, in vain the ditch _90 wide gaping threatens death. The craggy steep where the poor dizzy shepherd crawls with care, and clings to every twig, gives us no pain, but down we sweep, as stoops the falcon bold to pounce his prey. Then up the opponent hill, by the swift motion slung, we mount aloft, so ships in winter seas now sliding sink adown the steepy wave, then tossed on high ride on the billows, and defy the storm. What lengths we pass! Where will the wandering chase _100 lead us bewildered? Smooth as the swallows skim the new-shorn mead, and far more swift we fly. See my brave pack! How to the head they press, jostling in close array, then more diffuse obliquely wheel, while from their opening mouths the volleyed thunder breaks. So when the cranes their annual voyage steer, with wanton wing their figure oft they change, and their loud clang from cloud to cloud rebounds. How far behind the hunter crew, wide straggling o'er the plain. _110 the panting courser now with trembling nerves begins to reel, urged by the goring spur, makes many a faint effort, he snorts, he foams, the big round drops run trickling down his sides, with sweat and blood distained. Look back and view the strange confusion of the vale below, where sour vexation reigns. See yon poor jade, in vain the impatient rider frets and swears, with galling spurs harrows his mangled sides. He can no more, his stiff unpliant limbs _120 rooted in earth, unmoved and fixed he stands, for every cruel curse returns a groan, and sobs, and faints, and dies. Who without grief can view that pampered steed, his master's joy, his minion, and his daily care, well clothed, well fed with every nicer cate, no cost, no labor spared, who, when the flying chase broke from the copse, without a rival led the numerous train, now a sad spectacle of pride brought low, and humbled insolence, _130 drove like a paniard ass, and scourged along. While these with loosened reins, and dangling heels, hang on their reeling palfreys, that scarce bear their weights, another in the treacherous bog lies floundering half engulfed. What biting thoughts torment the abandoned crew? Old age laments his vigor spent, the tall, plump, brawny youth curses his cumbrous bulk, and envies now the short Pygmean race, he whilom kenned with proud insulting leer. A chosen few underscore 140 alone the sport enjoy, nor droop beneath their pleasing toils. Here, huntsman, from this height observe yon birds of prey. If I can judge, 'tis there the villain lurks. They hover round and claim him as their own. Was I not right? See! There he creeps along. His brush he drags, and sweeps the mire impure. From his wide jaws his tongue unmoistened hangs, symptoms too sure of sudden death. Ha! Yet he flies, nor yields to black despair. But one loose more, and all underscore 150 his wiles are vain. Hark! Through yon village now the rattling clamor rings. The barns, the cots, and leafless elms return the joyous sounds. Through every homestall, and through every yard, his midnight walks, panting, forlorn, he flies. Through every hole he sneaks, through every jake's plunging he wades besmeared, and fondly hopes in a superior stench to lose his own. But faithful to the track, the unerring hounds with peals of echoing vengeance close pursue. Underscore 160 and now distressed, no sheltering covert near, into the hen roost creeps, whose walls with gore disdained attest his guilt. There, villain, there expect thy fate deserved. And soon from thence the pack inquisitive, with clamor loud, drag out their trembling prize, and on his blood with greedy transport feast. In bolder notes each sounding horn proclaims the felon dead, and all the assembled village shouts for joy. The farmer who beholds his mortal foe underscore 170 stretched at his feet, applauds the glorious deed, and grateful calls us to a short repast. In the full glass the liquid amber smiles, our native product. And his good old mate with choicest viands heaps the liberal board, to crown our triumphs, and reward our toils. Here must the instructive muse, but with respect, censure that numerous pack, that crowd of state, with which the vain profusion of the great covers the lawn, and shakes the trembling copse. Underscore 180 pompous encumbrance. A magnificence useless, vexatious. For the wily fox, safe in the increasing number of his foes, kens well the great advantage, slinks behind and slyly creeps through the same beaten track, and hunts them step by step, then views escaped with inward ecstasy, the panting throng in their own footsteps puzzled, foiled, and lost. So when proud eastern kings summon to arms their gaudy legions, from far distant climes underscore 190 they flock in crowds, unpeopling half a world. But when the day of battle calls them forth to charge the well-trained foe, a band compact of chosen veterans, they press blindly on, in heaps confused, by their own weapons fall, a smoking carnage scattered o'er the plain. Nor hounds alone this noxious brood destroy. The plundered warrener full many a wile devises to entrap his greedy foe, fat with nocturnal spoils. At close of day, underscore 200 with silence drags his trail, then from the ground pares thin the close-grazed turf, there with nice hand covers the latent death, with curious springs prepared to fly at once, weener the tread of man or beast unwarily shall press the yielding surface. By the indented steel with gripe tenacious held, the felon grins, and struggles, but in vain. Yet oft 'tis known, when every art has failed, the captive fox has shared the wounded joint, and with a limb underscore 210 compounded for his life. But if perchance in the deep pitfall plunged, there's no escape, but unreprieved he dies, and bleached in air the jest of clowns, his reeking carcass hangs. Of these are various kinds. Not even the king of brutes evades this deep devouring grave, but by the wily African betrayed, heedless of fate, within its gaping jaws expires indignant. When the orient beam with blushes paints the dawn, and all the race underscore 220 carnivorous, with blood full gorged, retire into their darksome cells, their satiate snore o'er dripping offals, and the mangled limbs of men and beasts, the painful forester 224 climbs the high hills, whose proud aspiring tops, with the tall cedar crowned, and taper fir, assailed the clouds. There 'mong the craggy rocks, and thickets intricate, trembling he views his footsteps in the sand, the dismal road and avenue to death. Hither he calls underscore 230 his watchful bands, and low into the ground a pit they sink, full many a fathom deep. Then in the midst a column high is reared, the butt of some fair tree, upon whose top a lamb is placed, just ravished from his dam. And next a wall they build, with stones and earth encircling round, and hiding from all view the dreadful precipice. Now when the shades of night hang lowering o'er the mountain's brow, and hunger keen, and pungent thirst of blood, underscore 240 rouse up the slothful beast, he shakes his sides, slow rising from his lair, and stretches wide his ravenous jaws, with recent gore disdained. The forests tremble, as he roars aloud, impatient to destroy. O'erjoyed he hears the bleeding innocent, that claims in vain the shepherd's care, and seeks with piteous moan the foodful teat, himself, alas! Designed another's meal. For now the greedy brute wins him from far, and leaping o'er the mound underscore 250 to seize his trembling prey, headlong is plunged into the deep abyss. Prostrate he lies astunned and impotent. Ah! What avail thine eyeballs flashing fire, thy length of tail, that lashes thy broad sides, thy jaws besmeared with blood and offals crude, thy shaggy mane the terror of the woods, thy stately port, and bulk enormous, since by stratagem thy strength is foiled? Unequal is the strife, when sovereign reason combats brutal rage. Underscore 260 on distant Ethiopia's sunburnt coasts, the black inhabitants a pitfall frame, but of a different kind, and different use. With slender poles the wide capacious mouth, and hurdles slight, they close. O'er these is spread a floor of verdant turf, with all its flowers smiling delusive, and from strictest search concealing the deep grave that yawns below. Then boughs of trees they cut, with tempting fruit of various kinds surcharged, the downy peach, underscore 270 the clustering vine, and of bright golden rind the fragrant orange. Soon as evening gray advances slow, besprinkling all around with kind refreshing dews the thirsty glebe, the stately elephant from the close shade with step majestic strides, eager to taste the cooler breeze, that from the sea-beat shore delightful breathes, or in the limpid stream to lave his panting sides, joyous he scents the rich repast, unweeting of the death underscore 280 that lurks within. And soon he sporting breaks the brittle boughs, and greedily devours the fruit delicious. Ah! Too dearly bought, the price is life. For now the treacherous turf trembling gives way, and the unwieldy beast self-sinking, drops into the dark profound. So when dilated vapors struggling heave the incumbent earth, if chance the cavern ground shrinking subside, and the thin surface yield, down sinks at once the ponderous dome, engulfed underscore 290 with all its towers. Subtle, delusive man! How various are thy wiles! Artful to kill thy savage foes, a dull unthinking race. Fierce from his lair, springs forth the speckled pard, thirsting for blood, and eager to destroy. The huntsman flies, but to his flight alone confides not, at convenient distance fixed, a polished mirror stops in full career the furious brute, he there his image views, spots against spots with rage improving glow, underscore 300 another part his bristly whiskers curls, grins as he grins, fierce menacing, and wide distends his opening jaws, himself against himself opposed, and with dread vengeance armed. The huntsman now secure, with fatal aim directs the pointed spear, by which transfixed he dies, and with him dies the rival shade. Thus man in numerous engines forms, to assail the savage kind, but most the docile horse, swift and confederate with man, annoys underscore 310 his brethren of the plains, without whose aid the hunter's arts are vain, unskilled to wage with the more active brutes an equal war. But borne by him, without the well-trained pack, man dares his foe, on wings of wind secure. Him the fierce Arab mounts, and with his troop of bold compeers, ranges the deserts wild, where by the magnet's aid, the traveler steers his untrodden course, yet oft on land is wrecked, in the high-rolling waves of sand underscore 320 immersed and lost, while these intrepid bands, safe in their horses' speed, outfly the storm, and scouring round, make men and beasts their prey. The grizzly boar is singled from his herd as large as that in Erymanthian woods. A match for Hercules. Round him they fly in circles wide, and each in passing sends his feathered death into his brawny sides. But perilous the attempt. For if the steed haply too near approach, or the loose earth underscore 330 his footing fail, the watchful angry beast the advantage spies, and at one sidelong glance rips up his groin. Wounded, he rears aloft, and plunging, from his back the rider hurls precipitant, then bleeding spurns the ground, and drags his reeking entrails o'er the plain. Meanwhile the surly monster trots along, but with unequal speed, for still they wound, swift wheeling in the spacious ring. A wood of darts upon his back he bears, adown _340 his tortured sides, the crimson torrents roll from many a gaping font. And now at last staggering he falls, in blood and foam expires. But whither roves my devious muse, intent on antique tales, while yet the royal stag unsung remains? Tread with respectful all Windsor's green glades, where Denham, tuneful bard, charmed once the listening dryads, with his songs sublimely sweet. Oh, grant me, sacred shade, to glean submiss what thy full sickle leaves. _350 The morning sun that gilds with trembling rays Windsor's high towers, beholds the courtly train mount for the chase, nor views in all his course a scene so gay, heroic, noble youths, in arts and arms renowned, and lovely nymphs the fairest of this isle, where beauty dwells delighted, and deserts her Paphian grove for our more favored shades, in proud parade these shine magnificent, and press around the royal happy pair. Great in themselves, _360 they smile superior, of external show regardless, while their inbred virtues give a luster to their power, and grace their court with real splendors, far above the pomp of Eastern kings, in all their tinsel pride. Like troops of Amazons, the female band prance round their cars, not in refulgent arms as those of old, unskilled to wield the sword, or bend the bow, these kill with sure aim. The royal offspring, fairest of the fair, _370 lead on the splendid train. Anna, more bright than summer suns, or as the lightning keen, with irresistible effulgence armed, fires every heart. He must be more than man, who unconcerned can bear the piercing ray. Amelia, milder than the blushing dawn, with sweet engaging air, but equal power, insensibly subdues, and in soft chains her willing captives leads. Illustrious maids, ever triumphant, whose victorious charms, _380 without the needless aid of high descent, had awed mankind, and taught the world's great lords to bow and sue for grace. But who is he fresh as a rosebud newly blown, and fair as opening lilies, on whom every eye with joy and admiration dwells? See, he reins his docile barb with manly grace. Is it Adonis for the chase arrayed? Or Britain's second hope? Hail, blooming youth! 9 May all your virtues with your years improve, _390 till in consummate worth, you shine the pride of these our days, and to succeeding times a bright example. As his guard of mutes on the great Sultan wait, with eyes deject and fixed on earth, no voice, no sound is heard within the wide serail, but all is hushed, and awful silence reigns. Thus stand the pack mute and unmoved, and cowering low to earth, while past the glittering court, and royal pair, so disciplined those hounds, and so reserved, _400 whose honor 'tis to glad the hearts of kings. But soon the winding horn, and huntsman's voice, let loose the general chorus. Far around joy spreads its wings, and the gay morning smiles. Unharbored now the royal stag forsakes his wonted lair. He shakes his dappled sides, and tosses high his beamy head, the copse beneath his antlers bends. What doubling shifts he tries! Not more the wily hare, in these would still persist, did not the full-mouthed pack _410 with dreadful concert thunder in his rear. The woods reply, the hunters' cheering shouts float through the glades, and the wide forest rings. How merrily they chant! Their nostrils deep inhale the grateful steam. Such is the cry, and such the harmonious din, the soldier deems the battle kindling, and the statesman grave forgets his weighty cares. Each age, each sex in the wild transport joins, luxuriant joy, and pleasure in excess, sparkling exult _420 on every brow, and revel unrestrained. How happy art thou, man, when thou art no more thyself! When all the pangs that grind thy soul, in rapture and in sweet oblivion lost, yield a short interval, and ease from pain. See the swift courser strains, his shining hoofs securely beat the solid ground. Who now the dangerous pitfall fears, with tangling heath high overgrown? Or who the quivering bogs soft yielding to the step? All now is plain, _430 plain as the strand sea laved, that stretches far beneath the rocky shore. Glades crossing glades the forest opens to our wondering view, such was the king's command. Let tyrants fierce lay waste the world. His the more glorious part to check their pride, and when the brazen voice of war is hushed, as erst victorious Rome, to employ his stationed legions in the works of peace, to smooth the rugged wilderness, to drain the stagnate fen, to raise the slope _440 depending road, and to make gay the face of nature, with the embellishments of art. How melts my beating heart, as I behold each lovely nymph our island's boast and pride, push on the generous steed, that strokes along o'er rough, o'er smooth, nor heeds the steepy hill, nor falters in the extended vale below, their garments loosely waving in the wind, and all the flush of beauty in their cheeks. While at their sides their pensive lovers wait, _450 direct their dubious course, now chilled with fear solicitous, and now with love inflamed. Oh! Grant, indulgent heaven, no rising storm may darken with black wings this glorious scene. Should some malignant power thus damp our joys, vain were the gloomy cave, such as of old betrayed to lawless love the Tyrian queen. For Britain's virtuous nymphs are chaste as fair, spotless, unblamed, with equal triumph reign in the dun gloom, as in the blaze of day. _460 Now the blown stag, through woods, bogs, roads, and streams has measured half the forest. But alas! He flies in vain, he flies not from his fears. Though far he casts the lingering pack behind, his haggard fancy still with horror views the felled destroyer. Still the fatal cry insults his ears, and wounds his trembling heart. So the poor fury-haunted wretch, his hands in guiltless blood distained, still seems to hear the dying shrieks, and the pale threatening ghost _470 moves as he moves, and as he flies pursues. See here his slot, up yon green hill he climbs, pants on its brow a while, sadly looks back on his pursuers, covering all the plain, but wrung with anguish, bears not long the sight, shoots down the steep, and sweats along the vale, there mingles with the herd, where once he reigned proud monarch of the groves, whose clashing beam his rivals awed, and whose exalted power was still rewarded with successful love. _480 But the base herd have learned the ways of men, averse they fly, or with rebellious aim chase him from thence. Needless their impious deed, the huntsman knows him by 1,000 marks, black and embossed, nor are his hounds deceived. Too well distinguish these, and never leave their once devoted foe. Familiar grows his scent, and strong their appetite to kill. Again he flies, and with redoubled speed schemes o'er the lawn. Still the tenacious crew _490 hang on the track, aloud demand their prey, and push him many a league. If haply then too far escaped, and the gay courtly train behind are cast, the huntsman's clanging whip stops full their bold career. Passive they stand, unmoved, and humble, an obsequious crowd, as if by stern Medusa gazed to stones. So at their general's voice whole armies halt in full pursuit, and check their thirst of blood. Soon at the king's command, like hasty streams _500 dammed up a while, they foam, and pour along with fresh recruited might. The stag, who hoped his foes were lost, now once more hears astunned the dreadful din. He shivers every limb, he starts, he bounds, each bush presents a foe. Pressed by the fresh relay, no pause allowed, breathless and faint, he falters in his pace, and lifts his weary limbs with pain that scarce sustain their load. He pants, he sobs appalled, drops down his heavy head to earth, beneath _510 his cumbrous beams oppressed. But if perchance some prying eye surprise him, soon he rears erect his towering front, bounds o'er the lawn with ill-dissembled vigor, to amuse the knowing forester, who inly smiles at his weak shifts and unavailing frauds. So midnight tapers waste their last remains, shine forth a while, and as they blaze expire. From wood to wood redoubling thunders roll, and bellow through the valleys. The moving storm _520 thickens amain, and loud triumphant shouts, and horns shrill warbling in each glade, prelude to his approaching fate. And now in view with hobbling gait, and high, exerts amazed what strength is left, to the last dregs of life reduced, his spirits fail, on every side hemmed in, besieged, not the least opening left to gleaming hope, the unhappy's last reserve. Where shall he turn? Or whither fly? Despair gives courage to the weak. Resolved to die, _530 he fears no more, but rushes on his foes, and deals his deaths around. Beneath his feet these groveling lie, those by his antlers gored defile the ensanguined plain. Ah! See distressed he stands at bay against yon knotty trunk, that covers well his rear, his front presents an host of foes. Oh! Shun, ye noble train, the rude encounter, and believe your lives your country's due alone. As now aloof they wing around, he finds his soul upraised _540 to dare some great exploit. He charges home upon the broken pack, that on each side fly diverse. Then as o'er the turf he strains, he vents the cooling stream, and up the breeze urges his course with eager violence. Then takes the soil, and plunges in the flood precipitant. Down the midstream he wafts along, till, like a ship distressed, that runs into some winding creek close to the verge of a small island, for his weary feet _ 550 sure anchorage he finds, there skulks immersed. His nose alone above the wave draws in the vital air, all else beneath the flood concealed, and lost, deceives each prying eye of man or brute. In vain the crowding pack draw on the margin of the stream, or cut the liquid wave with oary feet, that move in equal time. The gliding waters leave no trace behind, and his contracted pores but sparingly perspire. The huntsman strains _560 his laboring lungs, and puffs his cheeks in vain. At length a bloodhound bold, studious to kill, and exquisite of sense, wins him from far. Headlong he leaps into the flood, his mouth loud opening spends amain, and his wide throat swells every note with joy, then fearless dives beneath the wave. Hangs on his haunch, and wounds the unhappy brute, that flounders in the stream, so Raleigh distressed, and struggling strives to mount the steepy shore. Haply once more escaped, _570 again he stands at bay, amid the groves of willows, bending low their downy heads. Outrageous transport fires the greedy pack, these swim the deep, and those crawl up with pain the slippery bank, while others on firm land engage. The stag repels each bold assault, maintains his post, and wounds for wounds returns. As when some wily corsair boards a ship full freighted, or from Afric's golden coasts, or India's wealthy strand, his bloody crew _580 upon her deck he slings. These in the deep drop short, and swim to reach her steepy sides, and clinging, climb aloft, while those on board urge on the work of fate. The master bold, pressed to his last retreat, bravely resolves to sink his wealth beneath the whelming wave, his wealth, his foes, nor unrevenged to die. So fares it with the stag. So he resolves to plunge at once into the flood below, himself, his foes in one deep gulf immersed. _590 ere yet he executes this dire intent, in wild disorder once more views the light. Beneath a weight of woe, he groans distressed. The tears run trickling down his hairy cheeks. He weeps, nor weeps in vain. The king beholds his wretched plight, and tenderness innate moves his great soul. Soon at his high command rebuked, the disappointed, hungry pack retire submiss, and grumbling quit their prey. Great prince! From thee, what may thy subjects hope, _600 so kind, and so beneficent to brutes? O mercy, heavenly born! Sweet attribute! Thou great, thou best prerogative of power! Justice may guard the throne, but joined with thee, on rocks of adamant it stands secure, and braves the storm beneath. Soon as thy smiles gild the rough deep, the foaming waves subside, and all the noisy tumult sinks in peace. Book 4. The argument of the necessity of destroying some beasts, and preserving others for the use of man. Of breeding of hounds, the season for this business. The choice of the dog, of great moment. Of the litter of whelps. Number to be reared. Of setting them out to their several walks. Care to be taken to prevent their hunting too soon. Of entering the whelps. Of breaking them from running at sheep. Of the diseases of hounds. Of their age. Of madness. Two sorts of it described, the dumb and outrageous madness. Its dreadful effects. Burning of the wound recommended as preventing all ill consequences. The infectious hounds to be separated, and fed apart. The vanity of trusting to the many infallible cures for this malady. The dismal effects of the biting of a mad dog, upon man, described. Description of the otter hunting. The conclusion. Whatever of earth is formed, to earth returns dissolved. The various objects we behold, plants, animals, this whole material mass, are ever changing, ever new. The soul of man alone, that particle divine, escapes the wreck of worlds, when all things fail. Hence great the distance twixt the beasts that perish, and God's bright image, man's immortal race. The brute creation are his property, subservient to his will, and for him made. _10 As hurtful these he kills, as useful those preserves, their sole and arbitrary king. Should he not kill, as erst the Samian sage taught unadvised, and Indian Brahmins now as vainly preach, the teeming ravenous brutes might fill the scanty space of this terrene, encumbering all the globe. Should not his care improve his growing stock, their kinds might fail, man might once more on roots and acorns feed, and through the deserts range, shivering, forlorn, _20 quite destitute of every solace dear, and every smiling gaiety of life. The prudent huntsman, therefore, will supply, with annual large recruits, his broken pack, and propagate their kind. As from the root fresh scions still spring forth, and daily yield new blooming honors to the parent tree, far shall his pack be famed, far sought his breed, and princes at their tables feast those hounds his hand presents, an acceptable boon. _30 Ere yet the sun through the bright ram has urged his steepy course, or Mother Earth unbound her frozen bosom to the western gale, when feathered troops, their social leagues dissolved, select their mates, and on the leafless elm the noisy rook builds high her wicker nest. Mark well the wanton females of thy pack, that curl their taper tails, and frisking court their piebald mates enamored. Their red eyes flash fires impure, nor rest, nor food they take, _40 Goaded by furious love. In separate cells confine them now, lest bloody civil wars annoy thy peaceful state. If left at large, the growling rivals in dread battle join, and rude encounter. On Scamander's streams heroes of old with far less fury fought, for the bright Spartan dame, their valor's prize. Mangled and torn thy favorite hounds shall lie, stretched on the ground, thy kennel shall appear a field of blood, like some unhappy town _50 in civil broils confused, while discord shakes her bloody scourge aloft, fierce parties rage, staining their impious hands in mutual death. And still the best beloved, and bravest fall, such are the dire effects of lawless love. Huntsman, these ills by timely prudent care prevent, for every longing dame selects some happy paramour, to him alone in leagues connubial join. Consider well his lineage, what his fathers did of old, _60 chiefs of the pack, and first to climb the rock, or plunge into the deep, or thread the brake with thorns sharp-pointed, plashed, and briars enwoven. Observe with care his shape, sort, color, size. Nor will sagacious huntsmen less regard his inward habits. The vain babbler shun, ever loquacious, ever in the wrong. His foolish offspring shall offend thy ears with false alarms, and loud impertinence. Nor lest the shifting cur avoid, that breaks _70 elusive from the pack. To the next hedge devious he strays, there every muse he tries, if haply then he cross the steaming scent, away he flies vainglorious, and exults as of the pack supreme, and in his speed and strength unrivaled. Lo! Cast far behind his vexed associates pant, and laboring strain to climb the steep ascent. Soon as they reach the insulting boaster, his false courage fails, behind he lags, doomed to the fatal noose, _80 His master's hate, and scorn of all the field. What can from such be hoped, but a base brood of coward curs, a frantic, vagrant race? When now the third revolving moon appears, with sharpened horns, above the horizon's brink, without Lucina's aid, expect thy hopes are amply crowned, short pangs produce to light the smoking litter, crawling, helpless, blind, nature their guide, they seek the pouting teat that plenteous streams. Soon as the tender dam _90 has formed them with her tongue, with pleasure view the marks of their renowned progenitors, sure pledge of triumphs yet to come. All these select with joy, but to the merciless flood expose the dwindling refuse, nor o'erload the indulgent mother. If thy heart relent, unwilling to destroy, a nurse provide, and to the foster parent give the care of thy superfluous brood. She'll cherish kind the alien offspring. Pleased thou shalt behold _100 her tenderness, and hospitable love. If frolic now, and playful they desert their gloomy cell, and on the verdant turf with nerves improved, pursue the mimic chase, coursing around. Unto thy choicest friends commit thy value prize. The rustic dames shall at thy kennel wait, and in their laps receive thy growing hopes, with many a kiss caress, and dignify their little charge with some great title, and resounding name _110 of high import. But cautious here observe to check their youthful ardor, nor permit the unexperienced younker, immature, alone to range the woods, or haunt the brakes where dodging conies sport, his nerves unstrung, and strength unequal. The laborious chase shall stint his growth, and his rash forward youth contract such vicious habits, as thy care and late correction never shall reclaim. When to full strength arrived, mature and bold, _120 conduct them to the field. Not all at once, but as thy cooler prudence shall direct, select a few, and form them by degrees to stricter discipline. With these consort the stanch and steady sages of thy pack, by long experience versed in all the wiles and subtle doublings of the various chase. Easy the lesson of the youthful train, when instinct prompts, and when example guides. If the too forward younker at the head _130 press boldly on, in wanton sportive mood, correct his haste, and let him feel abashed the ruling whip. But if he stoop behind in wary modest guise, to his own nose confiding sure, give him full scope to work his winding way, and with thy voice applaud his patience and his care. Soon shalt thou view the hopeful pupil leader of his tribe, and all the listening pack attend his call. Oft lead them forth where wanton lambkins play, _140 and bleeding dams with jealous eyes observe their tender care. If at the crowding flock he bay presumptuous, or with eager haste pursue them scattered o'er the verdant plain, in the foul fact attached, to the strong ram tie fast the rash offender. See! At first his horned companion, fearful and amazed, shall drag him trembling o'er the rugged ground, then with his load fatigued, shall turn ahead, and with his curled hard front incessant peal _150 the panting wretch, till breathless and astunned, stretched on the turf he lie. Then spare not thou the twining whip, but ply his bleeding sides lash after lash, and with thy threatening voice, harsh echoing from the hills, inculcate loud his vile offense. Sooner shall trembling doves escape the hawk's sharp talons, in mid-air, assail their dangerous foe, than he once more disturb the peaceful flocks. In tender age thus youth is trained, as curious artists bend _160 the taper, pliant twig, or potters form their soft and ductile clay to various shapes. Nor is't enough to breed, but to preserve must be the huntsman's care. The stanch old hounds guides of thy pack, though but in number few, are yet of great account, shall oft untie the Gordian knot, when reason at a stand puzzling is lost, and all thy art is vain. O'er clogging fallows, o'er dry plastered roads, o'er floated meads, o'er plains with flocks disdained _170 rank scenting, these must lead the dubious way. As party chiefs in senates who preside, with pleaded reason and with well-turned speech conduct the staring multitude, so these direct the pack, who with joint cry approve, and loudly boast discoveries not their own. Unnumbered accidents, and various ills, attend thy pack, hang hovering o'er their heads, and point the way that leads to death's dark cave. Short is their span, few at the date arrive of ancient Argus and old Homer's song _180 so highly honored, kind, sagacious brute. Not even Minerva's wisdom could conceal thy much-loved master from thy nicer sense. Dying, his lord he owned, viewed him all o'er with eager eyes, then closed those eyes, well pleased. Of lesser ills the muse declines to sing, nor stoops so low, of these each groom can tell the proper remedy. But oh! What care! What prudence can prevent madness, the worst of maladies? Terrific pest! That blasts _190 the huntsman's hopes, and desolation spreads through all the unpeopled kennel unrestrained. More fatal than the envenomed viper's bite, or that Apulian 10 spider's poisonous sting, healed by the pleasing antidote of sounds. When Sirius reigns, and the sun's parching beams bake the dry gaping surface, visit thou each even in morn, with quick observant eye, thy panting pack. If in dark sullen mood, the gloating hound refuse his wonted meal, _200 retiring to some close, obscure retreat, gloomy, disconsolate, with speed remove the poor infectious wretch, and in strong chains bind him suspected. Thus that dire disease which art can't cure, wise caution may prevent. But this neglected, soon expect a change, a dismal change, confusion, frenzy, death. Or in some dark recess the senseless brute sits sadly pining, deep melancholy, and black despair, upon his clouded brow _210 hang lowering, from his half-opening jaws the clammy venom, and infectious froth, distilling fall, and from his lungs inflamed, malignant vapors taint the ambient air, breathing perdition. His dim eyes are glazed, he droops his pensive head, his trembling limbs no more support his weight. Abject he lies, dumb, spiritless, benumbed, till death at last gracious attends, and kindly brings relief. Or if outrageous grown, behold alas! _220 a yet more dreadful scene. His glaring eye redden with fury, like some angry boar churning he foams, and on his back erect his pointed bristles rise. His tail incurved he drops, and with harsh broken bowlings rends the poison-tainted air, with rough hoarse voice incessant bays, and snuffs the infectious breeze. This way and that he stares aghast, and starts at his own shade, jealous, as if he deemed the world his foes. If haply toward the stream _230 he cast his roving eye, cold horror chills his soul, averse he flies, trembling, appalled. Now frantic to the kennel's utmost verge raving he runs, and deals destruction round. The pack fly diverse, for whatever he meets vengeful he bites, and every bite is death. If now perchance through the weak fence escaped, far up the wind he roves, with open mouth inhales the cooling breeze, nor man, nor beast he spares, implacable. The hunter horse, _240 once kind associate of his sylvan toils, who haply now without the kennel's mound crops the rank mead, and listening hears with joy the cheering cry, that morn and eve salutes his raptured sense, a wretched victim falls. Unhappy quadruped! No more, alas! Shall thy fond master with his voice applaud thy gentleness, thy speed, or with his hand stroke thy soft dappled sides, as he each day visits thy stall, well pleased. No more shalt thou _250 with sprightly neighings, to the winding horn and the loud opening pack in concert joined, glad his proud heart. For oh! The secret wound rankling in flames, he bites the ground and dies. Hence to the village with pernicious haste baleful he bends his course. The village flies alarmed. The tender mother in her arms hugs close the trembling babe. The doors are barred, and flying curs, by native instinct taught, shun the contagious bane. The rustic bands _260 hurry to arms. The rude militia seize whatever at hand they find. Clubs, forks, or guns from every quarter charge the furious foe, in wild disorder. An uncouth array, till now with wounds on wounds oppressed and gored, at one short poisonous gasp he breathes his last. Hence to the kennel, muse, return, and view with heavy heart that hospital of woe, where horror stalks at large. Insatiate death sits growling o'er his prey. Each hour presents _270 a different scene of ruin and distress. How busy art thou, Fate! And how severe thy pointed wrath! The dying and the dead promiscuous lie. O'er these the living fight in one eternal broil, not conscious why, nor yet with whom. So drunkards in their cups spare not their friends, while senseless squabble reigns. Huntsman! It much behoves thee to avoid the perilous debate. Ah! Rouse up all thy vigilance, and tread the treacherous ground _280 with careful step. Thy fires unquenched preserve, as erst the vestal flame, the pointed steel in the hot embers hide, and if surprised thou feel'st the deadly bite, quick urge it home into the recent sore, and cauterize the wound. Spare not thy flesh, nor dread the event, Vulcan shall save when Aesculapius fails. Here, should the knowing muse recount the means to stop this growing plague. And here, alas! Each hand presents a sovereign cure, and boasts _290 infallibility, but boasts in vain. On this depend, each to his separate seat confine, in fetters bound, give each his mess apart, his range in open air, and then if deadly symptoms to thy grief appear, devote the wretch, and let him greatly fall, a generous victim for the public weal. Sing, philosophic muse, the dire effects of this contagious bite on hapless man. The rustic swains, by long tradition taught _300 of leeches old, as soon as they perceive the bite impressed, to the sea coast's repair. Plunged in the briny flood, the unhappy youth now journeys home secure, but soon shall wish the seas as yet had covered him beneath the foaming surge, full many a fathom deep. A fate more dismal, and superior ills hang o'er his head devoted. When the moon, closing her monthly round, returns again to glad the night, or when full-orbed she shines _ 310 high in the vault of heaven, the lurking pest begins the dire assault. The poisonous foam, through the deep wound instilled with hostile rage, and all its fiery particles saline, invades the arterial fluid, whose red waves tempestuous heave, and their cohesion broke, fermenting boil, intestine war ensues, and order to confusion turns embroiled. Now the distended vessels scarce contain the wild uproar, but press each weaker part, _ 320 unable to resist, the tender brain and stomach suffer most, convulsions shake his trembling nerves, and wandering pungent pains pinch sore the sleepless wretch, his fluttering pulse oft intermits, pensive and sad, he mourns his cruel fate, and to his weeping friends laments in vain, to hasty anger prone, resents each slight offense, walks with quick step, and wildly stares, at last with boundless sway. The tyrant frenzy reigns. For as the dog _ 330, whose fatal bite conveyed the infectious bane, raving he foams, and howls, and barks, and bites. Like agitations in his boiling blood present like species to his troubled mind, his nature, and his actions all canine. So as, old Homer sung, the associates wild of wandering Ithacus, by Circe's charms to swine transformed, ran grunting through the groves. Dreadful example to a wicked world. See there distressed he lies, parched up with thirst, _ 340 but dares not drink. Till now at last his soul trembling escapes, her noisome dungeon leaves, and to some purer region wings away. One labor yet remains, celestial maid. Another element demands thy song. No more o'er craggy steeps, through coverts thick with pointed thorn, and briars intricate, urge on with horn and voice the painful pack, but skim with wanton wing the eriguous vale, where winding streams amid the flowery meads _ 350 perpetual glide along, and undermine the cavern banks, by the tenacious roots of hoary willows arched, gloomy retreat of the bright scaly kind, where they at will, on the green watery reed their pasture graze, suck the moist soil, or slumber at their ease, rocked by the restless brook, that draws aslope its humid train, and laves their dark abodes. Where rages not oppression. Where, alas, is innocence secure? Rapine and spoil _ 360 haunt even the lowest deeps. Seas have their sharks, rivers and ponds enclose the ravenous pike. He in his turn becomes a prey, on him the amphibious otter feasts. Just as his fate deserved, but tyrants know no bounds, nor spears that bristle on his back defend the perch from his wide greedy jaws, nor burnished mail the yellow carp, nor all his arts can save the insinuating eel that hides his head beneath the slimy mud, nor yet escapes _ 370 the crimson-spotted trout, the river's pride and beauty of the stream. Without remorse, this midnight pillager ranging around, insatiate swallows all. The owner mourns the unpeopled rivulet, and gladly hears the huntsman's early call, and sees with joy the jovial crew that march upon its banks in gay parade, with bearded lances armed. This subtle spoiler of the beaver kind, far off, perhaps, where ancient alders shade the deep still pool, within some hollow trunk _ 380 contrives his wicker couch, whence he surveys his long purlieu, lord of the stream, and all the finny shoals his own. But you, brave youths, dispute the felon's claim, try every root, and every reedy bank, encourage all the busy spreading pack, that fearless plunge into the flood, and cross the rapid stream. Bid rocks and caves, and each resounding shore, proclaim your bold defiance. Loudly raise _ 390 each cheering voice, till distant hills repeat the triumphs of the vale. On the soft sand see there his seal impressed, and on that bank behold the glittering spoils, half-eaten fish, scales, fins, and bones, the leavings of his feast. Ah! On that yielding sag-bed, see, once more his seal I view. O'er yon dank rushy marsh the sly goose-footed prowler bends his course, and seeks the distant shallows. Huntsman, bring thy eager pack, and trail him to his couch. _ 400 hark! The loud peal begins, the clamorous joy, the gallant chiding, loads the trembling air. Ye naiads fair, who o'er these floods preside, raise up your dripping heads above the wave, and hear our melody. The harmonious notes float with the stream, and every winding creek and hollow rock, that o'er the dimpling flood nods pendant, still improve from shore to shore our sweet reiterated joys. What shouts! What clamor loud! What gay heart-cheering sounds _410 urge through the breathing brass their mazy way! Nor choirs of Tritons glad with sprightlier strains the dancing billows, when proud Neptune rides in triumph o'er the deep. How greedily they snuff the fishy steam, that to each blade rank scenting clings. See! How the morning dews they sweep, that from their feet besprinkling drop dispersed, and leave a track oblique behind. Now on firm land they range, then in the flood they plunge tumultuous, or through reedy pools _420 rustling they work their way, no holt escapes their curious search. With quick sensation now the fuming vapor stings, flutter their hearts, and joy redoubled bursts from every mouth in louder symphonies. Yon hollow trunk, that with its hoary head incurved, salutes the passing wave, must be the tyrant's fort and dread abode. How these impatient climb, while others at the root incessant bay, they put him down. See, there he dives along. _430 the ascending bubbles mark his gloomy way. Quick fix the nets, and cut off his retreat into the sheltering deeps. Ah, there he vents! The pack lunge headlong, and protended spears menace destruction, while the troubled surge indignant foams, and all the scaly kind affrighted, hide their heads. Wild tumult reigns, and loud uproar. Ah, there once more he vents! See, that bold hound has seized him, down they sink, together lost, but soon shall he repent _440 his rash assault. See there escaped, he flies half drowned, and clambers up the slippery bank with ozza and blood distained. Of all the brutes, whether by nature formed, or by long use, this artful diver best can bear the want of vital air. Unequal is the fight, beneath the whelming element. Yet there he lives not long, but respiration needs at proper intervals. Again he vents, again the crowd attack. That spear has pierced _450 his neck, the crimson waves confess the wound. Fixed is the bearded lance, unwelcome guest, where'er he flies, with him it sinks beneath, with him it mounts, sure guide to every foe. Inly he groans, nor can his tender wound bear the cold stream. Lo! To yon sedgy bank he creeps disconsolate. His numerous foes surround him, hounds and men. Pierced through and through, on pointed spears they lift him high in air. Wriggling he hangs, and grins, and bites in vain. _460 bid the loud horns, in gaily warbling strains, proclaim the felon's fate. He dies, he dies. Rejoice, ye scaly tribes, and leaping dance above the wave, in sign of liberty restored. The cruel tyrant is no more. Rejoice, secure and blessed. Did not as yet remain some of your own rapacious kind, and man, fierce man, with all his various wiles. O happy, if ye knew your happy state, ye rangers of the fields, whom nature boon _470 cheers with her smiles, and every element conspires to bless. What if no heroes frown from marble pedestals, nor Raphael's works, nor Titian's lively tints, adorn our walls? Yet these the meanest of us may behold, and at another's cost may feast at will our wondering eyes. What can the owner more? But vain, alas! Is wealth not graced with power? The flowery landscape, and the gilded dome, and vistas opening to the wearied eye, _480 through all his wide domain. The planted grove, the shrubby wilderness with its gay choir of warbling birds, can't lull to soft repose the ambitious wretch, whose discontented soul is harrowed day and night. He mourns, he pines, until his prince's favor makes him great. See, there he comes, the exalted idol comes. The circle's formed, and all his fawning slaves devoutly bow to earth. From every mouth the nauseous flattery flows, which he returns _490 with promises that die as soon as born. Vile intercourse, where virtue has no place. Frown but the monarch, all his glories fade. He mingles with the throng, outcast, undone, the pageant of a day, without one friend to soothe his tortured mind, all are fled. For though they bask in his meridian ray, the insects vanish, as his beams decline. Not such are friends, for here no dark design, no wicked interest bribes the venal heart, _500 but inclination to our bosom leads, and weds them there for life. Our social cups smile, as we smile, open and unreserved. We speak our inmost souls, good humor, mirth, soft complaisance, and wit from malice free, smooth every brow, and glow on every cheek. O happiness sincere! What wretch would groan beneath the galling load of power, or walk upon the slippery pavements of the great, who thus could reign, unenvied and secure? _510 Ye guardian powers who make mankind your care, give me to know wise nature's hidden depths, trace each mysterious cause, with judgment read the expanded volume, and submiss adore that great creative will, who at a word spoke forth the wondrous scene. But if my soul to this gross clay confined, flutters on earth with less ambitious wing, unskilled to range from orb to orb, where Newton leads the way, and view with piercing eyes the grand machine, _520 worlds above worlds, subservient to his voice, who veiled in clouded majesty, alone gives light to all, bids the great system move, and changeful seasons in their turns advance, unmoved, unchanged himself. Yet this at least grant me propitious, an inglorious life, calm and serene, nor lost in false pursuits of wealth or honors, but enough to raise my drooping friends, preventing modest want that dares not ask. And if to crown my joys, _530 ye grant me health, that, ruddy in my cheeks, blooms in my life's decline, fields, woods, and streams, each towering hill, each humble vale below, shall hear my cheering voice, my hounds shall wake the lazy morn, and glad the horizon round. End of Somerville's Chase. Footnote 1. In republishing only the Chase of Somerville and the Fables of Gay, we have acted on the principle of selecting the best, and the most characteristic, in our age, perhaps the only readable specimen of either poet. Footnote 2. Great Prince, Prince Frederick. Our readers will remember the humorous epitaph on him, in edifying contrast to Somerville's praise. Here lies Fred, who was alive, and is dead. If it had been his father, I'd much rather, had it been his mother, better than another. Were it his sister, nobody would have missed her. Were it the whole generation, the better for the nation. But since it's only Fred, there's no more to be said, but that he was alive, and is dead. We quote this from recollection of Thackeray's recitation, but think it pretty accurate. Footnote 3. Neustria, Normandy. Footnote 4. Fountain of Light, and C. Scott as well as Somerville loved to write in brilliant sunshine. Footnote 6. Talbot kind, derived, we think, from the famous John Talbot, the first Earl of Shrewsbury, who employed this species of hound against the Irish rebels. Footnote 7. Aurangzeb, in 1659, seized the throne of India, after murdering his relatives, but became a good, wise, and brave emperor. Footnote 8. Ammon's son, Alexander the Great. Footnote 9. Blooming youth, Fred again. Footnote 10. Apulia, now Puglia, the southeastern part of Italy.